traversing the world of Naruto. Chinfong finds himself as an inconspicuous genin of Konoha, unexpectedly summoned to participate in the Chunin Exams. Just as he prepares to resign himself to mediocrity, he serendipitously binds with the one-click max level system, ninjutsu, taijutsu, genjutsu, with but a fleeting glance. He can instantaneously elevate any skill to its zenith. Thus, Konoha gains an unorthodox, bugle-level ninja devoid of martial ethics. The tale officially commences. Konoha, Year 48, Summer, the third training ground. The sunset casts a vibrant orange hue across the sky, adorning the distant Hokage rock with a warm, golden glow. Chinfong stands before a wooden stake, marred by countless kunai scratches, his hands forming seals in an exceedingly slow and rigid manner. Hai, Shi, Yo, Shen, Wei. Having completed the series of seals, he inhales deeply, summoning the scant chakra within him, and exhales with a low growl. Shadow clone, jutsu, boom. A puff of white smoke erupts beside him. As the mist dissipates, a frail, gaunt figure resembling Chinfong materializes, its vacant gaze suggesting it might dissolve into the ether at any moment. A gentle evening breeze sweeps by, and the clone wobbles twice before vanishing into white smoke. Another failure. Chinfong lets out a resigned sigh, plopping down onto the ground, acutely aware of the emptiness brought about by his nearly depleted chakra reserves. He is not of this world. Once an ordinary wage slave of the 21st century, his soul was thrust into this authentic yet merciless realm of Naruto through an unforeseen accident. He became a freshly graduated genin from the Hidden Leaf Village, unremarkable and average, lacking a prestigious surname, a bloodline limit, or even a chakra capacity beyond that of an ordinary person. In a world teeming with prodigies and littered with the fallen, his meager attributes barely qualify him to be a mere cannon fodder. A year has passed since his arrival, during which he has executed nothing but drank missions, such as weeding and cat retrieval, dedicating the remainder of his time to training. The results, however, have been dishearteningly scant. The foundational technique of ninjas, the shadow clone, jutsu, remains elusive to him. Chinfong, still at it. It's nearly dark. We should head back. A voice calls from a distance. It is his companion, Yamanaka Kenji, a sprightly youth with short yellow hair. Beside him stands a girl with chestnut hair, Akimichi Riina. The three of them comprise the entirety of Konoha's Team 9. One, an orphan of war. Another, a distant relative of the Yamanaka clan. And the last, a far cousin of the Akimichi family. While their backgrounds may seem somewhat connected, they are, in reality, the most ordinary and inconspicuous ninjas in the village. Their instructor, Jonin Tanaka, is equally unremarkable, a Chunin with the singular dream of quietly enduring until retirement. Have you completed your mission? Chinfong responds with a hint of lethargy. Long done. We helped the wife of the daimyo of the fire country find her lost cat, and that little rascal could really scamper. Kenji complains as he approaches. What about you? Still struggling with the shadow clone, jutsu. Chinfong manages a bitter nod. Don't be too disheartened. Akimichi Riina, a gentle soul, offers him a packet of chips from her pocket. Have a snack. You need to take care of your health while training. Thank you. Chinfong accepts the chips, tearing open the package. Yet devoid of any appetite, he is acutely aware that he is not merely discouraged. He is engulfed in despair. At that moment, their instructor, Tanaka, materializes in the training ground with a swift body flicker. Tanaka is a man in his 30s, possessing an ordinary appearance and demeanor, perpetually wearing an expression of indifference to the world. However, today, his countenance bears an unusual severity. Everyone, assemble. The trio stands at attention immediately. Tanaka's gaze sweeps over them, lingering on Chinfong for a moment longer before he solemnly declares, I have just received a notification from Lord Hokage. The Chunin Joint Exam is about to commence. The Chunin Exam. A flicker of tension and anticipation crosses the faces of Kenji and Riina. Becoming a Chunin is the aspiration of every genin. Achieving this rank signifies a substantial elevation in status, income, and access to higher-level missions. Yet, upon hearing those 4 words, Chinfong's complexion pales instantly. His heart races uncontrollably. While others may be oblivious, he is acutely aware of the reality. The Chunin Exam depicted in the storyline is far far from a mere talent selection. It is a veritable death fest. The initial written test eliminates a significant number of candidates. The second phase, the Forest of Death, transforms into Orochimaru's personal playground and slaughterhouse, where countless genin perish, their bodies often lost to the wilderness. Not to mention the final matches, which devolve into a large-scale conflict that devastates half the village, known as the Konoha collapse plan. Gaara of the Sand becomes unhinged, and the third Hokage meets his demise. In such a perilous arena, a novice who cannot even master the basic shadow clone jutsu like him would merely become fodder, crushed beneath the remnants of battle. Wonderful, Tanaka-sensei. Can we participate too? Kenji inquires excitedly. Tanaka regards him with a stoic expression, showing no signs of relaxation. It is not a matter of participation, according to the higher-ups' decision. To showcase the strength of Konoha's new generation and to address the gap in the core forces caused by the war. All genin teams that have graduated for over a year must participate in this Chunin exam. Mandatory participation. Those two words strike Chinfeng's heart like a heavy hammer. If there had been any glimmer of hope previously, the possibility of finding an excuse to opt out has now been irrevocably extinguished. Fantastic. Kenji, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, grows even more animated. This is the village's trust in us. Team 9 will surely strive to become Chunins. Akamichi Rina also clenches her fist, rallying herself. Observing his two Navev companions, Chinfong feels a wave of dizziness wash over him. Trust. No, this is not trust. This is a death sentence. He understands the mindset of those in power all too well. Teams like Kakashi's Team 7 and Asuma's Team 10 are treasured gems, genuinely seen as the future. Yet, Team 9, a mere filler team, is viewed by those influential figures as expendable. They are mere pawns, used to fill the ranks of the exam, to gauge the strength of candidates from other villages, and to be naturally weeded out in the brutal trials. Their lives and deaths are of no concern to anyone. Tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, report to classroom 301 at the Ninja Academy to submit your application forms. Do not be late. Tanaka delivers this directive, peppering it with a few platitudes about staying safe and knowing your limits, before vanishing once more with a body flicker. Chinfong, what's wrong? You look so pale. Kenji finally notices Chinfeng's unusual demeanor. No, it's nothing. Chinfeng mustered a strained smile. It's just that it feels a bit sudden. Indeed, it is quite abrupt. But this is also an opportunity. Kenji in the mountains clapped Chinfeng on the shoulder. Let's give it our all and show everyone the strength of Class 9. Strength. What strength do we possess? The strength to be annihilated by a single blow. Chinfeng silently berated himself, bidding farewell to his two companions, who were still lost in their delightful fantasies. Chinfeng found himself walking alone on the path home. The streets bustled with life, vibrant and lively, the savory aroma wafting from the dumpling shop, the boisterous calls from the weapon store, and the laughter of children engaged in playful pursuits all painted a picture of serenity. Yet, Chinfeng understood that beneath this facade of peace lay tumultuous undercurrents. He raised his gaze towards the distant Hokage rock, where four colossal faces silently watched over the village as the sun dipped below the horizon. An unprecedented sense of helplessness and suffocation enveloped him. Why must it be me? Having traversed into this world, devoid of any golden finger or bloodline limit, am I to be swept along like an insignificant ant, destined for oblivion? He felt a fierce unwillingness. Returning to his modest studio apartment, tucked away in a corner of the village and barely spanning a dozen square meters, Chinfeng locked the door behind him and slumped against it, gradually sliding down to the floor. He did not wish to perish. He longed to survive. In this world, to live, one must possess power. Power formidable enough to counter all schemes and dangerous absolute power. But where does such strength originate? Chinfeng slowly rose to his feet and approached the mirror. The reflection revealed a figure with black hair and eyes, possessing a pleasing countenance. Yet the gaze was laden with fatigue and confusion. He lifted his hand and formed the hand seals once more. Transformation, jutsu, bang. As the white smoke dissipated, a grotesquely distorted visage, with severely disproportionate features, materialized in the mirror. Ran Iruka. The sight was both ludicrous and lamentable. Damn it. In that moment, all the pent-up negative emotions within Chinfeng erupted. He slammed his fist against the wall. Bang. A piercing pain radiated from his knuckles, yet he paid it no heed. The physical agony paled in comparison to the chilling despair that gripped his heart. Is this truly how it ends? I have only just arrived in this world. I refuse to die without clarity. Leaning against the wall, his body trembled slightly from his unwillingness, just as he teetered on the brink of emotional collapse. A cold, emotionless mechanical voice resonated unexpectedly in his mind, detecting the host's intense will to survive and spiritual fluctuations. Binding conditions met. One-click max level system is binding 10%, 50%, 100%. Ding. Binding successful. Welcome to the one-click max level system. The host is currently in the novice guidance stage. The novice gift pack has been distributed. A barrage of voices left Chinfong momentarily stunned. He stood frozen in place, maintaining the posture of his fist against the wall, his mind a blank slate. What was that voice just now? A hallucination? Had the pressure driven him to auditory delusions? He shook his head, attempting to dispel the sound. However, in the next instant, a translucent blue panel materialized before his eyes. Host, Chinfong. Level, genin. Skills, mastered. 3-body technique, novice. Basic, ninjutsu, from the Ninja Academy, including clone, jutsu, transformation, jutsu, and substitution, jutsu. Due to the host's innate limitations, mastery is exceedingly low. Would you like to consume novice gift pack privileges to max out 3-body technique instantly? Yes, no. Gazing at the sci-fi-like panel and the crystal clear text upon it, Chinfong felt as if he had turned to stone. The apartment was eerily silent, save for the resounding drumbeat of his own heartbeat in his ears. He stiffly blinked his eyes. The panel remained. He blinked again with more force. The panel continued to hover immovably in the air. The pain in his fist, the furnishings of the apartment, and the icy voice echoing in his mind all conveyed one undeniable truth. This was no illusion. A system, the quintessential golden finger for traversers, belated by an entire year, had finally arrived.
A profound ecstasy surged through Chinfong, akin to a torrential flood, instantly submerging his rationality. He stood frozen like a statue, the thunderous rhythm of his heart seeming to threaten to burst forth from his chest. The golden finger, my golden finger has finally arrived. Though it has come a year late, it has ultimately materialized. Yet, this exhilarating sentiment lasted merely a fleeting 10 seconds before being extinguished by a wave of intense self-doubt. Chinfong shook his head vigorously. No, this is not right. Stay calm. He must remain composed. Taking a deep breath, he forced himself to regain his tranquility. After enduring a year of trials, tribulations, and sweat since his arrival in this world, why did this so-called system choose to manifest precisely when he was cornered and on the brink of mental collapse? Surely, this plot is excessively melodramatic. Could it be that the weight of his pressure has conjured some extraordinary hallucination? He extended his uninjured left hand and pinched his thigh with force. The sharp pain elicited a gasp from him. It hurt. This is not a dream. Turning his gaze to the wall, he could clearly see the shallow dent and several cracks left by his own fist. The sensation emanating from his knuckles was unmistakably real. Yet, before him hovered that ethereal blue panel. Chinfong shut his eyes tightly and then opened them with a sudden force. The panel remained. It floated quietly before him, each word radiating a faint blue glow, imbued with an otherworldly sense of science fiction. He hurried into the bathroom, turned on the faucet, and splashed icy water onto his face. The bone-chilling sensation invigorated him. He lifted his head to gaze into the mirror. There, his damp hair clung to his forehead, droplets cascading down his cheeks, and within the depths of his retina, that translucent blue panel persisted unwaveringly. Do you wish to consume the novice gift package privilege to instantly elevate the body technique to its maximum level? Yes, no. Chinfong and his reflection exchanged glances. It appeared this was no mere illusion. It was indeed real. Just when he found himself at an impasse, the external aid had truly arrived. A wave of immense joy surged once more within him. But this time, Chinfong suppressed it. He fixated intently on the two options displayed on the panel. An instant upgrade, he murmured softly. It sounded enticing, yet who could ascertain the potential pitfalls lurking behind it? Perhaps it would consume his vitality, or entail some diabolical pact. He had no desire to escape the fate of being a mere pawn only to plunge headlong into another pit of despair. However, the stern visage of the Jonin in his mind flashed before him, along with the cold, unyielding phrase, Chunin Exam, the forest of death, Orochimaru, Gaara. A flurry of bloody and terrifying images raced through his mind. To participate with his current strength would guarantee a mortality rate of not 99%, but rather 100%. Death was inevitable. Taking a gamble might yield a glimmer of hope. To abstain would mean merely waiting for death. Having come to this realization, Chinfeng's gaze transformed into one of unwavering determination. What was there left to hesitate about? He had nothing to lose. A life already deemed worthless held no capital for defeat. System, I choose. Yes. Chinfong silently affirmed in his heart. He was prepared to face any consequences, be they excruciating pain or the severance of his soul. Yet, contrary to his expectations, nothing transpired. No thunderclap, no divine illumination, not even a flicker of discomfort. Only that cold, unyielding voice resonated once more in his mind. Ding! The novice gift package privilege has been consumed. The body technique is now being upgraded to level 150,100. Congratulations, host. The body technique has been elevated to its maximum level. Immediately, the panel before him underwent a transformation. Host, Chinfong. Level, genin. Skills mastered. Body technique, max level of foundational ninjutsu from the Ninja Academy. After extreme optimization by the system, it has reached the theoretical maximum limit of this technique. Effect, instant activation, zero consumption, perfect disguise, supersensitive substitution. Is this it? Chinfong felt somewhat dazed. It was as if he had merely pressed an upgrade button in an online game, and a notification of enhancement level 10 success had popped up on the screen. It was surprisingly bland. He carefully examined his body. It seemed there were no discernible changes. The amount of chakra remained the same, and his physical condition was still as it had been. Where, then, did the so-called maximum level manifest? With skepticism, Chinfong raised his hand, preparing to attempt the most fundamental transformation technique. Just as he was about to form the hand seals, a peculiar sensation washed over him. All knowledge regarding the transformation technique, the hand seals, the flow of chakra, became astonishingly clear in an instant, as if it were an innate instinct. He even felt as though executing this technique required no hand seals at all. A mere thought would suffice. Transform into Irika-sensei. He silently willed. Bang! A soft sound echoed. The next moment, the frail boy in the mirror vanished, replaced by a middle-ranking ninja with a prominent scar across his nose, tied back in a ponytail, and exuding a gentle demeanor. It was none other than Irika. Chinfong stood transfixed. He gazed at Irika's reflection in the mirror. Every aspect, height, physique, and expression was identical to his recollection of Irika. He attempted to raise his hand, and the figure in the mirror mirrored his motion. He tried to smile, and the reflection responded with a warm, inviting grin. This was an absolute contrast to the distorted visage of his previous failure. Hello there, he attempted to speak. The voice that emerged from his throat was Irika's, warm and rich in resonance. Not a single note was amiss. Chinfeng's heart raced once more. Yet, this was not the most astonishing aspect. He could distinctly sense that only a minuscule amount of chakra had been expended within him. If he had previously possessed a total chakra of 100, a failed transformation would consume 30. Now, executing a perfect transformation consumed less than 1 chakra. Almost negligible. Is this what they mean by zero consumption? Chinfong stifled his excitement as another thought struck him. Transform into the third Hokage. Bang! Irika disappeared from the mirror, replaced by an elder clad in the Hokage's ceremonial robe, wearing a conical hat. His face aged yet eyes brimming with wisdom. He then attempted to transform into Kakashi, Asuma, and even the Jonin Tanaka, whom he had only met a few times. Each time it was a flawless replication, not merely in appearance but even in voice, expression, and subtle habitual movements. He mimicked them with remarkable precision. Chinfong felt a sense of certainty. If he were to step outside now in the guise of the third Hokage, as long as he refrained from engaging with shadow-level powerhouses, it was likely that no one would unveil his disguise. How could this possibly be classified as an E-level ninjutsu? This was nothing short of divine-level transformation mastery. He took a deep breath, calming his emotions before proceeding to test the next technique. The shadow clone technique. Standing in the center of the narrow living room, he concentrated his mind. Shadow clone technique. Bang! 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 3 puffs of white smoke erupted simultaneously. As the smoke dissipated, 3 identical clones of Chinfong appeared around him. Chinfong stared blankly at the 3 clones. They mirrored his features, with black hair and black eyes, their bodies well proportioned, and their gazes imbued with a hint of excitement and sharpness that came from newly acquired power. They were no longer the malnourished versions that seemed as if a gust of wind could topple them. Chinfong attempted to command one of the clones to take a step forward. The clone obediently advanced a step, its movements fluid and natural, devoid of any stiffness. He then directed another clone to jump. That clone sprang into the air, landing silently, akin to a nimble raccoon. "Clean the room," Chinfong commanded. The three clones immediately sprang into action. One picked up a broom to sweep the floor, another took a cloth to wipe the table, and the last even began to tidy his disheveled bed. Their actions were swift and remarkably efficient. Chinfong watched in astonishment. Was this truly the technique that had once struggled to maintain balance? This was undoubtedly an essential skill for household chores, travel, and even silencing adversaries. Although these clones lacked physical offensive capabilities, their value in reconnaissance, deceiving enemies, and even assisting in training was immeasurable. Most importantly, the consumption of chakra to sustain 3 such perfect clones was still remarkably slow. So that was it. The max-level shadow clone technique had transcended its original limitations. Chinfong finally understood. His golden finger was not merely about perfecting skill proficiency. It had excavated the potential of this skill to its utmost, even surpassing theoretical boundaries. Next came the body replacement technique, recognized as the most challenging yet practical of the 3. It required the user to swap positions with a nearby object at the moment of being attacked to evade harm. Mastery over timing and chakra manipulation was paramount. Chinfong had never succeeded even once before. He surveyed his surroundings, his gaze settling on a chair in the corner. He retrieved a shuriken from his ninja tool pouch, inhaled deeply, and hurled it forcefully at the wall before him. At the instant the shuriken left his hand, he activated the body replacement technique. There were no seals, just a thought. Whoosh! In the next moment, something extraordinary occurred. His body seemed to vanish into thin air, instantly reappearing at the corner, while the chair took the place where he had stood. Thwack! The shuriken lodged precisely in the back of the chair, embedding itself deep. The entire process was astonishingly swift. Chinfong barely comprehended how he had moved before the position swap was complete. Staring at the chair that had absorbed the attack for him, he glanced back at himself, an unprecedented sense of security washing over him. Was this the body replacement technique? No, this was akin to teleportation. He tried to gauge the maximum range of this teleportation, estimating it to be about 50 meters. This meant that within a 50-meter radius, as long as there was an object to swap with, he could disregard distance and obstacles, instantaneously exchanging positions. Moreover, it was equally instantaneous and cost-free. Chinfong slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air. He finally comprehended how formidable his golden finger truly was. Transformation technique. Perfect disguise.
Shadow clone technique, perfect de quoi?
Body replacement technique. Perfect evasion. With just a max-level shadow clone technique, he had transformed from a defenseless novice into a top-tier scout and assassin with maximized survival capability. Armed with these 3 skills, the first written exam and the second deadly forest of the Chunin exams posed no challenge for him. In the written exam, he could transform into the examiner and brazenly view the answers. In the deadly forest, he could morph into a rock or a tree. As long as he wished, no one could find him. Even if discovered, countless clones combined with the instantaneous body replacement technique would be more than sufficient for him to escape unscathed. Survival was no longer a concern. However, Chinfeng's gaze gradually deepened. Merely surviving was insufficient. In this world, weakness was an original sin. Without strength, one could only be at the mercy of others, crushed like an ant, devoid of even the right to resist. He was determined not to endure that feeling of powerlessness again. He desired strength. Strength that surpassed everyone, strong enough to firmly grasp his own destiny. And this system was his greatest support. How could the system upgrade other ninjutsu? Chinfong pondered within. This system is a one-click max-level system. The host must personally observe the complete release process of the ninjutsu or come into contact with items infused with the chakra of that ninjutsu to incorporate it into the system. Once incorporated, the host may choose to consume max-level privileges to elevate that ninjutsu to its peak. The novice gift package has been consumed. The next max-level privilege refresh time, 72 hours. So that was it. A mere glance was sufficient to learn. A click would grant max level. Simple, straightforward, and utterly unreasonable. Chinfong relished it. As for the refresh time for privileges, every 3 days was entirely acceptable. Now, he needed to consider what ninjutsu to learn next. It had to be an offensive technique. Fire release? Lightning release? Or perhaps taijutsu? A vivid image of the Uchiha clan's iconic ninjutsu flashed in Chinfeng's mind. The fire release, great fireball technique. This technique was formidable, visually impressive, and an essential tool for both flamboyant displays and practical scenarios. More importantly, many in Konoha could wield this technique. A smile gradually crept across Chinfeng's lips. The previous despair and confusion regarding the future had been completely swept away. In its place was an unprecedented sense of confidence and ambition. The Chunin Exams? The deadly forest? Orochimaru? He was beginning to feel a spark of anticipation. He approached the mirror, gazing at the reflection of himself, whose eyes now radiated a distinctly different aura. From this day forth, the rules of the game would be dictated by him. A night without conversation passed. The following morning, as the first rays of sunlight streamed through the window into the apartment, Chinfong abruptly sat up in bed. He felt no trace of sleepiness. His eyes sparkled with excitement. He immediately recited in his mind, "System." The familiar translucent blue panel reappeared before his retinas. Host, Chinfong. Level genin. Skills mastered. Shadow clone technique. Max level basic ninjutsu of the ninja school. Effect. Instantaneous. Zero consumption. Perfect disguise. Supersensory replacement. Max level privileges. 0. 1. Refresh countdown. 60 hours 12 minutes. It was real, not a dream. Gazing at the countdown, Chinfong's heart settled completely. The colossal boulder that had weighed heavily upon his heart for an entire year was finally lifted, replaced by an unprecedented sense of ease and boundless anticipation for the future. With merely 2.5 days remaining, he could not afford to squander a moment. It was imperative to master a formidable offensive ninjutsu within this time frame, so that when the permissions refreshed, he could immediately elevate his skills. His next target, the fire release, great fireball technique. Chinfong murmured softly to his reflection in the mirror. The first task before him was to observe this ninjutsu. In Konoha, the clan most adept in fire release was undoubtedly the proud Uchiha clan. Instinctively, Chinfong considered venturing to the Uchiha clan's territory to seek his fortune. Yet, as soon as he stepped out of his apartment, he halted, a self-deprecating smile gracing his lips. He had forgotten, or perhaps intentionally overlooked, a grim reality. The Uchiha clan was no more. That once mighty family, which held immense power in Konoha and was responsible for the security forces, had been obliterated in a single night by the prodigious Itachi Uchiha, 1 year prior. Today, the Uchiha grounds were thoroughly sealed by the higher-ups of Konoha, transformed into a forbidden zone, a veritable ghost town. However, one Uchiha remained. Chinfeng's gaze sharpened. Sasuke Uchiha, the youth burdened with a deep-seated vendetta, singularly focused on revenge. As Itachi's younger brother, he would undoubtedly wield the Uchiha clan's signature fire release techniques. The question remained, where to find him? Ever since the massacre, Sasuke had become a solitary figure, reclusive by nature. Aside from the ninja academy and essential missions, few knew of his whereabouts. Yet for Chinfong, who possessed the pinnacle of transformation techniques, this posed no dilemma. Rather than searching ostentatiously, he transformed within an unremarkable alley, the thought igniting his resolve. Transformation technique. Boom! A small puff of white smoke dissipated, and the frail boy had vanished without a trace. In his place stood an unremarkable black cat. The black cat, with its graceful stride, silently melded into the shadows of the street. It did not dart aimlessly but ascended to the rooftops, utilizing the superior vision and agility of feline nature to survey the village from above, in search of that familiar figure. Soon, in a secluded training ground at the village's edge, Chinfong spotted his target. It was a boy who appeared no older than 7 or 8. Clad in a deep blue short-sleeve shirt adorned with the clan's fan emblem, his expression was cold, and his gaze bore the weight of hatred and determination far beyond his years. Sasuke Uchiha. At that moment, he stood alone in the center of the training ground, facing a small lake, repeatedly practicing hand seals. Chinfong, in his guise as a black cat, quietly perched upon a sturdy tree branch, the dense foliage concealing his form perfectly. He observed as Sasuke's hands moved swiftly through the seals. Si, Wei, Shen, I, Wu, Yin. A complete sequence of the great fireball technique unfolded with fluid elegance. He puffed out his cheeks, inhaled deeply, and forcefully exhaled. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Whoosh! A colossal fireball, approximately 2 to 3 meters in diameter, erupted from his mouth, accompanied by a searing wave of heat, crashing violently against the surface of the nearby lake. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The lake's surface was instantly enveloped in a thick steam, the air filled with mist. Cough, cough. After executing the technique, Sasuke's face flushed crimson, and he coughed violently, clearly exhausted from the chakra expenditure. Yet, gazing at the spectacle he had conjured upon the lake, a faint glimmer of pride flickered across his cold visage. Meanwhile, on the branch, the sound of the system's notification echoed in Chinfeng's mind as anticipated. Ding! Observed the complete release process of C-rank ninjutsu. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Successfully recorded. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Not yet mastered a signature ninjutsu of the Uchiha clan. Gathers chakra in the throat and releases it all at once. Success. Chinfeng's heart soared with joy. His objective achieved. He lingered no longer, silently leaping down from the tree, once again transforming into a shadowy figure, disappearing into the thicket. The ensuing 2 days were exceptionally fulfilling for Chinfong. He first accompanied his teammates to the Ninja Academy to submit the application for the Chunin Exam, his demeanor marked by a newfound composure and confidence that astonished Yamamoto Kenji and Akidu Reina. During this time, he patiently awaited the system permissions to refresh while fervently familiarizing himself with his newly acquired powers. By day, he trained his physical prowess in the training grounds, and by night, he morphed into various small creatures, utilizing his maxed-out transformation technique to roam the village, gathering intelligence. His mastery of the pinnacle of the body replacement technique also grew increasingly adept. He discovered that, at maximum level, the technique could exchange places with a speck of dust in the air, achieving true invisibility. The clones produced by the shadow clone technique were convincing enough to deceive even seasoned Chunin. Time flowed slowly in the agonizing wait. On the third morning, as Chinfong opened his eyes, the long-awaited celestial voice resonated in his mind. Ding! New maxed-out permissions refreshed. Current available uses. 1. It has arrived. Chinfong, suppressing his inner excitement, promptly accessed the system panel. He gazed at the skill list, where the Great Outfire Release, Great Fireball technique awaited. Without hesitation, he selected to use the permission. The system, maxing out the Great Fireball technique with a single click. Ding! Maxed out permission consumed. Fire release. Great Fireball technique is elevating to level 150100. Congratulations, host. Fire release. Great Fireball technique has been upgraded to max level. The information on the panel refreshed instantaneously. Fire release. Great Fireball technique. Max level a signature fire release of the Uchiha clan. Following extreme optimization by the system, it has evolved into fire release, great fire extinguishment. Effect: instantaneous release, extreme compression, controllable explosion radius, and ultra-high temperature combustion. Great fire extinguishment. Chinfeng's breath caught in his throat. Was this not the very technique wielded by Uchiha Madara during the Fourth Great Ninja War, when he single-handedly faced the entire ninja coalition with this expansive fire release ninjutsu? A C-rank ninjutsu, upon reaching max level, transformed into a strategic level technique comparable to S-rank? The enhancement was utterly outrageous. Chinfong could hardly contain his eagerness to test its might. The apartment was certainly not a suitable venue, and the third training ground would attract too much attention. After a moment of contemplation, he immediately envisioned an ideal testing location. The waterfall in the Valley of the End, located in the back mountains of Konoha. It was remote, seldom visited, and spacious enough. Resolute in his decision, Chinfong set forth. Utilizing his maxed-out body replacement technique, he evaded all patrolling guards and quietly exited the village, racing towards the Valley of the End. Half an hour later, he stood at the feet of the colossal statues of the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara, absorbing the overwhelming mist and roar of the cascading waterfall. Approaching the water's edge beneath the falls, Chinfong inhaled deeply. He did not form any hand seals, merely fixing his gaze upon the expansive center of the pond. Fire release, great fire extinguishment, he silently intoned within. The next moment he opened his mouth. What surged forth was not merely a fireball, but an overwhelming sea of flames. It manifested as a colossal wall of fire, exceeding 100 meters in width, seemingly intent on engulfing the entire valley. The flames radiated an exquisite pale hue, scorching and distorting the very air it traversed, emitting a piercing shriek. This was no longer ninjutsu. It was a calamity from the heavens. Boom! The terrifying white inferno, with an unstoppable force, instantaneously enveloped the entire water pool. There was no explosion, only a brief moment of deathly silence. Following that, an astonishing spectacle unfolded. The waterfall, cascading from dozens of meters above, upon contact with the sea of flames, could not even withstand a second before being instantly vaporized into nothingness. The vast water pool below, containing tons of water, seemed to be drained in an instant by an invisible hand, completely vaporized within a heartbeat. The immense white steam rose like a mushroom cloud after a nuclear explosion, ascending skyward and obscuring the sun. The thunderous roar of the shockwave, accompanied by a deafening sound, swept outward in all directions. Surrounding trees were uprooted, massive rocks were hurled away, and even the hard cliffs flanking the valley of the end bore spiderweb-like cracks. Chinfong stood his ground, the violent winds whipping his garments, yet he remained utterly still. He gazed vacantly at the apocalyptic scene before him. The once tranquil water pool had vanished completely. In its stead lay a colossal pit, over 200 meters in diameter and unfathomably deep, its edges still smoldering with dark red lava. Was this the pinnacle of the great fireball technique? Chinfong swallowed hard, feeling nearly half of his chakra drained in an instant, his heart brimming with unparalleled shock. This power, not only sufficient for the Chunin exams, could easily decimate a small ninja village. With this technique, he finally possessed a genuine trump card for survival in this ruthless world. As the tempest gradually subsided, the vast clouds of steam coalesced overhead, shrouding the sunlight. The valley of the end had undergone a complete transformation. Standing at the edge of the immense pit, Chinfong observed the rocks at the bottom still emitting a dim red glow, the air thick with a pungent mixture of sulfur and charred remnants. He gasped for breath, acutely aware of the profound emptiness within him. Merely one usage of the great fireball technique had drained nearly half of his chakra. Although his overall chakra capacity was merely that of an average genin, this expenditure was utterly terrifying. This technique could only serve as a last resort. Chinfong made a mental assessment. The power was indeed substantial. With a single strike, even a jonin would likely retreat in fear. Yet, in conventional combat, should he miss his mark, he would immediately find himself ensnared in the predicament of depleted chakra. He glanced around, confirming that this cataclysmic strike had gone unnoticed. The valley of the end was sufficiently distant from the village, and the waterfall's tremendous roar masked most of the commotion. Without lingering, he activated the full-body clone technique, darting silently through the woods, departing from the terrain he had so meticulously altered. Upon returning to his modest apartment, Chinfong locked the door behind him and collapsed onto his bed, feeling as though he had been utterly dismantled. The fatigue in his body was secondary. It was the intertwining of exhilaration and dread that left him in a state of dizziness. He opened the system panel. Host, Chinfong. Level, genin. Skills mastered. Full body clone technique, max level. Great fireball technique, max level. Max level permissions, 0, 1, refresh countdown. 70 hours 49 minutes. As he beheld the countdown timer reset itself, Chinfeng's heart gradually regained its composure. The great fireball technique was undeniably potent, yet it could not resolve all predicaments. In the Chunin exams, he would encounter numerous small-scale skirmishes, even close-quarters combat. He required a more diverse arsenal of combat methods, ones that were conventional and less chakra-intensive. For instance, taijutsu and throwing techniques. If it was a hunt, he could not rely solely on a sniper rifle. I need a handgun, a dagger, or even a few grenades, Chinfong mused. He aimed to arm himself to the teeth. After resting for several hours, allowing his chakra to recuperate to a significant degree, Chinfong ventured out once more. His objective was clear, the public training grounds of Konoha. There, the concentration of ninjas was unparalleled, ranging from elite jonin to freshly graduated genin, all honing their skills. For him, it was not merely a training ground, but a dazzling marketplace of skills. To avoid unnecessary complications, Chinfong once again employed the transformation technique, morphing into an inconspicuous sparrow, alighting upon the crown of a large tree adjacent to the third training ground. From this vantage point, he could survey the entire training area. At that moment, the training grounds were bustling with activity. Some ninjas practiced hand seals, others engaged in sparring, while yet more refined their throwing techniques. Chinfong's attention was soon drawn to a specific area. There, two Chunin were engaged in a shuriken sparring session. Their techniques surpassed the fundamental throwing skills taught in the Ninja Academy. One of them waved his hands, releasing a flurry of shuriken that did not follow a linear path, but instead traced bizarre arcs through the air, encircling their opponent from all directions. Windmill technique, third blade. The other ninja, refusing to be outdone, manipulated a massive shuriken with steel wire, expertly blocking all incoming shuriken. Just as Chinfong was intently observing, the system's notification echoed in his mind. Ding! Observed the complete release process of the windmill technique, third blade, successfully recorded. Ding. Observed the advanced shuriken throwing technique, curved shooting, successfully recorded. Excellent. A surge of delight coursed through Chinfong. While these techniques may not rival the earth-shattering ninjutsu, they were immensely useful in actual combat, enabling his attacks to become more unpredictable and elusive. He shifted his gaze to another section of the training ground. There lay a paradise for taijutsu enthusiasts. Two ninjas clad in green spandex, sporting watermelon hairstyles, were engaged in an intensely spirited spar, continuously shouting slogans of youth and vitality. Upon closer inspection, one of them was unmistakably the future blue beast of Konoha, Might Guy. Yet, at this moment he was still young, his face brimming with innocence, as he guided his junior. Watch closely. This is the essence of Konoha's fluid technique. Might Guy bellowed, crouching low before executing an astonishing upward kick with incredible speed and an unconventional angle. Konoha whirlwind. The powerful gust of wind generated even caused the leaves several meters away to rustle. His opponent was struck by the kick and immediately lost balance, flying backward. Ding. Observed the complete release process of C-rank taijutsu, Konoha whirlwind, successfully recorded. This is it. Chinfong's eyes sparkled. The Konoha whirlwind, a seemingly simple yet profoundly practical taijutsu technique. It amalgamates speed and strength, serving both as an offensive and defensive technique, and stands as one of the hallmark maneuvers of the Konoha fluid technique. Subsequently, Might Guy demonstrated a series of derivative techniques such as Konoha rising wind and Konoha great whirlwind. Chinfeng's system panel erupted with notifications as if in a frenzied display, continuously announcing successful recordings. Ding. Successfully recorded Konoha rising wind. Ding. Successfully recorded Konoha great whirlwind. In the brief time it took to stroll through the supermarket, he had amassed nearly 10 types of physical techniques and ninja tool throwing arts. His skill repository had never been so bountiful. Although these skills remained in their nascent state and were not yet operational, Chinfong felt no urgency. He now resembled a farmer hoarding a plethora of precious seeds, merely awaiting the fermentation of time to reap a grand harvest. As twilight descended, the ninjas in the training ground gradually dispersed. Chinfong, the sparrow version, flapped his wings and contentedly returned to his apartment. For the next 2 days he refrained from hunting. One must eat morsel by morsel and walk step by step. He had sufficiently stocked his arsenal of skills. Now he needed to enhance his fundamentals. He procured a considerable amount of weights, binding them to his wrists and ankles, embarking on the most monotonous yet essential physical training. Running, push-ups, sit-ups. Though his chakra capacity was ordinary, the enhancement of his physical fitness knew no bounds. With the mastery of the three-body technique and the great fire annihilation, he had secured his life-saving trump card and a lethal strike. However, it was the solid foundation of physical fitness and martial arts that would determine his endurance in conventional combat. Sweat soaked his garments, and his muscles ached from the overload, yet Chinfong reveled in it. The sensation of becoming stronger through sheer effort enraptured him. This was a feeling of solidity he had never experienced in the year since his transmigration. 2 days slipped away in an instant. On the third morning, as Chinfong arose from his bed, sore all over, the melodious voice echoed in his mind once more. Ding. New maximum level authority refreshed. Current usable times. 1. It was harvest season once again. Without hesitation, Chinfong opened the system panel, gazing at the lengthy list of skills he had recorded. The ninjutsu had secured the great fire annihilation, which was sufficient for the time being. This time he sought to enhance his physical techniques. His gaze ultimately settled on Konoha whirlwind. With a mere click, the system elevated Konoha whirlwind to its maximum level. Ding. Maximum level authority has been consumed. Konoha whirlwind is being upgraded 150100. Congratulations, host. Konoha whirlwind has been upgraded to maximum level. Konoha whirlwind, maximum level Konoha fluid technique. After extreme system optimization, it has evolved into the 8 trigrams void barrier whirlwind. Effect: instantaneous extreme area attack, capable of forming an absolute defensive vacuum barrier. 8 trigrams void barrier whirlwind? Chinfong was momentarily taken aback. The name sounded reminiscent of techniques from the Hyuga clan. He had no time for further contemplation as a surge of vast physical knowledge and muscle memory inundated his body. He felt as if every cell within him was rejoicing. Instinctively, in the confines of his modest apartment, he executed the technique. Unlike Might Guy's exaggerated spinning movements, he simply performed a spinning kick in place. There was no sound of wind, not even a whisper of airflow. Yet, along the trajectory of his leg, the air seemed to be drawn away, forming a visibly distorted, transparent barrier. The flimsy wooden table in his room was gently brushed by the edge of this barrier, producing no sound as it cleanly split in twain, the cut as smooth as a mirror. Chinfong gazed in astonishment at this scene. This was no mere kicking technique. It was clearly an invisible spatial slash with a 360-degree reach. Moreover, this was merely the technique's minimal power output. Should he unleash his full strength, the resultant vacuum barrier would be capable of shredding everything in its vicinity to pieces. A synthesis of offense and defense terrifyingly formidable. Chinfong slowly retracted his leg, feeling an almost negligible depletion of energy within him. A satisfied smile crept onto his lips once more. He had acquired fire-style ninjutsu and close combat techniques. Now, he had established the foundational combat system of a ninja. With only a few days remaining until the commencement of the Chunin Exam, he still had time to grow stronger. With the Great Fire Annihilation and the 8 trigrams Void Barrier Whirlwind in his arsenal, Chinfeng's mindset became resolutely steady. One technique offered exceptional long-range area attack, while the other provided a flawless close combat offense and defense. At this moment, he truly possessed the means to establish himself in this harsh world. Nevertheless, Chinfong did not relent in the slightest. He was acutely aware that his current shortcoming remained glaringly evident: his chakra capacity. Although the system's maximum level skills consumed minimal chakra, techniques of the caliber of the Great Fire Annihilation would still deplete nearly half of his chakra. If he were to face a series of formidable foes, he would swiftly find himself devoid of resources. Before the next maximum level authority refresh, all he could do was strive to enhance his fundamentals to the greatest extent possible. In the following 2 days, Chinfong immersed himself in the training ground. He refrained from hunting for new skills, instead training like an ordinary genin, engaging in the most monotonous physical and chakra control exercises. The weights he bore, initially set at 10 kilograms, gradually increased to 50 kilograms. Each extreme push-up and every last ounce of energy expended during his runs made him acutely aware of the transformative changes occurring within his body. His muscles grew more robust, and both endurance and explosive power exceeded his previous limits. Meanwhile, his total chakra capacity experienced a minuscule increase through this rigorous exertion and recovery. This sensation of growing stronger with each passing moment captivated Chinfong utterly. On one particular morning, as he concluded a set of high-intensity training and collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, his supervising jonin, Tanaka, made his reappearance. Team 9, gather at classroom 301 of the ninja school at 2 o'clock this afternoon. With that serious expression still etched on his face, Tanaka vanished using the body flicker technique. Gather? Chinfong sprang to his feet, brushing off the dust from his attire. Hadn't he already submitted the application form? He glanced at the sky. Several hours remained until 2 o'clock. Rather than returning home, he headed directly to the public bathhouse in the village, indulging in a soothing soak to wash away the fatigue and sweat. After donning a fresh set of clothes, he leisurely made his way to the ninja school. Upon arriving at classroom 301, he found it teeming with people. All the Konoha genin who had registered for this Chunin exam had congregated there, the atmosphere vibrant and boisterous. Chinfong quickly spotted his 2 teammates, Yamashiro Kenji and Akimichi Reina. Chinfong, over here, Yamashiro Kenji exclaimed, waving enthusiastically. As Chinfong approached, Akimichi Reina voiced her concerns. Chinfong, do you know what this gathering is for? Surely this cannot be yet another peculiar test, can it? Do not fret. It is likely merely a few preparatory instructions prior to the examination, Chinfong reassured. His gaze swept across the classroom, where he beheld Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha, and Sakura Haruno from Class 7. Naruto was animatedly debating with Kiba Inuzuka, while Sasuke, as ever, leaned against the wall, exuding an aura of cold indifference that discouraged any approach. He also spotted Hinata Hyuga and Shino Aburame from Class 8, as well as Shikamaru Nara and Choji Akimichi from Class 10. The entire cohort of the new generation S12 prodigies was present. Additionally, there were several upperclassmen from previous years. The atmosphere in the classroom brimmed with tension, excitement, and an undercurrent of rivalry. At that moment, the door to the classroom swung open. Irika and several Chunin entered, causing the raucous chatter to subside into silence. Everyone, please settle down, Irika announced from the podium, his demeanor markedly more serious than usual. The gathering had been convened for the final qualification confirmation before the Chunin exams and to distribute the permits required for participation. He paused, scanning the youthful faces before him. I am aware that you are all the elite of your respective teams, having secured recommendations from your jonin instructors. However, I must reiterate, The Chunin Exam is no trivial matter. You will face the elite from various ninja villages, and even seasoned rogues with blood on their hands. Death is a common occurrence in these trials. Irika's voice was measured, yet every word resonated clearly in the ears of all present. The atmosphere grew palpably grave, with some of the previously exuberant genin losing their color. Therefore, before distributing the permits, I must conduct a fundamental and straightforward test. Irika produced a thin stack of leaves from his ninja tool pouch. Using your chakra, affix this leaf to your forehead and maintain it there for 1 minute. If you cannot even manage this basic level of chakra control, I advise you to withdraw from the exam now. Upon hearing the nature of the test, most attendees breathed a sigh of relief. Surely, this was an exercise they had practiced in their first year at the Ninja Academy. It seemed far too simple. Soon, Irika and several Chunin began distributing the leaves to each team. Begin. With Irika's command, every participant immediately summoned their chakra. Most genin effortlessly adhered the leaves to their foreheads. Naruto, however, fumbled several times before managing to precariously attach the leaf, which wobbled precariously, prompting an eye roll from Sakura. Sasuke merely cast a disinterested glance at his leaf, which adhered to his forehead as if drawn by an invisible magnet. Shikamaru Nara and Ino Yamanaka also completed the task with ease. They glanced at Chinfong, only to find him curiously observing the leaf in his hand, seemingly in no hurry to proceed. Chinfong, hurry up, Shikamaru urged. Oh, Chinfong said, snapping back to reality with a smile. He casually placed the leaf on his forehead. Then, an astonishing spectacle unfolded. The leaf did not adhere to his skin as it had for the others. Instead, it hovered gracefully, suspended about a millimeter from his forehead, reminiscent of a ballet dancer delicately poised in midair. Then, to the astonishment of all, the leaf began to rotate slowly around its stem, spinning with a steady, unhurried rhythm as though guided by an invisible hand. The classroom fell into a profound silence. Every gaze was riveted upon Chinfong. The leaves precariously balanced on the foreheads of the others starkly contrasted with the elegantly revolving leaf before Chinfong. What is happening? How is he doing this? Is this some sort of joke? To make a leaf hover and spin requires an extraordinary level of chakra control. After a brief silence, exclamations of awe and speculation erupted. Naruto's mouth hung open, wide enough to accommodate an egg. Even Sasuke's eternally stoic expression betrayed a flicker of intrigue as he fixated on Chinfong, his eyes filled with shock and bewilderment. Meanwhile, Irika, standing at the podium, appeared utterly stunned, as if struck by lightning. As a teacher at the Ninja Academy, he understood better than anyone the terrifying implications of what Chinfong had just accomplished. To output chakra and maintain a stable adherence is indeed simple. However, to control the output of chakra to such a fine degree that a leaf can hover without touching the skin while also executing a precise, uniform rotation, this level of chakra control is something that even many elite jonin might struggle to achieve. What was even more astounding was the complete absence of any detectable chakra fluctuations emanating from Chinfong. This indicated that he had executed this extraordinary feat with almost negligible chakra expenditure. A monster, the term echoed in Irika's mind. When had the student, who had previously been perceived as average, with modest talent and a touch of introversion, transformed into such an unfathomable enigma? He approached Chinfong with hurried steps, his voice trembling with excitement. Chinfong, how did you accomplish this? Chinfong observed Irika's astonished expression and the myriad reactions of shock, envy, and curiosity surrounding him, and internally lamented his predicament. He had merely wished to test the impeccable chakra control afforded by his perfected body flicker technique and had inadvertently taken it too far. Scratching his head, he offered a somewhat shy smile as he removed the spinning leaf. Irika-sensei, is this really so difficult? He feigned confusion. I merely thought that to keep it still, I needed to apply a consistent and stable force. If I wanted it to spin, I would just add a rotational force on top of that, wouldn't I? Listening to Chinfeng's nonchalant explanation, which sounded as simple as stating that 1 + 1 = 2, Irika found himself utterly speechless. While the logic was sound, knowing and executing were entirely different matters. When did you acquire such control? Irika pressed, unwilling to relent. Chinfeng's gaze deepened, and he sighed, speaking in a tone tinged with a hint of melancholy. Perhaps it was after that day when I was informed I was to be compelled to participate in the Chunin Exam. People never realize their true potential until they are pushed to the brink. This reasoning mirrored his earlier evasive response to his teammates, vague and general, yet irrefutable. Irika opened his mouth, eager to inquire further, but upon meeting Chinfeng's calm gaze, he ultimately swallowed his words. He understood that any further questioning would yield no additional revelations. This student harbored profound secrets. He cast one last deep look at Chinfong before turning to address the others. Alright, the test is concluded. Those who passed, please come forward to collect your permits. The tumult subsided for the moment. Yet Chinfong comprehended that, from this very moment, he had been thrust into the spotlight. He accepted the permit inscribed with the examination's date and location, acutely aware that no fewer than a dozen gazes were unwaveringly fixed upon him. Among them were Irika's concerned eyes, Sasuke's filled with combative fervor, and one more, originating from the corner of the classroom, from the white-haired jonin donning a mask, revealing only a solitary dead fish eye, Hatake Kakashi. Chinfong exchanged a brief glance with him before casually turning his head, following his teammates out of the classroom. A barely perceptible smile curved the corners of his mouth. Noticed, was he? So be it. It was time for the Hidden Leaf and indeed the entire shinobi world to reacquaint themselves with this seemingly unremarkable genin. He cast a glance at his system panel. Max level authority, 0, 1, refreshing countdown, 2 hours 15 minutes. Before the Chunin exams officially commenced, he had yet another card to play. Exiting the registration area, Chinfong felt a slight headache creeping in. Under Irika's gaze, reminiscent of a well-meaning teacher who regarded him as the hope of their village, the pressure was palpable. He merely wished to quietly endure until the conclusion of the Chunin exams. However, it appeared that this modest aspiration had encountered a minor setback. He was simply too conspicuous. As Chinfong meandered through the village, he began to ponder. The perfect control of chakra was a passive effect bestowed by the max-level body technique. This skill was as inherent as breathing, impossible to conceal. Surely, he could not feign clumsiness by deliberately falling while scaling trees or traversing water, for that would be utterly foolish. It seemed he would have to seek out a more secluded location for his training. Resolute, Chinfong decided. The Hidden Leaf was vast, and with so many training grounds, there must be a few that lay in disuse. As he contemplated, he instinctively opened the system panel in his mind. One-click max level system. Host, Chinfong. Max level skills. Basic body technique, fire release, grand fireball technique, leaf hurricane. Max level authority, 0, 1, cooling down. Authority refresh countdown, 1 hour 59 minutes 21 seconds. Observing the impending expiration of the countdown, Chinfeng's spirits lifted considerably. Finally, the exasperating 72-hour cooldown was nearing its end. He had previously utilized his last max-level authority on the Leaf Hurricane, yielding exceptional results and providing a solid foundation for his previously blank martial arts. Now, with new authority about to be credited, it was time to consider his next target. With less than 2 hours remaining, what skill should he pursue? Rubbing his chin thoughtfully, Chinfong mused. He had acquired the offensive Grand Fireball, and the Leaf Hurricane had fortified his martial arts foundation. Yet he yearned for a stronger, more decisive power. Unbeknownst to him, he had wandered along a small path at the village's edge, leading him into a wooded area. This was the third training ground near the back mountain of the village, and due to its remote location, it was seldom visited. Perfect, this would suffice. Chinfong nodded with satisfaction. The tranquil environment, devoid of human presence, was an ideal spot for this reclusive player to train undisturbed. However, just as this thought crossed his mind, a resounding, somewhat jarring shout echoed from deep within the forest. Lee, your limits do not end here. Another 500 handstand push-ups. Yes, teacher Guy, I can continue to burn my youth. Chinfeng's footsteps halted abruptly. His expression mirrored that of someone who had discovered a fly in their ramen. Utterly bewildered. This iconic exchange, that fervent tone that sent shivers down one's spine. He cautiously peered around to discern the source of the sound. Not far away in a clearing, 2 figures clad in green spandex were engaged in a training regimen beyond mortal comprehension. The larger one, sporting thick eyebrows and a watermelon-shaped head, was performing handstand push-ups with a single finger. The smaller one, similarly adorned with thick eyebrows and a watermelon head, was frantically throwing punches, his spandex soaked with sweat, resembling a person just pulled from a pool. Chinfong fell silent. It seemed he had ventured out today without consulting the calendar. How fortuitous he had stumbled upon the 2 most conspicuous figures in the Hidden Leaf Village, Might Guy and his devoted disciple Rock Lee. Initially, he contemplated turning on his heel to distance himself from these 2 exuberant fools. Yet, upon reflection, he had come to this place in search of new skills. And these 2 were undoubtedly experts in the art of martial techniques, particularly Might Guy, the man who nearly kicked his way to a grand finale. He was harboring an extraordinary forbidden technique. With this thought, Chinfong restrained his impulse to leave, finding a concealed thicket to crouch down in, becoming a most qualified bystander. The training session had escalated to a fever pitch. After completing yet another series of punches, Lee, exhausted, felt his arms trembling and was gasping for breath. Teacher Guy, my body has reached its limit. No, Lee, do not utter such defeatist words. Might Guy sprang up, his thick eyebrows knitted together in seriousness. Look at me, Lee. The true limit is to surpass oneself. When you believe you cannot go on, that is when your youth truly begins to blaze. He stepped forward, giving a thumbs up to Lee, who was on the verge of collapsing. Now, let me show you the view of surpassing limits. With all your will, keep pace with my rhythm. Might Guy inhaled deeply, and his aura underwent a dramatic transformation. 8 gates. First gate. The opening gate. Open. Boom. A surge of green chakra steam erupted violently from him. Second gate. The rest gate. Open. Third gate. The life gate. Open. Guy opened 3 gates in succession, the powerful gust of air rustling the surrounding leaves, as an aura akin to a protective barrier enveloped him, exuding an overwhelming pressure. Rock Lee watched in awe, his eyes sparkling with admiration and excitement. This is Teacher Guy giving his all in his youth. He roared, forcing his already exhausted body to respond. In response to Teacher Guy's expectations, I too shall burn my spirit. First gate. The opening gate. Open. Second gate. The rest gate. Open. Third gate. The life gate. Open. Green chakra steam ignited around him as well, though it was far less robust than Guy's. Nonetheless, the spirit of breaking free from shackles was unmistakable. Then, veins bulged on his forehead, his eyes widened, and he let out a beastly roar. Fourth gate. The injury gate. Open. A surge of even greater power exploded from within him, his skin reddening instantly, the overwhelming strength causing his muscles to tremble, sweat evaporating in a mingling of steam. Crouched in the thicket, Chinfeng's mind was flooded with the system's alert chimes. Ding. Forbidden technique detected. 8 gates. Analyzing 10, 50, 100. Analysis complete. Successfully unlocked skill. 8 gates. Beginner level. In an instant, all information regarding the 8 gates flooded into Chinfeng's consciousness, from the opening gate to the death gate, detailing the method of unlocking each gate, the physiological changes the body would undergo, and the immense side effects that accompanied them. Chinfong felt a sudden buzzing in his head. Almost instantly, a new option emerged on the system panel. Would you like to expend a full-level privilege to elevate the 8 gates of Duanjia to maximum level? Below it were 2 buttons. Yes, no. Without a moment's hesitation, Chinfong was inclined to press the yes button. What a jest. This was the 8 gates of Duanjia. However, just as his consciousness was about to make contact with the yes button, a line of red warning text appeared. Warning. Full-level privilege is on cooldown. Remaining time, 1 hour, 51 minutes, and 48 seconds. Immediate upgrade is not possible. Chinfong took a deep breath, suppressing his excitement. Less than 2 hours remained. It was almost time. He felt no trace of disappointment. On the contrary, his spirits soared with elation. The system soon provided another prompt. Would you like to add the skill 8 gates of Duanjia to the upgrade queue? Once the privilege refreshes, you may upgrade it immediately. Add it. Immediately. Chinfong silently urged. Ding. The 8 gates of Duanjia has been successfully added to the upgrade queue. With this matter settled, Chinfong exhaled a sigh of relief. The ultimate forbidden technique was within reach, and soon it would be at its peak level. A sense of security flooded over him. Not far away in the training ground, Rock Lee, after opening the 4th gate, collapsed to the ground in exhaustion just moments later. Might Guy looked on with a satisfied expression, ready to carry him off for nutritional replenishment. Chinfong had no interest in such affairs. He quietly retreated from the thicket, preparing to make a discreet exit. His immediate concern was to find a safe haven, awaiting the cooldown to conclude before completing the upgrade. Though the 8 gates of Duanjia was powerful, it was also overly conspicuous. As he walked back, he pondered. Opening a gate was akin to a steam locomotive, radiating green light, practically screaming for attention. This was contrary to his principle of being low-key and developing quietly. Clearly, once the 8 gates of Duanjia reached full level, his next privilege should be a skill with great power but less flashy effects. An image of a silver-haired figure, donning a mask and exuding a languid demeanor, floated into his mind. That man's signature ninjutsu seemed to fit his requirements perfectly. Departing from the training ground where he had encountered that fervent master-apprentice duo, Chinfeng's steps lightened considerably. 8 Gates of Duinjia. He mused the name in his heart, unable to suppress a smile. This was the renowned technique of the esteemed guy, a forbidden taijutsu capable of shaking the foundations of shadow-level powerhouses. Though he had only unlocked it and had yet to elevate it to its zenith, it was akin to possessing a blueprint for top-tier equipment, merely awaiting the right materials for forging a divine artifact. And his materials were the impending full-level privilege cooldown. Chinfong cast another glance at the system panel. Privilege refresh countdown. 1 hour, 48 minutes, and 13 seconds. There was ample time. What he needed now was to locate an utterly secure, undisturbed place. Quietly awaiting the privilege refresh to complete this crucial upgrade. He chose not to return home. Although his abode was comfortable, one could never know if there were prying eyes of the Umbu nearby. The ramifications of upgrading a forbidden technique of the caliber of the 8 Gates of Duinjia were uncertain. If it drew undue attention, it would spell trouble. The best option was to find a secluded area around the village. While mulling over this, Chinfong continued down the narrow forest path. Beyond this thicket lay what appeared to be another abandoned training ground. He recalled that this was the 7th training ground. Due to its intricate terrain and a small river that traversed it, few ninjas would frequent it for standard training. This would do, Chinfong thought to himself, preparing to seek out a concealed cave or hollow in which to hide. However, a sudden clamor erupted, arriving most inopportunely. Sasuke, you jerk! What kind of skill is just hiding? This was a vibrant, youthful voice, full of vitality yet tinged with a hint of exasperation. Idiot, that's called strategy. The Chunin exams cannot be passed merely by brute force. Only someone as simple-minded as you would think of charging head-on. A second voice interjected, carrying a cool and arrogant tone typical of youth. Damn it! Who are you calling an idiot? I'm talking about you, dead last. Chinfeng's steps froze once more. He slowly raised his head, his face contorting into an expression more painful than tears. Today, he must have offended some celestial deity. First, he stumbled upon 2 conspicuously clad figures in green spandex, and now he had encountered the future protagonists of Konoha. There was no need to approach. Just the sound of this classic dialogue revealed their identities. Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke. And of course, one could not forget Haruno Sakura, most likely nearby, exclaiming, Sasuke-kun is so cool. Chinfong sighed, feeling utterly drained. All he wished for was a quiet place to wait for his cooldown, yet that seemed an impossible task. Adhering to the principle of what is not seen is not disturbed, he turned to make his escape. Yet at that moment, a languid voice, as though just awakening, chimed in. All right, today's team collaboration training will conclude here. The results remain the same, a complete disaster. At this rate, you two will take 100 years to pass the Chunin exams. It was Kakashi. Chinfeng's body instantaneously became unresponsive. His feet felt as though they had taken root in the ground, unable to move an inch. A singular thought raced wildly through his mind. Kakashi, the walking skill repository. The man who had copied over 1,000 ninjutsu, although 99% of them were mere facades, that remaining 1% was nothing short of exquisite, particularly that one. Chinfeng's eyes sparkled as if he had discovered treasure in the dark. He cautiously parted the bushes before him, revealing a narrow gap to gaze towards the center of the training ground. There he saw Naruto, looking defiant as Kakashi held his head down. Sasuke stood aloof on a branch of a tree, arms crossed, evidently displeased with the training results. Meanwhile, Kakashi, with his trademark silver hair and half-masked face, held an orange-covered book with a lethargic gaze. The Chunin exams test not only individual strength but also teamwork and the ability to gather intelligence. You two have fought independently since the beginning, completely lacking team awareness, Kakashi admonished. Humph. It's this dead last who dragged me down, Sasuke replied coldly. What did you say? It was clearly you trying to show off, Naruto retorted instantly. Watching the two on the verge of another quarrel, Kakashi closed his book and sighed. It seemed that mere lecturing would prove futile. They needed to realize the vast chasm separating them from true powerhouses. His gaze settled on Sasuke. Sasuke, you have always been confident in your abilities. Very well, I shall let you witness the level of power you seek. In a flash, Kakashi's figure appeared before Sasuke. Use your strongest move against me. Let me see the fruits of your growth during this period. Sasuke momentarily froze, only to be incensed by Kakashi's disdain. This is what you said, Teacher Kakashi. He fixed his gaze firmly upon Kakashi, his hands swiftly weaving through hand seals. I shall make you retract your previous statement. Fire release. Great fireball technique. A colossal fireball, trailing a long tail of flames, hurtled towards Kakashi with a fierce roar. Kakashi remained stationary, not even altering his stance. He merely lifted his gaze, observing the approaching inferno. Is this all you can muster? Too slow. With a sudden motion, his empty left hand rose. A crackling sound pierced the air, as if 1,000 birds were singing simultaneously. Dazzling lightning coalesced in his palm, forming a pulsating sphere of electricity. The violent lightning chakra distorted the very air around him. At that moment, Chinfong, hidden among the grass, felt his breath catch. Raikiri, Kakashi uttered in a low voice, his figure vanishing in an instant. In the next heartbeat, he appeared beside the fireball, the lightning sphere precisely pressed against its core. There was no cataclysmic explosion. The fierce lightning instantly dismantled the chakra structure within the fireball. The gigantic orb burst like a punctured balloon, dissipating into a shower of sparks, scattered throughout the air. Meanwhile, Kakashi's spectral presence had materialized behind Sasuke, his hand, still crackling with residual electricity, lightly resting on Sasuke's shoulder. It's over. Sasuke's body stiffened, cold sweat instantly saturating his back. He hadn't even glimpsed Kakashi's movements. In Chinfeng's mind, the system notifications erupted in a frenzy. Ding! S-rank ninjutsu detected. Raikiri. Analyzing. 10, 50, 100. Analysis complete. Skill unlocked. Raikiri, unmastered. Would you like to add the skill Raikiri to your upgrade list? Add it. It must be added. Chinfong roared inwardly. Gazing at the skill list, the gleaming names of 8 gates and Raikiri made his mouth water. He glanced at the system countdown. Permission refresh countdown. 0 hours, 12 minutes, 45 seconds. Only a few minutes remained. Chinfong suppressed his overwhelming joy, silently retreating from the thicket, rushing deeper into the forest. He had lost interest in the upcoming lecture. More pressing matters awaited him. Soon he discovered a small cave, obscured by vines, nestled beneath an unassuming cliff. The entrance was modest, yet inside it was dry and well-ventilated, a perfect hideout. Chinfong slipped inside, seated himself cross-legged, and began to wait in silence. Time ticked by second. Finally, as the countdown reached 0, the long-anticipated system notification resounded. Ding! Maximum level permissions refreshed. Current available uses. 1. Upgrade list detected 2 skills. 8 gates. Raikiri. Please select the target skill for this upgrade. Without a moment's hesitation, Chinfong declared, Upgrade, 8 gates. Though Raikiri appeared impressive and potent, its demands on physical fitness and speed were exceedingly high, compounded by the critical weakness of limited visibility during its execution. In contrast, 8 gates represented a comprehensive enhancement of physical capabilities, the very foundation of strength. Only by maxing this out could he wield Raikiri without reservation, even crafting more formidable techniques. First strengthen the body, then hone the skills. This principle he fully grasped. Confirm upgrade for 8 gates. Confirm. Boom! An indescribable torrent of immense information and peculiar energy surged into Chinfong's limbs and bones. This time there was no pain, only a profound clarity. It was as if he inherently understood how to wield this power. From the opening gate to the healing gate, and then the life gate and death gate, the method of unlocking each gate, the control of each ounce of power, and the flow of chakra were all indelibly imprinted upon his very soul. Maxed out 8 gates transcended the mere act of unlocking human limitations. It embodied an ultimate mastery over life's potential. Side effects? What are those? They do not exist. With maxed out 8 gates, he could open any of the 8 gates within the limits of his body, minimizing side effects to the point of insignificance. Slowly, Chinfong opened his eyes, feeling the seismic transformation within his body. He gently clenched his fist. No sound emerged, yet he could distinctly sense the terrifying power contained within that seemingly ordinary fist, potent enough to shatter a mountainside. With a mere thought, he activated the first gate, the opening gate. A warm current flowed throughout his body, the constraints on his brain quietly dissolving, rendering his thoughts extraordinarily clear. The entire process was silent, without any chakra steam escaping. The second gate, the rest gate, opened. His stamina surged back rapidly, erasing any sense of fatigue. The third gate, the life gate, opened. A pale green luminescence flickered beneath his skin. He could feel that, should he desire, he could instantly transform into a being of green steam, unleashing power far beyond what he had previously known. Yet he maintained control. The essence of maxed-out mastery lies in the ability to both unleash and restrain. This was true power. Chinfong savored the surging yet docile energy within him, a satisfied smile gracing his face. With this, the Chunin exams were assured. He glanced at the system panel. Max level permissions. 0, 1, cooling down. Permission refresh countdown. 71 hours, 59 minutes, 58 seconds. A new cycle had begun, and his next target was already firmly set. Raikiri, await me. Inside the cave, Chinfong gradually rose to his feet. The extensive 72-hour wait had culminated in a moment of joy and unprecedented security. He looked down at his palm, gently clenched it, producing a muted thud in the air. This seemingly ordinary youthful physique now harbored an astonishing power capable of commanding the attention of the entire ninja world. Maxed out 8 gates was no longer a technique that harmed the user as much as the enemy. It exemplified the ultimate command over life's potential. Chinfong even sensed that activating the first 3 gates was as effortless and natural as breathing, devoid of the explosive visual and auditory effects associated with Might Guy and his disciple. This was precisely what he desired. True strength never reveals its trump cards. Maxed out 8 gates served as the ultimate ace up his sleeve. The next goal, maxed out Raikiri, would be the sharpest spear in conventional combat. Chinfong had already devised a clear plan in his mind. He glanced once more at the system panel. Permission refresh countdown. 71 hours, 58 minutes, 2 seconds. The new 72-hour cooldown had commenced. There was no rush. Chinfong adjusted his attire and exited the temporary retreat of the cave. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting a somewhat blinding glow. The immediate priority was to return to the village and make some superficial preparations for the impending Chunin exam. After all, in the eyes of others, he was still an obscure and mediocre genin, lacking any notable prowess. It was crucial to maintain his persona and not let it crumble. As he traversed the abandoned training ground, he soon found himself in a more open woodland area. This locale was closer to the village, and it was not uncommon for ninja squads to conduct their training here. Just as Chinfong had not ventured far, he was greeted by a cacophony of barking and the boisterous laughter of a youth. Ha ha ha, Akamaru, well done. Just like that. A bit faster. A white figure, resembling a high-speed drill, whizzed past him, crashing violently into a large tree. The impact was tremendous, wood splintered everywhere, and a tree, thick enough for 2 people to embrace, was left with a gaping hole. The white figure came to a halt, revealing itself to be a small white dog, a ninja canine from the Inuzuka clan. Beside it stood a boy with tousled brown hair and a red fang mark on his cheek, hands on his hips, laughing heartily. Inuzuka Kiba. Behind him stood 2 individuals. One donned a thick trench coat and sunglasses, exuding an aura that warned others to keep their distance. Yamanaka Shino. The other was a bashful Hinata Hyuga, her short hair framing a face full of shyness as she fidgeted with her fingers. They were part of Team 8, led by Yuhi Kurinai. It seemed they were also engaged in special training for the Chunin exam. Chinfong had initially intended to ignore them and pass by. However, Inuzuka Kiba's ninja dog, Akamaru, suddenly turned its head and barked twice in his direction. Its glossy black eyes were filled with a hint of wariness and unease. As a ninja dog, its senses were far more acute than those of ordinary beasts. It detected an aura from the seemingly ordinary boy that instinctively evoked fear. It was akin to the dread one feels in the presence of a top predator. Inuzuka Kiba followed Akamaru's gaze and immediately spotted Chinfong, who was preparing to slip away. He scrutinized Chinfong from head to toe, an unfamiliar face, ordinary attire, and devoid of any formidable presence. Hey, which squad are you from? Kiba's tone was laced with unabashed arrogance and scrutiny. What are you doing sneaking around in a place like this? Chinfong halted, sighing inwardly. Trouble was brewing. He detested dealing with such hot-headed individuals. Just passing through, he replied succinctly, hoping to dissuade further conversation. Unfortunately, he underestimated Kiba's competitive spirit. Passing through, Kiba scoffed. I see you're also a genin signed up for the Chunin exam. Huh? I advise you not to waste your efforts. This year South exam is no place for someone as forgettable as you. A guy like you? I could take down 10 of you with one hand. Hinata, sensing the tension, quickly interjected in a soft voice. Kiba, don't. He*s just passing by. Stay out of this, Hinata. Kiba snapped, shooting her a glare. I'm just trying to help him understand reality, so he doesn't embarrass himself in the exam. Yamanaka Shino adjusted his sunglasses but remained silent. However, the bugs concealed within his clothing sent him an unusual signal. They were neither agitated nor excited. Instead, they were eerily still. It felt as though they had encountered a natural enemy, too frightened to move. This realization cast a shadow over Shino's heart. This boy before him was undoubtedly extraordinary. Chinfong found amusement in the brashness of the boy before him. Was this truly one of the 12 small strong? How youthful they were. He merely wished to return home swiftly, having no time to engage in childish games. Are you done? Chinfong spoke coolly. Once you're finished, I shall take my leave. His calm gaze and indifference towards Kiba incited a fire of rage within the latter. What with that attitude? Kiba's brows furrowed, and the fong mark on his face seemed to grow more menacing. He felt an unprecedented sense of disdain. Very well. It looks like I need to teach you a lesson to understand your place. He suddenly took 2 steps back, assuming the stance of the Inuzuka clan's signature technique. Akamaru, understanding perfectly, leaped onto his back, letting out a low growl. Let us see how well my new technique performs on you. Early exit. Chinfong chuckled at the aggressive stance of Inuzuka Kiba, unable to contain his mirth. It wasn't mocking laughter, but rather a genuine amusement at the absurdity of the situation. Since arriving in this world, he had adhered to a principle of humility, opting to lay low whenever possible. Yet, trouble seemed to seek him out like a cat drawn to the scent of fish. What are you laughing at? Kiba perceived Chinfeng's laughter as blatant contempt. It ignited his fury more than any harsh words could have. Akamaru, let us go. Kiba bellowed, swiftly forming hand seals. Ninja art. Beast clone. Woof. Akamaru reacted accordingly, its fur instantly tinged with a faint red chakra, and its form inflated. In an instant, it transformed into a beastly version of Kiba. For legs technique, Kiba and the beastly clone of Akamaru crouched low, utilizing all 4s, muscles rippling, a primal aura radiating from them. Their claws sharpened, and their gazes turned fierce, akin to 2 ravenous wolves ready to pounce. Hinata, witnessing this, wore an expression of concern, instinctively taking a step back. Kiba, he's just passing by. There's no need for this technique. Yamanaka Shino quietly shielded Hinata, adjusting his sunglasses as his focus remained locked onto Chinfong. The bugs within him were unnaturally quiet. This profound stillness was more alarming than any agitation, as it signified absolute domination. It was as if a colony of ants stood before an incomprehensible prehistoric behemoth. Prepare yourself. Allow me to show you the prowess of the Inuzuka clan. Kiba's roar echoed. He and the beast clone surged forward like 2 white arrows released from a bow, one to the left and the other to the right, charging at Chinfong. As they moved at high speed, their bodies began to spin wildly. Fong over Fong. 2 spiraling white tornadoes of ferocity whipped up dust and fallen leaves, emitting a shrill howl as they simultaneously cut off all avenues of retreat for Chinfong. This was the Inuzuka clan's signature ninjutsu, combining speed, power, and destructive force. Once struck, the impact of their rapid rotation could bore a hole through steel. In the eyes of Inuzuka Kiba, the frail figure before him was destined to be torn into shreds by his tooth-to-tooth technique. Yet, in the face of an assault that would instill dread in the hearts of ordinary genin, Chinfeng's expression remained utterly unperturbed. He did not even so much as blink. To him, those 2 seemingly ferocious white tornadoes appeared to move in a slow-motion sequence, as if time itself had been decelerated innumerable times. The spiraling trajectories, the flow of chakra, the core of power, and the countless vulnerabilities presented themselves before him. Too slow. The force was excessively dispersed. The axis of rotation was unstable. Within his mind, Chinfong delivered a series of assessments. With the extraordinary dynamic vision and analytical capabilities bestowed by attaining the pinnacle of the 8 gates, this level of taijutsu seemed akin to a child's crude scribbles, naive and riddled with flaws. He did not even need to tap into the power of the 8 gates. Merely the fully mastered leaf whirlwind was sufficient to handle it. The perfected leaf whirlwind had long transcended mere kicking techniques. It represented an ultimate grasp of mechanics, timing, and bodily control. As the 2 white whirlwinds drew perilously close, Chinfong finally made his move. Rather than retreating, he stepped forward. This seemingly unremarkable step was precisely positioned at the very center of Kiba's tooth-to-tooth attack, a theoretical blind spot that should never have existed. At that moment, time appeared to stand still. Yamanaka Ino's pupils dilated sharply. Hinata's Byakugan, under extreme tension, activated uncontrollably. In her line of sight, the chakra within Chinfong remained as tranquil as still water, not a ripple disturbing its surface. He simply raised his right leg with effortless grace. There was no grand buildup, no awe-inspiring aura. It was akin to kicking aside a bothersome pebble in his own backyard. His foot traced a simple yet flawless arc at a speed almost imperceptible to the naked eye. His target was not Kiba's body, nor the clone of Akamaru, but rather the pivotal point sustaining the stability of their technique amidst their high-speed rotation. Bang! A crisp, Somewhat eerie thud resonated. Chinfeng's toes landed with pinpoint precision on the side of Kiba's rotating form. In that instant, Kiba felt as though he had collided with a massive boulder. No, the sensation was even more unpleasant than being struck. An inexplicable force, both irresistible and incomprehensible, surged into his body through that point. The high-speed rotation that he took pride in did not deflect this force. Instead, it found an outlet, merging perfectly with the external power, leading to utter chaos. He sensed his body slipping beyond his control, the rotational force once meant for assault transforming into a harbinger of doom. The tooth-to-tooth technique shattered in an instant. Kiba's entire being was flung away like a rogue top, propelled by an overwhelming force. The Akamaru clone behind him, too, succumbed to the collapse of the technique, releasing a mournful cry before reverting to a small white dog, likewise carried away by inertia. Boom! Kiba's body collided heavily with a distant, sturdier tree, then slid to the ground like a puddle of mud, his eyes rolling back, foam emerging from his mouth as he succumbed to unconsciousness. The entire sequence, from Kiba's initiation of the attack to his being kicked away, lasted no more than 3 seconds. Throughout, Chinfong executed but a single move. In fact, he delivered only a single kick. He slowly retracted his right leg, lightly tapping the ground with his toes as if dusting away non-existent debris. Then he turned around, casting not even a glance at the unconscious Kiba, prepared to continue on his path. The training ground lay in utter silence, save for the rustling of leaves stirred by the wind. Hinata stood dazed in place, her Byakugan still active, her mouth agape, capable of accommodating an egg. What had she witnessed? She had seen Chinfong merely deliver a simple kick, precisely striking the weakest point of Kiba's technique. She had observed a power so ingeniously executed that it dismantled the entire structure of the technique in an instant, akin to a butcher skillfully dismembering a cow. This was not brute force. This was art, a testament to an understanding of taijutsu that had reached its zenith. Meanwhile, Yamanaka Ino felt a chill coursing through him. His rationality insisted that what had just transpired was indeed real. Why, for the first time, did he question his analytical abilities? Instead of confronting Kiba's force head-on, Chinfong had utilized minimal effort to disrupt the balance from within. This mastery of timing and control over power was simply unfathomable. Who on earth was he? Chinfong took 2 steps before seemingly recalling something. He halted, not bothering to look back at his 2 petrified peers, and spoke over his shoulder. Please convey to him that I have no interest in bullying children. With that, his figure vanished into the shadows of the woods, as if he had never existed. What remained was a chaotic training ground, an unconscious Inuzuka Kiba, and 2 youths whose worldviews had been profoundly shaken. After a prolonged silence, Hinata finally stammered, "Ino-kun, should we take Kiba-kun to the hospital?" Yamanaka Ino inhaled deeply, the air still tinged with the remnants of that fleeting moment of unparalleled speed and power. Yes. Moreover, this matter must be reported to teacher Akane immediately. He adjusted his sunglasses and spoke with an unprecedented gravity. This year's Chunin Exam has introduced an extraordinary variable. Meanwhile, in another nearby training ground, a boy clad in a white training outfit, his forehead adorned with a Konoha headband, gradually lowered his stance. It was Hyuga Niji, the genius of the Hyuga clan. The explosion of energy and its abrupt cessation, though brief, had not escaped his Byakugan's perception. Such speed, such precise control. A hint of interest flickered across Niji's face. The Inuzuka boy was defeated in a single move? Intriguing. I hope you can become an interesting force to defy fate. With just 1 day remaining until the commencement of the Chunin Exam, Chinfong enjoyed 2 rare days of tranquility after inadvertently knocking Kiba out. He refrained from visiting any training grounds, choosing instead to remain in his modest apartment, reading books, napping, and adjusting his state of mind. Occasionally, he would glance at the system panel. Permission refresh countdown. 47 hours, 16 minutes, 33 seconds. Time was still ample. He resembled a wealthy individual with vast riches tucked away in his pocket, unhurried to spend. For he knew that once the cooldown concluded, the fully mastered Raikiri would be his for the taking. This composure left him devoid of any anxiety regarding the upcoming Chunin Exam, reputed to be a meat grinder for newcomers. On the contrary, he felt a flicker of anticipation. He was eager to witness the sparks that would ignite when the narrative of this world collided with his own unreasonable bug. The following day, in the early morning, at the Konoha Ninja Academy, Classroom 301. This is the venue for the first round of the Chunin Exam, the written examination. As Chinfong leisurely made his entrance into the classroom, a multitude of candidates had already gathered within. The air was thick with a complex blend of tension, excitement, hostility, and scrutiny. Over 100 genin from various ninja villages huddled in small groups, casting vigilant glances at every potential adversary surrounding them. Each individual standing here was far from ordinary. They were the elite of their respective villages, the hopes cherished by their guiding jonin. A hint of arrogance clung to each of them. Chinfeng's arrival went unnoticed. He blended into the bustling crowd like a drop of water merging into a vast ocean. He chose a corner by the window to stand, keenly observing the ensemble within the classroom. Before long, he spotted some familiar faces. Sasuke-kun, go for it. You're absolutely the best. The pink-haired Haruno Sakura was gazing adoringly at Uchiha Sasuke, completely disregarding the attempts of Uzumaki Naruto, who was trying to interject. Sasuke remained as cool as ever, hands tucked in his pockets, leaning against the wall with his eyes closed, indifferent to the happenings around him. However, Chinfong perceptively noticed a barely discernible twitch of Sasuke's eyelids as he entered, indicating that the news of Inuzuka Kiba being swiftly defeated had reached him. For this avenger, who was singularly focused on power, any peer potentially stronger than he was would garner his utmost attention. Meanwhile, Nara Shikamaru yawned, wearing an expression that conveyed his desire to return home and sleep, while Akimichi Choji was surreptitiously pulling a bag of chips from his pocket, preparing to indulge. Hey, Choji, this is an examination hall, Yamanaka Ino scolded, snatching the chips away in a huff. Chinfeng's gaze soon shifted to another group of individuals, Hyuga Hinata and Yamanaka Shino. As Chinfeng's eyes swept past, Hinata, resembling a startled little rabbit, immediately lowered her head, her cheeks flushed, too shy to meet his gaze. In contrast, Yamanaka Shino adjusted his sunglasses, his eyes behind the lenses filled with seriousness and inquiry. At that moment, a somewhat disheveled figure squeezed through the door. It was Inuzuka Kiba. Although his face bore no visible wounds, he appeared somewhat dispirited, especially when his gaze inadvertently met Chinfeng's in the corner, causing his body to stiffen instinctively. A complex mix of fear, resentment, and shame flickered across his features. He quickly averted his gaze, retreating to the opposite side of the crowd with his ninja dog, Akamaru, as if wishing to distance himself from Chinfong as much as possible. This scene did not escape the notice of a few keen observers. Hey Niji, look at that guy in the corner. Tenten nudged her companion, Hyuga Niji. I heard he took out Kiba in a single move the other day. Judging by Kiba's state, the rumors are likely true. Though Niji's Byakugan was not activated, his gaze had already locked onto Chinfong. He merely responded with a faint acknowledgement, yet a glimmer of fighting spirit flashed in the depths of his eyes. As a rare genius of the Hyuga clan, he harbored his own pride. He could not believe that an inconspicuous passerby could possess martial prowess surpassing his own. This is youth. Let us ignite our spirits for the Chunin Exam. Rock Lee, clad in his classic green jumpsuit, struck a signature pose, his teeth glinting under the light. Instantly, the attention of the entire classroom was captured by this group of Konoha's fresh graduates. Hey, this year's newcomers from Konoha seem quite lively. Just a bunch of kids who have never faced war, completely unaware of the stakes. Some seasoned candidates murmured disdainfully. At that moment, a silver-haired boy with glasses, appearing rather scholarly, approached Naruto and his companions. You're participating in the exam for the first time, aren't you? Making such a racket will surely make you the center of attention. The newcomer was none other than Yakushi Kabuto, disguised as a Konoha genin. Chinfong observed this scene, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips. Here it comes, the instigator of the narrative, Orochimaru's prized assistant, has made his entrance. The ensuing developments unfolded precisely as Chinfong recalled. Kabuto enthusiastically and kindly began to elucidate the brutal reality of the Chunin exam to the newcomers, then produced his prized stack of ninja information cards. Cards that record intelligence using chakra. How impressive, exclaimed Naruto, filled with wonder. I can help you gather any information you wish to know. Kabuto smiled as he spoke. Sasuke, from the Uchiha clan, and Rock Lee, from Konoha. Kabuto's fingers glided over the cards, and instantly, information materialized on 2 blank cards. Rock Lee, mission experience. D rank 20 times, C rank 11 times. His instructor is Might Guy. His taijutsu is outstanding, but his ninjutsu and genjutsu results are quite dismal. Gaara, mission experience. C rank 8 times, B rank 1 time, and completed the tasks without a scratch. As Gaara's information was recited, gasps of astonishment rippled through the classroom. Completing a B rank mission, which typically requires a Chunin or even a Jonin to lead. And scathed? This was nothing short of monstrous. Just then, an icy, bone-chilling aura, seemingly emanating from the depths of hell, enveloped the entire classroom without warning. Everyone felt as though they had plunged into an ice cavern, their breathing becoming labored. Chinfong traced the source of the murderous intent. In another corner of the classroom stood a red-haired boy with heavy dark circles under his eyes, carrying a massive gourd, his expression devoid of emotion as he fixed his gaze upon them. That gaze was not one of a peer assessing fellow candidates. It resembled the way one might regard a collection of corpses. Gaara of the Sand. Beside him stood Temari and Kankuro, both exuding an air of arrogance. Yet even they appeared somewhat apprehensive in the face of Gaara's terrifying aura. What a terrifying presence. Sakura's complexion turned pale. Even Naruto, who typically feared nothing, began to sweat nervously. Only Chinfong remained composed, unperturbed by the oppressive aura that exerted a formidable psychological influence on ordinary individuals. To him, a master of the 8 gates, with a spirit and will tempered like steel, it felt like a gentle spring breeze, stirring not a single ripple. He even had the leisure to examine the swirling power within Gaara's gourd, a concoction of chakra and sand, brimming with restlessness. How intriguing. As the crowd recoiled from Gaara's menacing aura, 3 ninjas adorned with peculiar forehead protectors suddenly launched an attack towards Kabuto. The sound ninja trio. We long had a bone to pick with you Konoha folks. The leader, Sakan, aimed an apparatus on his arm at Kabuto, seemingly preparing to strike. However, Kabuto merely flickered his glasses and effortlessly evaded the assault. But in the next moment, it seemed as though he had been struck by an invisible force. The lenses of his glasses shattered with a sharp crack, and he uncontrollably collapsed to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Such swiftness! I was utterly incapable of evading it, clutching my chest with difficulty as I uttered my words. The sound ninja erupted into triumphant laughter. Witnessing this scene, Chinfong nearly succumbed to laughter himself. Truly, he was destined to be the future Oscar-winning actor. His performance was exceedingly convincing. Were it not for his extraordinary insight, allowing him to discern that the sound ninja's attack had not even grazed me, but rather that I had shattered the lenses with my own chakra to force out the stagnant blood, he might have been fooled. Scoundrels! Do not bully others. Naruto, unable to bear it any longer, shouted as he prepared to charge forward. Just as a chaotic brawl was on the verge of erupting within the classroom, a thunderous bang resounded. Several shurikens were precisely embedded in the floor between the sound ninja and Naruto. A presence heavier and more oppressive than Gaara's murderous intent instantly enveloped the entire room. A man, his face marred with scars, clad in a black trench coat, his gaze as fierce as a demon, appeared before the classroom, flanked by dozens of similarly imposing ninjas. Silence, you wretched rabble! His voice, rough and low, struck like a sledgehammer upon the hearts of all present. I am the chief examiner for the first round of this Chunin Exam, Senju Ibiki. Now, let the examination commence. The entrance of Senju Ibiki was akin to a boulder cast into a tranquil lake, instantly shattering all noise and commotion within the classroom. His scarred visage seemed to narrate tales of brutal battles, while the dozens of indifferent, sharp-eyed Chunin examiners behind him resembled a silent pack of wolves, exuding an unsettling aura. Simply standing there, an invisible pressure enveloped the entire classroom. All examinees, including the previously arrogant sound and sand ninjas, instinctively closed their mouths, their breaths becoming cautious. Listen closely, you garbage. Ibiki's raspy voice echoed in the silent classroom, each word imbued with undeniable authority. From this moment forth I am the law. He scanned the terrified examinees, a cruel smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. The first round of the Chunin exam, the written test, begins now. Submit your registration forms to receive your examination numbers, then find your designated seats. No one dared to voice dissent. The examinees swiftly and quietly complied with his instructions. The only sounds were the rustling of paper and the soft patter of footsteps. Chinfong received his examination number, 23, and located his seat in the middle of the classroom. To his left sat Inuzuka Kiba, who was so anxious that his palms were sweating, while on his right was an unfamiliar examinee from the grass village. Once everyone was seated, Ibiki continued. This written test has several absolutely crucial rules that you would do well to engrave in your minds. He raised a finger. First, each of you begins with 10 points. There are a total of 10 questions on this written test. For every incorrect answer, you will lose 1 point. If your score reaches 0, you will be disqualified from the exam. This rule sounded reasonable, and many examinees sighed in relief. However, Ibiki's next statement caused their previously relaxed hearts to leap into their throats. Second, this is a team battle. If any member of your trio has their points deducted to 0 or is deemed to have scored 0, the entire team will be eliminated. What? How is that possible? If one person fails, the entire team is disqualified. The classroom erupted in chaos. This rule was utterly ruthless. It meant that not only must you ensure your own correctness, but you must also pray that your teammates are not incompetent fools dragging you down. Naruto's face turned ashen. He turned to Sasuke and Sakura, his eyes filled with despair, fearing that he would be the one to drag them down. Sakura, too, wore a grave expression. Although she was confident in her knowledge, she knew that for Naruto to answer even a single question correctly would be miraculous. Silence. Ibiki bellowed, his terrifying presence once again commanding the room. He grinned, revealing a set of stark white teeth, his smile laced with malice. It's not over yet. The third rule, which is the most crucial, states that any examinee judged by us examiners to be cheating or engaging in similar behavior will lose 2 points for each instance. In other words, if you cheat 5 times, you and your unfortunate teammates will be ejected from this classroom. Silence. A deathly stillness. If the second rule was harsh, the third rule was akin to forcing everyone into a corner. Each person understood that ninja exams could never be simple. The difficulty of the written test for the Chunin exam was, without a doubt, formidable. Not cheating seemed nearly impossible to achieve a perfect score. Yet, cheating carried the tremendous risk of disqualification. Moreover, there were so many sharp-eyed elite Chunin examiners watching them. This was an unsolvable predicament. Let me remind you of something. Ibiki seemed to relish the expressions of despair on the examinees' faces. Among you, there are already 2 disguised examinees who have obtained Chunin qualifications, placed here by us in advance. Their purpose is to serve as standard answers, while also acting as bait to entice you fools into cheating. If caught by us examiners or reported by them, the outcome will be the same. Panic spread like a plague among the examinees. Seeds of suspicion quietly took root within each team. Every individual scrutinized their companions and opponents with wary gazes, fearful that one among them might be the incompetent teammate who would lead them to ruin or the demon tempting them into the abyss. However, amidst this ocean of despair, one individual remained as calm as a placid lake. Chinfong leaned back in his chair, arms crossed, watching with keen interest the scarred man on the stage who was conducting a mental inquisition with his eloquence. So that's how it is. A faint smile curved at the corners of his lips. This was not merely a written test. Chinfong instantly discerned the true nature of this examination. The trio responsibility system was designed to assess teamwork and trust. The strict prohibition against cheating, along with the myriad eyes monitoring the examination hall, tested their counterintelligence capabilities. And those insidiously difficult questions were meant to compel examinees to employ their information-gathering abilities. In other words, this examination did not merely assess your ability to answer questions. Rather, it evaluated how, as a ninja, you could, under the pressure of rules and the scrutiny of vigilant eyes, and scrupulously extract the desired intelligence from the enemy, the disguised examinees with the answers. This was a war without smoke, fought within the confines of a classroom. How intriguing. Chinfong even found the leisure to glance at his system panel. Permission refresh countdown. 28 hours, 59 minutes, 11 seconds. It was a pity. If only he could refresh now and max out Ibiki's interrogation skills, that would truly be entertaining. At that moment, the voice of Ibiki resonated once more. The rules had been proclaimed. The examination duration, 1 hour. Thus, the first test commences. With his command, dozens of proctors distributed the pre-prepared examination papers to each candidate's desk. As the examinees discerned the questions inscribed upon the papers, a collective gasp echoed through the hall. The first question. Please decipher the following cipher and unveil the concealed military intelligence. Accompanied by a complex code composed of various cryptic symbols. The second question. As illustrated, this is a fortress impervious to frontal assault. Without considering the use of earth-style ninjutsu to infiltrate from below, devise the shortest, most discreet, and highest probability route for penetration, detailing the time required and the likelihood of encountering adversaries. Attached is a fortress cross-section, intricate enough to rival a labyrinth. The third question. Each query transcended the realm of a mere genin-esque knowledge, delving into cryptography, tactical planning, ballistic analysis, and even elements of medical and biological sciences. Not to mention Naruto, even Sakura, who prided herself on being a top student, was rendered speechless upon encountering these questions. At best, she could barely tackle 1 or 2 of them. How could anyone possibly answer this? Naruto cradled his head, emitting a silent wail of despair. The atmosphere of hopelessness reached a suffocating apex. Number 32. Cheating once. Deduct 2 points. Within merely 5 minutes of the examination's commencement, the voice of a proctor rang out. A candidate from the hidden rain village was caught red-handed for using a small mirror to sneak a glance at another's answers. The candidate attempted to protest, but the proctor merely coldly pointed to the corner of the ceiling. There, an inconspicuous mirror reflected every one of his furtive movements in crystal clarity. Number 79. Number 81. Number 82. The entire team disqualified. Another proctor declared. One candidate was disqualified for tapping his pencil on the desk to convey signals, resulting in 5 counts of cheating, alongside his 2 teammates, who were promptly escorted out of the examination hall. The brutal eliminations occurred in rapid succession. The atmosphere in the classroom became so oppressive it was almost suffocating. The candidates finally grasped that this examination was far more terrifying than they had anticipated. Meanwhile, the true elites had already begun their performance. Sasuke's eyes, adorned with the double Tomo Sharingan, slowly rotated as he concentrated his chakra within his gaze, functioning like the most sophisticated camera, accurately capturing the trajectory of a disguised candidate's pen movements, perfectly replicating the dynamic visuals in his mind. Gaara, with his eyes closed, commanded a grain of sand, which, silently under his chakra manipulation, morphed into a small eye, hovering in the air, observing the entire scene from a godlike perspective. Shino Aburame, with the insects concealed within his sleeves, had already stealthily dispatched them to attach themselves to a candidate's back, gleaning the answers they inscribed. Kiba Inuzuka lay on his desk, feigning contemplation, while his canine companion Akamaru utilized its superior senses of sight, smell, and hearing to discern the most minute details of their surroundings. Each was engaged in a spectacular battle of information theft, employing their unique methods. Yet, amidst the storm, Chinfong appeared out of place. He remained still. From the examination's onset to this moment, he had maintained a posture of reclining against his chair, arms crossed, as if in slumber. What is the matter with candidate number 23? Ibiki's gaze fell upon Chinfong at the forefront of the podium. Report to Lord Ibiki. Since the examination began, he has made no movements, nor has there been any flow of chakra, as if he has surrendered, a Chunin whispered. Surrendered? Ibiki furrowed his brow. No, he detected no trace of resignation or despair in the youth's eyes. Instead, there was an unmistakable tranquility, so serene that even he, an expert in interrogation, felt a twinge of discomfort. Just then, Chinfong finally stirred. He picked up his pen and began to write on the examination paper. There was no hesitation, no pause. The tip of his pen glided across the paper, producing a smooth and steady rustling sound. Ibiki's eyes sharpened instantaneously. He understood that such a writing state could only signify one possibility. The examinee was already intimately familiar with the answers. But how did he know the answers? Ibiki's gaze, akin to that of a hawk, fixated intently on candidate number 23. As the captain of Konoha's interrogation and questioning unit, he had encountered countless ninjas with formidable mental fortitude and had interrogated numerous obstinate enemies. He prided himself on his ability to see through any disguise. Yet at this moment, he could not penetrate the veil surrounding this youth. Nearly 10 minutes had elapsed since the examination began. During this span, countless silent battles had unfolded within the examination hall. Number 3, cheated twice, deduct 4 points. Number 55, cheated once, deduct 2 points. Number 101, team disqualified. The cold declarations echoed in succession. Each voice represented the demise of a candidate's future. Panic and pressure gripped the assembly like 2 invisible hands constricting every throat present. Even the elites treaded cautiously upon thin ice. Sasuke's Sharingan spun rapidly, yet he had to control the fluctuations of his chakra to an imperceptible degree while evading the gaze of the proctors. Each successful replication came with immense risk. Niji Hyuga had activated his Byakugan, veins bulging at his temples, as he concentrated his vision on a single point, peering through layers of obstruction to surveil the exam paper of a disguised candidate he had already locked onto. Kankuro feigned a trip to the restroom, utilizing that brief moment of solitude to dismantle part of his puppet crow, disguising it as a proctor to blend in with the patrolling team, gathering intelligence on his behalf. This plan was bold and ingenious, yet every step brimmed with the risk of exposure. Everyone was engaged in a battle of wits against this ruthless examination, each like a hunter, nerves taut, cautiously seeking their prey amidst a jungle of traps. Only Chinfong stood apart. He did not resemble a hunter but rather the sovereign of this jungle. When Ibiki witnessed Chinfong grasp the pen and commence his fluid writing, his initial reaction was one of disbelief. There were no signs of cheating, no fluctuations of chakra, not even a glance away from his own examination paper. How on earth did he discern the answers? What Ibiki did not realize was that at this moment, Chinfong required no sight, no sound, nor any sense of perception. As his sensory abilities reached their zenith with the enhancement of his physical prowess, the world before him transformed into a novel manifestation. In his perception, this seemingly enclosed classroom morphed into a network composed of countless streams of information. He could hear the almost imperceptible sound of chakra friction as Sasuke's Sharingan whirred at high speed, and through that sound, reverse engineer the images Sasuke was observing. He could perceive the unique scent emitted by the flying blight bugs of Oil Maiden Shino as their wings stirred the air, enabling him to construct an intelligence network that enveloped the entire examination hall through the trails of these scents. He could feel the minute alterations in air density caused by Gaara's sand as it hovered in the air under the manipulation of chakra. Everything seen by that third eye was akin to a live broadcast before him. The sound of a pencil gliding across paper, to the ears of an ordinary person, was mere cacophony. Yet, to Chinfong, the nuances of each stroke resonated as a clear symphony. He could even deduce the confidence and hesitation of the test-taker through the pressure exerted by the pencil tip against the paper. The entire classroom, with all its candidates' illicit methods, the fabricated correct answers penned by the disguised exam proctors, and the blind spots and movement patterns of the patrolling invigilators, all of it transformed into vast arrays of data, processed and analyzed in real time within his brain, which was fortified to the level of a supercomputer. He had no need to steal anyone's answers. He was, from a godlike perspective, reviewing the responses of all present, discerning the genuine from the false, and presenting the most impeccable results on his own examination paper. This method of cheating transcended the comprehension of Senju Ibiki, and indeed most ninjas in this world. This was no mere cheating. It was an unprincipled dimensional assault. Cryptography? Quite intriguing. Chinfong observed the cryptic symbols of the first question, a faint smile gracing his lips. He didn't even need to glance at others' answers. Within his perceptual network, he could distinctly see that the encryption logic of this code bore a 734 similarity to the underlying architecture of the third encryption system currently employed by the Konoha Umbu, with merely minor alterations in the key generation rules. For someone with his fully developed analytical capabilities, such changes were inconsequential. With a soft rustle, his pencil flowed smoothly across the paper, inscribing line after line of precise interpretations. The second question, infiltration of fortifications. Instantly, a complex cross-sectional diagram manifested in his mind, transforming into a three-dimensional model. Wind speed, light intensity, the timing of guard shifts, the strength of building materials, countless variables were integrated. 0.01 seconds later, a perfect infiltration route had been generated. It was the shortest duration with the least risk, accounting for the breathing frequencies of every guard he might encounter along the way. This was the absolute rationality and precision afforded by his supreme abilities. As time ticked by, the atmosphere in the examination hall grew increasingly tense, with more and more candidates being eliminated. The remaining candidates were drenched in sweat, their minds highly strung. Only the area where Chinfong sat resembled a tranquil island. His answering demeanor was so composed, so artistic, as if he were not participating in a brutal examination that determined one's fate, but rather engaging in his favorite crossword puzzle on a leisurely afternoon. This posture inevitably drew the attention of some candidates nearby. To his left, Inuzuka Kiba had long since abandoned thought, leaning over his desk in a desperate attempt to signal to his companion, Akamaru. However, Akamaru remained frozen, tail tucked, too terrified to move. Its focus was entirely captivated by the seemingly calm, yet exuding a terrifying aura that sent shivers down its soul emanating from the young man beside it. It could sense an invisible force field radiating from that boy, enveloping the area. Within this aura, it felt like a leaf caught in a tempest, insignificant and powerless. Seeing that his partner was of no help, Kiba was drenched in sweat, and inadvertently glanced at Chinfong, who was furiously scribbling away. He froze for a moment. What on earth was this guy writing? How could he possibly tackle these questions? Could it be that he was merely scribbling? Just as this thought emerged, Kiba dismissed it. He recalled the scene from a few days prior when he had been knocked unconscious by that boy's kick. The incomprehensible strength and the terror of being dominated by absolute power surged back into his mind. Instinctively, he sensed that this guy was certainly not writing aimlessly. On the other side, Hyuga Niji, after painstakingly transcribing an answer with his Byakugan, habitually scanned the room. When his gaze fell upon Chinfong, it paused momentarily. Niji's brow furrowed tightly. In his Byakugan's field of vision, the chakra flowing within Chinfong was as tranquil as still waters, starkly contrasting with the other candidates whose chakra surged vigorously due to the exertion of various secret techniques. He used no ninjutsu, genjutsu, or ocular techniques, Yet his answering speed surpassed that of Niji, the genius of the Hyuga clan. This defied logic. Could it be that he was genuinely solving these questions solely with his knowledge? This absurd thought flickered through Niji's mind. No, impossible. These questions might stump even Jonin. He must be employing some exceedingly sophisticated means of cheating that even my Byakugan cannot perceive. For the first time, Niji felt an intense curiosity and wariness towards another person. 45 minutes had elapsed. While most candidates wrestled with the final challenging question, a soft sound broke the silence. Chinfong set down his pen. He reviewed his paper from start to finish. The handwriting was neat, the sheet immaculate, devoid of any corrections. Then he reclined back in his chair, resuming the posture of arms crossed and eyes closed, as if the examination had nothing to do with him. This motion appeared particularly jarring in the hushed examination hall. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, at least a dozen gazes turned toward him in unison, including that of Senju Ibiki at the front of the podium. His pupils constricted to pinpricks. He finished. Ibiki's heart surged with tumultuous waves. How long had it been? 45 minutes. He completed these hellishly difficult 10 questions already. He immediately gestured to a jonin beside him. The jonin, understanding the cue, silently approached Chinfong, stealthily glancing at his paper while pretending to patrol. Just one look rendered the jonin's body rigid. A ghostly expression, akin to Ibiki's, spread across his face. He hurried back to the podium and whispered into Ibiki's ear in a tone filled with incredulity. Lord Ibiki, it's all filled out. Moreover, I glanced at 2 of the answers and the logic is coherent, the steps complete, even more perfect than the standard answers we possess. As this dreamlike report reached Senju Ibiki's ears, his weathered face, which had remained unflinching even in the face of S-rank rogue ninjas, displayed a blank expression for the first time, lasting a full 3 seconds. Perfect? What a joke! This examination paper, a veritable hell, was painstakingly crafted over the course of an entire week by him and several clandestine analysis experts. Each question was meticulously designed to push the candidate's mental fortitude to its absolute limits. The so-called standard answers were merely theoretical optimal solutions. In truth, they had never anticipated that any genin could truly arrive at a correct response. Yet now, one of his subordinates, an experienced Chunin examiner, had the audacity to inform him that a candidate's answer surpassed even that theoretical optimal solution in its perfection. Ibiki's body reacted swifter than his mind. He strode forward, traversing rows of fidgeting candidates, making a beeline for the seat numbered 23. In that instant, the air within the classroom seemed to crystallize around his movement. All eyes, whether they were fervently scribbling or desperately scheming to cheat, instinctively gravitated towards him. They watched as the legendary interrogator, capable of eliciting confessions even from the most malevolent of spirits, approached the boy who had appeared so out of place since the examination commenced. What was his intent? Had candidate 23 been caught cheating? No, if that were the case, the examiner would have made an immediate announcement, rendering Ibiki's personal intervention unnecessary. Sasuke halted the rotation of his Sharingan. His brows knitted tightly. Niji, with his Byakugan, detected a subtle disruption in Ibiki's chakra flow, indicating that the chief examiner's inner composure was not as steadfast as his exterior suggested. At last, Ibiki came to a stop before Chinfeng's desk. He uttered not a word but bent down to retrieve the examination paper that was already filled to the brim. Throughout this exchange, Chinfong did not even lift his eyelids, maintaining a meditative posture as if the world around him held no significance. Ibiki's gaze fell upon the paper. The first question, code decryption. The answer not only delivered a precise translation of the concealed military intelligence but also appended a succinct supplementary note. The original encryption logic contained 3 redundant vulnerabilities. The 4th and 7th sequences of the key exchange were susceptible to brute force reverse engineering. It was recommended to optimize this to a matrix asymmetric encryption scheme, thereby increasing the difficulty of decryption by at least 30 times, complete with optimization algorithms. Ibiki's pupils constricted sharply. This vulnerability in the encryption algorithm was a trap they had deliberately laid, designed to identify those who merely memorized without understanding the nuances of adaptability. Yet this candidate not only saw through the trap but also proposed a cutting-edge optimization plan that even the encryption class was still studying. His breath quickened involuntarily. He suppressed the shock within and continued to the next question. The second question, fortress infiltration. A red line traversed the paper, presenting an astonishing yet logical perspective that penetrated the entire defense system of the fortress. The answer calculated the infiltration time down to the second, and furthermore, identified 3 structural weaknesses in the architecture, indicating that structural damage could be inflicted on the fortress at minimal cost during the infiltration. At the conclusion of the answer, a small note read, Contingency Plan, Bribe Guard Post Number 3 in Area B. Their family background. The following details meticulously outlined the virtual guard's home address, personality flaws, and potential sums of money or threats that could be used to convert them into an informant. This was no mere examination response. This was the formulation of an S-class covert operation plan ready for execution. This boy, Chinfong, had even factored human nature into his calculations. Ibiki felt his hand begin to tremble slightly. He continued to examine the third question, then the fourth. Each answer transcended the boundaries of correctness. They were precise, efficient, and imbued with a chilling artistry. It seemed as though the one penning these answers was not a mere youth but rather a specter of war, one who had witnessed countless battles and had strategy and slaughter etched into their very being for over a century. When Ibiki's gaze finally settled on the clean and decisive signature at the end of the paper, his mind erupted in a cacophony. He slowly raised his head to look once more at Chinfong. The boy remained with his eyes closed, breathing evenly, and even bore a subtle, almost imperceptible, contented smile.
No tensión, no pride, no pretense.
Nothing at all. Having engaged in interrogative work for over a decade, Ibiki prided himself on his ability to see through any lie and discern anyone's innermost thoughts. Yet at this moment, facing this boy, he felt as though he were staring into an unfathomable abyss, one he could not penetrate. Cheating? With what? With the mind of a deity? He abruptly turned his head, scanning the surrounding examiners. All shook their heads, indicating that within their scrutiny, Candidate 23 exhibited no suspicious behavior. Ibiki's heart sank gradually. The entire framework of logic, reason, and limits he had established throughout his career was shattered by this examination paper and the boy before him. Time appeared to elongate. The entire classroom held its breath, watching the motionless Ibiki. They were oblivious to what had transpired, yet they sensed an atmosphere far more oppressive than before, emanating from the chief examiner. At long last, after what felt like an eternity, Ibiki finally moved. He gently placed the examination paper back onto Chinfeng's desk, with a care that even he was unaware of. Then, without uttering a single word, he turned and returned to the podium. For reasons unknown, his silhouette appeared somewhat desolate. Upon reaching the podium, he did not immediately speak but lowered his head, allowing the shadow to conceal his face. No one knew the tempest of emotions swirling within that shadow, undergoing a metamorphosis from initial shock to doubt, from disbelief to a complex blend of fear and exhilaration. Konoha had birthed a monster, a true enigma that defied comprehension. He must report this matter to the Hokage at once. No, before doing so, he would probe once more in his own way. He wished to ascertain just how vast this monster's capacity truly was. With 15 minutes remaining until the examination's conclusion, Ibiki's voice resounded once more, gravelly yet tinged with an indescribable tremor. Now I shall announce the 10th question. A wave of tension surged through all the candidates. Naruto, in particular, was drenched in sweat, his paper still entirely blank, with all hope resting on this final question. Ibiki surveyed the room, his gaze lingering on Chinfong for half a second. The 10th question was a multiple-choice query. However, before making a selection, you all have two options. Firstly, should you choose not to respond to this question, both you and your entire team shall be immediately assigned a score of 0, resulting in your collective disqualification. Secondly, should you opt to answer, a miscalculation will similarly lead to your entire team being deemed unsuccessful, resulting in immediate expulsion. Boom! The classroom erupted once more into chaos. What kind of rule is this? To be eliminated for silence, and again for an incorrect answer? Must one not secure a correct response? This is clearly devised to eliminate us all. The tide of panic surged more violently than ever before. Ibiki sneered coldly, reveling in the cacophony of despair. But this is not the end. If you choose to respond, and succeed in your answer, congratulations, you will earn the right to participate in the subsequent examination. Now, I grant you time to decide. Those who lack confidence and wish to withdraw may raise their hands now. Upon confirmation, you may depart this classroom with your teammates. With that, the classroom descended into a profound silence once again. This was a psychological trap more insidious than any preceding one, shifting the pressure from obtaining information to wagering the future of one's companions. Once a hand is raised, it signifies not just the individual's surrender, but the deliberate destruction of their teammates' aspirations. This overwhelming guilt could crush any wavering will of a lower-ranking ninja. Gradually, some candidates, under the immense psychological strain, began to tremble and raised their hands. Team 6 disqualified. Team 43, Disqualified. Excellent, it appears many clever fools have made the right choice, Yubixi proclaimed coldly. As more and more gave in, the resolve of those remaining began to falter. Naruto's complexion shifted between shades of green and white. He glanced at Sakura and Sasuke beside him, his fists clenched tightly. He did not wish to concede. Yet, if his mistake were to jeopardize them. Amidst this turmoil of doubt and despair, a serene voice shattered the stillness. I say, esteemed proctor. All eyes turned toward the source of the voice. It was the candidate number 23, who had kept his eyes closed throughout. Chinfong finally opened his eyes. When his calm, almost languid voice resonated, the air in the classroom seemed to be siphoned away. Everyone's gaze, like iron filings drawn to a magnet, instantly converged upon that corner. What was the candidate, who had remained so singularly distinct since the examination began, up to? Was he mad? Provoking the proctor at such a moment? He was doomed to be disqualified. A myriad of thoughts flashed through the candidates' minds. Naruto, too, was taken aback, staring at Chinfong in disbelief. Mori no Yubixi's gaze pierced through the crowd like two tangible blades, fixating upon Chinfong. His face, shrouded in shadow, betrayed no emotion. Oh, candidate number 23, do you have a question? His voice was cold and gravelly, akin to rusty metal scraping against itself. Yet, Chinfong merely rose slowly from his seat. He did not glance at Yubixi, but surveyed the anxious, fearful, and despairing faces of his fellow candidates. Ultimately, his gaze settled upon Naruto, whose face was a tapestry of conflict, on the verge of tears. I merely find this multiple-choice question rather juvenile. Chinfeng's voice was soft, yet it resonated clearly in every ear. Juvenile? He deemed this ultimate interrogation of destinies to be juvenile? The entire classroom fell into an eerie silence. Even Gaara turned to regard this oblivious youth for the first time. Yubixi's eyelid twitched violently. In over a decade in his profession, it was the first time someone dared to label his psychological trap as juvenile in his presence. Pray, elaborate. There was a hint of menace in Yubixi's voice. Quite simply, Chinfong shrugged, his demeanor relaxed as if in casual conversation with a friend. You presented us with two choices. First, raise a hand to concede, and exit with your comrades like cowards. Second, choose to remain, gambling both your companions' futures and your own on a question whose answer is inherently unknowable, like a gambler. Coward or gambler? Chinfong chuckled softly, his laughter laced with unabashed derision. Apologies, esteemed proctor. I cannot speak for the ninjas of other villages, but in Konoha, the first lesson we learn from our predecessors is. His voice suddenly grew firm and resounding. Never abandon a comrade, and never forsake a mission. The options you presented are, in essence, an affront to the very title of ninja. Therefore, this is not a multiple-choice question. Possesses but one answer. Chinfeng's words reverberated like thunder in the minds of all present. Coward? Gambler? Insult? Naruto's body jolted. He gazed at Chinfeng's back, his azure eyes, once filled with confusion and retreat, now ignited by an unprecedented brilliance. Indeed, to abandon comrades, to forsake one's mission. What sort of ninja would that render one? Yubixi fell completely silent. For the first time, his scarred visage was fully illuminated under the classroom lights. The expression upon it was neither anger nor offended indignation, but rather a complex amalgamation of shock and a hint of admiration. He had envisioned countless reactions from candidates facing this question. Breakdown, despair, mutual blame, or even life and death struggles. Yet he had never anticipated that one would so calmly and naturally, at the very core, refute his proud psychological trap. This youth had seen through everything from the outset. He not only discerned the essence of the preceding 9 questions but also grasped the crux of this 10th query. This was not a test of information-gathering abilities, nor a measure of knowledge retention. It was a test of a ninja's fundamental character and awareness. Well said. Just then, a vociferous shout shattered the classroom silence once more. Uzumaki Naruto abruptly leapt from his seat, his right hand crashing down upon the desk with tremendous force. Bang! The resounding noise startled everyone. I care not for your 10th question. Even if I must remain a lowly ninja forever, it matters not. Naruto bellowed, pointing fiercely at Yubixi, pouring every ounce of strength into his voice. I shall not abandon my dreams for such an absurd examination. Listen well. I, Uzumaki Naruto, will absolutely not give up. I aspire to become Hokage. I am destined to surpass all previous Hokage. The boy's voice, tinged with emotion, cracked slightly, yet bore an unmistakable, unwavering resolve. His gaze was so clear, so steadfast, as if he were igniting every ounce of light and warmth within his soul in that very moment. Once again, the entire venue was enveloped in a deathly silence. Everyone stood there, utterly astonished, gazing at the sudden outburst from the trailing contestant. Even Chinfong raised an eyebrow in surprise. He merely wished to conclude this tedious examination swiftly while offering a few words of guidance to this future 7th Hokage. Little did he expect that this fellow's reaction would surpass his imagination in intensity. Truly, the founder of verbal prowess, he mused internally, casting a glance at the system panel. Authorization refresh countdown. 28 hours 09 minutes 42 seconds. There was still ample time. He settled back down, arms crossed, prepared to watch the spectacle unfold. Naruto, panting heavily, fixed his gaze fiercely on Ibiki Marino. Even if I remain a mere genin for my entire life, I will find my own way to become Hokage. I have nothing to fear. Bring it on. Question 10. I Uzumaki Naruto will accept it. With that declaration, he resolutely took his seat, awaiting the final judgment. However, the anticipated verdict did not come. On the podium, Ibiki initially appeared taken aback, and then, his lips began to curve upwards uncontrollably, inch by inch. A suppressed chuckle rolled within his throat, ultimately erupting into a resounding laugh that filled the entire classroom. Ha 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 ha. Everyone was left bewildered. The chief examiner was laughing? Your resolve is commendable. Ibiki stifled his laughter, regarding Naruto with undisguised admiration. His gaze then shifted slowly toward Chinfong, who had resumed his nonchalant demeanor, seemingly indifferent to the unfolding drama. The meaning in Ibiki's eyes deepened considerably. One was a raw gem, possessing a beast-like intuition and indomitable will, while the other had already seen through everything, even capable of guiding others to enlightenment, a profound abyss. It was remarkable that two such intriguing individuals had emerged among this year's newcomers. Very well. Ibiki straightened up, his formidable presence once more enveloping the room. Yet this time, the atmosphere was tinged with less of the cold oppression and more of a relieved ease. Now, for those making the final decision, I hereby announce. You are all qualified. Huh? Naruto was the first to voice his astonishment. Soon after, the entire classroom was engulfed in confusion. Qualified? Everyone qualified? What about question 10? Wait, what does this mean? We haven't even answered question 10 yet. Sakura could not help but stand up to inquire. Haha, Ibiki chuckled. Such a thing has never had a so-called correct answer from the outset. Or rather, your decision to remain here embodies the correct answer to question 10. He paused for effect before elaborating. A Chunin is a team leader. Every decision you make affects the lives of your comrades and the success of your missions. The first 9 questions tested your essential skills as ninjas, particularly your information-gathering abilities. Meanwhile, the final question assessed whether you could maintain your resolve in extreme circumstances, refusing to abandon your comrades or the mission. Those who chose to give up are unworthy of becoming Chunin. Yet all of you who remain here. A gentle smile graced Ibiki's face. Congratulations. You have splendidly passed the first examination. After a brief moment of silence, the classroom erupted into a cacophony of jubilant cheers. Oh, we passed. That's wonderful. I thought we were done for. The candidates, overwhelmed with joy, embraced each other, celebrating this hard-won victory. Only a few individuals maintained their composure. Sasuke surveyed the jubilant crowd before glancing at the grinning Naruto and finally directing his gaze toward Chinfong, who bore an expression of annoyance as if yearning for silence. His eyes were filled with unprecedented complexity. Meanwhile, Chinfong merely yawned, as if all of this were of no concern to him. To him, this so-called deathly written test had, from the very beginning, been nothing more than a noisy farce. When Ibiki declared that everyone had qualified, the air in the classroom froze for a full 3 seconds. After those 3 seconds, the suffocating atmosphere erupted like a volcano, bursting forth with exclamations of joy. Ah, we passed. We really passed. Kiba Inuzuka was the first to leap up, embracing his ninja dog Akamaru, overwhelmed with excitement. That's fantastic. Naruto, Sakura, tears of happiness streaming down her face, punched Naruto's shoulder playfully, this time without any force. Hehe, I told you, I'm gonna be Hokage. Naruto scratched the back of his head, flashing his signature sunny grin. Almost all the candidates were expressing their ecstatic relief in their own ways. They hugged each other and cheered loudly, as if they had already triumphed in the entire Chunin exam. However, amidst this chaotic sea of celebration, there were a few isolated islands that felt out of place. Gaara of the Sand Village merely cast a cold glance at the jubilant crowd, his emerald green eyes betraying no emotion. For him, this level of challenge was hardly more than an appetizer. Niji Hyuga stood firmly, his brow furrowed. He had passed the exam but felt no joy. His gaze repeatedly drifted to a figure in the corner. Was there truly a fate that even the Byakugan could not perceive? An existence unbound by destiny? Meanwhile, Sasuke Uchiha clenched his fists tightly. His pride and self-esteem were being repeatedly eroded by a sense of helplessness. He observed the boy who was nearly his age and even more laid-back than Naruto, feeling for the first time a tremor of doubt regarding his own genius. At the center of this uproar and scrutiny, the source of the storm, Chinfong, appeared utterly detached. He merely boredly dug at his ear as the cheers erupted. His face etched with disdain for the noise, wishing for it to conclude swiftly. This attitude, more than any deliberate display of superiority, was far more antagonistic. On the podium, Ibiki took in everyone's reactions. He observed the candidates reveling in their exuberance without intervening. He recognized that this was their due reward. To endure until the end under such mental pressure was, in itself, a victory. Yet, his gaze lingered more on Chinfong, that answer sheet, an exquisite work of art, and the question that insulted the ninja's title were indelibly etched in his mind. I must report this to Lord Third Hokage immediately, Ibiki resolved internally. A creature beyond conventional understanding had emerged in Konoha. No, perhaps it was a future guardian bestowed upon the village by the heavens. Just as his thoughts swirled, a loud crash echoed, accompanied by the sound of shattering glass. Everyone was startled, instinctively turning towards the noise. They beheld the classroom side window being violently shattered by an external force. Two shuriken, accompanied by a sharp sound slicing through the air, accurately embedded themselves into the ceiling, instantly unfurling a grand black curtain adorned with bold, crimson characters. The chief examiner of the second test, Mitakoshi Azuki, has arrived. Following this proclamation, a violet figure, akin to a specter, darted through the shattered window. She landed firmly at the center of the podium, hands perched on her hips, surveying the entire assembly. The newcomer, with her short, violet hair, donned a provocative fishnet ensemble paired with a beige trench coat, exuding an aura of wildness and danger. She was none other than Konoha's other special jonin, Mitakoshi Azuki. Well then, you all seem rather spirited, don't you, little ones? Azuki grinned, revealing a set of pearly white teeth, her smile tinged with a hint of ferocity. However, perhaps it was a tad premature to celebrate. She turned her gaze towards Ibiichi beside her and bluntly remarked, "Hey, Ibiichi, what's going on this time? 26 teams and 78 individuals passed? Has your exam become too lenient?" In response to Azuki's inquiry, Ibiichi merely adjusted his forehead protector with a nonchalant demeanor. Let us just say, this year's newcomers have presented some intriguing characters. His eyes subtly drifted towards Chinfong's direction. Oh, Azuki followed his gaze, spotting a boy lounging against the wall, half-lidded eyes suggesting he was still in the throes of slumber. Is it him? Azuki raised an eyebrow, her eyes glinting with scrutiny and a touch of disdain. He doesn't appear impressive at all, looking utterly unmotivated. Ibiichi, when did your judgment become so poor? It seemed Chinfong sensed her scrutiny, cracking open an eyelid to glance at her before promptly shutting it again. His expression that of a large mosquito, perturbed by an annoying distraction from his nap. Azuki's smile instantly stiffened, a surge of fury rising within her. Once upon a time, she, Mitakoshi Azuki, was a presence capable of silencing infants in Konoha. What sort of gaze was that from this little brat? That dismissive, impatient look. What did it imply? Hey, you little rascal. Azuki was just about to explode. All right, Azuki, Ibiichi interjected, raising a hand to restrain her. My task has concluded. It's your turn now. Don't waste time here. Sage. Azuki pouted, casting a fierce glare at Chinfong, deciding to momentarily spare this audacious boy. She turned to face all the candidates once more, her smile transforming into something decidedly more perilous. Listen up, little ones. I am Mitakoshi Azuki, the chief examiner for your second test. Now everyone, stand up. Follow me. The next examination venue is not one where you can comfortably sit in a classroom. Under Azuki's guidance, the 78 candidates marched towards the 44th training ground of Konoha. Here, a name far more fearsome awaited them, the Forest of Death. Tall barbed wire enclosed the entire ominous forest, isolating it from the outside world, with a skull symbol on the iron gate warning against entry, as if cautioning every soul daring to step inside. Azuki chuckled at the grave expressions slowly emerging on the candidates' faces. Welcome to your hell, She tossed a stack of documents to a nearby Chunin. Before the exam commences, everyone must sign this life and death agreement. Otherwise, I won't be responsible for collecting your corpses. As the candidates gazed at the harrowing contents of the consent form, the elation that had previously enveloped them dissipated, replaced by the stark reality of the Chunin exam's brutality. After signing, Azuki began to announce the rules for the second test. Each of you will receive either the Heaven or Earth scroll. Your objective is to gather both scrolls within the next 5 days and reach the tower at the center of the forest. However, Azuki's tone suddenly sharpened. You must not open the scrolls before reaching the tower. Otherwise, you will learn what regret truly means. This was an unadulterated battle for the scrolls. You may use any means necessary to seize the scrolls you require from others. By the way, a bloodthirsty smile crept onto her face. 12 individuals perished in the last exam held here. I suspect this time the number will double. After all, we need to eliminate at least half of the 78 participants. Gulp. Many candidates swallowed hard. Yet Chinfong, deep in thought, calculated in silence. 5 days? Too long. He stole a glance at the system panel. Permission refresh countdown. 27 hours, 52 minutes, 36 seconds. Once the permission refreshes tomorrow, he can acquire another max-level skill. There is no need to waste time here. His plan was simple. Enter, find a group of unfortunate souls, snatch a scroll, and head straight to the tower. Aim to resolve the conflict within a single day. At that moment, Azuki suddenly drew a shuriken from her pocket and, in a flash, hurled it towards Naruto. The shuriken sliced through the air with a chilling shriek, grazing Naruto's cheek before embedding itself in the tree behind him. A little brat like you, who can't keep their composure, will be the first to die. Azuki licked her lips as she spoke. However, in the next instant, a figure appeared behind Azuki like a wraith, extending a long tongue in an exceedingly bizarre manner to lick the blood from the shuriken. Your blood looks quite delicious, a cold voice whispered in Azuki's ear. It was the candidate from the grass village. Azuki's expression shifted instantly. She swiftly drew another shuriken, pressing it against the intruder's neck. I advise you to keep your distance unless you wish for an early demise. The two faced off, a tension so thick it was palpable, erupting in an instant. Just then, a long yawn, utterly misplaced, reverberated throughout the venue. Everyone, including the confrontational Azuki and the grass ninja, instinctively turned to look. There stood Chinfong stretching lazily, his expression one of utter indifference. I say, esteemed examiner, shall we commence? If we don't start soon, I might actually fall asleep. That long, languid yawn acted like an invisible pair of scissors, severing the taut string of confrontation in an instant. The air hung in a peculiar stillness. Azuki's hand, which had been poised against the mysterious grass ninja's neck, momentarily stiffened. The grass ninja, with his long tongue and chilling aura, also paused, his serpent-like golden slit pupils shifting for the first time from Azuki to the source of the voice. All eyes converged upon the boy who had just finished stretching, looking thoroughly disinterested. I say, esteemed examiner. Chinfong dug into his ear, his face a blend of boredom and genuine confusion. Shall we begin? If we don't start soon, I might actually fall asleep. Silence. An oppressive silence. If previously in the classroom, Chinfeng's demeanor merely elicited a flicker of displeasure from Hongdo, then at this moment, his words were akin to igniting a powder keg named Yushurue Hongdo. You little brat. Hongdo slowly turned her head, inch by inch. The smile that adorned her face had vanished, replaced by a brooding gloom, as if a storm were brewing. A chilling and bloodthirsty aura erupted from her, surging forth like a tsunami towards Chinfong. Are you tired of living? Her voice dripped with a coldness that seemed to ooze from between her clenched teeth, each word carrying a piercing chill. The surrounding candidates, under the weight of this terrifying killing intent, turned pale and recoiled, as if merely lingering for a moment longer would freeze their very souls. However, at the epicenter of this murderous aura, facing the tempest head-on, Chinfong remained utterly unperturbed, not even raising an eyebrow. He merely lifted his eyelids and cast a casual glance at Hongdo. Chief Examiner, if you were to save the time you are wasting threatening the candidates and announce the commencement of the exam, we could at least gain 3 minutes. He extended 3 fingers. 3 minutes in the grand scheme of a 5-day examination might seem trivial. Yet for those candidates who might perish due to exhaustion in the final moments, those 3 minutes could mean the difference between life and death. Every second you squander here could very well be a murder of some future candidate. Chinfeng's tone was as calm as if he were stating a simple mathematical equation. No grandiloquent rhetoric, no moral coercion, just a chilling, absolute rationality. Hongdo was left utterly dumbfounded. The killing intent she had cultivated to its zenith deflated like a punctured balloon, caught in limbo, stifling her as her face flushed with indignation. She had envisioned her opponent panicking, stubbornly putting on a brave face, or even begging for mercy. What she never anticipated was that he would dare to lecture her, adopting a condescending tone as if a teacher instructing an unruly student on the folly of her actions. A stifled, peculiar laughter erupted from the side. It was the enigmatic grass ninja. He retracted his elongated tongue and observed the interplay between Chinfong and Hongdo with keen interest, his serpent-like eyes gleaming with fervor as if he had discovered a rare treasure. How intriguing, utterly fascinating. Orochimaru's heart surged with an intensity far greater than before. This mental fortitude, this caliber, was capable of logically countering the killing intent of a special jonin. In comparison, Sasuke-kun seemed like an unrefined stone, while he had already transformed into a perfect masterpiece. You, rascal. Hongdo was jolted back to reality by that laughter, her embarrassment morphing into rage, as she contemplated redirecting her fury towards the grass ninja. Time? Chinfeng's calm voice rang out again, like a bucket of cold water dousing her impending eruption. Hongdo's movements froze once more. She shot a fierce glare at Chinfong, then turned her gaze to the grass ninja, who made her exceedingly uncomfortable, before finally deflating like a punctured ball, retracting all her murderous intent. Very well indeed. Since you are so eager to meet your demise, I shall grant you your wish. With a sharp wave of her hand, she declared, the second round of examinations begins now. Go forth and seize. Go forth and kill. Let me see how many of you little brats can make it alive to the central tower. With her command, the Chunin on either side immediately flung open the gates leading to the abyss. Whoosh, 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 almost instantaneously upon the opening of the gates. More than half of the candidates surged forth like arrows released from their bows, unhesitatingly diving into the dark forest. They were a mix of exhilaration, tension, and vigilance, each vying to seize the initiative, seeking advantageous terrain or unfortunate prey. Let us proceed, Chinfong yawned, addressing his two utterly stupefied companions. His two teammates were none other than members of Team 9, Yamashiro Kenji and Akimichi Reina. Yamashiro Kenji bore the signature golden locks of the Yamashiro clan, his disposition leaning towards caution, while Akimichi Reina, slightly plump in stature, was timid and cowardly, lacking the optimism and cheerfulness of her cousin, Choji. In a generation brimming with talent, they were unremarkable, which is why they had been assigned to a team with the equally unremarkable Chinfong. Huh? Oh right. Yamashiro Kenji and Akimichi Reina snapped back to reality and hurriedly fell in step behind Chinfong. Even at this moment, their hearts raced, their minds echoing with the image of Chinfong boldly confronting the chief examiner.
So cool.
So he is not just a quiet and somewhat aloof teammate, but a true powerhouse. The three of them strolled leisurely into the forest of death. As their figures vanished into the dense foliage, Hongdo immediately commanded the Chunin beside her. Keep a close watch on that number 23. I want a record of all his actions. I want to see whether he is merely bluffing or if he truly possesses remarkable abilities. Understood. Meanwhile, the disguised Orochimaru, who had taken on the guise of a grass ninja, licked his lips and silently disappeared from sight. His target had subtly shifted from Sasuke to something far more enticing. Inside the forest of death, it was damp, dark, and stifling. The air was thick with the pungent stench of decaying leaves and the remnants of unknown beasts. Massive, twisted trees obscured the sky, fragmenting sunlight into eerie, mottled shadows on the ground. In the distance, intermittent screams and massive explosions served as reminders to all who ventured deeper that this was no mere exercise. Chinfong, what shall we do now? Yamashiro Kenji gripped his kunai tightly, his gaze warily scanning their surroundings, his voice betraying his anxiety. As a sensor-type ninja, the chaotic chakra and killing intent swirling in this forest made him exceedingly uncomfortable. Should we find a place to hide and observe the situation? Akimichi Reina quietly suggested, instinctively touching the supply pouch at her waist. Hide? Chinfong halted, turning to look at them with an expression akin to one observing two incomprehensible primitives. Why would we hide? He produced the scroll allocated to their team, emblazoned with a prominent character for heaven. The rules are simple. Acquire the Book of Heaven and the Book of Earth and proceed to the central tower. We currently possess the Book of Heaven, so we merely need to locate a team with the Book of Earth and seize it from them. Chinfong tucked the scroll away, his tone as relaxed as if discussing whether to have ramen or rice balls for lunch. Yamashiro Kenji and Akimichi Reina exchanged glances, both detecting the bitterness in each other's eyes. The logic was sound, yet the execution seemed daunting. This was the forest of death. Surviving was already a feat, and now they were to proactively pursue others for their scrolls? But how do we know which team has the Book of Earth? Akimichi Reina whispered. I don't know. Chinfong replied nonchalantly. So, let us just find a team at random, seize it and see what we can discover. Were it not for that, they would have discarded it and sought the next team. Yamamoto Kenji and Akidu Reina were utterly speechless. What a brutally simplistic and unreasonable logic this was. At that moment, Chinfong seemed to recall something and instinctively glanced at the system panel visible only to himself. Permission refresh countdown. 27 hours 31 minutes 2 seconds. A little more than a day remained. Chinfong mused internally. He could not afford to squander too much time here. Swiftly resolve matters. Find a place to rest in the tower, and wait for tomorrow's permission refresh to see what treasures might be procured. With his resolve set, he was about to take action when, suddenly, 3 figures emerged from the thicket ahead, surrounding the trio in a formation. They were 3 ninjas adorned with the headbands of the rain-hidden village. The leader, bearing a gruesome scar across his face, gazed at Chinfong and his companions with a cruel smile. Hee, what a stroke of luck, encountering 3 little leaf ninjas right after entering. His greedy eyes scanned the trio. They appeared to be the weakest of the lot. If you know what's good for you, hand over your scrolls and roll out of here. Otherwise, he extended his tongue and licked the kunai in his hand. I wouldn't mind adding 3 more leaf ninja corpses to this forest. Yamamoto Kenji and Akidu Reina's faces turned ashen, their bodies trembling with fear. They instinctively looked to Chinfong, only to find their captain displaying not a hint of tension or fear, but rather a trace of relief and satisfaction. Wonderful, Chinfong remarked, genuinely impressed by the 3 rain ninjas before him. The leading rain ninja paused. I was just worrying about how to find someone. Chinfong flexed his wrist, producing a series of cracking sounds, his lips curling into a smile that brought immense reassurance to Yamamoto Kenji and Akidu Reina, yet sent chills down the spines of the 3 rain ninjas. I hope you brought the Book of Earth. Otherwise, this trip will have been in vain. As these 3 words slipped from Chinfeng's lips with nonchalance, not only did his teammates Yamamoto Kenji and Akidu Reina freeze in astonishment, but the 3 encircling rain ninjas also shared a moment of disbelief. The scar-faced rain ninja's cruel smile even faltered momentarily. Did he just hear correctly? Wonderful. Their 3 figures radiated an unabashed aura of murderous intent, clearly intent on bloodshed and plunder. Yet the seemingly weakest of the Leaf's children not only showed no fear but appeared rather pleased. What an absurd situation. Had he been rendered speechless by terror? What did you just say, child? The scar-faced rain ninja sneered, doubting his own hearing. I said, wonderful, Chinfong earnestly repeated, even nodding as if to bolster the credibility of his words. I was just worrying about how to find someone. He flexed his wrist again, the joints emitting a crisp sound that reverberated through the silent forest. Then, his lips formed a smile that instilled profound reassurance in Yamamoto Kenji and Akidu Reina, yet sent shivers down the spines of the 3 rain ninjas. I hope you brought the Book of Earth. Otherwise, this trip will have been for naught. At that moment, the 3 rain ninjas finally realized that the leaf child before them was not daunted. He truly held them in utter disregard. You insolent fool. Seeking your own demise. The scar-faced rain ninja was thoroughly incensed, feeling an unprecedented level of humiliation. Stop wasting time. Kill him. Seize the scroll. At his command, the 2 companions sprang into action. The rain ninja on the left swiftly formed hand seals, summoning a torrent of water to coalesce in his mouth. Water release. Water burst. Dozens of water bullets rained down like a barrage, sealing off any escape routes for Chinfong. Meanwhile, the rain ninja on the right employed a more insidious tactic, flicking his wrist to launch a multitude of shurikens shimmering with a ghostly purple light, silently aimed at Chinfeng's blind spots. Clearly, they were laced with deadly poison. The scar-faced leader, meanwhile, propelled himself forward like a leopard, his kunai glinting menacingly as it sought Chinfeng's throat. The trio's coordination was impeccable, their lethal assault a culmination of countless life-and-death skirmishes. Faced with such a 3-pronged assault, even the most seasoned Chunin would fall should they falter for but a moment. Chinfong, be careful. Akidu Reina cried out in alarm, her face as pale as a ghost. Yamamoto Kenji felt his heart leap into his throat, his chakra racing as he prepared to execute the body flicker technique. Even a momentary distraction would do. However, in that fleeting instant, Chinfong, at the center of the attack, moved. No, perhaps the term moved fails to encapsulate the phenomenon that occurred in that fleeting moment. In one heartbeat he stood still, even wearing a languid expression. In the next, his figure vanished into thin air. No hand signs, No smoke, nor even the slightest fluctuation of chakra. It was as if he were but a wisp of illusion scattered by the wind. What? The scar-faced rain ninja's pupils constricted to pinpricks. His seemingly assured fatal strike had pierced nothing but a faint afterimage. Where is he? This thought barely flickered in his mind when a cold, calm voice, devoid of emotion, echoed in his ear. Too slow. The scar-faced rain ninja's body stiffened instantaneously. He felt a chilling sensation surge from his tailbone to the crown of his head, the hairs on his body standing on end. He wished to turn, to counterattack, to create distance. Yet his body lagged behind his thoughts completely. All he felt was a slight, almost negligible sting at the nape of his neck. Immediately thereafter, an overwhelming sense of paralysis flooded his entire being. His consciousness, akin to a machine severed from its power source, plummeted into an abyss of darkness. In the final second before losing consciousness, his peripheral vision caught a sight he would never forget. Chinfeng's figure materialized like a specter, simultaneously appearing behind his two companions. The left hand struck with surgical precision at the left rain ninja's carotid artery. The right foot executed a swift kick to the right rain ninja's temple. The entire sequence flowed seamlessly, devoid of any hesitation or excess. Thud, thud, accompanied by two muted thuds. The two rain ninjas collapsed without so much as a groan, their eyes rolling back as they fell into unconsciousness. The previously unleashed water bullets and poison shuriken, now devoid of their intended target, ricocheted chaotically against the trees and ground, creating a series of muffled thuds. The entire exchange, from the initiation of their assault to the collapse of all three, transpired in under 3 seconds. The forest returned to its serene silence once more. Only Yamamoto Kenji and Akidu Reina remained, resembling two petrified statues, standing dumbly in place, their mouths agape as if to accommodate a chicken egg. Their minds were a blank slate. What had just transpired? As a perceptive ninja, Yamamoto Kenji desperately endeavored to grasp the trajectory of the recent battle. Yet, within his perception, Chinfeng's chakra remained as tranquil as a still pond, devoid of any ripples. How could this be possible? That uncanny speed, that precision down to the minutest detail. This was beyond the capabilities of a mere genin, or even an ordinary chunin. Akidu Reina felt as though her entire worldview had been irrevocably shattered. She gazed at the three motionless rain ninjas on the ground, then at Chinfong, who casually dusted off his hands as if merely shaking off some dust, and felt as though she were caught in a dream. All done. Chinfong approached the three rain ninjas, beginning to rummage through them. Hopefully luck would be on their side. Before long, he extracted a scroll from the bosom of the scar-faced ninja. Upon opening it, he discovered a large character for Earth. "Ah, fortune smiles upon me." Chinfong nodded in satisfaction, tucking the Earth scroll into his robe. Thus, both the Heaven and Earth scrolls were complete. The exam had commenced for less than 10 minutes. Chinfong. Yamamoto Kenji's voice trembled noticeably. "Those people, they..." "Rest assured, they are not dead," Chinfong replied without turning back. "They merely fainted. Killing is too troublesome, and dealing with corpses is a waste of energy." This rationale left Yamamoto Kenji and Akidu Reina momentarily at a loss for how to express their feelings. With the scroll in hand and the task accomplished, Chinfong turned to them. "Now we shall head to the central tower and find a place to rest." With that, he set off into the depths of the forest. Unaccompanied, Yamamoto Kenji and Akidu Reina exchanged glances, each seeing deep shock coupled with a hint of fervent admiration in the other's eyes. They refrained from posing any further questions, silently hurrying to follow in his wake. At this moment, Chinfeng's image in their hearts had transcended from that of a reclusive teammate to an enigmatic powerhouse that they could only revere from afar. Meanwhile, outside the Death Forest, within the temporary monitoring center, an eerie silence prevailed. All the Chunin examiners stared wide-eyed at the main screen before them, which was replaying the battle footage at 1/10 speed. Once, twice, thrice, Mizushita Azuki unconsciously clutched a shuriken in her mouth, oblivious to her own actions. The wild and unrestrained expression on her face had vanished without a trace, replaced by sheer incredulity. "This is..." A Chunin finally managed to utter, his voice dry. "This is the body flicker technique, but how is it possible without hand seals? And the speed so swift that even the monitors nearly failed to capture it. And that taijutsu, each strike precisely hitting the body's most vulnerable points, controlled with such finesse, resulting only in unconsciousness, yet not fatal. This is textbook-level assassination technique. Monster." Azuki uttered a word identical to what Ibiki had said earlier. She finally comprehended why Ibiki had remarked that this year's newcomers contained some intriguing individuals. This was not merely interesting. This was evidently a humanoid beast cloaked in the guise of a genin. That rascal Ibiki dared to withhold such crucial information from me. Azuki's teeth ground in frustration. But more so, she felt an exhilarating thrill coursing through her veins. In another part of the forest, atop a massive treetop, Orochimaru, disguised as a grass ninja, extended his long tongue to lick his parched lips. His golden serpent-like eyes gleamed with an unprecedented light of greed and obsession. Unlike the examiners in the monitoring room, who could only see hazy images, he perceived everything that had transpired with crystal clarity. Every detail was laid bare before him. This is not the body flicker technique. Orochimaru accurately deduced in his mind. It was a pure manifestation of physical speed, explosive power, and neural response pushed to their utmost limits. Each muscle contraction, every step taken, every breath inhaled and exhaled, achieved theoretical perfection. This is the ultimate form of life I pursue, Orochimaru mused, watching Chinfong's retreating figure. His body trembling slig and indescribable, malevolent chakra erupted from the depths of the forest with a thunderous boom, without any prior warning. This chakra was frigid and viscous, reeking of death and malice, as if it sought to drag the entire forest into an endless abyss. Thud! Akidu Reina could not withstand the terrifying pressure, her legs buckling beneath her as she collapsed onto the ground, her complexion ashen, gasping for breath. Yamaguchi Kenji's condition was even more dire. As a sensor-type ninja, his mind felt as if it were being immersed in concentrated sulfuric acid. Ugh! Ah! He clutched his head, letting out a pained groan, blood seeping from his nostrils and ears. His perception informed him that at the source of this chakra stood a being he was not even worthy of gazing upon. A true deity. No, a demon god. Merely sensing the presence of this entity threatened to shatter his mental fortitude. Captain, hurry, run. Yamaguchi Kenji strained to force out a few words through clenched teeth. That is beyond our capacity to confront, that is. A monster. Chinfong finally halted his advance. He turned around, observing his two comrades who had completely lost their fighting spirit, his brow furrowing for the first time, not out of fear but rather due to the disturbance. How bothersome. He lifted his gaze towards the direction from whence the malevolent chakra emanated, his eyes reflecting a displeasure akin to that of being roused from a pleasant dream. Is it that grass ninja again at the exam's entrance? Creating such a commotion? Is it impossible to let one enjoy a good night's rest? Chinfong glanced at his system panel. Permission refresh countdown. 24 hours, 15 minutes, 11 seconds. With a day remaining, he had intended to find a tranquil spot in the tower to recline. He pondered. It seems I must first deal with this noisy pest. You two find a place to hide. Chinfeng's voice pulled Kenji and Reina back from the brink of despair. Remember, no matter what happens, do not come out. See, Captain. What are you planning to do? Yamaguchi Kenji asked in terror. Are you going to? No. You can't. You'll die. You absolutely will die. Silence. Chinfong cast a faint glance at him. I am merely going to clear some obstacles. With that, his figure gradually faded from view, then vanished entirely. In another part of the forest, chaos reigned, having transformed into a hellish landscape. Towering trees lay severed, the ground riddled with bottomless chasms, as a colossal purple serpent, rivaling the size of a dragon, coiled in the center of the battlefield, its frigid slit eyes surveying the diminutive insects below. Thud! Uchiha Sasuke spat blood, collapsing to one knee, propping himself up with a trembling arm. On his neck, 3 black tomo patterns spun as if alive, exuding an ominous aura. A heart-wrenching agony clashed violently with a seductive power within him, tearing at his nerves.
Sasuke-kun.
Haruno Sakura stood resolutely between Sasuke and the unconscious Naruto, her legs shaking like leaves in a gale, yet she did not retreat an inch. Opposite her, the woman masquerading as a grass ninja extended her long tongue, licking the blood from the corner of her mouth, a sickly and fervent smile gracing her face. Kukuku, do you see it, Sasuke-kun? This is the gift I have prepared for you. Orochimaru's voice dripped with seduction. The noble blood of the Uchiha clan flows within you. You should not associate with these worthless beings. Come to me, and I shall grant you the true power to exact vengeance upon that man. Silence. Sasuke gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain as he rose once more. His dark eyes were filled with defiance and fury. I refuse to rely on a disgusting creature like you. Fire style. Dragon fire technique. A ferocious fire dragon erupted from Sasuke's mouth, rushing towards Orochimaru with an intent to incinerate all in its path. Futile. Orochimaru merely smirked disdainfully. Faced with flames hot enough to melt steel, he could not be bothered to evade. He simply opened his mouth. His neck elongated in a manner that defied the laws of physics. The next moment, a colossal face, larger than the dragon fire itself, erupted from his mouth, swallowing the entire fire dragon whole. Both Sasuke and Sakura wore expressions of despair. The disparity was too vast. This was not a battle of the same dimension. Then, the game is over. Orochimaru's neck retracted, and he approached the three who were utterly powerless to resist. Sasuke-kun, you will become my most perfect vessel. As for the other two, consider them farewell gifts. They shall vanish together. He raised his hand, fingers splayed, aimed at the trio. However, just as he was about to strike, his movements suddenly halted. His golden serpent eyes darted towards the shadows beside him, a sinister grin spreading across his face. Kukukuku. Have you finally decided to come out after lurking for so long? I thought you, my dear little mouse, would hide until the very end. As his words faded, a figure slowly emerged from the shadows of the forest. Clad in the most ordinary of Konoha's genin uniforms, with black hair, black eyes, and an utterly unremarkable face, it was none other than Chinfong. Sasuke and Sakura were momentarily taken aback. They recognized this individual. He was the 23rd examinee who had made quite the impression during the first round of exams. How did he end up here? You are that kid from back then? Sasuke gasped, incredulous. Meanwhile, Orochimaru gazed at Chinfong, his interest intensifying. At long last, we meet, Chinfong-kun. To be able to move freely within my meticulously crafted killing intent barrier and approach this close without a sound. You are 1,000 times more intriguing than I imagined. Facing Orochimaru's fervent gaze that seemed poised to devour him, Chinfeng's expression remained devoid of emotion. He merely lifted his eyelids, glanced at the coiled serpent, surveyed the chaotic battlefield, and finally directed his gaze back at Orochimaru. Then, he uttered a statement that nearly left everyone present slack-jawed. You are obstructing my path. When those 7 words, you are obstructing my path, were spoken in a tone as flat as stating a fact, the entire battlefield fell into an eerie silence more suffocating than death itself. Haruno Sakura's mind felt as though it was on the verge of combustion from the surreal turn of events. She stared at the unremarkable youth before her, then at the terrifying enemy radiating a godlike aura, feeling as though the world had gone mad. Uchiha Sasuke, using every ounce of his strength, managed to suppress the urge to cough. He fixated intently on Chinfeng's retreating figure. His eyes, filled with an unyielding resentment, for the first time revealed an emotion more intricate than mere dissatisfaction. It was bewilderment, confusion, and absurdity. What on earth was this person saying? Did he not realize that he was facing a genuine monstrosity, one that even the genius of the Uchiha clan, himself, could not hope to resist? Yet, the one who reacted most dramatically was Orochimaru. The expression on his face underwent a remarkably vivid transformation. First, astonishment, followed by absurdity, and finally, all of it morphed into a morbid, almost deranged ecstasy. Kukuku! Ha 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 ha! He covered his face, emitting a low, raspy laugh, his shoulders trembling violently. Blocked, was he? How intriguing! Utterly fascinating! Orochimaru lifted his head, his golden serpentine eyes gleaming with a gluttonous light that seemed ready to overflow. I have never encountered a child as intriguing as you, to say such words in my presence. I am beginning to regret it. Though Sasuke-kun is a perfect vessel for the bloodline limit, your unknown soul appears even more delectable. His words dripped with unabashed, unrestrained possessiveness. Upon hearing this, Sasuke shuddered, a profound sense of humiliation surging within him. How could he, a proud descendant of the Uchiha, be perceived as merely a vessel that could be compared to others, even potentially overshadowed? Yet, Chinfong seemed utterly oblivious to Orochimaru's grandiloquent assertions. He merely furrowed his brow in impatience. I shall say it once more. Step aside. My time is precious. This extreme disregard ignited Orochimaru's twisted curiosity completely. Very well, very well. Orochimaru spread his arms wide, a chilling smile gracing his features. Since you are in such a hurry, allow me to send you off. No sooner had he spoken than he abruptly opened his mouth wide. Hidden shadow snake hands. Dozens of ferocious venomous snakes erupted from his sleeves and mouth like black lightning, accompanied by a foul wind, surging towards Chinfong from all directions. Each snake harbored enough lethal poison to effortlessly slay a bull. Be careful, Sakura instinctively cried out. Sasuke's pupils constricted. He knew the terror these snakes possessed. Even a mere brush would spell instant doom. Yet, Chinfong remained rooted to the spot, utterly unmoving. His eyelids lifted slightly, and within his tranquil gaze reflected countless venomous snakes rushing towards him. In the next instant, an invisible, terrifying shockwave erupted from him. This was not chakra but rather the pure aura generated upon the liberation of his physical prowess. The sixth gate of the 8 gates, the gate of view, is open. Unlike the earth-shattering green steam unleashed by Might Guy, the fully unlocked 8 gates manifested in Chinfong as an extreme restraint. No excess energy leaked out. All power was perfectly contained within his being. However, in Orochimaru's perception, the figure before him seemed to instantaneously transform from an ordinary individual into a star on the brink of explosion. That pure, refined energy reaction sent shivers of primal fear coursing through even the legendary Sanin. This power. Is it the 8 gates? No, it cannot be. Orochimaru's mind screamed. Just as he was engulfed in shock, Chinfeng's form vanished from sight. It was neither high-speed movement nor a body flicker technique. It was a true evaporation, transcending the limits of visual capture. Orochimaru's prideful dynamic vision failed him utterly in that moment. Not good. A deadly sense of crisis pierced his mind like an ice pick. Without a moment's thought, he attempted to activate the body replacement technique. But it was too late. The fist, an unremarkable fist, devoid of any chakra, appeared abruptly before him and then, with a gentle motion, was swung forward. The action was so slow it resembled a Tai Chi maneuver. Yet, in Orochimaru's eyes, time and space seemed to freeze under that punch. He watched helplessly as that fist grazed the tip of his nose and thundered towards the empty space behind him. Boom! Instead of a cataclysmic explosion, there was only a profound, muffled sound, as if even space itself mourned in anguish. From the apex of Chinfeng's fist, a fan-shaped shockwave composed purely of force surged violently towards the forest ahead. All the massive trees, rocks, and earth along that straight line were disintegrated into the most primitive dust upon contact with the shockwave, then swept away by the furious winds, vanishing without a trace. A chasm, dozens of meters wide and unfathomably deep, as if cleaved by the sword of a deity, instantaneously carved through the entire forest, extending to the horizon. Merely being brushed by the residual force of the punch sent Orochimaru hurtling backward like a kite with its string cut, his disguised female form shattering inch by inch, revealing his pale true self. He desperately twisted his body in midair, landing awkwardly over 100 meters away, one arm grotesquely contorted. He stared intently at the chasm that seemed capable of rending the earth itself, then glanced at Chinfong, who was slowly retracting his fist, his breathing unperturbed. For the first time, his face was overtaken by a look of sheer terror. Unscathed, he had opened the gate of view and, moreover, controlled his power to such a degree. What manner of monster are you? As a top-tier scientist, Orochimaru could not comprehend the events unfolding before him. This surpassed all his understanding of ninjutsu, the human body, and this world. Yet fear was fleeting. Orochimaru's reason quickly returned, and he promptly analyzed the situation at hand. Cough, cough, he clutched his chest, a glimmer of resolution flashing in his cold serpentine eyes. I cannot continue this fight, he thought to himself. This brat's strength is unfathomable. Pressing on may not yield favorable results. More importantly, the commotion from that last strike was too great. Hiruzen-sensei's Umbu will soon arrive, to expose my existence for the sake of a cursed seal experiment, potentially jeopardizing the entire Konoha collapse plan, is not worth it. Having come to this conclusion, Orochimaru wasted no time. He clapped his hands against the ground. We shall meet again, Chinfong. I have reserved your perfect body. No sooner had he spoken than his form softened and sank into the earth, laden with intense resentment and deep apprehension, vanishing completely. Silence. In the forest, only the mournful sound of the wind blowing through the horrific chasm remained. Sasuke and Sakura were utterly petrified. Their minds struggled to process the information they had just witnessed. A single punch. Merely the force of one punch had wrought such miraculous destruction. And that legendary Sanin, the terrifying presence that had instilled despair in them, had been so easily frightened away? Sasuke knelt dumbfounded on the ground, gazing at the unfathomable ravine of destruction, then looked at Chinfong, who appeared as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. In that moment, his pride as a member of the Uchiha clan was ground to dust. The 8 gates within Chinfong slowly closed, without causing the slightest discomfort. He turned around, not casting a single glance at the 7th class behind him, and strode forward, resolutely continuing on his predetermined path. The obstacles had been cleared away. The journey could resume. Silence. A deathly stillness enveloped the air. As Chinfeng's unremarkable voice faded into the wind, his figure gradually receded from view, and it was as if this ravaged battlefield began to regain its voice. Gulp. Haruno Sakura struggled to swallow, her throat parched and aching. Her mind was a blank slate, merely fixated on the unfathomable chasm that seemed to cleave the very heart of the deadly forest in two. Was this the realm of human capability? This was not ninjutsu. There were no dazzling chakra effects, no cataclysmic sounds. Just a single punch. The very wind generated by that punch had transformed the earth into this desolation. She turned her gaze to the side, where Uchiha Sasuke knelt on one knee, his head bowed, black locks cascading down to obscure his expression. Yet, the violent trembling of his body betrayed the tumult raging within his heart. Sasuke-kun, Sakura said, her voice laced with concern. Sasuke did not respond. His mind was ensnared, replaying the scene that had just unfolded. The young man named Chinfong, that unremarkable punch, and the miraculous destruction that had followed. Then he recalled himself. His once proud fire techniques had become a mere jest in the face of that colossal serpent. He had exerted every ounce of strength, even resorting to that malevolent power. Yet he hadn't even grazed his opponent as him. The entity he regarded as a god, an insurmountable horror, had been sent into a panicked retreat by a single blow from that youth. Bride, the pride of the Uchiha, the dignity of a vengeful spirit. In this moment, all were shattered into 1,000 pieces by that nonchalant fist, rendered utterly non-existent. A suppressed, almost self-mocking laugh escaped Sasuke's throat. So, this is how it is? This is true power? What then is the worth of my lifelong efforts? Slowly, he raised his head. His Sharingan now devoid of its vibrant luster, leaving only an abyss of emptiness and bewilderment. The goal he had pursued with unwavering resolve, that man who loomed over him like a nightmare, Uchiha Itachi. If he possessed the same power as Chinfong, could he not, in a similar manner, shatter that man and all his pride with a single punch? An unprecedented thirst for power surged through Sasuke, like the most intoxicating poison, instantly consuming his every thought. Meanwhile, within the central monitoring room outside the Death Forest, chaos had erupted. What is happening? The crystal balls monitoring Area 7 were all disrupted by an overwhelming light, rendering them blind. Report. The sensory team is transmitting urgent intel. An immeasurable surge of terrifying energy has been detected in Area 7, and it vanished in an instant. Following that, the Earth's veins experienced violent upheaval. Quickly, contact Lord 3rd Hokage. Transfer the highest authority view from here. As the image from the Hokage's office crystal ball synchronized onto the main screen, a collective gasp filled the room. In the dense, verdant sea of the Death Forest, there appeared a grotesque and jarring scar. A massive, straight chasm that seemed to cleave the forest from one end to the other. It was as if some divine being had struck the earth with an invisible, colossal sword. What in the world is this? A Chunin examiner stared at the screen, his voice trembling. Akatsuki's face, unusually grave, fixated on the scar on the screen, her mind racing with a singular thought. Could it be Orochimaru who did this? This was her immediate reaction, for in her mind, only that man could conjure such extensive devastation. Yet, she quickly furrowed her brow. No, this is completely unlike his style. His jutsu, whether summoning or forbidden, brimmed with malice and the uncanny. But this was a form of pure, unyielding physical destruction that was entirely alien to him. As this thought emerged, the image of Chinfeng's unremarkable, even languid face involuntarily surfaced in her mind. The boy who had instilled a sense of unease in her prior to the examination. A chilling, absurd speculation surged forth, causing her to shudder. Could it be him? This notion was so bizarre that she found it laughable. Yet, for reasons unknown, that instinct grew increasingly potent. Immediately, she abruptly turned, issuing orders to the ANBU members beside her. Report this matter with the highest urgency to Lord 3rd Hokage. Furthermore, dispatch 2 special teams for reconnaissance into Area 7. Remember, observe only. Do not engage with any suspicious individuals. Yes. Several kilometers away from the battlefield, in a concealed underground cavern. Orochimaru spat out a mouthful of blood, collapsing against the icy stone wall, gasping for breath. His arm, grazed by the punch's wind, had completely necrotized, reduced to a charred remnant. Without hesitation, he opened his mouth, and a brand new, intact version of himself painfully emerged from that orifice, while the former body disintegrated into a puddle of sludge. This was one of his life-preserving secret techniques, an advanced application of the body replacement technique. Yet even so, his complexion remained as pale as a sheet of paper, and for the first time, His golden serpent eyes bore the unmistakable trace of an emotion known as fear. The eighth gate, the gate of view. He whispered hoarsely, confusion and disbelief lacing his voice. To open the gate of view without injury and perfectly control that frenzied power, it was impossible. It defied all scientific principles. As a top-tier scientist, a madman attempting to decipher ninjutsu through science and unearth the secrets of immortality, Chinfeng's existence had utterly overturned all his perceptions. Following the fear came an even more fervent, more frenzied yearning for possession. A perfect vessel. Orochimaru extended his long tongue, licking his cracked lips, his gaze transforming into one of unbridled fanaticism. Compared to his own body, the Uchiha's Sharingan was nothing more than a shoddy imitation. I must have him. I must study him. I must uncover the secrets hidden within his body. However, he also understood that a direct confrontation was no longer feasible. Patience is key. I need intelligence, I need to observe. A glint of cunning and malice flickered in Orochimaru's eyes. He settled into a meditative position, hands forming an intricate seal. The secret technique, the cursed seal of serpents. He extracted a wisp of spiritual energy from his soul, blending it with the essence of the cursed seal, slowly coalescing it in the palm of his hand. A tiny, pitch-black snake, no larger than a pinky finger, took shape within his grasp. It is not a living being, but rather a probe composed entirely of pure spiritual energy, its chakra response so feeble that it can be mistaken for natural energy, rendering it imperceptible to conventional sensory ninjutsu. Go, Orochimaru whispered softly. The small black snake seamlessly melded into the ground, stealthily slithering towards the direction from which Chinfong had departed, disregarding any physical barriers. Chinfong soon encountered the trembling Kenji Yamamoto and Reina Akidu. Captain. Upon seeing Chinfong return unscathed, Kenji felt his tongue tie in knots. That terrifying chakra. Oh, the obstacles have been cleared. Chinfong replied casually before continuing onward. Let us proceed to the tower. Huh? Oh yes. Kenji and Reina hurriedly followed, their reverence for Chinfong reaching a pinnacle. In that fleeting moment as Chinfong took a step, the black spiritual snake, akin to a shadow, silently attached itself to the inner side of his pant leg. The entire process was as swift as lightning, utterly soundless. Chinfeng's stride faltered momentarily. He sensed an exceedingly faint, malevolent essence of spiritual impurity clinging to him, akin to a speck of inconsequential dust landing on one's clothing. He frowned slightly, not out of wariness but merely discomfort. He could not be bothered to look down. Instead, he casually brushed his foot against a nearby tree trunk as if nothing had transpired, resuming his forward march. Yet, with that single brush, an immense wave of pure spiritual power swept past Chinfong. The snake formed from Orochimaru's spiritual energy was obliterated into nothingness before it could even react. In an underground cavern several kilometers away, Orochimaru, having just completed his molting and still feeling weak, was struck as if by lightning, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his vitality drained. The trace of spiritual imprint he had left on the snake was utterly erased. The psychological trauma inflicted upon him was even more severe than the earlier brush with the force of a punch. Discovered? No, that is not it. Orochimaru's serpent-like eyes brimmed with disbelief. He had not truly discovered anything. He simply had not cared. It was akin to a person not paying heed to a minuscule speck of dust on their clothing, merely flicking it away instinctively. At that moment, an intense chill, stronger than ever before, surged from Orochimaru's tailbone straight to his crown. His prideful secret techniques and meticulously laid observational imprints were rendered insignificant, akin to mere dust before the other. Under Chinfeng's leadership, the subsequent journey of Team 9 resembled more of an outing than an examination. Kenji Yamamoto and Reina Akidu remained in a dreamlike state throughout. They mechanically followed behind Chinfong, their minds replaying the terrifying chasm that split the heavens and earth, as well as the sight of the man being repelled by a single punch. It dawned on Kenji only then that the obstacle referred to by their captain was likely the very foe that had instilled despair in them, releasing that malevolent chakra. And such a being was driven away by their captain with but a single blow? This was utterly preposterous, absurd. As he gazed upon Chinfeng's silhouette, he no longer saw a peer of his own age, but rather a celestial being cloaked in human skin. Or perhaps a demon. Reina Akidu, on the other hand, was far simpler in her reaction. She instinctively shrank behind Kenji, striving to diminish her presence, scarcely daring to breathe. She was afraid that this capricious captain, whose power was unfathomable, might grow impatient with just a glance or a few words from her and would retaliate with a punch. Along the way, They encountered other examination teams and the fearsome giant beasts of the Forest of Death. Yet, without exception, those candidates, upon sensing Chinfeng's tranquil yet vast aura from afar, fled in sheer panic as if they had seen a ghost. The mindless beasts, driven by primal instinct, cowered on the ground, trembling, lacking even the courage to roar. Thus, Team 9 traversed the entire Forest of Death in an extraordinarily bizarre and unimpeded manner. When the towering central stone tower finally came into view, Kenji and Reina were momentarily taken aback. Is this over? Just like that? They glanced at the sky. From their entry into the Forest of Death until now, it had scarcely been 6 or 7 hours. Yet the stipulated time for the second round of the Chunin Exam was 5 days, or 120 hours. Captain, are we perhaps on the wrong path? Kenji's voice was parched. Indeed, Chinfong replied nonchalantly as he stepped through the spacious entrance of the tower. Inside the tower, it was devoid of life, save for a few dim lights flickering against the walls. A series of cryptic inscriptions adorned the central floor. What is this?
Reina quedó inquired softly.
I do not know, Chinfong answered absently, retrieving his Book of Heaven and the Book of Earth that he had seized from that unfortunate team. As the scrolls of the Book of Heaven and the Book of Earth were simultaneously unfurled, a familiar figure materialized before the trio amidst a cloud of white smoke. It was Irika Umino. He bore the customary gentle smile, ready to deliver the formal congratulatory line to the candidates for passing the examination. However, upon recognizing the youthful faces before him, especially that of the leading Chinfong, his smile froze in an instant. Chinfong? Irika rubbed his eyes, fearing he was hallucinating. How could you all? He instinctively glanced at the hourglass on the wall. The enormous device had only released a thin layer of sand. Now, it has been less than 7 hours since the exam commenced. His voice was filled with incredulity. The record for passing through the Forest of Death was set by a team led by the 4th Hokage 20 years prior, taking 9 hours and 37 minutes. This record was regarded as a legend that could never be broken since the founding of Konoha. Yet now, 7 hours? No, even less than 7 hours. Before him stood a team led by an obscure youth, shattering the 4th Hokage's legendary record by nearly 3 hours. It was nothing short of fantastical. How did you accomplish this? Irika's voice trembled, momentarily forgetting to verify the authenticity of the scrolls. Luck. Chinfong provided a simple, dismissive response. We encountered no obstacles along the way and simply walked through. Luck? You just walked through? Irika felt as if his worldview had been irrevocably shaken. After all, this was the Forest of Death. Within, there lurked venomous insects and ferocious beasts potent enough to slay a seasoned ninja, alongside over 20 ruthless examination teams. Is this what you call a straightforward approach? He opened his mouth, eager to inquire further, yet upon witnessing Chinfeng's exasperated expression, he swallowed his words back. Taking a deep breath, he forced himself to regain his composure and commenced his duties. He meticulously inspected the scroll, confirming its accuracy. Ahem, congratulations to you, Class 9. You are the first team to pass the second stage of the Chunin Exam. Moreover, you have shattered all historical records since the establishment of Konoha. Irika regarded Chinfong with an expression of profound complexity. Follow me, he instructed. Before the preliminaries commence, you are required to await the other teams here. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, gazed gravely at his crystal ball. The image within did not focus on a particular candidate but instead offered a lofty perspective, surveying the entirety of the Forest of Death. Amidst the verdant expanse, a grotesque, gaping chasm marred the earth like a scar, a sight both shocking and alarming. Report to you, Lord Third. An Umbu member knelt on one knee. According to the report from Chief Examiner Akamichi and intelligence from the sensory team, it can be preliminarily concluded that this chasm was caused by an instantaneous eruption of an immensely powerful energy just hours ago. The eruption occurred precisely in the area where Team 7 encountered Orochimaru. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff from his pipe, slowly exhaling smoke rings, his gaze profound. Orochimaru, is it? He shook his head. That individual's techniques are well known to me. Though wicked, his style is bizarre, far from the sheer brute force. Thus, there remains but one possibility. At that moment, another Umbu appeared instantaneously in the office. Report, Lord Hokage. An urgent message from Irika. The first group has passed the second stage of the Chunin Exam. Oh? Sarutobi Hiruzen raised an eyebrow. Which team? It is Class 9, led by candidate Chinfong. They took 6 hours and 48 minutes. What? Even Sarutobi Hiruzen, with his seasoned demeanor, could not help but rise, nearly dropping his pipe in shock at this figure. 6 hours and 48 minutes. Are you certain there is no mistake? Absolutely certain. Sarutobi Hiruzen froze in place. 2 images raced through his mind, overlapping rapidly. One was the terrifying chasm in the forest of death, while the other depicted an obscure team of genin, breaking through the exam with a mythical swiftness. The timing and location of these 2 events coincided perfectly. An absurd conclusion, so outrageous it made even this ninja's scalp tingle, dawned upon him. Could it be? He stared intently at the crystal ball, as if wishing to see through the figure of the youth named Chinfong. Go. He commanded the umbu behind him. Concentrate all monitoring privileges on Chinfong. I want to know his every move and utterance. Yes. In the lounge of the tower, Chinfong found a corner and lay down. Kenji and Reina sat like 2 statues at a distance, their postures rigid and their breaths cautious. Chinfong closed his eyes, sinking into the system. Permission refresh countdown. 17 hours 25 minutes 3 seconds. Just over 10 hours, huh? Well, I might as well take a nap. He turned over and drifted into slumber, completely oblivious to the fact that he had become the focal point of concern among Konoha's upper echelons. Time flowed slowly within the tower. For Kenji and Akidu Reina, these days were the longest and most torturous of their lives. They felt like 2 quails that had stumbled into a shrine, living daily in awe and fear of Chinfong. This inscrutable captain had transformed into a statue since entering the tower. Aside from eating and using the restroom, he spent most of his time lying motionless in that corner, as if he were in a deep slumber. Yet, the more he remained thus, the more fear gripped Kenji and Reina. They could never forget how this man had casually described the clearing of obstacles, likening it to a battle that would be recorded in history. Kenji had even simulated countless times in his mind how it would feel if that punch had been aimed at him instead of the forest. The conclusion was that he wouldn't even have time to ponder how he had met his demise. Amidst this eerie tranquility, a long-awaited voice finally echoed within Chinfeng's mind. Ding! Max-level permissions have been refreshed. The host may designate a new target for one-click leveling up at any time. Chinfeng's tightly shut eyes showed not the slightest sign of disturbance. Oh, it has refreshed. He mused idly. Now what should I choose? His mind flashed with the image of Kakashi's distinctive silver hair, as well as the heavily covered Sharingan. Then there was that crisp sound, reminiscent of 1,000 birds singing in unison, a thunderous roar. Raikiri, that technique defined in the system as an ultimate single-point penetrating assassination skill. It seems rather impressive. It should be quite handy for dealing with some troublesome single targets. Chinfong decided in his heart. System, utilize this refresh privilege. Target, Raikiri. Command confirmed. Raikiri has been successfully upgraded to max level. A vast torrent of knowledge regarding the transformations and properties of lightning-style chakra surged into his mind, as if he had innately mastered this S-rank ninjutsu. Having completed all this, Chinfong turned over and resumed his slumbering endeavor. Finally, at dusk on the 4th day, the doors of the tower swung open once more. A disheveled group, battered and bruised, their faces etched with fatigue and the relief of survival, stumbled inside. It was none other than the tardy Team 7. Uchiha Sasuke, Uzumaki Naruto, and Haruno Sakura. Their condition appeared dire. Naruto bore a weary expression. Sasuke looked pale, clutching his neck, his gaze dark. Sakura, meanwhile, was forcing herself to maintain her composure, supporting her 2 nearly exhausted companions. Upon seeing Class 9, who had long awaited their arrival in the hall, the 3 were momentarily stunned, particularly when their eyes fell upon the groggy Chinfong rising from the corner. Their expressions turned exceedingly complex. Naruto's face was filled with curiosity. Sakura's eyes brimmed with gratitude and awe, tinged with a hint of trepidation. As for Uchiha Sasuke, his body stiffened imperceptibly at the sight of Chinfong. The cursed mark left by Orochimaru on his neck seemed to sense the presence of a nemesis, beginning to throb with discomfort. Uncontrollably, images of that chasm that pierced heaven and earth, along with the figure of that man forced back by a single punch, resurfaced in his mind. It was a scene of absolute power that he would never forget in this lifetime. He gazed at Chinfong, his lips moving as if he wished to articulate something, yet ultimately, he swallowed all his words, along with a torrent of intricate emotions. Silently, he retreated to a corner, seated himself, and closed his eyes, concealing all his discontent and yearning within the shadows. With the arrival of Team 7, it was as though a switch had been flipped. Over the course of the next several hours, other squads gradually crossed the finish line, laboriously arriving at the tower. There was Inuzuka Kiba S 8th Squad, Asuma S 10th Squad, and Might Guy S 3rd Squad. Of course, there were also the 3 siblings from Sunagakure, Gaara and his sisters. When all the candidates who had passed the second examination gathered in the hall of the tower, the originally spacious chamber transformed into a cacophony of noise and crowding. Each face bore the marks of struggle and fatigue, yet their eyes shimmered with confidence and pride, a testament to having survived the trial of death. Upon entering, Inuzuka Kiba boisterously bragged about how valiant he had been in vanquishing their foes. "Did you see that, Akamaru? We handled those guys with ease." His canine companion, perched atop his head, barked in agreement. However, when his gaze swept across the hall and landed on the composed Chinfong, whose attire bore not a single wrinkle, his smile abruptly froze. A wave of humiliating memories surged forth, akin to a tidal wave. It's him. Before the examination, with a single move, Chinfong had effortlessly dismantled the technique that Kiba and Akamaru prided themselves on, leaving him embarrassed in front of everyone. "It's you." Fury ignited within Inuzuka Kiba as he pointed an accusatory finger at Chinfong, exclaiming loudly, "How can you be here? You must have had some stroke of luck. Hiding for 5 days." Beside him, Hinata Hyuga hastily tugged at his sleeve, whispering, "Kiba, don't do that." Oil Woman Shino adjusted his sunglasses, his eyes glinting with a hint of seriousness. Unlike the others, he could sense, through his insects, the formidable and dormant energy pulsating within the young man named Chinfong, akin to a slumbering volcano. Such power could not merely be attributed to luck. Chinfong merely raised an eyelid, casting a glance at Inuzuka Kiba, his expression reminiscent of someone observing a disagreeable stray dog barking on the roadside. He lacked even the interest to respond, instead stifling a yawn, shifting into a more comfortable position against the wall. This profound disregard incited greater ire within Inuzuka Kiba than any mockery might have. "You, despicable!" Enraged, he was ready to charge forward. At that moment, a raspy cough, tinged with an air of illness, echoed through the hall. Ahem. Ahem. Now that everyone has gathered, the crowd turned toward the sound, revealing a platform that had inexplicably filled with figures. At the forefront stood the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Behind him were all the proctors and supervising jonin for this Chunin examination, Yukimura Kakashi, Asuma, and Kurenai. Each bore a solemn expression. Hiruzen Sarutobi took a puff from his pipe, his gaze sweeping over all the candidates. "First, congratulations on passing the second examination, the Forest of Death." However, he continued, his tone shifting, "Look around you. The number of those who passed is rather excessive. A total of 21 candidates, 7 teams. According to the rules of the Chunin Exam, the subsequent third round must be conducted in singles." Ahem. Yukimura Kakashi stepped forward, taking over the discourse. "Before we proceed to the third exam, we must hold a preliminary match to reduce the number of participants. The preliminary matches will be conducted as one-on-one battles. There are no rules until one party is dead or concedes." The words had barely left his lips when an uproar erupted. "What? We're fighting now? This is absurd. I've just emerged from the Forest of Death. My chakra hasn't even recovered." Yet, the Hokage and the Jonin showed no signs of allowing complaints. A massive electronic display on the back wall of the hall flickered to life. Lines of names began to scroll rapidly across the screen. Everyone's hearts raced to their throats. The matchups for the first round were about to be revealed. The scrolling names gradually slowed. Finally, with a definitive click, came to a halt. Round 1. Uchiha Sasuke versus Akado Yoroi. Sasuke's body jolted, his eyes slowly opening, reigniting the fires of battle within him. The ensuing matches unfolded swiftly amidst a tense atmosphere. After Tamari easily defeated Tenten and Kankuro outsmarted Kintsuchi, all eyes turned once more to the colossal display. The names began to scroll again. Inuzuka Kiba fixated on the screen, fists clenched, muttering fervently to himself. "It's me. It must be me. Give that guy to me. I will wash away the shame of being defeated by him last time." As if in response to his fervent prayer, the scrolling slowed to a crawl, and under the weight of silent anticipation, it gradually came to a stop. Round 5. Inuzuka Kiba versus Chinfong. The moment these two names appeared side by side on the screen, the air in the hall seemed to solidify. Almost all candidates present turned their attention involuntarily toward the 9th squad, which had been leaning against the wall, appearing indifferent. They were the dark horse of this examination, shattering a 20-year-old record with a mythical swiftness. Curiosity, intrigue, and disbelief spread among the crowd. Everyone wanted to witness the true caliber of this enigmatic team. "Oh!" After a brief moment of shock, Inuzuka Kiba let out a primal roar of joy. "This is fantastic. Truly fantastic. The hand of fate." He spun around, grinning at Chinfong with a predatory glint in his eyes. Hey, did you hear that? Your luck ends here. I will stomp that pretentious face of yours into the ground in front of everyone. I will redeem myself for the humiliation you dealt me last time. In response to his frenzied tirade, Chinfong merely stood up straight from his position against the wall. He rolled his stiff neck with a soft crack. Then, lifting his gaze, he regarded Inuzuka Kiba with an expression that suggested he was looking at an inconvenience. A barely audible, impatient sigh escaped his lips. How noisy. Round 5, Inuzuka Kiba versus Chinfong, now begins. With the lethargic announcement from Proctor Yukimura Kakashi, the air in the Tower S Hall seemed to be sucked dry. All eyes were riveted upon the two figures in the arena. Inuzuka Kiba exhibited no hesitation whatsoever. The moment the word begin escaped the announcer's lips, he unleashed a roar akin to that of a ferocious beast. From his bosom, he retrieved 2 crimson soldier pills, one of which he promptly consumed, while the other was deftly flicked into the mouth of his companion, Akamaru, perched atop his head. The effects of the medicine took hold instantaneously. Both Kiba and his canine counterpart were enveloped in a visible, frenzied crimson chakra. Their eyes turned a fierce scarlet, brimming with aggression, while their teeth and claws elongated, becoming sharper and more menacing. Come on, Akamaru, Kiba bellowed.
Ninja technique, beastman clone.
With a resounding puff of smoke, the Akamaru above his head transformed into a feral doppelganger of Kiba, exuding an aura of wild ferocity that was a perfect mimicry of his own. This time, I shall not grant you any opportunity. The 2 Kiba figures, now on all fours, resembled 2 ravenous wolves poised to strike. Their gazes fixed intently on the languid youth in the arena, who was still stifling yawns. Upon the high platform, the instructor of Team 8, Yuhi Kurinai, found herself clenching her fists, her palms slick with perspiration. She understood that Kiba was now serious. The soldier pills significantly drained stamina and were a last resort in a desperate battle. The humiliation of being bested by Chinfong with a single strike had become a haunting specter in Kiba's mind. If he failed to reclaim his honor here today, this experience would etch an indelible scar upon his ninja career. Come on, Kiba, she silently prayed. Meanwhile, Kakashi observed Chinfong with keen interest. Oh, is he finally going to make a move? He was curious to see how this enigmatic young man, capable of repelling Orochimaru with a mere punch, would fare against an adversary far inferior to the legendary Sanin. Would he unleash cataclysmic power as he did with Orochimaru, or would he employ an alternative strategy? On the high platform, the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, set his pipe aside, his aged gaze deep and contemplative, fixated on the languid youth in the arena. His genuine observation of this mysterious boy, who had shattered the 4th Hokage's record and was rumored to have clashed with Orochimaru, truly commenced at that moment. Now, Kiba, having lost the last vestiges of patience, surged forward. The 2 forms transformed into twin white whirlwinds, converging from opposite directions in a ferocious, cross-encircling assault aimed at Chinfong. They refrained from immediately employing the Fong over Fong technique, opting instead for the most primal and direct forms of attack, clawing and biting. The winds howled as their lethal claws tore through the air. In the face of this tempestuous onslaught, Chinfong merely languidly lifted his eyelids. Then he moved. No one could discern how he did it. To all observers, his body seemed to remain in place, shifting imperceptibly. Yet, the 2 frenzied white figures found all their attacks, claws, bites, and charges, falling futilely upon empty air. Each swipe of their claws, accompanied by the sound of air being rent asunder, passed mere inches from Chinfong's garments and strands of hair. At one point, the sharp tip of a claw came within less than a centimeter of his eye. Yet that single centimeter felt like an insurmountable chasm. What? Kiba's heart sank in disbelief. How could this be possible? His coordination with Akamaru was seamless. With a pincer attack from both sides, there was no way the opponent could evade. But this individual before him moved like a wisp of smoke, effortlessly eluding their every strike in the most improbable moments with minimal exertion. Damn it! Is evasion all you can do? Frustration surged within Kiba, igniting a blaze of fury that consumed his rationality. Then taste this. Fong over Fong. With a roar, the 2 Kiba figures began to spin rapidly in midair, transforming into 2 unstoppable, terrifying drills radiating red chakra. The air was shredded, producing a piercing shriek. The solid ground beneath them was gouged, leaving 2 deep furrows in their wake. This was the strongest secret technique of the Inuzuka clan. It was also the very same move that had been effortlessly countered last time, leaving Kiba humiliated on the spot. This time, I shall see how you evade. Kiba howled within, channeling all his chakra, anger, and shame into this singular assault. He sought to shred apart this loathsome opponent, and his infuriatingly calm expression, faced with this terrifying combined attack, which could pierce through a city wall in an instant, Chinfong finally ceased his leisurely dodging. He stood his ground, observing the two rapidly advancing meat grinders, even finding the time to comment, the power has indeed increased significantly since last time. Alas, it is still too slow. Before his words had fully dissipated, he gradually raised one hand. Then, before anyone could react, he extended two fingers, the index and middle. Just as the two white whirlwinds were about to tear him asunder, he moved. Fast. An indescribable speed. The elite shinobi present, including Kakashi and Asuma, could barely catch a glimpse of a fleeting shadow. In the eyes of Hinata Niji, who possessed the Byakugan, he witnessed a scene that would challenge his understanding of reality. Chinfeng's body executed two entirely different yet perfectly synchronized movements in an instant. His right index fin gazing upon the two utterly tragic scenes of collision. One cannot help but shift their focus to the youth who, throughout this ordeal, had not moved a single step, merely retracting his two fingers with deliberate slowness. From the moment Inuzuka Kiba unleashed his most formidable attack to the instant he was vanquished and rendered unconscious by a single strike, the entire sequence transpired in less than a heartbeat. This was no longer a battle. It was an unadulterated display of dominance. Upon the raised platform, the countenance of Yuhi Kurenai turned ashen, her instinct to aid her student forgotten in the wake of the unfolding chaos. Kakashi's visible eye widened in sheer disbelief, his heart tumultuous with insurmountable waves of emotion. What was that? It was not any known form of taijutsu. It was a technique that harnessed power, angle, and timing to an exquisite pinnacle of perfection. He resembled the most precise of artisans, employing merely two fingers to uncover the singular flaw of that ferocious force before deftly diverting it. A monster. This fellow was undoubtedly a monster. Meanwhile, Sasuke's form trembled violently. If witnessing Chinfong repulse Orochimaru had earlier instilled in him a sense of awe and yearning for absolute power, this present scene imbued him with an icy despair that penetrated to his very marrow. He realized that his prideful Sharingan had, in that fleeting moment, failed to fully discern Chinfeng's movements. It was a velocity and technique that transcended the limits of dynamic vision. The disparity. Was it truly so much greater than he had ever imagined? Coughing, the proctor, Moonlight Breeze, was choked by dust, and as he regarded the two unconscious figures, he glanced once again at the impatient youth in the arena, swallowing hard with all his might before declaring, "The victor is Chinfong." With a resigned sigh, Chinfong appeared to regard this as a trifling matter. He could scarcely be bothered to cast another glance at Inuzuka Kiba, turning instead to stroll back to his designated corner, hands tucked into his pockets, amidst the oppressive silence of astonished gazes. Then, leaning against the wall, he gradually sank to the ground, closing his eyes as though preparing to resume his interrupted afternoon slumber. Silence reigned. After Moonlight Breeze announced the result, the entire hall remained engulfed in a stifling quietude. All eyes subconsciously followed the languid figure retreating to the corner. Fear, reverence, shock, incredulity, an intricate tapestry of emotions etched upon every examinee's face. What had they just witnessed? A battle? No, it scarcely qualified as such. It was a mere farce, akin to an adult toying with a child, an unequivocal and one-sided annihilation. Was Inuzuka Kiba weak? Certainly not. Having navigated the forest of death and honed his skills to such an extent, he was undoubtedly an elite among genin. Yet, this elite stood before the youth named Chinfong, rendered more powerless than a child fresh from the ninja academy. Throughout the entirety of the encounter, he had not even managed to graze the hem of his opponent's garment. The ultimate technique, which he had wagered his dignity upon, was effortlessly unraveled in a manner so surreal it bordered on humiliation. 2 fingers. Merely 2 fingers had brought an anticipated clash of titans to an absurdly swift conclusion. Gulp. The sound of someone swallowing echoed, painfully clear in the oppressive atmosphere. Nara Shikamaru's forehead glistened with a fine sheen of cold sweat for the first time. He observed the now resting Chinfong, unconsciously murmuring, "What a joke. This is such a hassle." His once proud IQ exceeding 200 seemed utterly incapacitated in that moment, as he found himself unable to analyze, calculate, or comprehend. He could not discern the limits of Chinfeng's prowess, nor did he grasp the principles behind the taijutsu employed. The unknown was the most terrifying of all. On the other side, Gaara's bloodshot azure eyes were fixed intently on Chinfong. The sand within his gourd stirred restlessly, producing a soft rustling sound. The shikaku within him roared, emitting a primal warning born of instinct in the presence of a superior, incomprehensible terror. Above, the expressions of the jonin were equally grave. Kakashi and Asuma spoke in hushed, strained tones. Did you see clearly? After a prolonged silence, Kakashi slowly uttered 3 words. I couldn't comprehend. Sarutobi Hiruzen silently retrieved his pipe, drawing deeply, yet the smoke he exhaled could not conceal the tempest of emotions swirling in his gaze. Having lived for so many years, he believed he had encountered countless geniuses. The exceptional talents of the first Hokage, the ingenious ideas of the second, the brilliance of his own student Orochimaru, and the dazzling brilliance of the fourth Hokage. Yet none had instilled in him such a profound sense of uncontrollable uncertainty as this youth before him. He was like a ghost, materializing from the mists, thoroughly disrupting the strategies laid upon the chessboard. Quick, get them down. Yuhi Kurenai was the first to react, urgently calling to the medical team below. The medical ninjas, as if awakening from a dream, rushed into the arena, hastily extricating the 2 unconscious figures, Inuzuka Kiba and Akamaru, who resembled abstract paintings embedded in the wall. Witnessing their woeful state, the assembled examinees involuntarily shuddered, their gazes towards Chinfeng's corner now steeped in greater reverence. Harsh, too harsh. This was no mere sparring. It was an outright slaughter. After the medical team carried the individuals away, Moonlight Breeze cleared his throat, attempting to restore normalcy to the atmosphere. He glanced at the electronic screen and continued. Ahem. Now, for the next match. The names on the screen began to scroll once more, and when they finally settled, a fresh wave of excitement surged through the crowd. Round 6. Hyuga Neji versus Hyuga Hinata. Oh, an internal conflict within the Hyuga clan. This shall be intriguing, the genius of the branch family against the heiress of the main house. Whispers fluttered among the crowd. Neji descended from the platform with an expressionless visage, his icy demeanor suggesting that he faced not his cousin, but a mere stranger of no consequence. Hinata, on the other hand, appeared pale, her fingers nervously intertwining, radiating anxiety and timidity. Hinata, you can do it. Show that guy your strength. Naruto cheered loudly for her. Bolstered by Naruto's encouragement, Hinata inhaled deeply, her gaze finally betraying a hint of resolute determination. She stepped down to face Neji from a distance. Lady Hinata, Neji's voice was devoid of emotion. I advise you to concede now. Your disposition is fundamentally unsuitable for a ninja. Fate, from the very moment an individual is brought into this world, is irrevocably determined. You are the esteemed daughter of the clan, while I am but a caged bird from the branch family. Yet, your capacity pales in comparison to mine. This is the immutable essence of destiny. Listening to Neji's rhetoric of fatalism, Chinfong, who had been resting with his eyes closed, slightly parted his eyelids. He was not particularly interested in the battle. Rather, he found the self-righteous sermon somewhat grating. Begin the match. With a command from Moonlight Gale, the contest commenced. Byakugan. Both combatants simultaneously intoned, their temples pulsing with energy as their pure white eyes flickered to life. Soft fist. 8 trigrams 64 palms. Neji did not hold back for an instant. He immediately unleashed the 8 trigrams technique. His figure, akin to a wraith, swiftly closed in on Hinata, both palms thrust forward, morphing into a torrent of palm shadows that enveloped Hinata's vital points. 2 palms. 4 palms. 8 palms. Despite Hinata's utmost efforts to defend herself, her soft fist technique fell woefully short in speed, strength, and precision when compared to Neji. She was forced to retreat step by step, her chakra points sealed one after another. At that moment, a sudden notification echoed in Chinfeng's mind. Ding! Detecting advanced taijutsu style soft fist. Detecting bloodline limit, Byakugan. Initiating in-depth analysis. Chinfong paused momentarily. Oh, it can perform automatic analysis without my explicit command? This was the first time he realized that the system possessed such a passive scanning feature. Analysis in progress, Byakugan Insight Principle analyzed. 70, 85, 99. Analysis complete. Core of Byakugan Insight extracted. Passive ability activated. Byakugan Insight Core can simulate its perspective, long-range vision, and 360-degree unobstructed view, and can clearly perceive the flow of chakra and the meridian system. Note, physical ocular techniques cannot be replicated. This is merely a simulation at the principle level. Soft Fist, complete set, has been fully analyzed and recorded in the system database. Ding! One-click max level authority refreshed. The host can designate a new target at any time for one-click max level. A series of system notifications brought a subtle smile to Chinfeng's lips. Just in time. With a thought, he decisively issued his command. System, use this max-level authority on the target, Soft Fist. Command confirmed. Soft Fist has been successfully elevated to max level. In an instant, an overwhelming, profound, and esoteric understanding of the ultimate essence of Soft Fist surged into his mind, as if he were the founding ancestor of the Hyuga clan, and Soft Fist was the art he had crafted with his own hands. Having accomplished this, Chinfong turned his gaze back to the arena. With another thought, he activated the recently acquired passive ability, the Byakugan Insight Core. In the next moment, the world through his eyes transformed completely. The once tangible walls and bodies became semi-transparent entities, composed of countless blue threads forming energy conglomerates. He could distinctly see the delicate meridians within Niji and Hinata, thinner than a strand of hair, and the blue energy representing chakra flowing through them. He observed Hinata's chakra flow, chaotic and obscure due to her anxiety and lack of strength. He also beheld Niji, noting the ominous green cage seal hidden beneath the skin on his forehead, a mark composed of chakra. This was indeed the caged bird curse seal of the branch family, a cruel yet inefficient method of restraining the branch family by severing their neural connections. With a mere glance, Chinfong identified at least 3 methods to dismantle this curse seal without harm. Now, endowed with max-level Soft Fist and the Byakugan Insight Core, his perspective on the ongoing battle had fundamentally shifted. To the onlookers, Niji's 8 trigrams technique appeared swift and flawless. Yet, in Chinfeng's eyes, the so-called perfect technique was riddled with flaws. The 16th palm deviated by 0.3 millimeters, wasting at least 12 of chakra. The 24th palm, in pursuit of speed, misaligned the wrist angle, failing to completely seal that point. The 32nd palm exhibited a 0.5-second rigidity in footwork. This was no longer mere observation. It was akin to a doctoral student scrutinizing a primary school student's final examination paper. The battle was nearing its conclusion. 64 palms. With Niji's final strike, all of Hinata's major chakra points were thoroughly sealed. She coughed up a mouthful of blood, her body swaying dangerously. It is over. Niji retracted his hand, coldly regarding her. I have already stated this is fate. However, Hinata, using her hands to prop herself up, struggled to rise once more. Despite the blood staining her lips, her gaze had transformed into one of unprecedented determination. I will not concede, she declared. For this is also the path of the ninja I uphold. Witnessing that tenacious figure, Niji was utterly provoked. A flash of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. Since you are so intent on defying fate, I shall personally shatter your future. His figure vanished once more, reappearing before Hinata in the next instant, delivering a ruthless strike imbued with the essence of Soft Fist directly aimed at her heart. Stop! Kakashi, Asuma, Kurenai, and Guy shouted in unison, ready to intervene. But it was too late. Thud! Hinata coughed up another large mouthful of blood. Her body akin to a kite severed from its string, flying backward before crashing heavily to the ground, losing consciousness entirely. Niji stared at his palm, his expression icy, seemingly dissatisfied that he had not delivered a fatal blow. A wave of shock rippled through the audience. Everyone was astounded by Niji's unrelenting ruthlessness. Naruto, in a fit of rage, leaped down from the stands, pointing at Niji and shouting, "How can you lay such a vicious hand on your own comrade?" Comrade? Niji scoffed. In my eyes, there are only victors and vanquished. She is a failure. Chinfong gradually withdrew his gaze, deactivating the Byakugan Insight Core. He had completely lost interest in this farce. Fate? To him, only the weak would attribute their inadequacies to some so-called destiny. He closed his eyes, relishing the newfound control over chakra and his body bestowed by max-level Soft Fist. Meanwhile, the other candidates, having witnessed this brutal familial conflict, looked toward the corner where Chinfong appeared to be in slumber, their fear deepening. To them, he had merely been a formidable monster moments ago. Now, this monster, having witnessed such cruelty, remained unfazed, sleeping as if nothing had transpired. This implied that he was not merely a monster in strength but also an embodiment of absolute coldness and indifference in temperament. As the medical team carefully carried the gravely injured Hinata on a stretcher out of the arena, the atmosphere in the towering hall had reached an oppressive zenith. If the previous battle between Chinfong and Inuzuka Kiba delivered an overwhelming shock of pure power, then this internal conflict within the Hyuga clan starkly unveiled the harsh and frigid realities of the ninja world. The spectators in the stands exhibited a myriad of expressions. Some were rendered cold with dread by Niji's ruthless tactics, while others felt a mix of pity and confusion towards Hinata's tenacious yet self-destructive resolve. Yet, The gaze of many drifted, either intentionally or inadvertently, towards two distinctly divergent figures. One was the recently battle-hardened Uzumaki Naruto, trembling with rage, and the other was Chinfong, who appeared utterly detached, reclining in a corner with his eyes closed in a semblance of tranquility. After witnessing these two battles, each striking in its own right yet profoundly impactful, nearly all the candidates silently elevated Chinfeng's danger level to an unprecedented height, surpassing even that of Gaara from Sunigakure. His unfathomable strength and icy demeanor coalesced into an 8-character definition that resonated throughout the minds of the onlookers. Meanwhile, atop the platform, the elite jonin of Konoha found themselves ensnared in a weighty silence. Niji's actions had indeed crossed a line. Ultimately, it was Yuhi Kurenai who broke the silence, her voice trembling with fear. As Hinata's teacher, witnessing her student so grievously wounded pierced her heart like a dagger. Asuma sighed and placed a comforting hand on her shoulder, yet his gaze drifted past Niji to that corner. What concerned him more than Niji's cruelty was Chinfeng's reaction. Asuma's words cast a somber pall over the hearts of all the jonin present. Indeed, Niji's violent actions could be rationalized through the lens of the branch family's resentment towards the main house. But what of Chinfong? From the very beginning, he had remained a silent observer, as though he were watching a drama entirely unrelated to him. That indifference, that chill, was far removed from what one would expect from a 12-year-old boy. No, it was not mere coldness. Asuma, a voice, booming like a bell and suffused with explosive vitality, suddenly reverberated through the air. It was Might Guy. This azure beast of Konoha, at that moment, wore no trace of his usual fervent smile. His expression was grave, arms crossed over his chest, muscles taut as if stifling some profound excitement. That calmness stemmed from his ascendance to a pinnacle of taijutsu that most could only dream of reaching. In his eyes, both Inuzuka Kiba's Fong passing Fong and the Hyuga's gentle fist were merely inconsequential embers of youthful fervor, igniting at the foot of a towering mountain. Within Guy's gaze blazed an unprecedented flame, reminiscent of a devout seeker, finally beholding the divine embodiment of their faith, a mingling of fervor and reverence. You only witnessed him dismantling the Fong passing Fong with 2 fingers, but did you perceive the resplendence of youthful brilliance contained within those 2 fingers? The angles, the timing, the transmission of power, the precise unloading and redirection of rotation, all accomplished in less than 1/100th of a second. This transcended mere technique. This was the most exquisite artistic crystallization, blossoming only when one has traversed the entirety of the path of taijutsu. As Guy's excitement grew, he even found himself unwittingly striking a fighting pose, fists clenched, his entire being vibrating with anticipation. Oh, let my youth burn brightly. This is the ultimate adversary worth a lifetime of pursuit and challenge for Might Guy. Observing Guy's sudden fervor, Asuma and Kakashi exchanged glances, their expressions shadowed with concern. Yet they understood that Guy was not jesting. For him, a man who regarded taijutsu as his very essence, to deem it an artistic culmination, a skill of the utmost realm, what kind of terrifying entity could that signify? Guy was not mistaken. Kakashi's voice emerged softly, but even that was not his most fearsome aspect. All eyes shifted toward him. Kakashi's gaze was firmly fixed on Chinfong, his Sharingan spinning rapidly, as if desperately attempting to recall and analyze every detail of the recent battle. My Sharingan can perceive the flow of chakra, replicate ninjutsu, and predict an opponent's movements, yet in that fleeting moment all of it proved futile. Kakashi's voice bore an uncharacteristic hint of defeat. I could barely catch a glimpse of his motion's afterimage. Yet I could not fathom the logic behind his actions. My Sharingan failed to analyze, failed to predict, let alone replicate. If Guy's description merely left the audience astounded by Chinfeng's taijutsu, then Kakashi's words planted a seed of fear deep within their hearts. Even the legendary Sharingan, capable of perceiving the ninja world and replicating myriad ninjutsu, had been rendered ineffective? What manner of being was this youth? Not merely taijutsu. The previously silent Sarutobi Hiruzen finally spoke, his voice low yet commanding. He gently tapped his pipe against the railing, shaking off the ash. And then there was his chakra. The 3rd Hokage's tone grew grave, sending shivers down the spines of all the jonin. Since his arrival, I have been observing him. His chakra possesses a peculiar quality. Hiruzen's gaze deepened, reminiscent of an unfathomable ocean. I sense its presence, calm, vast, but I cannot discern its boundaries or depths. Having rested for several days, a full recovery of chakra would be expected. Yet the sensation he emanates transcends mere fullness. It is as if, regardless of consumption, it remains unchanged, an absolute quantity. To utter words you may find difficult to accept, The third Hokage's demeanor was somber to the extreme. In my encounter with the Ninetales, I could distinctly feel its malevolent chakra's enormity. Yet that magnitude had limits, it could be perceived. But this child, I feel no limits emanating from him. Silence. A profound and utter silence. The third Hokage's words struck like thunder from the heavens, shattering the perceptions of all the jonin. A 12-year-old boy, possessing endless chakra while wielding an ultimate taijutsu that even the Sharingan cannot decipher? Either of these attributes, manifested in a 12-year-old, would suffice to label him a once-in-a-century genius. Yet now, both resided within a single individual. This transcended the realm of genius. It was akin to a monster donning the guise of humanity. Who is he? Yuhi Kurenai voiced the ultimate question lingering in the hearts of all. His parents were mere ordinary villagers, both perishing during the Ninetales rampage. He grew up in an orphanage. His performance in the ninja academy merely average, devoid of any remarkable traits. Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly recounted all the information he had gathered regarding Chinfong. Yet, in light of the terrifying strength he exhibited, that information appeared painfully inadequate, almost laughable. A seemingly unremarkable orphan, devoid of any bloodline limit or guidance from esteemed mentors, has silently grown beneath the very eyes of all, transforming into a being so enigmatic that even the seasoned elite shinobi cannot fathom his depths. This notion is nothing short of absurd. Upon the elevated platform, an oppressive silence once again enveloped the atmosphere. Yet this time, within the stillness, a current of suspicion and unease began to stir. An uncontrollable entity, shrouded in mystery, possessing a power formidable enough to threaten the very existence of the village. Such a situation is the most dreaded scenario for any village administrator. As the tension reached its zenith, the proctor, Moonlight Gale, steeled himself and approached the forefront once more, declaring the commencement of the next match. The names on the large screen scrolled rapidly, but no one paid any heed to those mundane contests. The minds of all remained overshadowed by the profound impact of the prior exchanges. Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed down at the boy who had remained indifferent to everything around him from the very start. He seemed like a detached spectator, observing this world that had been stirred into tumult by his very presence. Hiruzen's gaze flickered multiple times, and ultimately, as if having made a resolute decision, his eyes regained their sharpness and determination. He turned to a member of the umbu behind him and, in an unmistakable tone, instructed quietly, after the preliminary rounds conclude, "Bring that child to see me." With the final match's conclusion, the long and brutal preliminary rounds finally drew to a close. Moonlight Gale, his frail body betraying his exhaustion, announced the final list of those advancing to the finals. Chinfong, Uchiha Sasuke, Uzumaki Naruto, Gaara, Temari, Kankuro, Hyuga, Nara Shikamaru. Each name represented an undeniable elite among the new generation. However, when all the qualifiers stood together, nearly every gaze instinctively averted from the figure in the far corner, as if he existed in a dimension entirely separate from the others. Very well, everyone. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes swept over each individual below. Congratulations. You have successfully advanced to the final round. The finals will be held in 1 month at the Konoha Arena. This month is allocated for your preparation and training. I hope that after this period, you can showcase the spirit and will of our Konoha ninjas to the guests from various nations. Now you may disperse. Hiruzen's words abruptly halted. His gaze pierced through the crowd, landing precisely on Chinfong. Chinfong, please stay behind. The rest of you may leave. At the sound of his name, the entire venue fell into a profound silence. All eyes instantly converged upon Chinfong, filled with envy, jealousy, confusion, and a hint of schadenfreude. Being singled out by the Hokage was a unique honor in Konoha, but it could also spell a singular disaster. Hey, Sasuke, why is the old man calling that guy? Naruto exclaimed irritably. In his view, it should be him, the future Hokage, who deserved the Hokage's attention. Sasuke remained silent, his dark eyes fixed intently on Chinfeng's back, his fists unconsciously clenching. Why is it always him? From the forest of death to the preliminaries, this guy consistently steals the spotlight. This is troublesome, Shikamaru yawned, though a spark of intelligence flickered in his eyes. It seems things are even more complex than I anticipated. Amidst the myriad of complex gazes, a member of the umbu, clad in an animal mask, silently appeared behind Chinfong. Chinfong, please follow me. The Hokage wishes to see you. The voice was cold, devoid of any emotion. Chinfong did not even raise an eyelid, merely responding with a faint and followed the umbu as they ascended towards the pinnacle of the tower. Traversing the long, dimly lit corridor, The two exchanged not a single word. Chinfong could sense the Umbu's aura. Steady and formidable. Their steps light, producing almost no sound. Yet he was indifferent, preoccupied with another thought. Had Sarutobi Hiruzen finally reached his limit? Indeed. A seemingly inconspicuous orphan suddenly revealing strength that eludes even the jonin would cause anyone to feel uneasy. Perhaps it was best to resolve all troubles in one go, sparing him from future disturbances. His mind was already calculating every eventuality. Creak. The heavy wooden door swung open. This was the Hokage's office. The room was spacious yet simply adorned. The most striking feature was the mountain of paperwork piled high, nearly engulfing the desk. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat behind that mound of documents, having removed his Hokage hat and ceremonial robes, now clad in casual attire, a pipe dangling from his mouth, resembling a kindly neighborly grandfather. Hokage-sama, the Umbu knelt on one knee. You may leave now. Hiruzen waved his hand dismissively. Yes. The shadow of the Umbu vanished instantaneously. The office was left with only Chinfong and Sarutobi Hiruzen. No, perhaps there were still more eyes lurking in the shadows. No need to be so tense, child. Hiruzen exhaled a puff of smoke, breaking the silence first. I called you here merely to have a casual chat. He gestured to the chair opposite him. Please take a seat. Chinfong complied, settling into a relaxed posture that neither appeared overly stiff nor arrogant. Chinfong. Hiruzen observed the youth before him, his eyes tinged with nostalgia. I remember your parents. They were heroes of the village, sacrificing their lives to protect it during the Ninetails incident. Chinfong responded nonchalantly. To him, they were merely names on a file, devoid of any tangible connection. You are remarkable, far surpassing your parents, Hiruzen praised. Your performance in the preliminaries astonished everyone, especially your extraordinary taijutsu. I am curious, which teacher produced such an exceptional student? Here comes the first question. Chinfeng's face betrayed no extraneous emotion. No one taught me. Oh? Hiruzen's eyebrows raised slightly. Then what about your taijutsu? I trained by myself. Chinfeng's answer was simple and direct. Self-taught? Hiruzen chuckled, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Child, the practice of taijutsu cannot be mastered in isolation. Particularly the level you have exhibited requires an exceedingly profound lineage and relentless, day-in and day-out training far surpassing what most can imagine. Perhaps, Chinfong replied non-committally, but that's how I trained. I watched others fight and after enough observation I learned. As I practiced, I eventually became what I am now. The office fell into a brief silence. Hiruzen took a deep drag from his pipe, the smoke swirling around him, sharpening the focus of his gaze. Very well. Even if we say your taijutsu is a product of innate talent. Now, I pose to you my second inquiry. I have thoroughly examined your dossier. From your inception at the Ninja Academy to the years you spent as a genin, your record of missions and daily performance is utterly unremarkable, even verging on subpar. Why? Why conceal your true capabilities? A youth endowed with such prodigious power, why would he resign himself to mediocrity for so many years, only to suddenly shine in this Chunin exam? This question strikes sharper, piercing more directly to the core. Yet, Chinfeng's response remains as serene as ever. Because it is troublesome. Pardon? He continues, drawing too much attention will inevitably lead to unnecessary complications, and I have an aversion to trouble. Chinfong shrugs his shoulders. If it were not for the mandatory requirement, I might not have even attended this Chunin exam. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen, who has navigated the intricacies of life for nearly 70 years, nearly faltered in holding his pipe steady upon hearing this reply. Simply because he finds it bothersome? The rationale behind a world-shattering genius concealing his prowess is merely rooted in disdain for inconvenience? Such reasoning, I dare say, would seem absurd even to the first and second Hokages if they were to be resurrected. Child, are you aware of the gravity of your words? Sarutobi's voice grew somber. This justification would fail to convince anyone. I require no one as persuasion, Chinfong asserted, locking his gaze with that of the third Hokage. His eyes, as dark and fathomless as a bottomless lake, reflected a tranquility devoid of any emotional fluctuation. I am merely stating a fact. For me, strength is an innate instinct, while discretion is a lifestyle I have consciously chosen. That is all. This encapsulates both my gifts and my character. It may be difficult to believe, yet it is the truth. His tone remained calm and composed, devoid of even the slightest tremor of emotion, which only served to heighten the invisible pressure in the room. Sarutobi Hiruzen fell silent, his gaze fixed on Chinfeng's eyes, seemingly searching for even the faintest hint of deceit. Yet he found none. Those eyes revealed nothing. No ambition, No desires, no lies, nor any semblance of reverence. It was as though the figure seated before him was not the leader of a vast ninja village but rather an inconsequential passerby. One final question, Sarutobi Hiruzen began slowly, the atmosphere around him shifting imperceptibly. An invisible yet weighty pressure enveloped the entire office. It was the gravitas of a ninja leader, the aura of a shadow-level powerhouse. How do you explain your colossal chakra, which even I cannot fathom the limits of? Can such extraordinary talent account for it all? However, in the face of this intimidating pressure that would instill fear in any jonin, Chinfeng's expression remained unchanged. He even offered a gentle smile. Lord Hokage, talent is inherently irrational. Do you wish to hear an enthralling lie steeped in adventure and legend? Or would you prefer to embrace a bizarre yet factual truth? My strength is entirely self-derived. Product of Konoha. My parents sacrificed their lives for this village, and naturally, I shall dedicate all my strength to its protection. This is my answer. Do you believe it? Sarutobi Hiruzen regarded the youth before him, observing the calmness in his eyes. After a lengthy pause, the immense pressure surrounding him gradually dissipated. The atmosphere in the office returned to normal. He picked up his pipe from the desk, reigniting it and taking a deep drag. I understand. In a month's time, during the finals, perform admirably. You may depart. Yes, Chinfong replied, rising from his seat and bowing slightly to Sarutobi Hiruzen before turning to leave. As the heavy wooden door closed behind him, Sarutobi Hiruzen leaned back in his chair, exhaling a long plume of smoke that mingled weariness with resignation. You are too naive, Sarutobi. A hoarse voice, akin to dry wood scraping against wood, emerged from the dimmest corner of the office. An elder, leaning on a cane, his face half wrapped in bandages, stepped from the shadows. It was Shimura Danzo, the leader of Root. Do you truly believe such words? Danzo's solitary eye glimmered with a predatory light. An untraceable power, an uncontrollable genius. This is not a boon for the village. It is a potential scourge. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice carried a weary tone as he too was a hero of Konoha. Before we possess evidence of ill intent, we must choose to trust. Trust, Danzo scoffed. For a ninja, trust is the most futile commodity. Only the power we wield is real. He gestured with a hand across his throat, his eyes gleaming with murderous intent. Such talent, if not utilized for the root and fully dedicated to the darkness of Konoha, must be eradicated before it fully matures. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression darkened immediately. I am the Hokage, Danzo. During my tenure, I will not permit you to harm the comrades of this village. Comrades? Danzo sneered. I hope your momentary mercy today does not sow the seeds of destruction for Konoha's future. With that, he turned his back, his form melding with the shadows of the office, disappearing from view. As Chinfong stepped out of the Hokage's office, his expression remained that of serene composure. Yet, internally, he was anything but tranquil. Sarutobi Hiruzen's probing inquiries were laced with sharpness, and the murderous intent emanating from the lurking Danzo was unmistakable. This summons served as an alarm, ringing harshly in his mind. The scrutiny of Konoha's higher-ups is now firmly affixed upon me. Especially Danzo, that man is no respecter of rules. For his so-called guardianship of Konoha, he would resort to any means necessary. A glint of cold resolve passed through Chinfeng's eyes. He had once believed that maintaining a low profile would allow him to evade the majority of troubles and live a tranquil, unobtrusive life. But now he comprehended the truth. When your very existence becomes an anomaly, discretion transforms into an original sin that is impossible to conceal. In this predatory world of ninjas, the so-called sense of security is never attained through hiding. It is derived from the absolute power you wield, capable of overturning the very tables of fate. 1 month. Chinfong lifted his gaze towards the distant sky. The month leading up to the finals would be his last opportunity to develop freely and steadily. He must seize this chance to become stronger. Strong enough that any conspiracies and schemes before him would appear as mere childish antics. In the days that followed, Chinfong completely vanished from everyone's sight. He did not attend the training grounds, did not accept missions, and did not even meander through the village. He confined himself within the confines of his modest apartment, resembling a true reclusive youth. This behavior left Kakashi, who was tasked with monitoring him, feeling quite perplexed. The youth resembled a black hole, where any probing or testing would be devoured by his life, as unremarkable as water, leaving no trace behind. Yet, unbeknownst to them all, beneath this seemingly tranquil facade, Chinfong was employing his maxed-out perception ability, weaving an invisible net that silently enveloped the entirety of Konoha. He was in search of a pivotal opportunity that could catalyze a transformative enhancement in his strength. At last, on the third day following the conclusion of the preliminaries, the cool-down period of his system reset. On this very day, his intangible net ensnared an extraordinarily unique chakra. This chakra was formidable, vast, imbued with a wild, untamed essence that subtly harmonized with nature. Alongside this chakra, another, intensely familiar chakra radiated warmth akin to a small sun. Was it Jiraiya and Naruto? A flicker of intrigue sparked within Chinfeng's heart. He immediately pinpointed the source of the chakra, located by a secluded river on the outskirts of the village. Without a moment's hesitation, Chinfeng's figure transformed into a barely perceptible shadow, vanishing from the apartment. When he reappeared, he had silently alighted upon a dense tree far from the riverbank. His presence melded seamlessly with the surrounding flora. Even a powerhouse of Jiraiya's caliber, unless deliberately employing sensory ninjutsu for a thorough search, would be utterly oblivious to his existence. Through the gaps in the leaves, Chinfong beheld the scene by the river. Indeed, it was Jiraiya and Naruto. "Oh, lecherous sage, what formidable ninjutsu are you about to teach me?" Naruto exclaimed, brimming with excitement, bouncing about. "Patience, kid," Jiraiya replied, adopting a mysteriously enigmatic demeanor as he unfurled a massive scroll, densely inscribed with intricate symbols and adorned with a grand illustration of a toad. "Today, this sage shall impart to you an ultimate ninjutsu that transcends the S-rank. The summoning technique. Here it comes." From his perch atop the tree, Chinfeng's gaze sharpened. He observed as Jiraiya began to elucidate the principles of the summoning technique. It involved signing a blood contract and using one's chakra and blood as offerings to summon powerful beings from the otherworldly realm to assist in battle. "Watch closely, kid," Jiraiya declared, biting his fingertip and swiftly forming hand seals. Boar, dog, rooster, monkey, goat.
Summoning technique.
With a thunderous boom, a colossal plume of white smoke erupted. A gigantic, resplendent red toad emerged majestically by the riverbank. Indeed, it was a creature from Mount Myaboku. "Wow, incredible." Naruto's eyes sparkled with countless stars of wonder. The moment the toad from Mount Myaboku materialized, a long-awaited system notification resonated within Chinfeng's mind. Ding. Key skill detected. Summoning technique. Toad contract. Ding. Through in-depth analysis of the chakra nature of the summoned beast, linked to the advanced skill. Sage mode. Myaboku heritage. System max level authority has been refreshed. Would you like to instantly maximize the theory of the summoning technique in Sage mode? Yes, Chinfong resolutely affirmed in his heart. The next moment, an overwhelming, profound torrent of information surged into his mind. It encompassed not only the hand seals and chakra manipulation techniques of the summoning technique, but also the complete experiential knowledge from the inception of the contract to establishing perfect rapport with all the toads of Mount Myaboku. It felt as though he had fought alongside the toads for hundreds of years. Even more exhilarating was the information regarding Sage mode, the perception techniques for natural energy, absorption methods, and the perfect fusion ratio with one's own chakra, strategies to avoid petrification, and methods to attain the most flawless sage state. All the theoretical knowledge, all the cultivation secrets, every conceivable risk and precaution. Everything was indelibly etched into his soul, though he had yet to absorb even a trace of natural energy. His understanding of Sage mode had already surpassed that of Jiraiya, perhaps even reaching the level of the great sage of Mount Myaboku. With a sigh, Chinfong exhaled a breath of pent-up excitement. This harvest was monumental. Sage mode represented the pinnacle of power capable of contending with bloodline limits and the might of tailed beasts. With it, he possessed a trump card potent enough to address any unforeseen circumstance. By the riverside, Naruto's training continued. Boom! Another burst of white smoke. The toad, scarcely larger than a thumb, appeared on the ground, feebly croaking. "Ha ha ha, kid, your chakra is still too weak." Jiraiya laughed heartily. Observing this scene, a slight smile crept across Chinfeng's lips. He refrained from lingering any longer, his figure flashing as he silently vanished from the spot. His objective had been achieved, and there was no need to squander more time. That evening, within an exceptionally concealed underground cavern outside Konoha, Chinfong had established his exclusive secret base using his maxed-out earth release technique. He sat cross-legged, preparing to embark on his inaugural training session for Sage mode. Following the flawless theories in his mind, he cleared his thoughts, entering a wondrous state of stillness. The sounds, lights, and sense of the surrounding world seemed to drift away from him, replaced by an entirely new perception. He felt it, the flow of the wind, the breath of the earth, the pulse of the rocks, and the omnipresent, gentle yet formidable natural energy that permeated the universe. Inhaling, Chinfong concentrated his thoughts. Streams of natural energy flowed into his body like a gentle brook, seamlessly merging with him. There was no hint of rejection, no semblance of risk. It was as if he were destined to unite with this power. Gradually, a faint, exquisite orange-red hue began to manifest around his eyes, and his pupils transformed into a straight line. In his very first attempt, he seamlessly entered the perfect sage mode. An unprecedented, overwhelming sensation of power coursed through him. This feeling, Chinfong clenched his fists, was even stronger than opening the 8 gates. Moreover, the most crucial aspect was that this mode imposed virtually no burden on his body. Just then, a thought struck Chinfong. He dispelled sage mode and rose to his feet.
Summoning technique.
He bit his fingertip, slamming his bloodied palm onto the ground with fervor. Boom! A plume of white smoke, 10 times larger than that of Jiraiya's summoning toad, instantly filled the entire underground cavern. Within the smoke, an enormous silhouette, akin to a mountain, gradually emerged. A deep, resonant voice, tinged with impatience, reverberated from the depths of the mist. Who dares? Which audacious imp dares to summon me with such an overwhelming chakra, disturbing my slumber? Do you not comprehend the grave consequences of waking me? Boom! A colossal plume of white smoke surged forth, inundating the underground cavern like an unstoppable tsunami. Within the haze, an immense and terrifying silhouette, reminiscent of a mountain, gradually materialized. The cavern's rocky walls groaned under the immense pressure, shedding countless fragments of stone. An ancient voice, echoing as if from the very end of time, resonated throughout the space, laced with a hint of irate disturbance. Which child, without a contract, has so brazenly disturbed the foundations of Myobokuzen? As the smoke began to disperse, the sight that unfolded was enough to leave anyone privy to the secrets of Myobokuzen breathless. A grand and venerable toad throne occupied a significant portion of the cavern. Upon this throne sat a toad of titanic proportions, its skin akin to the oldest of rocks, adorned with wise creases. Upon its head rested a scholar's cap, and around its neck hung a massive necklace inscribed with the character for sage. This was none other than the true progenitor of Myobokuzen, the legendary toad sage who had lived for millennia and assisted the six-path sage, Toad Maru. Flanking the arms of its throne stood 2 slightly smaller toad sages, one male and one female, Shinshaku and Jimai, who regarded the scene with unprecedented astonishment. Ancestor Shinshaku's voice trembled with disbelief. This child possesses the perfect sage mode. How can this be? Jimai's eyes widened as she noted there were no signs of toad transformation whatsoever. This flawless sage state was something even the likes of Jiraiya had not attained. Moreover, we have never entered into a contract with him. In stark contrast to the elder's astonishment, Toad Maru's seemingly murky eyes sparkled with an otherworldly brilliance, fixating intently on Chinfong. Not merely sage mode. Toad Maru's voice echoed with a profound understanding. From this child, I perceive the disruption of the river of destiny and a boundless, unfathomable ocean. Good evening, esteemed ones. Chinfong spoke, his tone calm and gentle. He dispelled the sage mode, the orange-red hue around his eyes gradually fading. As this transformation took place, an even purer and more vast chakra emanated from him. If the earlier sage mode had shocked Shinshaku and Jimai, the current pure chakra sent shivers through the very souls of all toads present, including Toad Maru. It was overwhelmingly vast, akin to an immeasurable ocean. Child Toad Maru's voice took on a serious tone for the first time. You need not a scroll, for your contract is not inscribed on paper but rather directly imprinted in the very essence of time and space. It seemed to glimpse something inconceivable. The contract between Myobokuzen and humanity has been inscribed in the roots of the world since time immemorial, and your name resides at the pinnacle of that record. You are not merely a signatory. You are intrinsically part of the covenant, standing as equals with us. Shinshaku and Jimai were rendered speechless. What did this mean? It implied that from the moment this youth forged a connection with Myobokuzen, his status had been on par with their grand toad sage. Thus, why have you sought us? Toad Maru inquired, having realized that this boy was the greatest variable never foretold in any of its prophecies. Nothing much, Chinfong shrugged. I merely wish to experiment with summoning and extend a greeting. Toad Maru fell into a long silence, as if engaging in an intensely taxing calculation. Finally, it spoke. I have seen countless chaotic futures, and your figure is present in them all. Child, I cannot predict your path, yet I can establish a pact with you. Myobokuzen shall become your staunchest ally, responding to your every summons and safeguarding all your secrets. In exchange, under non-essential circumstances, you must not divulge our existence to anyone. You and we shall remain each other's hidden trump cards. Agreed. Chinfong nodded, finding the term satisfactory. Then the pact is established. Toad Maru gazed deeply at Chinfong, and its immense form, along with the throne, transformed into a swirl of white smoke, vanishing from sight. A month passed in the blink of an eye. Throughout this month, the entirety of Konoha was enveloped in an atmosphere of tension and anticipation. The impending Chunin Exam finals were not only a grand event for the village, but also the finest stage to showcase their prowess to other shinobi villages. All the advancing genin were engaged in a final, fervent surge of training. Yet, amidst this fervor, Chinfong seemed to have evaporated from the world. Aside from his daily excursions to procure groceries, he confined himself to his modest apartment, rarely stepping outside. The umbu tasked with monitoring him were on the verge of existential crisis. Could it be that this prodigy, who had astonished all the jonin, was simply a recluse? Little did they know that during this month, Chinfeng's strength had undergone a monumental transformation. He could now instantly enter perfect sage mode within 0.1 seconds. Moreover, in this state, he could wield any jutsu and taijutsu he had mastered at will. Power, speed, perception, and destructive capability, all had been enhanced exponentially. Just how formidable was he now? Even Chinfong himself was unaware, for he could find no worthy opponent capable of compelling him to unleash his full might. Finally, the day of the finals arrived. In the heart of Konoha, the gargantuan arena, capable of accommodating tens of thousands, was filled to capacity. The daimyo of the Fire Country and nobles from various small countries, including the Wind Country, occupied the most prestigious viewing platforms. The air buzzed with excitement, and colorful banners fluttered in the breeze. In the center of the arena, the 9 advancing genin stood in a line, each face etched with tension and determination. Lord Niji, let them witness the true power of the Hyuga clan. Shouts of encouragement erupted from the audience. Yet, many gazes intentionally or unintentionally drifted toward the black-haired youth at the end of the line, who appeared drowsy, as if on the verge of falling asleep, Chinfong. This was the name that had left countless legends in its wake during the preliminaries. What kind of shock would he bring today? On the elevated platform, Sarutobi Hiruzen regarded Chinfong below with a complex expression. Beside him, the disguised Orochimaru, masquerading as the 4th Kazekage, watched with eyes that shimmered with unmasked greed and fervor. Ahem, the proctor, No Arajenka, with a sunbon clutched between his teeth, stepped into the center of the arena. He replaced the Moonlight Gale and became the host of the finals. Before the competition commenced, due to Uchiha Sasuke's unforeseen absence, his match against Gaara was postponed to the final round. Thus, the first match would proceed with the next pair. Nara Shikamaru glanced at the battle chart in his hand and then announced in a clear voice, Finals, first match, from Sunagakure, Kankuro, versus from Konohagakure, Chinfong. All unrelated personnel, please retreat to the sidelines. As his words echoed, all but Chinfong and Kankuro withdrew to the competitor's preparation area. Kankuro's face was adorned with purple face paint, and on his back was a massive, humanoid figure wrapped in bandages. He gazed at the lethargic-looking Chinfong across from him, a cruel smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Little brat from Konoha, do not think your victory over Inuzuka Kiba in the preliminaries makes you remarkable. Today, you shall witness the pinnacle of my puppet artistry. I will transform you into the most glorious piece of my collection. As Kankuro spoke, he reached out to untie the bandages from the puppet named Crow on his back. However, at the very moment his fingers brushed against the bandages, the match commenced. Nara Shikamaru abruptly swung his arm down. Swish! A barely perceptible sound of air being sliced through rang out. Opposite him, the previously relaxed black-haired youth, who stood 30 meters away, suddenly vanished. What? Kankuro's pupils constricted sharply. He hadn't even sensed a ripple of chakra. That individual simply disappeared into thin air. A chilling dread, akin to the icy grip of death, surged from his tailbone to the crown of his head. He yearned to move, to retreat, to immediately release his puppet. But it was already too late. A cold, glimmering kunai had stealthily pressed against his throat. A flat, emotionless voice whispered in his ear, "You have lost." At that moment, time seemed to freeze. The roar of tens of thousands of spectators in the arena came to an abrupt halt. Everyone's eyes widened, mouths agape, as they beheld the astonishing scene before them. Kankuro remained frozen in the position of reaching for the bandages, paralyzed with fear, while Chinfong stood behind him, kunai unwaveringly poised at his vital point. From the beginning of the match to its conclusion, the entire sequence lasted less than a second. Victory belonged to the Leaf Village, Chinfong. Nara Shikamaru's scroll clattered to the ground. He observed the youth, who seemed to have merely accomplished a trivial task, calmly retract the kunai and stride back to the competitor's area. His throat felt parched. Silence enveloped the arena, akin to the absolute stillness found 10,000 meters beneath the ocean. The cacophony of thousands in the arena felt as though it had been throttled by an invisible hand. All sounds, cheers, discussions, shouts, were instantly drained away. Time appeared to stand still. All eyes were fixated on the center of the arena. What had they witnessed? The match began. A figure vanished. Kunai at the throat. It was over. The entire process unfolded so swiftly it transcended the limits of human perception. Too rapid for the vast majority to comprehend what had transpired. They only beheld the outcome. A powerful, confident elite from Sunagakure, frozen in place at the signal of the match's commencement. Like a rabbit ensnared by a hunter, too terrified to move an inch. Victory belonged to the Leaf Village. Chinfong. When the proctor Nara Shikamaru's voice, hoarse and almost unrecognizable, resonated through the loudspeakers, the frozen air finally shattered. Boom! A sound wave erupted, tenfold more intense than any before. What was that? Body flicker technique? No, it couldn't be that fast. And there wasn't a hint of chakra fluctuation. I saw it. His figure flashed straight from its original position. It wasn't mere movement. A monster. This guy is a monster. The audience erupted into chaos. Fear, shock, disbelief. An amalgamation of emotions painted every face in the crowd. On the elevated viewing platform, the daimyo of the Land of Fire set down his folding fan, leaning forward, his pampered eyes reflecting a newfound, profound interest. Lord Sarutobi, your Konoha truly harbors hidden talents. Sarutobi Hiruzen forced a grimace that resembled a pained smile, his gaze following the calm youth returning to the competitor's area, his pipe unknowingly cracking under his grip. Is this the so-called talent of yours, Chinfong? This power has entirely surpassed the realm of genius. Beside him, Orochimaru, disguised as the fourth Kazekage, extended his long tongue to moisten his parched lips. In his golden serpent eyes burned an unprecedented greed and fervor. Marvelous, simply marvelous. This perfect physique, this incomprehensible strength. This is the ideal vessel I have long sought. Compared to Uchiha Sasuke, he is nothing but unrefined scrap metal. The desire to kill and the thirst for power surged wildly within him. In the competitor's preparation area, the atmosphere grew oppressively tense. When Chinfong returned with an expression of tranquility, all the advancing genin instinctively stepped back, creating distance from him. It was a primal instinctive fear and reverence in the face of a superior, unfathomable existence. Hey, what nonsense is this? Naruto exclaimed, his signature boisterous voice now somewhat dry. What on earth did that guy do? This troublesome individual had become even more troublesome. Shikamaru leaned against the wall, shielding his eyes, yet his keen intellect allowed him to peer through his fingers, scrutinizing Chinfong intently. Meanwhile, on the other side of Sunagakure, Temari supported the dazed Kankuro, who had nearly been carried back, his face ashen. She regarded Chinfong with eyes filled with terror. Gaara, who had remained with his arms crossed and eyes closed, now slowly opened them. His emerald gaze, shadowed by dark circles, locked onto Chinfong with an intensity that replaced his usual cruelty and bloodthirst. Instead, an extreme exhilaration mingled with a hint of fear, one he had yet to fully recognize himself, coursed through him. The shikaku within him roared in a frenzy, warning him,
Danger.
extreme danger, flee. Yet Gaara smiled. Mother, did you see? In this world, there exists a monster even more powerful than me. His blood must be exquisite. Coughing, Nara Shikamaru forcibly steadied himself and announced the next match. Next, the second match, Uzumaki Naruto versus Hyuga Neji. When these two names were called out, the atmosphere in the arena was once again ignited. One was the perennial underdog, the unexpected number one ninja who had created miracles at every turn. The other was a prodigy born of a prestigious lineage, hailed as a once-in-a-century talent from the Hyuga clan. This was a fateful confrontation. Naruto, go for it. Neji, defeat him. The battle was on the verge of erupting. Byakugan. In an instant, Neji activated his Byakugan, assuming the stance of the gentle fist. Vortex Naruto, your destiny is to be vanquished by my hand. This is an immutable truth. Enough with the chatter. I refuse to believe in destiny. Naruto roared, forming hand seals for the shadow clone technique. Bang! 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 Hundreds of Narutos instantly filled the arena. Useless. Neji's gaze was as frigid as snow. Before my Byakugan, your true form is utterly exposed. 8 trigrams palms. Faced with the assault of countless shadow clones, Niji spun rapidly in place, forming an impenetrable sphere of chakra that deflected all incoming attacks. Then, with a flash, he darted into the crowd, his hands moving like lightning. Gentle fist 8 trigrams 64 palms. 2 palms. 4 palms. 8 palms. 16 palms. 32 palms. 64 palms. Countless strikes landed on Naruto's true body, sealing all his chakra points. Naruto collapsed powerless onto the ground. "It's over," Niji coldly declared. However, just when everyone believed the outcome was decided, a ferocious, ominous red chakra erupted violently from within Naruto. It was the chakra of the Nine Tails. "I told you, I will never lose to you," Naruto bellowed, utilizing the power of the Nine Tails to forcibly break through the sealed chakra points, re-engaging Niji in a fierce battle. Ultimately, with an unexpected uppercut that erupted from the ground below, he completely overwhelmed the arrogant genius of the Hyuga clan. The arena fell into a momentary silence. Then, it erupted with a tidal wave of cheers. He won. The perennial underdog truly defeated the genius. Everyone was filled with fervor at this spectacular turnaround. Meanwhile, in the contestant area, Chinfong observed the raging chakra of the Nine Tails, and the System-S notification echoed in his mind as expected. Ding! Special energy detected. Nine Tails chakra. Ding! Through in-depth analysis of the essence of this energy, it is linked to the skill, Perfect Jinchuriki Mode, Theoretical. System max level permissions have been refreshed. Would you like to instantly max out Perfect Jinchuriki Mode, Theoretical? Yes. Chinfong silently thought. In an instant, all theoretical knowledge on how to perfectly harness Tailed Beast Chakra, establish a mental link with the Tailed Beast, and achieve the most stable physical manifestation, and even Sage Fox mode surged into his mind. Although he did not possess a tailed beast within him, this knowledge elevated his understanding of chakra to an entirely new dimension. The victor, Vortex Naruto. With the announcement of Nara Shikamaru, the cheers reached a crescendo. Next, the third match will commence. From Sunagakure, Temari will face Nara Shikamaru of Konoha. Temari took a deep breath and stepped into the arena. Meanwhile, Shikamaru ambled out with an expression of utter boredom, as if he wished to return home to sleep. A contest of wit and strength was about to unfold. Temari wielded her enormous 3-star fan, summoning a fierce whirlwind. Shikamaru, however, calculated everything using the shadows of the sun, deftly dodging while gradually leading Temari into the trap he had set. Ultimately, to the astonishment of everyone, he successfully executed the shadow mimic technique, seizing control of Temari. Yet, just when all believed he was poised for victory, he raised his hand and declared, "I forfeit." With an expression of ennui, Shikamaru admitted, "I've exhausted my chakra. Continuing would yield no win. What a hassle." The crowd erupted in disbelief. The victor, Sunagakure's Temari. As match after match concluded, the atmosphere in the venue reached its zenith. For now, only the final bout remained, the most anticipated climax of the event. "Ladies and gentlemen," Inuzuka Kiba's voice carried a hint of excitement. "Next, we will witness the final confrontation of this Chunin exam. Uchiha Sasuke versus Sabaku no Gaara." Yet, Uchiha Sasuke had yet to arrive. The arena buzzed with unrest. Just as everyone assumed Sasuke would be disqualified, whoosh, a gust of wind rustled the leaves, and 2 figures suddenly appeared in the center of the arena. It was Kakashi, accompanied by his tardy student, Uchiha Sasuke. Apologies for the delay, Kakashi lazily waved to the Hokage's platform. "Oh!" Sasuke's entrance sent the crowd into a frenzy. On the platform, the Kazekage's lips curled into a sinister smirk. He gazed at the impending confrontation between Sasuke and Gaara, his golden snake-like eyes glinting with the thrill of a plot about to unfold. The game was finally afoot. The atmosphere in the arena ignited the moment Sasuke arrived. Cheers and screams threatened to lift the very roof of the venue. "Sasuke-kun, you finally made it. I knew you would." In the audience, Sakura and Ino were overwhelmed with emotion, tears brimming in their eyes. In the center of the arena, however, Sasuke's gaze had already transcended the clamor, fixating intently on the red-haired boy before him, Gaara. His emerald green eyes brimmed with an unabashed thirst for blood and madness, the colossal gourd on his back emanating an ominous aura. "The match begins." Inuzuka Kiba's voice was drowned amidst the roaring cheers. The battle was on the brink of explosion. Whoosh! Sasuke's form was the first to move, under Kakashi's rigorous training over the past month. His speed had reached an entirely new realm, so swift, to the eyes of ordinary spectators, He left only blurred afterimages in his wake. Incredible! Naruto exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment. Yet, Gaara stood utterly still. In the face of Sasuke's torrential onslaught of taijutsu, the sand from the gourd behind him surged forth, forming impenetrable sand shields that deflected all attacks. Is that all you've got? Gaara's voice was hoarse and frigid. Then allow me to respond. Sand coffin. Boom! The sand on the ground, as if alive, morphed into a colossal hand, striking fiercely at Sasuke. Utilizing his astonishing speed, Sasuke narrowly dodged. However, the ground beneath him was left with a terrifying crater from the sand hand's impact. This one T-do. Taijutsu cannot reach him. Sasuke assessed the situation swiftly while in motion. Drawing a deep breath, he rapidly formed hand seals. A sound akin to a chorus of 1,000 birds echoed throughout the arena. The eyes of all the jounin present instantly focused. Chidori. Blue-white lightning coalesced in Sasuke's left hand. Ready to erupt. He accelerated to the utmost limit, transforming into a streak of thunder, hurtling directly towards Gaara's impenetrable defense. This was a clash between the mightiest spear and the most formidable shield. A piercing sound erupted, akin to the tearing of fabric. All present beheld a scene that defied belief. Gaara's famed absolute defense, the armor of sand, was mercilessly penetrated by Sasuke's Chidori. A trickle of crimson blood slowly cascaded down from Gaara's shoulder. Blood, my blood. Gaara lowered his head to inspect the wound upon his shoulder, his emerald eyes narrowing in a fierce constriction. An aura, more ferocious and malevolent than ever before, erupted violently from his being. Ah! He clutched his head, emitting a roar of anguish and madness. The sand began to uncontrollably envelop his form, and a colossal, grotesque arm fashioned from sand began to take shape. At that very moment, high above, the one masquerading as the fourth Kazekage, Orochimaru, wore a cruel smile that curled at the corners of his mouth. He raised his hand. The signal was given.
Genjutsu, Nirvana technique.
In the next heartbeat, countless pristine feathers descended from the heavens like snowflakes. The entire arena, filled with tens of thousands of raucous spectators, almost simultaneously succumbed to slumber, their eyelids growing heavy. The once boisterous venue fell silent, akin to a graveyard. Release. The elite shinobi of Konoha, nearly instantaneously upon the activation of the genjutsu, dispelled the illusion. Yet it was already too late. From all directions, numerous ambushing ninjas from Sunigakure and Otogakure surged forth like a tidal wave. The plan to shatter Konoha had commenced. Orochimaru tore away his disguise, revealing his pallid and sinister visage. In a flash, he brandished a kunai, taking the third Hokage hostage. Sarutobi-sensei, it has been a long time. Orochimaru, it truly is you. Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze was as cold as iron. For purple flames formation, for sound ninjas instantaneously appeared at the corners of the rooftop, weaving a violet barrier that completely enveloped Orochimaru and the third Hokage. The plan to dismantle Konoha was officially underway. Kill! Countless enemy ninjas charged towards the slumbering civilians and nobility. Protect the populace. Kakashi, Asuma, Kurenai, Might Guy, and other elite shinobi of Konoha immediately led the Umbu in a fierce battle against the invaders.
Blades flashed, technique floue.
The entire arena was instantly transformed into a bloody purgatory. Meanwhile, in the contestants' preparation area, Chinfong surveyed the chaotic scene before him, his brow furrowing slightly. Just as he was preparing to eliminate these insignificant foes with utmost speed, his gaze was drawn to the violet barrier atop the roof. Within the barrier, Orochimaru formed hand seals.
Forbidden technique, impure world réincarnation.
Two coffins slowly rose from the ground. As the lids opened, out stepped two figures that sent shivers through every Konoha ninja. The first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. The second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. Sarutobi, what is the meaning of this? The second Hokage's tone was frigid, laced with inquiry. Lord First, Lord Second, how could this be? Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression was gravely serious. Sarutobi-sensei, let us relive our master-disciple bond. Orochimaru cackled maniacally, controlling the two Hokages to launch an assault on Sarutobi Hiruzen. Just as Orochimaru initiated the impure world reincarnation, a chilling system notification echoed in Chinfeng's mind. Ding! System full-level permissions have been refreshed. Ding! Forbidden level skill detected. Impure world reincarnation. Ding! Through in-depth analysis of the soul contract and causality of this technique, it is linked to the divine counterskill, Contract Soul Liberation. Shall I immediately level up Contract Soul Liberation to the maximum? Yes. Without hesitation, Chinfong chose to confirm. Boom! An incomprehensibly profound and tyrannical stream of information surged into his mind. It was a power capable of directly interfering with the fundamental contract of the impure world reincarnation. It could disregard the caster's control, severing the spiritual contract and liberating the souls of the deceased from their unclean vessels. This was the true divine forbidden technique, transcending the impure world reincarnation. As he felt the immense newfound power within his mind, Chinfeng's gaze turned icy. His eyes scanned the countless enemy ninjas surging forth like a tide below. It was time to bring this farce to an end. Chinfeng's figure vanished from his position. In the next instant, he appeared atop the highest wall of the arena. He stood there, overlooking the chaotic battlefield below. There he is. Eliminate him. Dozens of sound ninjas immediately spotted him, unleashing a torrent of shurikens and kunai in his direction. Chinfong did not even spare a glance. Slowly, he raised both hands, beginning to weave seals.
Zi, Wei, Shen, Hai, Wu, In.
This was a sequence of seals, far more intricate than that of the third Hokage's fire dragon flame bullet. A terrifying chakra, potent enough to cause the very fabric of space to distort, surged and coalesced within him. What is that? Kakashi, engaged in battle with the enemy, abruptly lifted his head to gaze in the direction of Chinfong. His Sharingan trembled wildly. He witnessed an overwhelming chakra, so immense it took his breath away, gathering and taking shape around that young man. Everyone, take cover. Might Guy also sensed the apocalyptic aura, using every ounce of strength to emit the loudest roar of his life. But it was already too late. The final seal of Chinfong was complete. Fire release, great fire annihilation. He opened his mouth and gently exhaled. There was no earth-shattering roar, only a sea of deep crimson flames, capable of devouring everything within sight, erupting from his lips like a cataclysmic tsunami. That ocean of fire blotted out the sun. It engulfed the entire perimeter of the arena. The thousands of sound and sand ninjas charging towards the heart of Konoha did not even have time to utter a scream. In the instant the sea of flames swept past, their bodies, along with their armor, weapons, and the very ground beneath their feet, were all instantaneously vaporized and gasified in the extreme heat. The inferno swept through and then vanished, leaving behind a vast expanse of charred, glass-like ground. The ground lay barren, as if the thousands of ninjas had never existed. At that moment, the clamor of battle, the clash of weapons, and the explosions of jutsu came to an abrupt halt. All the surviving individuals, be they the ninjas of Konoha or the invaders who fortuitously remained beyond the reach of the attack, ceased their actions, rendered utterly speechless by the spectacle before them, akin to a divine miracle or perhaps a sorceress enchantment. Their minds had succumbed to complete paralysis. One strike, merely a single strike, was sufficient to obliterate a coalition of ninjas capable of appending an entire nation from existence. Upon the walls, Chinfong slowly lowered his hands, which had formed the seals, his garments fluttering slightly in the aftermath of the heatwave. He stood there, a solitary figure embodying an entire army. One man, a battlefield unto himself. Time, it seemed, had elongated to an eternal moment. The battlefield was enveloped in a deathly silence, marred only by the vast expanse of scorched earth, exuding a pungent odor of charred remnants. Everyone appeared as if ensnared by a binding jutsu, frozen in their combat stances. Their pupils reflected the barren wasteland of death and the silhouette of the youth standing atop the towering wall, resembling a deity or demon. This is a trick. It must be. A Konoha ninja dropped his kunai with a clatter, his voice shattering the suffocating stillness. What had just transpired? Had thousands of ninjas vanished in an instant? Was it an illusion? It had to be an illusion. A surviving sand ninja frantically rubbed his eyes, desperately attempting to awaken from this nightmarish vision. Yet the charred ground, still emanating wisps of acrid smoke, mercilessly affirmed the grim reality of it all. Fear, an unprecedented, bone-deep terror spread like a plague among the surviving invaders. Run, flee! A piercing scream erupted from an unknown source. In the next moment, all remaining sound ninjas and sand ninjas collapsed into despair. They discarded their weapons, relinquishing all tasks and commands. Like sheep pursued by a pack of wolves, they fled madly towards the village's outskirts without a backward glance. Their fighting spirit, their courage, their ninja dignity had been incinerated to nothingness before that cataclysmic fire jutsu. The ninjas of Konoha made no attempt to pursue. They merely stared blankly at the fleeing figures, before collectively turning their gazes toward the young man. Awe, gratitude, and a hint of indescribable dread filled their hearts. Was this the true extent of Chinfeng's power? Kakashi's left eye, the three-tomo Sharingan, spun wildly yet felt utterly impotent. In that fleeting moment he could discern nothing, analyze nothing. All he perceived was a sea of flames. And then, everything ceased. Within the confines of the rooftop barrier, the battle also came to a halt. The first and second Hokages stood still, gazing at the scorched earth beyond the barrier. A flicker of emotion seemed to ripple within their otherwise impassive eyes. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Hiruzen gasped for breath, his expression a tumult of complexity as he beheld Chinfeng's silhouette. That technique was the Great Fire Annihilation, a jutsu of Uchiha Madara, yet its scale and power eclipsed even the legendary Uchiha by 100-fold. Chinfong, who exactly are you? A deranged, morbid laughter erupted from Orochimaru. His face was etched with fury at his plans being utterly dismantled, coupled with an even more intense, obsessive fervor for the unknown power. Splendid, truly splendid. This is the ultimate power. This is eternal art. My vessel. You can only belong to me. Orochimaru's gaze upon Chinfong had shifted from that of a mere intriguing experiment to that of a unique divine treasure he must possess at all costs. He no longer cared for the collapse of Konoha's plan. His mind was consumed by a singular thought, to obtain Chinfong. Sensei Sarutobi, it seems today's game must come to an early conclusion. Orochimaru's voice turned cold and sharp. Before you perish at my hands, allow me to showcase my most exquisite creation once more. He formed seals anew, attempting to amplify his control over the two reanimated Hokages, urging them to unleash their most formidable assault. Yet, at that very moment, a mundane voice disrupted the farce. Enough of this tiresome charade. The voice rang out, starkly interruptive beside the barrier. Orochimaru and Sarutobi Hiruzen whirled around to see Chinfong, having silently appeared on the rooftop beyond the barrier. He stood with hands clasped behind his back, his jet-black eyes calmly surveying all within the barrier. It's you. Orochimaru's serpentine pupils constricted in an instant. He had completely failed to notice when Chinfong had approached. What do you intend? Orochimaru bellowed, his voice a mix of bravado and trepidation. This four-purple flame formation cannot be breached even by a shadow-level expert from the outside. Yet Chinfong offered no reply. He simply raised his right hand slowly and formed an unfamiliar, simple yet profoundly arcane seal. Release of the soul contract. He uttered 6 gentle words. There were no earth-shattering sound or light effects. Only an imperceptible golden ripple emanated from his hand seal, expanding softly like the ripples on a water's surface. The ripple disregarded the barriers of the four-purple flame formation, silently infiltrating the confines of the barrier. It then brushed lightly over the bodies of the first and second Hokages. In the next instant, the ominous chakra of the reanimation began to dissolve rapidly, akin to melting ice and snow. The dust covering their forms began to flake away, revealing the visages of the offerings beneath. Their once empty, manipulated eyes began to rekindle with the brilliance of human wisdom and emotion. This feeling, the binding is gone. The second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, gazed in astonishment at his own hands, his soul becoming transparent. It appears a remarkable little imp has emerged. The first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, smiled openly, glancing back at Sarutobi Hiruzen before turning his gaze toward Chinfong. His eyes filled with contentment and approval. Sarutobi, the future of Konoha rests in your hands. Yes, sensei. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded solemnly, suppressing his excitement. The two legendary Hokages, having imparted their final words, transformed into myriad glowing particles, returning to the pure land with serene smiles. This is impossible. Orochimaru screamed in disbelief. He realized that the control contract binding him to the two Hokages had been severed by an even more domineering and incomprehensible force. He had lost his strongest trump card. Orochimaru, your end has come. Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted fiercely, his adamantine staff transforming into a myriad of striking shadows, crashing down toward Orochimaru's head, without the restraint of the reanimated Hokages. Facing the wrath of the third Hokage, Orochimaru found himself swiftly overwhelmed. He knew that it was all over. Outside lurked an unfathomable monster, ready to strike, while within, his own teacher unleashed his wrath. If he did not flee now, he would truly meet his end here today. Retreat. Dispel the barrier. As Orochimaru clumsily dodged Sarutobi Hiruzen's attacks, he summoned all his strength to issue commands to the outside. The four-sound ninja stationed at the corners of the roof, upon hearing his words, dared not hesitate for a moment, and simultaneously released their hand seals. With a roar, the violet square barrier shattered into nothingness. You shall not escape. Seizing the opportunity, Sarutobi Hiruzen extended his adamantine staff like a bolt of black lightning, aiming directly at Orochimaru. Yet Orochimaru's reflexes were equally extraordinary. His neck elongated like that of a serpent, grotesquely stretching to evade the fatal blow. Chinfong, I have marked you. You will pay for this. You will be mine. The venomous roar echoed through the air. He joined forces with the sound ninja, and with a few swift movements, vanished into the distant horizon. The battle had concluded. On the rooftop, Sarutobi Hiruzen relaxed his combat stance, leaning on his adamantine staff, his body swaying precariously. He raised his head to gaze at the young boy descending slowly from the wall. The sunlight bathed him, casting an elongated shadow. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression was a complex tapestry of emotions. Relief, gratitude, astonishment, and a profound sense of trepidation that even he could not articulate. Konoha had been saved. But what fate awaited Konoha's future? Everything seemed to hinge upon the presence of this boy, powerful enough to be likened to a monster. The war had ended in an almost absurd manner. There were no fierce street battles, no heroic sacrifices, nor triumphant cheers of victory. Instead, there lay a vast expanse of scorched earth, burnt to a glassy desolation, and a deathly silence enveloped the battlefield. All surviving Konoha ninjas stood as though their souls had been extracted, frozen in place, their gazes fixed. Their eyes traversed the area representing the instantaneous evaporation of thousands of lives, ultimately converging upon the figure atop the high wall. Awe, gratitude, shock, and an uncontrollable chill emanating from the depths of their souls filled the air. Gulp. A member of the Umbu, with great difficulty, swallowed hard, his voice resounding starkly in the stillness. We have been saved? This utterance struck like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, instantly rousing everyone. We are saved. We have won. It is Chinfong. Lord Chinfong has saved us. A hero. The hero of Konoha. The pent-up relief transformed into a fervent adulation akin to a tidal wave. Countless ninjas gazed at Chinfong with fervor and gratitude. To them, this boy was a deity who had rescued their village. Meanwhile, in a corner of the spectator area, Hyuga Niji slowly closed his Byakugan, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Just moments ago, he had attempted to decipher that power with his Byakugan. Yet what he perceived was not the flow of chakra or the changes in meridians, but rather a blazing sun. A sun potent enough to scorch his very eyes and incinerate his soul, a resplendent orb of brilliance. A genius? Niji mused bitterly, his voice laden with disillusionment. It dawned on him that, in the face of true monstrosity, the term genius was but mere dust. Once again, he found himself grappling with profound doubts regarding his own fate. On the other side, only Nara Shikamaru, after a brief moment of shock, quickly regained his clarity. However, the gravity in his gaze towards Chinfong surpassed that of anyone else. This is troublesome. We are truly in deep trouble, he sighed quietly. Beside him, Choji and Ino were still reveling in the village's salvation, completely oblivious to his concerns. Only Shikamaru understood what others saw as the divine power capable of rescuing the village. He perceived as a walking, unrestrained S-rank forbidden technique. The strength of a single individual could alter the course of a war. On the rooftop, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen leaned on his adamantine staff and slowly approached Chinfong. He surveyed the scorched earth below, feeling the lingering, terrifying heat in the air, his aged face reflecting an intricate melange of emotions. There was relief, gratitude, but predominantly, an unprecedented, deep-seated anxiety. Chinfong. He opened his mouth but found himself at a loss for words. Should he express thanks, cast blame, or inquire? Any language seemed utterly feeble in the face of that miraculous strike. At that moment, two figures materialized on the rooftop. It was the advisors, Mito Gadian and Tsunade Kinomoto. Their gazes towards Chinfong had shifted from that of a junior to one akin to a detonator that could explode at any moment. Hiruzen. Tsunade Kinomoto's voice was sharp. What is the meaning of this? What is the source of such power? He must be contained immediately. Such uncontrollable strength poses a grave danger to the village. Mito Gadian echoed sternly. Their reactions stemmed from fear, a primal aversion to the unknown and the uncontrollable. Silence. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice cut through the air like a blade. He is the hero of the village. At that moment, Shimura Danzo, having appeared on the rooftop unbeknownst to anyone, did not exhibit the same disarray as the two advisors. Instead, he fixed his singular visible eye on Chinfong like a coiled serpent, his fervor far surpassing that of anyone else. Hiruzen, you are too weak. Such power in the hands of a child is a sheer waste. This power must belong to Konoha, to the root which can maximize its potential. Danzo's ambition surged uncontrollably. Yet he understood that now was not the time to act. He merely stood there, like the most patient of hunters, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. The oppressive, almost suffocating atmosphere among the higher-ups stood in stark contrast to the fervent cheers of the ninjas below. As the epicenter of all these events, Chinfong remained utterly unmoved, his eyebrows not even twitching. He simply found it all rather noisy, whether from the frenzied admiration below or the scrutinizing gazes of these old men around him. He felt a wave of annoyance. All he wished was to conclude this farce quickly and return to his slumber.
Hokage-sama.
At last, Chinfong spoke, shattering the stalemate on the rooftop. The invaders have been dealt with. The remaining aftermath is for you to handle. With that, he cast not a single glance at the higher-ups, his figure flickering before he vanished from sight, leaving behind a gathering of Konoha's leaders exchanging bewildered glances. Each one understood. The war, though concluded, had merely ushered in the brewing of a new tempest surrounding heroes and monsters above Konoha. Night deepened. The streets of Konoha remained aglow with lights. Yet unlike the usual vibrancy, tonight's illumination served to dispel the shadows of war, offering solace to the souls who had survived the calamity. The medical ninjas hurriedly rushed about, tending to the wounded. The security forces and the Umbu worked diligently to maintain order and assess the damages. Meanwhile, a multitude of ordinary ninjas and villagers spontaneously engaged in the restoration of their ravaged homes. The atmosphere was one of clamor, bustling activity, and fatigue, yet tinged with a glimmer of hope for rebirth. All of this was of no concern to Chinfong. He returned to his unremarkable little apartment, eschewing the light, merely pulling open the curtains to allow the moonlight to flood the room. Approaching his bed, he flopped onto it in a starfish position, the soft mattress enveloping his form. Chinfong exhaled a long, heavy breath. His body felt devoid of any weariness. Whether it was the max-level great fire extinguishing or the godly soul liberation, the exertion for him was virtually negligible. However, on a mental level he sensed a long-lost fatigue, or perhaps it was more accurately described as irritation. Engaging in battle with thousands of ninjas, he scarcely had the energy to lift his eyelids. Yet, the complex gazes of the old fellows on the rooftop weighed upon him more heavily than a grand ninja war. Hero, monster, he cared not. He was merely a transmigrator wishing to lie quietly. The only reason he intervened was that this war had disturbed his slumber. The logic was that simple. System. Chinfong silently recited in his mind. One-click max-level system at your service. Max-level privilege refresh countdown. 61 hours, 17 minutes, 32 seconds. More than 2 days left, he thought, curling his lips. Very well. It was just the right opportunity to catch up on sleep. He turned over, pulling the blanket over his head, preparing to completely isolate himself from this chaotic world. However, fate had other plans. Knock, knock, knock. A series of exceedingly polite yet impossible to ignore knocks echoed through the air. Chinfong buried his head deeper. I can't hear you.
I'm asleep.
Knock, knock, knock. The knocking persisted, unhurried yet imbued with a tenacity that suggested it would not cease until its objective was achieved. Finally vexed, Chinfong abruptly sat up, his disheveled hair a testament to his hasty awakening. Barefoot, he strode to the door and flung it open. Outside stood an Umbu clad in a cat-faced mask. Upon seeing Chinfong, the Umbu's body visibly stiffened, evidently struck by the profound impression left by the miraculous events of the day. Lord Hokage, your presence is requested. The Umbu spoke, his tone laced with a barely perceptible reverence. I refuse. Without a moment's hesitation, Chinfong declined. I want to sleep. With that, he attempted to slam the door shut. Please wait. The Umbu hastily thrust out a hand to block the door. His voice carried a hint of pleading. Lord Chinfong, the Hokage has stated that there are critical matters regarding the village's future that must be discussed with you. Discussed, not summoned. The Umbu emphasized the distinction between the two words. Chinfong halted his door-closing motion. He regarded the Umbu in silence for a moment. Ultimately, he sighed.
Fine. Troublesome.
He raked a hand through his hair, casually donned a coat, and followed the Umbu into the night, disappearing into the shadows. The Hokage's office was quieter than Chinfong had imagined. There were no towering piles of documents, nor were there busy aides bustling about. Only Sarutobi Hiruzen sat alone. He was not clad in the ceremonial robes of the Hokage but wore simple, unadorned clothing as he sat quietly behind his desk, puffing on his pipe. The wisps of smoke obscured his aged visage. Yet Chinfong could still sense that this elderly man appeared to have aged a decade within the span of a single day. The palpable exhaustion and frailty emanating from him were inescapable. "You've arrived. Take a seat," Sarutobi Hiruzen said, his voice somewhat hoarse as he gestured towards the sofa opposite him. Chinfong did not hesitate, making his way over and sinking into the embrace of the soft couch. "Hokage-sama, why the late-night summons?" he inquired straightforwardly. "If this pertains to the events of the day, there is no need. I intervened solely because they were too noisy." Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled wryly at his words. "I know." He set his pipe down on the desk, lifting his head to look at Chinfong with his murky yet keen eyes, his gaze steady and serious. "Nevertheless, it was you who single-handedly saved Konoha and countless villagers. This debt of gratitude shall never be forgotten by Konoha or by me, Sarutobi Hiruzen." With that, he rose and performed a deep bow before Chinfong, a shadow of a village, the esteemed doctor of the ninja world, the third Hokage, paying such homage to a mere teenager. Chinfong furrowed his brow. He did not flinch, for he understood that he could bear this bow. However, he was not fond of the weighty atmosphere.
Hokage-sama.
"If this is all you wish to convey, I can simply say no need for thanks and return to my slumber? Of course, it is not merely this." Sarutobi Hiruzen straightened up and resumed his seat. He fell into a lengthy silence, as if gathering his thoughts. "Chinfong, I believe my time as Hokage has come to an end." He finally uttered those earth-shattering words. Chinfeng's face remained expressionless, yet his heart stirred. The third Hokage was stepping down? This was considerably better than the original narrative. At the very least, he was not dead. This war has exposed numerous issues. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice brimmed with self-reproach. "It was my weakness, my misplaced trust in Orochimaru's defection, that allowed him to bring about today's calamity. It is my advanced age and waning energy that render me incapable of leading Konoha through the increasingly intricate future." His gaze grew complex as he continued. "Most importantly, this era has changed. The strength of the new generation is now sufficient to support Konoha, and I, this old man, can no longer keep pace with the times." His eyes fixed upon Chinfong. "What do you believe constitutes a Hokage?" Chinfong was taken aback by the sudden inquiry. "I don't know," he answered candidly. "I have no interest." "Hee." Sarutobi Hiruzen chuckled, a note of relief in his laughter. "I knew you would respond thus. The will of fire sounds ethereal and insubstantial, but at its core it is about protection. Protecting the village, safeguarding comrades, cherishing all that we hold dear. And the one who possesses the mightiest power of protection is deemed worthy to become Hokage." Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed intently at Chinfong, each word measured and deliberate. "In this regard, you are more qualified than I to occupy this position." The office fell into silence. Chinfong regarded the elderly man before him. He could sense that there was not an ounce of pretense in the other's gaze. It was a profound and weighty entrustment, born from the depths of the heart. "I refuse." Chinfeng's reply was crisp and decisive. "Being Hokage is far too troublesome. There are meetings to attend, documents to approve, inspections to conduct. It's akin to being a caretaker. I merely desire to eat, sleep, and await death." Such a flagrant declaration of defiance, however, did not provoke the slightest ire in Sarutobi Hiruzen. It seemed he had anticipated this response long before. "I understand," he nodded. "I shall not compel you to engage in endeavors that do not please you. Nevertheless, Chinfong, I implore you to consent to one request. Before I find a successor to assume the mantle of Hokage and complete the transition, I ask that you become the guardian of Konoha. Not as Hokage, nor as an elder, but as one who transcends the rules, only intervening when Konoha faces a genuine crisis, serving as our ultimate trump card. You may disregard any commands from anyone, including me. You may forgo all missions and relish the tranquil life you desire. All I require is your promise. When Konoha once again confronts a peril capable of annihilating the village, I hope you will take action once more." Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze was imbued with utmost sincerity. He was bargaining the authority of Hokage for Chinfong's vow, a safeguard sufficient to preserve Konoha's foundation. Chinfong fell into silence. He observed Sarutobi Hiruzen's graying hair, noting the profound fatigue and earnestness in his eyes. He contemplated his modest apartment, the delightful dumpling shop downstairs, and the villagers he might not know, yet who would greet him with a smile. If Konoha were to vanish, so too would his desired peace. The very notion of finding a place to rest would become an extravagant aspiration. Trouble. Ultimately, he uttered those two words. "I agree to your terms. However, let it be understood, I shall only intervene when the village is on the brink of collapse. Under ordinary circumstances, let no one disturb me." Upon hearing this response, the taut nerves of Sarutobi Hiruzen, which had been strained throughout the day, finally relaxed. He leaned back in his chair, a look of profound relief illuminating his face. That is sufficient. Your word alone suffices. He understood that Konoha's future was secure. Well then, having concluded our discussion, may I return to my slumber? Chinfong rose, stifling a yawn. Go ahead. Sarutobi Hiruzen replied with a smile, waving him off. By the way, as Chinfong approached the door, as if recollecting something, he turned back to inquire, how do you intend to handle Danzo? At the mere mention of that name, Sarutobi Hiruzen's smile gradually faded. The warmth in his eyes also diminished. Rest assured, before I abdicate, I shall eradicate all darkness that needs addressing. They shall have no opportunity to disturb you. His voice was calm yet carried an undeniable authority, one befitting a leader. Chinfong nodded, refraining from further questions as he exited the room. Once again, the office was left with Sarutobi Hiruzen alone. He grasped the crystal ball on his desk, gazing at the reflection of the retreating figure of the youth. After a prolonged silence, he murmured to himself, Jiraiya, Tsunade. It is time to irrevocably entrust the future to these young ones. 2 days had elapsed since the plan to bring Konoha to ruin had been thwarted. The scars of war were gradually being healed. Damaged homes were being reconstructed by carpenters. The injured were recuperating under the care of medical ninjas, and smiles reappeared on the faces of the villagers. The entire village was suffused with an atmosphere of relief and hope for the future. At the center of it all, the man heralded as Konoha's hero was, at this moment, asleep. Chinfong rolled over in bed, adjusting the covers to shield himself from the piercing sunlight seeping through the curtain's gap. Comfortable. This is what life should be. No more of the ninja world's wars or heroic rescues could compare to the tangible comfort of a soft bed. In a hazy state, he silently murmured, System. One-click max level system at your service. Max level authority refresh countdown. 13 hours, 46 minutes, and 12 seconds. It's almost time. Chinfong smacked his lips in satisfaction, preparing to continue his quest for more sleep. In the past 2 days, he had truly managed to remain within the confines of his home, never setting foot outside. Meals were exclusively acquired via delivery. He would open the door just a crack, exchanging payment for food without allowing anyone a glimpse of his face. He understood all too well. Once he stepped outside, he would inevitably be besieged by enthusiastic villagers and ninjas alike. There would be those offering banners of commendation, letters of gratitude, and even flirtatious glances. Just the thought of such a scene made his scalp tingle. Too much trouble. With that time spent on socializing, wouldn't it be far more delightful to indulge in some extra sleep? However, fate had other plans. Just as he was about to drift back into slumber, a series of knocks resounded, loud, familiar, and insistent. Chinfong's body stiffened instantaneously. He slowly, gradually, poked his head out from under the covers, his expression one of utter disillusionment. Again? How long will this continue? I have already given you my word. What more do you desire? He suppressed his morning irritability, silently raging within. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking persisted. Chinfong resigned himself to the inevitable. He knew that today his sleep would be forfeit. Sporting a rather disheveled appearance, he sluggishly climbed out of bed and ambled toward the door, flinging it open with some vigor. Outside stood the familiar figure of the Umbu agent clad in a cat mask. Upon catching sight of Chinfong's expression, which seemed ready to devour him whole, the young Umbu trembled, nearly dislodging his mask. Chinfong Dano. His voice quivered. Speak. Chinfong uttered a single word, laced with unmistakable morning irritation. The Hokage has summoned a high-level elder meeting, and your presence is required, without fail. The Umbu agent's posture was nearly bent at a right angle, fearful that a mere flicker of displeasure from Chinfong might result in his incineration by the great fire destruction technique. A meeting? Chinfong furrowed his brow. I shall not attend. He reiterated his firm refusal. Meetings rank as the second most troublesome endeavor in existence, surpassed only by social gatherings. Please, Chinfong Dano. The Umbu agent was on the verge of tears. The Hokage stated that this meeting is specifically convened for you. It pertains to your future identity and status. If you do not attend, the meeting cannot proceed. Identity and status? Chinfong's ears perked up at these two keywords. Elaborate. I am afraid I cannot provide further details, the Umbu agent replied, his expression fraught with difficulty. Chinfong scrutinized him for a few moments before finally waving his hand in annoyance. Understood. Lead the way. Moments later, they arrived at the Hokage building, Within the highest security conference room, the atmosphere around the elongated conference table was so oppressive it felt as though one could wring water from it. Sarutobi Hiruzen occupied the head seat, his demeanor tranquil. Beside him sat two elder advisors, Mito Kazan and Tsunade, their expressions somewhat rigid and their gazes averted, unwilling to meet the eyes of the leader. On the opposite side, Shimura Danzo sat upright, his bandaged face betraying no emotion, save for the one exposed eye that glimmered with a somber light. Creak. The door to the conference room swung open. Chinfong strolled in, yawning and bleary-eyed. He surveyed the room before striding directly to the empty seat across from Sarutobi Hiruzen, plopping down and expertly propping his feet up on the conference table. The air within the room instantly thickened. Mito Kamen and Tsurugi Koharu's eyes twitched violently. Outrageous. Utterly outrageous. This is the highest decision-making body of Konoha. How dare this young man display such disrespect? Just as they were about to voice their reprimands, a mere glance from Sarutobi Hiruzen silenced them. Only Danzo remained expressionless, seemingly oblivious to the scene unfolding before him. Well, everyone is here, Sarutobi Hiruzen said, tapping the table to break the tension. The purpose of today's gathering is to discuss a matter concerning the ninja Chinfong, who has achieved unparalleled merit in this war, regarding his promotion and commendation. His gaze swept across all present. During the defense of Konoha, Chinfong single-handedly repelled thousands of enemy forces, saving the village from greater casualties. This feat is worthy of being recorded in the annals of Konoha's history. Therefore, I propose to promote Chinfong to the rank of special jonin, bypassing standard procedures. As his words echoed, silence enveloped the conference room. Tsurugi Koharu and Mito Kamen exchanged glances, both reading a hint of helplessness in each other's eyes. They certainly did not wish to agree. A force so powerful and wholly uncontrollable was nothing short of a nightmare for those accustomed to wielding power. Yet, could they oppose it? No. Chinfeng's accomplishments were evident to the entire village. Should they dare voice dissent, they would be drowned in a tide of public discontent by the morrow. Moreover, they glanced at the youth, lounging with his legs crossed, appearing nearly on the verge of slumber. They had no doubt that if they opposed him, this young man would truly dare to upend the table right there. Concur. Tsurugi Koharu reluctantly uttered. I also agree. Mito Kamen followed suit, their voices dry and lacking vigor. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded in satisfaction before turning his gaze to the last individual. Danzo, what is your opinion? To everyone's astonishment, Shimura Danzo displayed a rigid yet unmistakably approving expression. I wholeheartedly support Hiruzen's proposal. His voice was hoarse yet resolute. Chinfong is the hero of the village. His achievements merit any honor. Merely being a special jonin would be an underestimation. In my view, he is even worthy of direct entry into the Council of Elders. This proclamation left Mito Kamen and Tsurugi Koharu momentarily speechless. They looked at Danzo in bewilderment, unable to comprehend the ulterior motives of this old fox. Only Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze turned slightly frosty. He recognized that Danzo was maneuvering strategically, elevating Chinfong only to place him in the proverbial hot seat, making him a target for scrutiny. Simultaneously, should Chinfong truly enter the power center, Danzo would gain more opportunities to monitor and manipulate. There is no need for the council, Sarutobi Hiruzen interjected. Chinfeng's character is ill-suited for the complexities of village affairs. He turned to Chinfong, his tone softening. Chinfong, the title of special jonin entails that you will possess all the rights and privileges of a jonin. However, you will not be required to lead genin or enforce any routine missions. You will have complete, independent authority, reporting only to me. Your very existence is a safeguard for the village. Do you accept? All eyes turned to Chinfong. Finally, he lowered his feet from the table, yawned, and languidly inquired, will my salary increase as a special jonin? A hush fell over the room once more. Sarutobi Hiruzen paused briefly before bursting into laughter. Certainly. Your remuneration will be among the highest in Konoha. Oh, Chinfong nodded, then asked, does that mean I won't have to do those D-rank tasks? Like finding cats or weeding? Correct? Sarutobi Hiruzen's lips twitched. Then I accept, Chinfong replied decisively. Rising from his seat, he asked, is that all? I'll be heading back to continue my nap. Ignoring the expressions of astonishment from the others, he turned and strode toward the door. Wait, Sarutobi Hiruzen called after him. From his drawer, he retrieved a brand new green vest and a jonin forehead protector. This is your new gear. Chinfong accepted it, casually draping it over his shoulder, waving goodbye without so much as a backward glance as he exited the conference room. The door closed behind him, plunging the room into a prolonged silence. After a while, Danzo rose, leaning on his cane as he made his way out. Hiruzen, since the resolution has passed, I shall take my leave. There remains much post-war work to address. He paused at the door, hesitating before not turning back. Such an uncontrollable blade is ultimately dangerous. Take care. With that, he vanished into the shadows of the corridor. In the dim underground base of Root, Danzo sat upon his stone seat, his expression as dark as the depths of water. Yamanaka Fu, a masked Root ninja, knelt before him. From this day forth, conduct the highest level of surveillance on the newly promoted Special Jonin Chinfong, 24 hours a day without interruption. I want to know everything about him, whom he meets, what he says, what he eats, and even how many times he uses the restroom. Yes, Lord Danzo. The Root ninja vanished into the shadows. Danzo reclined in his chair, his solitary eye gleaming with a blend of greed and coldness. Chinfong, your power, your secrets. Soon they shall all belong to me. After returning from the tedious meeting, the first thing Chinfong did was toss the pristine green vest and Jonin forehead protector into the deepest recesses of his wardrobe. Absurd. Wearing such garb would plainly announce to the entire village that I am the hero Chinfong. How could he possibly venture outside then? How could he enjoy his peaceful life akin to that of a salted fish? He changed back into his most ordinary clothing and flopped back onto his bed, resuming his unfinished noble endeavor, napping. This slumber plunged him into a deep oblivion. When he finally opened his eyes again, the sky outside was awash with stars. Ah! Chinfong stretched, feeling every bone in his body relax. Habitually, he called out to the system in his mind. Ding! A crisp notification chimed in his mind. Maximum level permissions have been refreshed. Please select a new objective. Oh, the 72 hours have passed. The spirit of Chinfong has finally arrived, albeit slightly. This time, what should he choose? He has grown somewhat weary of offensive ninjutsu. After all, regardless of the technique in his hands, it ultimately culminates in a single strike of annihilation, rendering them indistinguishable. Perhaps it would be wise to opt for something functional. Chinfong stroked his chin, deep in contemplation. During his last visit to the Hokage's office, he had reluctantly promised the third Hokage that he would serve as Konoha's trump card. Though he was far from enthusiastic, he had no choice but to accept this burden in order to preserve his future life of leisure from disturbances. As a trump card, the utmost priority is to remain concealed. Yet now, he has already drawn the attention of the cunning Danzo. While he is not afraid, the incessant buzzing of a swarm of flies around him is quite bothersome. Eureka! A spark ignited in Chinfeng's eyes. System, elevate my perception abilities to the maximum. Target locked. Comprehensive perception ability. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your comprehensive perception ability has reached maximum level with a single command. Almost instantaneously after the system's notification resonated, Chinfeng's world transformed. If his previous existence was akin to a high-definition 4K canvas, now every pixel of that canvas was magnified, analyzed, and vividly presented in his mind. The rustling of leaves in the wind, the sound of an ant scuttling 100 meters away, and the faint chakra presences of 4 figures surrounding his apartment, as if they had melded into the darkness, became strikingly clear. Their breaths, heartbeats, and chakra flow appeared as beacons illuminated against the night, vividly visible to Chinfong. TSK. Chinfong smirked slightly. How persistent Danzo is. He closed his eyes, and a holographic map unfolded in his mind. In the southeastern corner of a rooftop, a ninja from the Yamashiro clan was consolidating intelligence with mental energy. In the western corner, a ninja from the Oil Girl clan released a miniature insect as a visual probe. 2 more were concealed within the sewers and the opposite water tank, specializing in assassination techniques. This setup would suffice to monitor even a shadow-level ninja, wouldn't it? He could even see a bug disguised as a moth perched on his window, peering inside with its minuscule compound eyes. A barely perceptible smile graced Chinfeng's lips. Want to play? Very well, then let us engage in this game. He languidly rose from his bed, stretched, and ambled toward the window. With a swift motion, he drew back the curtains. On the rooftop, the Commander Yamashiro's heart skipped a beat. Instinctively, he contemplated ordering the oil girl to retract the insect. However, Chinfong merely yawned and took a sip from the cup on his desk, never once glancing outside. Yamashiro exhaled in relief. Coincidence, perhaps? Surely, he simply happened to be thirsty. All right, I'm hungry. Time to grab a bite. Chinfong muttered to himself as he slipped on his shoes and stepped outside. The 4 Root ninjas surveilling him immediately heightened their alertness. Their figures, like phantoms, silently trailed behind him. Chinfong chose not to take the main road, instead opting for obscure and dimly lit alleyways. This delighted the pursuing route team. Urban combat was their forte. In such environments, they possessed countless strategies to remain undetected by the target. Yet they soon realized something amiss. Chinfeng's route was far too erratic. He resembled a drunken man, veering left and right, sometimes unexpectedly wandering into a dead end, staring blankly at a wall for 3 minutes before turning back. At other times, he would suddenly accelerate, using body flicker technique to dash several hundred meters, only to halt at a grocery store, meticulously comparing the prices of 2 different soy sauces. This relentless pursuit left the route team fatigued. They had to maintain the highest level of vigilance, constantly shifting positions and adjusting their surveillance angles. Within a mere 10 minutes, their energy expenditure exceeded that of an A-level mission. Wind, something feels off, relayed the oil girl through the insect to Yamashiro. Seems like he's toying with us.
Impossible.
Yamashiro immediately countered. Our concealment technique has been personally refined by Lord Danzo. Even the Hokage couldn't detect us in such a short time. He must be heading to some secret location, employing this method to shake off any potential pursuers. Everyone, stay sharp. He's about to reveal his true intentions. Yamashiro forced himself and his teammates to muster their spirits. Meanwhile, what was Chinfong doing? He was squatting in front of a dumpling shop, a serious expression on his face as he scrutinized the shopkeeper. Boss, why is the red dumpling in your 3-color dumplings smaller than yesterday? The shopkeeper, a boisterous uncle, was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. Kid, your eyes are quite sharp. No choice, prices have gone up lately. Flour is more expensive. Oh, Chinfong nodded thoughtfully. Then I'll take 20 skewers, and ensure that each skewer has 3 dumplings of equal size. The shopkeeper, hidden in the shadows of the street corner. Yamashiro. Where's the secret rendezvous? What's the code? The plot of betrayal? After all this, it's just to buy 20 skewers of dumplings. And he even spent ages haggling over the size of the dumplings? Yamashiro felt an unprecedented insult to his intelligence. He even entertained an absurd illusion that he was not on an S-level covert surveillance mission, but rather watching a tedious fool perform his pre-meal ritual. Just then, after purchasing his dumplings, Chinfong, thoroughly satisfied, turned to head home. He hummed a tuneless melody as he walked. As he passed the street corner where Yamashiro was concealed, he seemed to trip over something, causing him to stumble slightly. An accompanying bamboo skewer slipped from his hand. Whoosh! The skewer sliced through the air with a sharp sound, precisely embedding itself half an inch into the wall before Yamashiro. The skewer's tip quivered slightly. Yamashiro's pupils constricted to the size of pinheads. Every hair on his body stood on end at that moment. Cold sweat instantly drenched his back. In that instant, he sensed a chilling, unmasked intent to kill. That murderous aura was not directed at him, but rather at the miniature insect from the Oil Girl clan, disguised as a crack on the wall before him. The skewer had accurately pierced through the insect's 6 legs, pinning it firmly to the wall. Not a fraction off. This was a warning. A blatant, scornful warning. Ah! My hand slipped. Chinfong's languid voice drifted from the alleyway. Without turning back, he continued to saunter toward his apartment. It seemed as though that heart-stopping scene moments ago was merely an unfortunate accident. Yamashiro stood frozen in place, too fearful to move. Only when Chinfeng's silhouette had completely vanished into the night did he gradually lean against the cold wall, gasping for breath. The other 3 elite root ninjas emerged from their respective hiding places, their faces equally pale, a stark contrast to their usual demeanor. Captain, he discovered us. Yamashiro's voice was dry and hoarse. From the very beginning, he was aware of our presence. He wasn't trying to shake us off. He was merely playing with us like one would with a dog. This conclusion sent a chill of dread through all of them. They, the most elite ninjas of Konoha's route, had been toyed with like mere pets for an entire night, oblivious to it all. Retreat, Yamashiro commanded with great difficulty. The mission has failed. At the route base, Danzo listened intently to Yamashiro's report, his face wrapped in bandages revealing no expression. Yet, within that single eye of his, a tempest of fury churned. Are you implying that not only were you discovered, but you were also toyed with like fools? Why yes, Lord Danzo, Yamashiro stammered, kneeling on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Conventional reconnaissance and surveillance techniques proved utterly ineffective against him. His range and precision of perception have surpassed our understanding. We were like torches in the night, completely exposed before him. Useless. With a forceful blow, Danzo shattered the stone table beside him into dust. His chest heaved violently, unmistakably enraged. Yet, he quickly forced himself to regain composure. Anger would not resolve the matter at hand. His perceptive abilities have reached such a level. Danzo's voice was as cold as the harshest winter. This power likely surpasses the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan, and even eclipses the secret techniques of the Yamashiro clan. A monster. He is undeniably a veritable monster. For the first time, Danzo felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness toward a target. This probing had not yielded any useful information. Instead, it heightened his trepidation towards Chinfong to its zenith. Conventional methods had proven futile. It was imperative to adopt a more direct and thorough approach. Relay my orders. Cease all surveillance activities concerning Chinfong. Additionally, initiate Plan A. Upon hearing the words Plan A, Yamashiro's body jolted. That was a top-secret directive only activated in the face of the most formidable foes or during the most sinister experiments. Understood, Lord Danzo. Yamashiro dared not inquire further and promptly departed. In the vast emptiness of the base, Danzo stood alone. He slowly raised his right arm, gazing at the spinning Sharingan embedded within it. Chinfong. Your power, your perfect vessel, shall become the cornerstone of my realization of true peace for Konoha. 3 days after the collapse of Konoha, the Hokage's office was shrouded in smoke. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep draw from his pipe, exhaling slowly. The wrinkles on his face seemed deeper than 3 days prior. Across from him sat a man draped in a red cloak, with striking white hair, seated cross-legged with a grave expression. The oil-paper forehead protector on his brow signified his unique identity. The legendary Sanin Jiraiya. As a first-hand participant and core combatant of the Konoha collapse plan, he had not followed the rumors and abandoned the village. Instead, he engaged immediately in the aggregation of intelligence and assessment of war losses. Teacher, the Sand Village has sent envoys to apologize for the incident and is willing to accept any form of punishment. Jiraiya's voice, in this moment, lacked its usual levity, resonating instead with the steadiness befitting a leader of his caliber. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, unsurprised. With the death of the Kazekage, they were now preoccupied with their own survival and naturally would not dare oppose Konoha any longer. However, Jiraiya's tone shifted, furrowing his brow tightly. Teacher, there is something I must clarify. During the final stages of the battle, while I was suppressing the colossal serpent summoned by Orochimaru using the Utebu collapse technique, I sensed a chakra fluctuation, one potent enough to send tremors across the entire battlefield. He recalled the scene, a flicker of horror crossing his gaze. It was a wall of fire, an immense wall of fire unlike anything I had ever seen, as if a natural disaster had descended. The scale and power of it surpassed even my own. Who was responsible for that? Was it you, teacher? Or does the village harbor an ultimate weapon unknown even to me? Sarutobi Hiruzen fell silent. He tapped his pipe against the table and looked up, his eyes reflecting a complex mix of emotions as he regarded his student. Neither, he spoke slowly. That wall of fire came from someone you would never suspect. His name is Chinfong. Chinfong? Jiraiya was taken aback, desperately scouring his intelligence network for that name, only to find nothing but an empty void. He had never heard of it. Is he an elite from the Umbu? Or perhaps a secret weapon from a clan? Neither. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head. Just 3 days ago, he was an inconspicuous genin who had recently graduated from the Ninja Academy. What? This time, Jiraiya could no longer maintain his composure. Springing to his feet, disbelief etched across his face. A genin? Teacher, are you joking? A mere genin could unleash such a massive scale of great fire annihilation. That technique belongs to the legendary Uchiha Madara. As a master of ninjutsu, he understood all too well what such a technique entailed. I am not jesting. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression was more serious than ever. The fact stands. Many jounin witnessed it. It cannot be fabricated. He single-handedly incinerated thousands of sand and sound ninjas, turning the tide of the entire battle. Jiraiya stood rooted to the spot, feeling as though his worldview had been irrevocably shaken. A genin wielded Uchiha Madara's signature technique and saved all of Konoha? This sounded more absurd than the plots he penned in Ika Ika Paradise. Has there been any investigation into this boy's background? Who is his master? Is there any organization behind him? Jiraiya immediately inquired from a ninja's professional perspective. That is the strangest part, Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed. His records are as pristine as a blank sheet of paper. His parents were ordinary villagers, perished during the Ninetales incident, and his academic performance in the Ninja Academy was merely mediocre. I have already spoken with him. Then, Sarutobi Hiruzen recounted his late-night conversation with Chinfong, as well as the agreement with the Guardian. He is now a special jounin of Konoha, and the last line of defense I have left for the village. I promised him that as long as it is not a crisis of annihilation, no one shall disturb his peaceful life. A peaceful life with the greatest hobby being sleeping? Jiraiya couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth upon hearing this. To possess such world-destroying power yet aspire to be a lethargic fish. How could such a peculiar individual exist in this world? No. A profound interest and vigilance ignited in Jiraiya's eyes. Teacher, this uncontrollable power is exceedingly perilous. I must verify it with mine own eyes. Should he be a pawn inserted by Orochimaru or some other faction, it would spell catastrophe for Konoha. He spoke with righteous fervor, yet in his heart he mused, "Heh, such an intriguing lad, surely he shall bestow boundless inspiration upon my new manuscript." Jiraiya, however, felt a tinge of helplessness. "Fear not, my teacher. I am a professional," Jiraiya assured, thumping his chest. "I shall observe him from the shadows, never to disturb him. With my stealth skills, he shall never perceive my presence." Without awaiting further counsel from Sarutobi Hiruzen, he vanished in an instant from the office. Watching the direction in which Jiraiya had disappeared, Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head with resignation and lifted his pipe, drawing a deep breath. "I can only hope you won't suffer too grievously." Nightfall. Chinfeng's apartment. After taking his small dogs for a stroll, Chinfeng's spirits finally lifted a notch. He reclined back onto his bed, prepared to indulge in an uninterrupted and serene slumber. However, just as he was on the brink of drifting into dreams, his heightened perception once again detected a subtle disturbance. Chinfeng's brow furrowed in displeasure. Another one? Was that old man Danzo incapable of comprehending human speech? No. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that this chakra was of an entirely different caliber than that of the previous lackeys from Root. It was vast, profound, imbued with a hint of natural energy akin to sage techniques. Moreover, the intruder's stealth was exponentially superior. He did not conceal himself in shadows, but rather employed a peculiar technique that seamlessly blended his form and chakra with the surrounding environment. Had it not been for Chinfeng's godlike perception, capable of discerning the essence of all things, he might have remained oblivious. What was this fellow plotting? Chinfeng's gaze fell upon the elderly man with snow-white hair, who was surreptitiously crouched atop the water tank on the roof opposite his apartment, peering through a telescope with unbridled curiosity at his window. The lascivious expression mirrored that of the pervert he had encountered 2 days prior outside the women's bathhouse. Chinfeng's expression darkened. Spying on the women's bath was one thing. Now he was invading a man's apartment as well? When had the ethos of Konoha become so unabashedly liberal? Suppressing the urge to flip the table, he resolved to observe a little longer. On the rooftop, Jiraiya held the telescope, marveling. Strange, this lad appears to be merely an ordinary person. The flow of chakra was steady and faint, entirely unlike that of a formidable being capable of wielding the great fire annihilation. Has he employed some advanced technique to mask his presence? Even I cannot see through it? His curiosity only deepened, compelling him to lean in closer. At that moment, the window of Chinfeng's apartment was unexpectedly flung open. Jiraiya's heart jolted, and he quickly pressed himself lower, melding perfectly with the water tank. He watched as the youth, Chinfong, sleepily approached the window. Had he been detected?
Impossible.
My technique, the toad concealment, even Nagato would struggle to perceive. Jiraiya brimmed with confidence. Yet, he was soon met with the sight of Chinfong lifting his head, his gaze landing with pinpoint accuracy upon Jiraiya's position. Jiraiya's heart skipped a beat. The next moment, Chinfeng's voice, laced with irritation and disdain, pierced through the air, traversing over 100 meters to reach Jiraiya's ears. "Hey, you old white-haired dude crouching on the water tank, your telescope is reflecting light. It's blinding and disrupting my sleep. Could you kindly relocate and develop your creepiness elsewhere?" Jiraiya froze, his expression frozen in shock, disbelief, and incredulity. The legendary Sanin, the toad sage of Konoha, the pinnacle master of reconnaissance and counter-reconnaissance in the ninja world, had been dismissed so casually by a mere teenager, as if shooing away a stray dog. The night breeze was cool, tousling Jiraiya's signature white hair and brushing against his stone-like visage. After a brief moment of astonishment, rather than anger or shame, an unprecedented thrill surged within him. How delightful, utterly delightful. Rather than retreating, he leapt from the water tank and, with a series of swift movements, appeared like a specter beneath Chinfeng's apartment. He tilted his head, gazing up at the illuminated window on the 3rd floor, striking a pose he deemed strikingly suave against the wall. "Hey, up there, kid," Jiraiya called out in a voice neither too loud nor too soft, ensuring only Chinfong could hear. "I find you quite intriguing. How about we chat?" I'll treat you to a drink. Silence enveloped him from the window above. No response. Jiraiya furrowed his brow. This shouldn't be happening. With that lad's perceptive abilities, it was implausible he hadn't heard. Kid, can you hear me? I am Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sanin. To receive an invitation from me is a stroke of fortune beyond your wildest dreams. Before he could finish his sentence, the light from above extinguished. Jiraiya. This is being ignored? He had been utterly disregarded? A throbbing sensation pulsed at his temples. How many years had it been since he had experienced such treatment? Ever since he gained renown, he had never been subjected to such disdain. Even Tsunade would merely give him a beating. This blatant dismissal, while not physically harmful, was a profound insult. Well done, kid. Jiraiya not only refused to leave but, like a petulant child, sat cross-legged beneath the building. I refuse to believe you can remain cooped up forever. However, his assumptions proved erroneous. He waited from midnight until dawn's first light. From the early morning until the sun reached its zenith, Chinfeng's apartment remained locked tight, the curtains drawn, devoid of any sign of life. It was as if the occupant was not a person but a stone. Throughout this time, Jiraiya's initial excitement waned, replaced by ennui, and ultimately, a restless agitation. He began to ponder the meaning of life. Was this lad not in need of sustenance or relief? Surely he hadn't perished from starvation within those walls? No. Given his prowess, that was implausible. Had he possibly slipped away using some unknown technique? As Jiraiya's mind spiraled into wild conjecture, sporting dark circles beneath his eyes and resembling a vagabond, a masked umbu with a feline visage appeared silently behind him. Lord Jiraiya? In the voice of the dark faction, an air of uncertainty and a trace of disdain permeated. He simply could not reconcile the image of the frail, white-haired elder hunched in the corner with the legendary Sanin of lore. Ahem. Jiraiya felt a flush of embarrassment rise to his cheeks as he hastily rose, brushing off the dust from his attire, forcibly restoring the aura of a sage. What is it? The Hokage and the elders have summoned you to discuss urgent matters. Understood. Jiraiya responded, casting one last disgruntled glance at the tightly shut windows above before turning to leave. He swore that once this matter was settled, he would pry open that boy's door to discover what truly lay within. In the Hokage's office, the atmosphere was even more grave than the previous day. Sarutobi Hiruzen and the two elder advisors sat upright, their expressions solemn. Jiraiya entered, recounting his observations from the night before, embellishing certain details. Naturally, he glossed over the parts where he was dismissed and disregarded, portraying them instead as signs of the subject's heightened vigilance, responding to all tests with silence. In summary, based on my observations, this young man named Chinfong is nothing short of a monster. Jiraiya concluded. His perceptive abilities likely surpass the limits of what the shinobi world recognizes. Moreover, his disposition is exceedingly reclusive and indolent, displaying indifference to everything external. Such a person warrants our thorough understanding. Zangetsu Kamaru and Mito Gate-en nodded repeatedly, their faces etched with concern. Hiruzen, Jiraiya speaks truthfully. Following the devastation Konoha has endured, we cannot afford any further instability. Kamaru spoke first. Additionally, after this ordeal, our vitality has been severely diminished, and the matter of a successor for the Hokage position must be considered. This was, indeed, the primary purpose of their meeting today. The third Hokage was aging. Konoha required a new, formidable leader. I comprehend your intentions. Sarutobi sighed. I have long wished to relinquish the Hokage title. Looking across the shinobi world, there is only one person with the qualifications and capabilities to succeed as the fifth Hokage. Tsunade? Jiraiya instantly grasped his mentor's implication. Precisely. Upon hearing her name, the two elder advisors exhibited expressions of approval. As a fellow member of the legendary Sanin, the granddaughter of the first Hokage, and a top-tier medical ninja, Tsunade was undeniably the prime candidate in terms of lineage, strength, and reputation. However, Jiraiya hesitated, but Tsunade. Ever since the passing of Dan and Shozo, she has been afflicted with hemophobia, leaving the village and becoming engrossed in gambling, utterly disenchanted with everything pertaining to the village. Convincing her to return will likely prove quite challenging. Thus, this task must fall to you. Sarutobi's gaze bore into him intensely. This S-rank mission requires you to locate and bring back Tsunade, and you will have full responsibility. I have no objections. Jiraiya readily agreed, but added, I have one condition. Speak. I wish to bring two individuals along. A knowing smile crept across Jiraiya's lips. One is the orphan of the fourth Hokage, the Jinchuriki of the Ninetails, Naruto Uzumaki. He needs training and my guidance. Sarutobi nodded in agreement. This was a reasonable request. And the other? The mischievous glint in Jiraiya's smile deepened. The other is our recent topic of discussion, Chinfong. What? Both elder advisors exclaimed in unison, taken aback. Absolutely not. This is out of the question. Kamaru stood up, agitated. Taking him out of the village? What if he loses control outside or is swayed by other shinobi villages? What then? On the contrary, Jiraiya shook his head. Leaving him within the village poses a greater risk. We know nothing about him, and that scoundrel Danzo is eyeing him hungrily. This internal powder keg, once ignited, could yield disastrous consequences. Taking him away under our watchful gaze may well sever the treacherous currents within the village. This line of reasoning plunged Sarutobi into contemplation. Jiraiya had a point. Danzo's ambitions and his covetousness towards Chinfong indeed represented a significant threat. Sensei, Jiraiya continued, the journey to find Tsunade will be fraught with peril. Orochimaru has suffered a significant setback. He will not relent and may seek revenge at any moment. Furthermore, the mysterious organization Akatsuki, which I have been investigating, has been increasingly active of late. I have reservations about taking Naruto along. With Chinfong present, our safety would be greatly enhanced. Yet, Sarutobi had promised Chinfong that he would not disturb his tranquil existence. But given that boy's temperament, would he even consent? Sarutobi mused, a headache brewing. This requires a touch of finesse, Jiraiya said with confidence. Half an hour later, a knock resounded at Chinfeng's door once more. Chinfong, brimming with morning irritation, yanked the door open, ready to cast aside the audacious Umbu operative. Instead, he was met with the familiar visage of the third Hokage and the lecherously grinning white-haired elder beside him. Chinfong? His expression remained impassive as he attempted to shut the door. Wait, hold on. Jiraiya swiftly wedged his foot in the door's gap. Young man, don't be so heartless. We've come to offer you a delightful opportunity. Opportunity? Chinfong raised an eyebrow, halting his door-closing action. Indeed, Jiraiya squeezed inside, enthusiastically slinging an arm around his shoulder. We have an S-rank top-secret mission, and we wish to invite you to join us. Not going. Chinfong decisively rejected the offer. An S-rank mission sounded troublesome. With this time, ISNT sleeping more delightful? Don't be so hasty in your refusal. Jiraiya persistently clung to him. Just listen to the perks of the mission. He extended a finger. First, the remuneration is thrice that of a standard S-rank task. Enough for you to lounge in Konoha for 10 years without lifting a finger. Chinfeng's ears perked up slightly. Jiraiya continued with a second finger raised. Secondly, this mission involves travel. A glorious excursion filled with scenic vistas and delectable cuisines, with all expenses covered. Consider it a paid vacation. Chinfeng's gaze began to waver. And most importantly, Jiraiya emphasized, in this mission you need not lift a finger. Your sole responsibility is to serve as a mascot. Unless we are on the verge of death, you can merely observe from the sidelines. What do you say? Doesn't it align perfectly with your style? Chinfong fell silent, rapidly calculating the value of this proposition. Paid excursion, triple pay, and no labor required. The only cost was a brief separation from his beloved bed. Perhaps it was not entirely unacceptable? I assure you, Sarutobi interjected at this juncture, delivering the final blow. Upon your successful completion of this mission, I, in the name of the Hokage, guarantee that for 1 year, no one and nothing will disturb your slumber. Deal. Chinfong uttered those 2 words. A year of tranquility. This offer was exceedingly tempting. Upon witnessing Chinfeng's consent, Jiraiya and Sarutobi exchanged relieved glances. Securing this grand gentleman was no simple feat. Splendid. Jiraiya clapped his thigh. Then it is settled. Pack your things. We depart tomorrow morning. Tomorrow?
Infeng frowned. No.
That S2 rushed. Then the day after tomorrow? No. On the day after tomorrow. Jiraiya's expression began to stiffen. Chinfong extended 3 fingers. 3 days. I shall sleep for 3 more days. We shall convene at the village entrance after 3 days. With that, he slammed the door shut, leaving Jiraiya and Sarutobi Hiruzen outside, caught in the chaotic winds. After a long pause, Jiraiya turned to his mentor, asking in a dreamlike tone, Sensei, why do I feel as if he has us under his thumb? The land of rain. This is a realm perpetually shrouded in gloomy precipitation, where the incessant downpour resembles the tears of the sky, washing over the cold, steel edifices of the land, echoing the eternal sorrow of its people. Atop the tallest steel tower of Amigakure, a man with orange hair, his face adorned with black chakra receivers, stood gazing out the window, overlooking the rain-drenched city below. He is Pain, the leader of the Akatsuki, a man who rules this nation in the name of divinity. Behind him, a shadowy figure, black and white like a carnivorous plant sprouting from the ground, slowly materialized. Pain. The distinct, raspy voice of Black Zetsu echoed. The plan to bring Konoha to its knees has failed. Pain did not turn around, his voice devoid of any emotion. Orochimaru was expectedly inept. Indeed, not only did he fail, but he was also gravely wounded by the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Fleeing in disgrace, White Zetsu remarked with a tone of schadenfreude. However, this time there are some rather intriguing variables in the intelligence. Speak. According to the visual reports transmitted by my spore clones, at the climax of the battle, a Konoha ninja appeared, one completely absent from our intelligence database. Black Zetsu's voice grew solemn. With a single maneuver, he unleashed an expansive fire release that engulfed the entire battlefield, its power surpassing even that of a tailed beast bomb. Thousands of sand and sound shinobi were nearly obliterated in a single strike. This was the primary reason for Orochimaru's total collapse. A flicker of intrigue stirred within Pain's Rinnegan. Fire release? Such devastation could only be attributed to the legendary Great Fire Annihilation. Who wielded it? That is the most fascinating aspect, White Zetsu chuckled. His name is Chinfong. According to Konoha's public records, he is merely a freshly graduated genin. Genin? Even Pain fell silent at the mention of this term. Summon Itachi and Kisame, he commanded. A moment later, two figures draped in black cloaks adorned with red clouds entered the tower. One was a tall, ominous-looking rogue from the mist, wielding the sword of Samahata, Kisame Hashigaki. The other was a man with a stern visage, long black hair, and the three-tomo Sharingan in his eyes, Uchiha Itachi. Leader. Both bowed slightly. You should have received the intelligence from Konoha, Pain stated directly. Indeed, I never expected that old man, the third Hokage, could still put up a fight. Kisame grinned, revealing his shark-like teeth. Orochimaru has certainly taken a significant blow this time. The focus is not on Orochimaru. Pain's voice resonated in the spacious hall, but on a Konoha ninja named Chinfong. Upon hearing this name, Kisame paused, glancing at his companion. Itachi's expression remained as inscrutable as ever, as if nothing could provoke a reaction within him. According to Zetsu's intelligence, he employed the Great Fire Annihilation to conclude the war. Pain's gaze fell upon Itachi. What is your perspective as a member of the Uchiha? Itachi remained silent for a moment before replying slowly. The Great Fire Annihilation is a forbidden technique of the Uchiha clan. In theory, only Uchiha Madara, who awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, could wield it alone. Even I, in my current state, cannot accomplish such a feat. His voice was calm, yet it stirred a tempest within Kisame's heart. A technique that even Mr. Itachi deemed unattainable? What manner of monstrosity is this Chinfong? A non-Uchiha who executed a fire release surpassing the Uchiha's limits. Pain's tone revealed neither joy nor anger, and his publicly known identity was merely that of a genin. There must be a colossal secret hidden within this. Itachi, Kisame. Yes, leader. Your initial mission was to infiltrate Konoha and capture the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Pain issued new orders, but now the target has expanded to include this man named Chinfong. If possible, a glint of cold light flashed in Pain's Rinnegan. Bring him back along with the Nine-Tails. Understood. Itachi inclined his head slightly, concealing the depth of his thoughts. Chinfong. This name fell like a stone into the serene yet stagnant waters of his heart. 3 days later, Konoha. As the first rays of morning sunlight filtered through the curtains, illuminating Chinfeng's face, he finally awoke from a profound slumber that had lasted 3 days. Ha! Chinfong let out a long yawn, feeling every cell in his body brimming with vitality. Refreshing. Nothing brings greater joy than indulging in a deep, uninterrupted slumber. If there is anything better, it is the prospect of continuing to sleep after waking. Ding! A crisp notification chimed in his mind. Max level permissions have been refreshed. Please select new objectives. Oh, 72 hours have passed. Chinfeng's drowsiness was instantly replaced by alertness. He sat up in bed, beginning to assess his current skill set. Let me see what I possess. The foundational body flicker technique was flawless, excellent for deceiving foes or making a hasty retreat. In terms of offensive capabilities, he wielded the earth-shattering Great Fire Annihilation and the penetrating Lightning Cutter. For physical techniques, the 8 Gates formation served as his trump card, alongside an enigmatic yet potent technique, the 8 Trigrams Empty Wall Whirlwind. In terms of mobility, he had mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, unparalleled in its swiftness. For auxiliary and special abilities, there were summoning techniques in Sage Mode, as well as a contract soul release specifically designed to counter the impure world reincarnation, along with the recently upgraded max-level sensing ability that ensured he remained undisturbed. Rubbing his chin, Chinfong felt immense satisfaction with his opulent skill repertoire. It appeared that his hard power was overflowing. Offense, defense, speed, perception. He had no apparent weaknesses. Next, he was set to embark on a journey with Jiraiya and Naruto. The road ahead would be long. He could not rely solely on violence. Moreover, his offensive methods were excessively brutal, lacking in control and diversity. Inspiration struck. Two figures emerged in his mind. One was Asuma, lounging with a cigarette, yet capable of cleaving through gold and jade with his chakra blade. The other was Kurenai, dressed alluringly, her ruby-like eyes capable of ensnaring individuals into nightmares without a sound. Wind Release, with its formidable cutting power and versatile forms, would serve as an excellent complement. Genjutsu, a divine skill for subduing adversaries, would also enhance his repertoire for peaceful negotiations. Very well, it shall be you too. Chinfong resolved firmly. On this outing from the village, there would undoubtedly be opportunities to encounter Konoha's elite jonin. When the time comes, a mere glance will enable him to master all their skills. Contemplating this, Chinfeng's spirits lifted a notch. He rose slowly from his slumber, freshened up, and then retrieved a substantial bag of snacks from his wardrobe. This would serve as his sustenance for the journey ahead. Having completed these tasks, he meandered towards the village entrance. At the gates of Konoha, a boisterous young lad clad in an orange tracksuit, with hair as bright as the sun, was bouncing around with the excitement of a schoolboy eager for a spring outing. This is fantastic. At last, I can leave the village to hone my skills. I must become stronger than that rascal Sasuke. Naruto Uzumaki's face flushed with exhilaration. Beside him, Jiraiya, sporting dark circles under his eyes that suggested profound fatigue, leaned wearily against a post. For the past 3 days, he had been reporting to Chinfong's doorstep, only to find nothing but the door itself. He had even entertained doubts about whether Chinfong had perished inside. Hey, perverted sage, do you think Chinfong will actually show up? Naruto asked, a hint of uncertainty in his voice. He should, right? Jiraiya responded, his tone laced with doubt. Just then, a familiar figure emerged from the distance, yawning and casually carrying a plastic bag from a convenience store. Hi, Chinfong greeted them listlessly. Chinfong, you finally made it, Naruto exclaimed, rushing towards him. Jiraiya sighed with relief, thankful that their esteemed companion had at last arrived. All right, everyone else here, Jiraiya said, mustering his energy. Our mission is to locate the gambling-addicted Tsunade and bring her back to assume the role of the 5th Hokage. The journey will be perilous, so you both must heed my command. He emphasized the last 4 words, casting a glance at Chinfong. Ignored him, instead opening his bag of snacks and munching on a packet of chips. Jiraiya's mouth twitched in annoyance. Oh well, as long as he is happy, he thought, tossing a large scroll to Naruto. Naruto, you carry this. Wow, this is heavy. What is it, perverted sage? Naruto stumbled under the weight. This contains the culmination of my life's ninjutsu insights. On the way, I will teach you a super powerful A-rank jutsu. Jiraiya tantalized. Really? Naruto's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Jiraiya nodded in satisfaction before turning his gaze back to Chinfong. Chinfong stood empty-handed, save for his bag of snacks. Jiraiya opened his mouth, ready to say something, but recalling Chinfeng's earlier declaration of wanting to sleep for 3 more days, he wisely swallowed his words. Ahem, since we're all prepared, Jiraiya waved his hand dramatically. Let us embark. Thus, a peculiar trio was formed. An exuberant yellow-haired boy, a perverted sage burdened with worries, and a laid-back jonin who aspired to treat this S-rank mission as a paid vacation. They set forth on their quest to find the 5th Hokage, unaware that a web of traps had already begun to ensnare them in the distant Rain Village. As they departed from Konoha, the trio exhibited an extraordinarily bizarre dynamic. Leading the way was the seemingly inexhaustible Naruto Uzumaki. He carried a scroll taller than himself, yet instead of feeling fatigued, he resembled an exuberant husky, darting after butterflies one moment and plunging into a nearby stream to catch fish the next, all while chattering incessantly. Perverted sage, what is that super awesome A-rank jutsu you mentioned? When will you teach me? He inquired eagerly. Soon. Once we reach the town ahead, I'll gather some materials, collect some intel, and then I'll start teaching you. Jiraiya responded wearily, his dark circles betraying his exhaustion as he attempted to manage Naruto's enthusiasm. Meanwhile, Jiraiya occasionally sneaked glances at a small notebook he had pulled from his pocket, titled Paradise of Intimacy. Outdoor passion, chuckling to himself as he sought inspiration for his next masterpiece. Bringing up the rear was Chinfong, the ace and mascot of this S-rank mission. He epitomized the essence of a paid holiday, leisurely trailing behind at a pace reminiscent of a leisurely stroll in the park. A bag of chips in one hand and a can of cola in the other, the crunching sounds nearly serving as the theme music for their expedition. Jiraiya cast a glance at Chinfong's relaxed demeanor and then at his own weary state, tormented by Naruto's antics, feeling a pang of envy wash over him. Why is it that I, the great Toad Sage, must play the role of caretaker while this kid indulges in food and travel at the village's expense? Is there no justice in this world? Yet he dared not voice his grievances. Just the thought of Chinfeng's "I want to sleep for 3 more days" statement made his liver ache. As the trio ambled along, nearing the borders of the Land of Fire, Chinfeng's footsteps suddenly faltered. His heightened sensory perception, akin to an all-encompassing web, detected 2 familiar yet formidable chakra signatures approximately 2 kilometers ahead in a clearing. Chinfong focused his senses, and vivid images materialized in his mind. In that clearing, Asuma Sarutobi was engaged in an intense training session with the Ino Shikacho trio, while Kurenai Yuhi was instructing Team 8 on genjutsu countermeasures. It appeared that both teams were engaged in a debriefing before returning to the village after completing their missions. Chinfong's eyes brightened slightly. It seemed fortune was smiling upon him, as he contemplated adding some diversity to his skill set, with the opportunity presenting itself so conveniently. "Hey," Chinfong called lazily to the 2 ahead of him. "What's up, Chinfong?" Naruto turned around with curiosity. "You 2 go ahead. I'm feeling a bit unwell and need to take care of something." Chinfong fabricated a casual excuse, gesturing towards the nearby thicket. Jiraiya scrutinized him with suspicion. How could a ninja's physique be so easily affected by a mere stomach ache? He pondered. Yet, considering Chinfeng's tendency to indulge in 3-day slumbers, he conceded that anything was possible. "Hurry up and come back." Jiraiya waved dismissively, uninterested in further debate. "Understood," Chinfong replied, turning to enter the thicket. The moment he vanished from their sight, his figure transformed into a blur, almost imperceptibly racing towards the training ground 2 kilometers away. In the clearing among the trees, Choji used the human bullet tank. Ino, prepare the mind-body switch technique. Shikamaru directed, preparing to ensnare Asuma with his shadow imitation technique. Teacher, watch out. Seizing a fleeting opportunity, Shikamaru's shadow successfully bound Asuma for just an instant. Now, Asuma acknowledged his students' synchronized teamwork with a faint smile, yet his movements remained unceasing. This level isn't sufficient. He drew forth 2 iconic chakra blades from his waist, infusing them with wind attribute chakra. Wind release, emerald wind blade. With a swift motion, he swung the sharp chakra blades, carving 2 fierce whirlwinds into the ground, raising a vast cloud of dust and fallen leaves that instantly obscured everyone's vision and disrupted Shikamaru's shadow form. Meanwhile, perched atop a large tree 100 meters away, Chinfeng's figure appeared like a ghost, seamlessly merging with the shadows, quietly observing the unfolding chaos. He merely cast a casual glance. Ding! Target skill detected. Wind release. Emerald wind blade. Would you like to level up instantly? Oh, just in time. A spark of inspiration ignited within Chinfong. A month prior to the final round of the Chunin exams, he had stored a level-up privilege from the system refresh that he hadn't utilized, and with this newly refreshed privilege before leaving the village, he now possessed 2. Yes. Congratulations, host. Wind release. Emerald wind blade has reached maximum level, automatically analyzing and comprehending all variations and advanced applications of wind release, including but not limited to wind release, vacuum sphere, wind release, great breakthrough, wind release, blade of wind. A profound understanding of the essence of wind surged into his mind. From the most fundamental manipulation of airflow to the most sophisticated transformations, everything became as effortless as breathing. On the other side, Asuma was conducting grueling illusion resistance training for Team 8. Shino Hinata, your resistance is commendable. Kiba, you rely too much on your instincts and sense of smell. Your mental defense is too weak. To provide her students with a more visceral experience, she swiftly formed hand seals, targeting Inuzuka Kiba. Illusion technique. Ensnaring magical trees. In an instant, Kiba felt the scenery before him shift, as if he were ensnared in a primordial forest, with countless massive vines, like serpents, slithering towards him from all directions. Ah, not this again. Kiba cried out in panic, struggling desperately, yet in reality, he stood rooted to the spot, flailing his arms and legs in a comically undignified manner. Focus. Disrupt your chakra flow. Hurry. Asuma admonished sternly from the sidelines. This scene did not escape Chinfeng's keen observation. Ding! Target skill detected, illusion technique, ensnaring magical trees. Would you like to level up instantly? Yes. Congratulations, host. Illusion technique. Ensnaring magical trees has reached maximum level. Automatically analyzing and comprehending all core techniques of in-release illusions. Reinforcing mental barriers to an absolute domain. Unlocking advanced illusion techniques. Dark walking technique, technique of the Scarlet Servant, principles of this world. Another torrent of vast information flowed into Chinfeng's mental ocean. He felt his mental prowess solidify into an unassailable absolute barrier. Wind release and illusion techniques were now at his command. Chinfong nodded in satisfaction. The entire process transpired silently, unnoticed by anyone in the clearing. Like a leaf drifting down from the treetops, he transformed into a mere shadow, pursuing the direction in which Jiraiya and Naruto had departed. In the span of merely 5 minutes, when Chinfong rejoined the group, Naruto was eagerly bombarding Jiraiya with questions, while Jiraiya bore an expression of palpable impatience. "You're back?" Naruto exclaimed upon spotting Chinfong. "Is your stomach better?" Chinfong replied, maintaining his composure as he tore open a new bag of chips, continuing his leisurely stroll. Jiraiya cast a glance at him, feeling an inexplicable sense of unease about this peculiar individual, yet he could not pinpoint why. It could only be concluded that the lad was inherently eccentric. Just then, a leaf floated gently before Chinfeng's eyes. Without a glance, he merely extended a finger and seemingly absent-mindedly flicked it in the air. No sound was made. No chakra fluctuations were detected. The leaf, halfway down its descent, suddenly and silently disintegrated into countless exquisite, snowflake-like, perfect hexagonal fragments, which then slowly scattered to the ground. This spectacle was almost imperceptible. Naruto did not notice it at all. However, Jiraiya's eyes widened in shock. He had just glimpsed something, or perhaps nothing at all. He fixated on Chinfeng's finger, then glanced at the finely shattered leaves strewn on the ground, a wave of absurdity washing over him. Impossible, this kid's chakra showed no change. Am I seeing things? Jiraiya rubbed his eyes, plunged into deep self-doubt. Meanwhile, Chinfong completed this action as if merely swatting away a mosquito, returning his full attention to his chips, touring the landscapes while simultaneously enhancing one's abilities. This S-rank mission was truly splendid. On the 5th day after leaving Konoha, a uniquely composed trio finally arrived at their first waypoint, a bustling post town. This locale served as a vital artery of transportation for the Land of Fire, with merchants traversing from north to south, flamboyantly dressed wanderers, and ninjas concealed within the crowd, painting a lively yet intricate tableau. "Wow, incredible! This place is even livelier than Konoha," exclaimed Naruto Uzumaki, resembling a bumpkin visiting the city for the first time, carrying a massive scroll and gazing around with curiosity, his blue eyes brimming with excitement. All right, no need to be so astonished," Jiraiya replied, arms crossed, feigning a demeanor of seasoned familiarity. Yet his gaze betrayed him, uncontrollably darting towards the taverns and hot spring inns adorned with pink lanterns lining the streets, his lips curling into a grin that stretched to his ears. As ninjas, the most crucial task is to gather intelligence. Naruto, you all go explore for a bit while I shall infiltrate enemy territory and gather information on that woman, Tsunade," Jiraiya declared with righteous fervor, vanishing into the swirling mist of the hot spring inn before Naruto could respond. "Hey, perverted sage, wait for me," Naruto called after him, only to be halted by a hand resting on his shoulder. "Let him go," Chinfong yawned, pointing to the largest inn at the corner of the street. "Our mission is to find the softest beds and the tastiest food to stay at. Then we wait for that old lecher to return. This is the essence of an S-rank mission. Salary in place, a funded vacation." However, Naruto still wished to voice something. "Don't you want to learn that technique more powerful than A-rank ninjutsu?" Chinfong glanced at him coolly. "I do. Of course I do." Naruto's eyes sparkled instantly with enthusiasm. "Then obey, find a place to settle down, and recuperate," Chinfong instructed, clutching his bag of snacks as he led the way to the inn. "Otherwise, I won't have the energy to teach you." Naruto nodded, somewhat understanding, and followed eagerly. That evening, Jiraiya finally returned to the inn before closing time, wearing a satisfied lecherous grin and reeking of alcohol. I've gathered intelligence," he exclaimed, belching loudly, evidently pleased with his haul. The following morning, to fulfill his promise and ensure a more tranquil atmosphere for his upcoming research journey, Jiraiya took a spirited Naruto to a riverside area outside the town. Chinfong, however, was forcibly dragged along to serve as both a practice partner and bodyguard. Of course, he personally defined this role as simply continuing to snack and daydream in a different location. Naruto, pay close attention. Jiraiya stood by the river, his expression turning more serious than ever. I am about to impart to you a technique that took the fourth Hokage 3 arduous years to develop. A formless ninjutsu that pushes the transformation of chakra to its utmost limits. The technique of the fourth Hokage. Naruto trembled with excitement. Indeed, a glimmer of pride and nostalgia flickered in Jiraiya's eyes as he proclaimed, "Its name is the Rasengan." He extended his right hand, and chakra began to swirl rapidly in his palm, coalescing. In merely 2 seconds, a rapidly rotating, piercingly whirring blue sphere of chakra manifested in his grasp. Bang! He pressed the Rasengan against a nearby tree, and the violent rotational force erupted instantaneously, leaving a profound cavity adorned with spiral-shaped scratches in the sturdy trunk. Naruto stared in awe, nearly drooling. Incredible. I want to learn this. Perverted sage. Teach me quickly. Patience. Jiraiya replied, retrieving a water balloon from his pocket and tossing it to Naruto. The training for this technique is divided into 3 stages. The first stage is to make this water balloon burst in your palm. Huh? Is it really that simple? Naruto expressed doubt. However, half an hour later, why? Why one tea it burst? Clutching the water balloon, Naruto exerted every ounce of strength. His face flushed, but the balloon merely morphed into various peculiar shapes without a hint of breaking. He attempted with 1 hand, then 2, and even resorted to shadow clones. In no time, dozens of Narutos crowded the riverbank, grappling with their water balloons, creating an utterly comical scene. Not far away, under a tree, Chinfong leaned against the trunk, sipping on a chilled cola, his expression impassive as he watched this farcical display. His gaze seemed vacant, yet in reality, every detail of Jiraiya's Rasengan, the flow of chakra, the frequency of rotation, the compression of energy, was being meticulously analyzed by his mind, comparable to a supercomputer. Ding! Detected target skill Rasengan. Would you like to max it out with 1 click? The system's prompt arrived as anticipated. This technique holds some intrigue. Chinfong discerned that this was not merely a potent destructive ninjutsu. It represented the pinnacle of chakra manipulation theory. Should he master it, his comprehension of chakra would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. However, there was no rush. Chinfong chose not to respond immediately. After all, having seen the technique was tantamount to adding it to his repository. Upgrading it would merely be a thought away. For now, he relished this leisurely observation of his companion's training, or rather, the spectacle of watching them struggle. Jiraiya shook his head in exasperation at Naruto's repeated failures. Then, he turned his gaze toward the leisurely figure beneath the tree. He approached Chinfong and sat cross-legged beside him. Hey kid. Huh? Chinfong looked up from his snack bag. With your chakra control, you should be able to grasp the principles behind this technique, right? Jiraiya inquired tentatively, seeking his perspective. He was eager to discover the insights of this anomaly, who could wield the great fire annihilation regarding the intricate operations of the Rasengan. Yet, Chinfong merely stuffed another chip into his mouth and mumbled indistinctly. It's too noisy. Huh? Jiraiya was taken aback. I said, the noise from his training is too disruptive to my sleep. Chinfong pointed towards Naruto, still grappling with the water balloon. Jiraiya's temples pulsed with irritation. I'm discussing the ultimate essence of ninjutsu, and you're telling me it disturbs your sleep? What on earth is the logic in this guy's mind? You don't have anything else to say? Jiraiya felt as though he might suffer a heart attack.
Ido? Chinfong nodded.
Jiraiya's eyes brightened. These chips, the spicy flavor is superior to the original. Drawing a deep breath, Jiraiya stood up and silently walked away. He feared that if he lingered any longer, he might be compelled to deliver a punch to this infuriatingly oblivious brat. Meanwhile, on a path just a few miles from this lodging town, 2 figures clad in black cloaks adorned with red clouds ambled leisurely. Both wore conical hats embellished with wind chimes, obscuring much of their faces. Mr. Itachi, why are we moving so slowly? The tall Kisame asked impatiently. At our pace, we should have arrived in that town yesterday. I can hardly wait to see that Ninetails brat and the one called Chinfong. Don't rush, Kisame. Itachi's voice remained as calm as ever. Our adversary is not solely the Ninetails Jinchuriki. There is also the legendary Sanin, Jiraiya. Humph, Jiraiya, Kisame grinned, revealing a set of shark-like teeth. Though renowned, once I absorb his chakra with my shark skin, he will merely be a fish out of water. Do not underestimate him, Itachi replied coolly. Moreover, according to the leader's intelligence, Our true variable this time is the man named Chinfong. At the mention of this name, Kisame's expression grew serious. A low-ranking shinobi capable of using the Great Fire Annihilation, it's hard to fathom. Mr. Itachi, do you think he might also be a survivor of the Uchiha clan? I don't know. Itachi shook his head slightly, his eyes hidden beneath his hat gazing toward the distant lodging town, deep as the night. But soon, we will find out. On the riverbank, after countless failures and exhausting his last vestiges of chakra bang, a crisp explosion resonated as Naruto's water balloon finally burst at the very moment of his utter exhaustion. I did it. Naruto collapsed onto the ground, utterly spent, yet his face radiated an exuberant smile. Well done, dead last. Jiraiya approached, nodding in satisfaction. Finally, the first step is complete. He glanced toward Chinfong under the tree, and noticed that the fellow had somehow fallen asleep, clutching a snack bag. Jiraiya sighed in resignation. Truly, an unfathomable individual. Little did he know that just moments ago, in his dreams, Chinfeng's mind echoed with the system's prompt. Ding! 72 hours have elapsed. Max level permissions have been refreshed. Please select a new target host. Oh, refreshed again? Including the Rasengan. I can now store 2 more. How delightful. Chinfong turned over, smacking his lips, and resumed his peaceful slumber. The journey to find Tsunade had only just begun. Following his successful burst of the water balloon, Naruto's training officially entered its second phase. Jiraiya tossed him a solid rubber ball. The objective of the second phase is to break this, Jiraiya explained. Unlike the water balloon, this time you must concentrate your chakra's power at a single point for an explosive release. The difficulty is more than 10 times that of the first phase. 10 times, I understand. Naruto reignited his fighting spirit, accepting the rubber ball and embarking on yet another arduous round of training. Meanwhile, after imparting the training essentials, Jiraiya once again utilized the flimsy excuse of gathering intelligence on Tsunade to slip into the tender comforts of the lodging town. Thus, in the ensuing days, the riverbank echoed with but 2 distinct sounds. One was Naruto's various anguished roars of frustration as he struggled to shatter the rubber ball. Oh, break already. Damn it. So close.
Shadow clone technique.
The other sound was the crisp crunch of potato chips as Chinfong reclined under the shade of a tree. Chinfong exhibited little concern for Naruto's training. For him, the principles behind the Rasengan had been thoroughly deciphered the instant he witnessed Jiraiya's demonstration. That rapidly spinning sphere of chakra held no mysteries in his eyes. His reluctance to immediately elevate it to maximum proficiency stemmed purely from laziness. Moreover, the stored maximum level permissions dwindled with each use and should be reserved for crucial moments, as his current abilities were sufficient. Time drifted by in a blend of leisure and clamor, and 3 days slipped away unnoticed. On that afternoon, Chinfong leaned against the trunk, basking in the afternoon sun, teetering between wakefulness and slumber. Naruto persisted nearby, employing his unique cheat, the multiple shadow clone technique, in his relentless effort to break the rubber ball. Suddenly, Chinfeng's heightened perception quivered sharply. 2 immensely powerful chakra signatures, imbued with a foreboding aura, entered his awareness. They displayed no intention of concealing their approach, striding boldly through the town's entrance. One chakra was cold and profound, resonating with a familiarity reminiscent of the Sharingan, yet far more formidable than that of Uchiha Sasuke. The other chakra surged like a monstrous beast from the depths of the ocean, fierce, bloodthirsty, and astonishingly vast, nearly rivaling that of some lesser-tailed beasts. Chinfeng's feigned slumbering eyes slowly opened a slit. His mind instantly began to race. Clad in a red-clouded black cloak, the duo moved as a pair, one a potent wielder of the Sharingan. The answer quickly crystallized. Akatsuki, Uchiha Itachi and Kisame Hashigaki. TSK, trouble approaches. Chinfeng's brow barely furrowed at the realization. He was not frightened. He merely found the situation bothersome. A well-deserved paid vacation should not be interrupted, and such disturbances irked him. His peak perception locked onto the 2 figures as they entered a tea house, seemingly in search of something. Their target was undoubtedly Naruto. Of course, it might also include himself, as that grand fire extinguishing technique was indeed quite conspicuous. Casting a glance at Naruto, who was still grappling with the rubber ball, and recalling Jiraiya's presence at the tavern, he concluded that taking direct action would create too much commotion. The town would likely be reduced to rubble. Besides, Uchiha Itachi's intentions were likely more complex than merely capturing the Ninetales. Countless strategies flashed through Chinfeng's mind, ultimately leading him to a conclusion. To resolve this predicament with minimal exertion, he required a new technique capable of subduing his adversaries without inflicting excessive damage, while also allowing for some playful experimentation. His gaze fell upon the rubber ball in Naruto's grasp. The Rasengan seemed to fit the bill perfectly. Perhaps it would be an opportune moment to test its synergy with the Flying Thunder God technique. Conveniently, he had 2 stored permissions remaining after the last refresh. It is decided then. Chinfong resolved within himself. Ding. Target skill Rasengan detected. Would you like to elevate it to maximum proficiency with 1 click? Yes. Congratulations. Host. Rasengan is now at maximum level. All chakra form variations and their ultimate applications have been automatically analyzed and comprehended. Advanced skills unlocked. Udama Rasengan. Futon. Rasen Shuriken, theoretically perfected version. And multiple Super Udama Rasengan barrage. An overwhelming and refined theory of chakra manipulation surged into his mind, far surpassing what he had learned from wind release and illusions. He sensed his understanding of chakra had sharpened significantly in that instant. Whereas before he could only crudely transform chakra into devastating flames and lightning, now he could mold chakra into the most intricate forms he desired. Oh! Chinfong extended his right hand, and with a mere thought, a sphere of blue chakra began to spin silently at high speed in his palm. It lacked the violent turbulence of Naruto's training and the buzzing of Jiraiya's demonstration. Instead, it presented as a perfect blue orb, quietly rotating in his hand. Stable, contained, yet harboring a terrifying power capable of obliterating everything. This was the pinnacle of the Rasengan. Quite aesthetically pleasing, he mused, nodding in satisfaction before dispersing the chakra from his hand. All was accomplished silently. At that moment, a thunderous explosion erupted across the riverbank. Chinfong turned to see Naruto sprawled on the ground, gasping for breath, his right hand a gruesome mess from the backlash. The once sturdy rubber ball lay shattered beside him. I finally did it, Naruto exclaimed, gazing at his bloodied hand, a radiant smile illuminating his face, brighter than the sun. With his last ounce of strength, he staggered to his feet and rushed toward Chinfong, raising his still bleeding hand high, akin to a child who had aced a test eager for praise. Chinfong, big brother. Look, I did it. I succeeded. I see. Chinfong nodded, retrieving a roll of bandages and a bottle of disinfectant spray from his snack bag. As he skillfully tended to Naruto's wounds, he spoke casually, Naruto. 2 very fierce fish have entered the town. Fish? What kind of fish? Are they tasty? Naruto's thought process remained ever so unique. Not tasty. Chinfeng's gaze drifted toward the direction of the town, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. Moreover, they are here to eat people. Having finished the bandaging, Chinfong stood, brushing off the dust from his clothing. Let us go. It's time to wake that old lecher. Otherwise, he may never awaken again. His words, delivered with a lightness that belied their gravity, sent a shiver down Naruto's spine. Although he still did not fully comprehend what fierce fish meant, he sensed an overwhelming aura of danger in Chinfeng's unprecedentedly serious tone. All right, let us hurry. Naruto barely managed to suppress his questions, clutching his still-throbbing arm as he followed Chinfeng's lead. The 2 proceeded, one behind the other, toward the largest inn in the town. In stark contrast to the bustling vibrancy they had encountered earlier, the streets now lay shrouded in an eerie silence. Though the thoroughfare remained populated and the sounds of vendors persisted, an inexplicable sense of oppression loomed in the air. Naruto nervously swallowed, feeling the gaze of every passerby around him fixated upon him, rendering him utterly uncomfortable. Brother Chinfong, what is happening? He inquired.
Illusion technique.
Chinfong replied succinctly without turning his head.
Illusion technique?
Naruto was taken aback. It is a widespread but feeble group illusion. Chinfeng's tone remained calm. The intention was not to attack but to disperse the common folk while cloaking their perception. It seemed the other party wished to avoid disturbances from unrelated individuals. Only then did Naruto realize that the throngs on the street were unwittingly dispersing away from their inn. The once bustling shops were closing their doors under the pretense of an early closure. In a matter of mere minutes, the once vibrant street had turned desolate, leaving only the desolate rustling of fallen leaves in the wind. Are they coming for us? Naruto clenched his fists, cold sweat beading on his forehead. No, primarily, they are coming for you, Chinfong corrected. I am merely a secondary target. The 2 soon arrived at the entrance of the inn. The large door stood ajar, yet the interior was devoid of any presence. The innkeeper and staff had long since vanished. The dying rays of the setting sun streamed through the doorway, casting elongated shadows of the 2. The old pervert is upstairs. Chinfeng's perceptive abilities had already pinpointed Jiraiya's location. Without a moment's hesitation, he ascended the staircase. The wooden steps creaked ominously, their sounds echoing piercingly in the otherwise silent inn. They arrived at the door of room number 1. The door was slightly ajar. Through the crack, they could faintly hear Jiraiya's signature lecherous laughter. Hee, my dear, you are truly beautiful. Come, let us have another drink. Upon hearing this, Naruto's tense expression immediately eased. What is going on? It turns out the lecherous sage is merely drinking. Just as he was about to push the door open, Chinfong restrained him. Do not move. Chinfeng's gaze was as frigid as ancient ice. In his perception, within the room, aside from Jiraiya and the chakra of an ordinary woman, there lingered a third, almost imperceptible chakra, coiling around the woman like a parasite. It is an illusion, he deduced. An exceptionally sophisticated illusion capable of deceiving even a ninja of Jiraiya's caliber when caught off guard. With a resounding crash, Chinfong opted not to gently push the door but rather kicked it open forcefully. The loud noise abruptly silenced the laughter within. The scene inside came into view. Jiraiya sat beside a low table, a glass raised, his face flushed. Opposite him was a stunning young woman clad in a kimono, gazing at him with deep affection. Who dares to interrupt my enjoyment? Jiraiya exclaimed, startled by the sudden intrusion, his intoxication visibly dissipating as he sprang to his feet. Upon recognizing the intruders as Chinfong and Naruto, he furiously demanded, "What mischief are you two up to?" His words faltered abruptly. He noticed that the breathtaking beauty across from him had, at the moment Chinfong kicked the door, her once affectionate eyes had turned hollow, and her lips curled into a grotesquely stiff smile. Jiraiya's understanding dawned instantly, a cold sweat breaking out on his back. An illusion, he proclaimed. Not too slow on the uptake, a cold, familiar voice echoed from the shadows of the room. Both Jiraiya and Naruto turned sharply. Emerging from the shadows were two men draped in red cloud-patterned black cloaks. One was tall, with a purplish complexion, bearing a massive, bandage-wrapped ninja sword, grinning with shark-like teeth as he regarded them with keen interest. Well, if it isn't the legendary Sanin, Lord Jiraiya, it has been quite some time. The other figure stood silently, a conical hat obscuring his face. Yet, the chilling aura that surrounded him, along with the three-tomo Sharingan that glinted from beneath the shadow of his hat, sent Jiraiya's heart plummeting. Uchiha, Itachi. Jiraiya enunciated the name slowly, his muscles tensing. And the rogue ninja from the mist, the Jinchuriki of the tailless beast, Kisame. Akatsuki, you seek Naruto, do you not? Lord Jiraiya, you possess keen eyesight. Itachi's voice betrayed no emotion, and that is precisely our purpose. Hand over the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Not a chance. Despite feeling the pressure of their presence constricting his breath, Naruto mustered his courage and shouted defiantly. Heh, what a spirited little brat. Kisame chuckled, stepping forward with his sword. Mr. Itachi, why waste words? Let us seize him directly. Wait, Kisame. Itachi raised a hand to halt him. His gaze shifted past Jiraiya and Naruto, finally landing on the silent youth, who was now flexing his wrists. Chinfong. Before taking the Nine-Tails, I have a question for this gentleman. Itachi's voice wavered for the first time. You, who can wield the great fire annihilation, are you also a survivor of the Uchiha clan? All eyes turned toward Chinfong. He lifted his eyelids, his pitch-black gaze devoid of any ripple, as if the two S-rank rogue ninjas before him were naught but mere stones by the roadside. He curled his lips into a lazy, mocking smile. Take a guess. The room fell into a profound silence. Naruto was left dumbfounded. Jiraiya's lips twitched uncontrollably, while Kisame's grin froze on his face, questioning his own hearing. Kid, are you seeking death? Kisame's tone turned menacing. I simply detest when others flaunt their illusion techniques in my presence. Chinfong, without sparing him a glance, maintained his focus on Itachi. At that instant, the woman entrapped by Itachi's illusion trembled, the three-tomo pattern in her eyes shattering instantaneously. With a scream, she bolted from the room as if awakening from a nightmare. Itachi's pupils beneath his hat constricted sharply. His illusion had been dispelled by a mere glance, an act he could not comprehend. How is this possible? It seems you are the variable. Itachi's voice sank to a chilling depth. Kisame, act. About time. Kisame grinned wickedly, his figure vanishing from sight. In the next moment, he reappeared behind Naruto, his enormous sword, Samahata, slicing through the air with a deafening roar aimed at Naruto's neck. Not good. Jiraiya's face paled as he prepared to form hand seals. However, a figure moved faster than he could react. Chinfong had, at some point, already positioned himself in front of Naruto. Facing the blade capable of cleaving mountains, he neither formed any seals nor assumed a defensive stance. He simply extended his right hand casually. In his palm, a sphere of blue chakra, no larger than a fist yet remarkably dense, materialized silently, spinning wildly at a speed that transcended reason. Perfected Rasengan. To combat my shark skin with ninjutsu? What a foolish individual. As the ghost shark observed Chinfeng's movements, a glimmer of cruel mockery flickered in his eyes. Shark skin revels in chakra. Yet, in the next moment, as the barbed blade made contact with the azure orb, the anticipated scene of chakra being instantaneously absorbed failed to materialize. A low, eerie sound erupted, akin to a high-speed drill penetrating a viscous substance, reverberating throughout the room. The moment ghost shark's shark skin touched the Rasengan, the countless barbs on the blade sprang to life, emitting an excited shriek as they endeavored to devour the delectable chakra in one gulp. Indeed, it began to absorb. But at that instant, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Heck! The excited shriek of shark skin abruptly transformed into a pained, high-pitched whimper. Ghost shark felt an irresistible, pure physical rotational force surging violently from the blade. It was not merely the impact of ninjutsu. It resembled a minuscule typhoon, compressed to an extreme, impervious to all. The rate at which shark skin could consume chakra failed to keep pace with the terrifying rotational speed of the Rasengan. Before it could fully absorb the chakra, the frenzied rotational force bore down upon its body like a drill. The exquisite flavor of chakra was savored, but the excruciating physical pain accompanied it. It was akin to attempting to lick a rapidly spinning ice cream cone, only to have one's tongue ensnared within. Boom! A violent, repulsive force erupted forth. Ghost Shark's robust figure felt as though it had been struck head-on by an invisible giant hammer, sending both him and his blade hurtling through the air. He crashed through the inn's wall, landing on the bustling street outside. Struggling to rise from the wreckage, he cast a glance at his companion. There lay shark skin, resembling a dazed pet fish, flacidly draped over his shoulder, the barbs on the blade drooping, twitching slightly while emitting a series of pitiful whines. Meanwhile, Chinfong remained rooted in place, not even shifting his stance. He slowly retracted his right hand, glancing at his palm as if savoring the sensation from moments prior. Then, he lifted his gaze to meet the astonished expression of Ghost Shark, and on the other side, Uchiha Itachi, whose Sharingan had contracted to the size of a pinprick beneath his straw hat, wore a bemused smile. It appears your blade has lost its edge. Chinfeng's words, laced with a playful yet serious appraisal, echoed through the expansive street. This seemingly casual remark struck like a resounding slap across the face of the dry persimmon Ghost Shark. What did you say? Ghost Shark slowly rose from the ruins of the inn's wall, his bluish-purple shark-like visage finally revealing a true semblance of ferocity. It was a blend of shock, humiliation, and overwhelming murderous intent. He glanced down at the still quivering shark skin in his arms, then lifted his gaze to the nonchalant young man. As a member of Akatsuki, a rogue ninja of S rank from the hidden mist, he had traversed the shinobi world for years. Never had he endured such a profound humiliation. Even his beloved blade had been subdued by the opponent's ninjutsu. Boy, you have thoroughly enraged me. Ghost Shark let out a low growl akin to that of a beast. He scanned the illusion-cleared street, a glint of madness flashing in his eyes. He flung the trembling shark skin back onto his back and began to form hand signs at a rapid pace. As he completed the sequence, an overwhelming chakra surged forth from within him, suffocatingly potent. The moisture in the air seemed to be drawn in, frantically converging towards him. Jiraiya, standing at the inn's entrance, was taken aback. This scoundrel, is he intending to use that technique in such a place? He understood Ghost Shark's intentions well. Should this technique be unleashed, half of the town would be reduced to rubble. In the midst of his astonishment, another perplexing thought flashed through his mind. That just now was the Rasengan? Absolutely. How could that boy wield a technique of the fourth Hokage? Moreover, its power was even more refined and pure than mine. Who exactly is he? But the current situation allowed for no further contemplation. Ghost Shark had completed his ninjutsu, and a gargantuan shark, entirely composed of high-density water, materialized behind him, poised to pounce upon Chinfong and the others. This is bad. Seizing the moment, Jiraiya acted decisively, just as the colossal shark bullet was about to be released. He could not allow this technique to erupt in the outside world. Summoning technique, binding jutsu, Jiraiya shouted, slamming his hands onto the ground. An incredible scene unfolded. Centered around their location, the ground trembled violently, and in an instant countless pink, fleshy masses, dripping with slime, surged forth from all directions, resembling a massive maw descending from the heavens, enveloping Jiraiya, Naruto, Chinfong, as well as Uchiha Itachi and Ghost Shark on the other side. A colossal, writhing mass of flesh rose from the ground, completely isolating this battlefield from the outside world. Meanwhile, Ghost Shark's shark bullet technique was forcibly unleashed within this confined, fleshy space due to the sudden shift in environment. Boom! The enormous water shark collided violently with the newly formed flesh wall. There was no earth-shattering explosion, but the entire flesh sphere trembled violently. The resilient flesh wall was deeply dented from the impact, emitting groans of unbearable strain. The ferocious force of the shark bullet rampaged within the enclosed space, ultimately being barely mitigated by the tough flesh wall, transforming into countless streams of water that cascaded down, yet leaving the entire area quaking incessantly. "What is this place?" Naruto exclaimed, staring at the surrounding walls that writhed and exuded a strong fishy odor, his face turning pale as he clutched Chinfeng's clothing tightly. "This is the esophagus of the great toad of Mount Mayaboku," Jiraiya explained solemnly, his gaze fixed intently on Itachi and Ghost Shark, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. This jutsu can isolate enemies, but enduring the shark bullet would be a tremendous drain on him as well. This is a barrier that cuts off internal and external access. Within here, your battle will not impact the innocent civilians outside. Humph, the legendary Sanin truly possesses remarkable capabilities. Ghost Shark's face darkened as he watched his prideful shark bullet being thwarted. He swung shark skin, striking the flesh wall with force, but only leaving a shallow white mark that was instantaneously repaired by the writhing flesh. "Save your strength," Jiraiya sneered. "Unless you can defeat me, no one shall leave this place." He assumed a standard combat stance, his white hair flowing without wind, and the powerful aura belonging to the legendary Sanin was finally unleashed in its entirety. However, just as the tension reached its zenith, an untimely voice leisurely rang out. "Oh, turns out to be a biological-type space ninjutsu. Quite intriguing." Chinfong extended a finger, prodding the adjacent undulating flesh wall, a look of curiosity gracing his countenance, reminiscent of a visitor at an exotic zoo. Hey, is this really the time for such musings?" Naruto was on the verge of tears from anxiety. Jiraiya's temples pulsed with visible veins. Did this little rascal even comprehend the perilous nature of their current predicament? "Quite the capable one, aren't you, you old lecher?" Chinfong remarked, turning his head and giving Jiraiya a thumbs up, as if to express his approval. Jiraiya felt as though he might spew out a mouthful of old blood. Meanwhile, Uchiha Itachi's gaze remained steadfastly fixed upon Chinfong. Throughout the ordeal, this youth exhibited not a shred of tension or fear. Whether confronted by Kisame's lethal moves or ensnared in this isolated dimension, he appeared as an outsider, a mere spectator. This composure was far from a facade. It was the demeanor of one who possessed absolute confidence in their own abilities. Itachi's mind raced. The mission target was the Nine Tails, yet Jiraiya's unexpected appearance rendered the forcible capture exceedingly challenging. Moreover, this boy named Chinfong had emerged as the most significant variable. His strength was unfathomable, his jutsu unprecedented, and his mental fortitude so resilient that it could easily shatter illusions. Without neutralizing him, the day's mission would undoubtedly remain unfulfilled. Strangely, Itachi felt as though his prideful Sharingan was laid bare before this boy, as if all his secrets were utterly exposed. This sensation left him profoundly unsettled. "What should we do, Mr. Itachi?" Kisame inquired softly, leaning closer. "This toad's belly is rather tough. It may take some time for my Samahata to slice through." "There's no need for that, Kisame." Itachi slowly raised his head, the shadow of his conical hat failing to conceal his crimson orbs. He stepped forward, bypassing Kisame to face Chinfong directly. "Lord Jiraiya is indeed formidable. However, before we ascertain the victor," Itachi's voice turned frigid and hollow, "it seems we must first deal with this most bothersome observer." As his words fell, his three-tomo Sharingan began to whirl rapidly. The three tomos swiftly intertwined, forming a bizarre and resplendent new pattern akin to a dart. A kaleidoscope Sharingan. "Chinfong, do not gaze into his eyes." Jiraiya's complexion changed drastically upon witnessing the formation, his voice a frantic shout. Yet it was already too late. Chinfong not only refrained from averting his gaze, but instead engaged Itachi's eyes with keen interest. "Behold my eyes." Itachi's voice resonated as though emanating from a distant realm, imbued with an undeniable, divine authority. "In my world, time, space, mass, everything is under my dominion. Welcome to..." In Chinfeng's vision, the entire sanguine expanse of the toad's esophagus began to twist and peel away, replaced by a blood-red sky, a pitch-black sun, and himself, bound upon a cross, utterly immobile. Before him, Uchiha Itachi emerged, brandishing a long blade. "Tsukuyami." The blood-red sky, the obsidian sun, the eerie, inverted clouds, and a self ensnared upon a crucifix. This was the entirety of Chinfeng's perception at that moment. Before him, Itachi's figure materialized, clad in the attire of the Umbu, wielding a slender katana, his kaleidoscope Sharingan resembling ominous crimson pinwheels, coldly observing him. "Welcome to my world," Itachi declared, his voice devoid of any emotion, akin to a deity pronouncing the fate of mortals. "Here, time, space, mass, everything is under my control." He raised his blade, pointing it at Chinfong. "For the next 72 hours, you shall be repeatedly pierced by this blade. You will endure exquisite agony, your spirit will be thoroughly shattered until you collapse. And all of this will transpire in but a fleeting moment in the real world. Now, do relish the experience." As he finished speaking, Itachi's figure instantaneously appeared before Chinfong, the long blade unhesitatingly plunging into his chest. The sensation of the blade piercing through was vividly clear. The excruciating pain should have surged like a tidal wave. However, Chinfong merely lowered his gaze to the blade that had penetrated his chest, then lifted his eyes to meet the proximity of Uchiha Itachi. There was no trace of anguish upon his visage. If anything, it bore a semblance of curiosity and analytical contemplation. Ida Weasel serves as the game administrator, wielding unfettered authority within the realm of the game. However, this game demands the expenditure of energy from his server. Possessing an unparalleled level of spiritual power, he resembles a player endowed with an invulnerability cheat. No matter how fiercely the administrator attacks, he remains unscathed. In fact, he could even provoke a system crash of the game itself. "Hey," Chinfong suddenly interjected, interrupting Weasel's incantation. "Your world is rather crude." Weasel's actions halted, and all his avatars turned their gazes towards Chinfong. "Take a closer look." Chinfong tilted his chin, signaling Weasel to observe the pitch-black sun, whose edges displayed conspicuous pixelation, lacking in smoothness. Furthermore, the clouds exhibited a repetitive motion every 3 seconds. Although your avatars are numerous, their expressions are uniformly identical, too rigid, devoid of detail. Most critically, Chinfeng's gaze sharpened. "Your world lacks stability." His right hand, bound to the cross, suddenly stirred slightly. The chain, which should have been indestructible and forged from Weasel's spiritual power, emitted a crisp crack, revealing a fissure. For the first time, Weasel's perpetually stoic expression shattered, revealing an unmistakable look of horror. "How is this possible? In the realm of Tsukuyomi, I am a god. The laws here are dictated by me. How can this man break free from my restraints?" Chinfeng's voice dripped with disdain. Crack, crack. More fissures appeared upon the cross and chains. "No, this cannot be," Weasel shouted in desperation, frantically channeling his ocular power to reinforce the world's laws and mend the fractures. Yet all efforts proved futile. "So fragile," Chinfong remarked, shaking his head as if losing his final interest. "The game must come to an end." With a mere exertion of force, the entire cross shattered explosively. Freed, Chinfong descended slowly from the air. He raised his hand and gently snapped his fingers at this blood-soaked world. Shatter. The sound of shattering glass reverberated throughout the entire Tsukuyomi space. Cracks, resembling spider webs, surged outward from Chinfeng's epicenter. The sky, the earth, the black sun, the crimson clouds, all disintegrated. "My world." Weasel beheld the apocalyptic scene before him, his eyes filled with incredulous despair. In the gullet of the toad, the real world. In the eyes of Jiraiya, Naruto, and Kisame, the entire sequence unfolded within less than a second, from the illumination of Weasel's Sharingan to his muffled grunt as he staggered back. Thud! Weasel abruptly dropped to one knee, desperately covering his left eye with his hand. A trickle of blood seeped through his fingers, slowly flowing down. His body trembled violently, gasping for breath as though he had just endured a grueling battle that drained every ounce of his strength. "Weasel, Mr. Weasel!" Kisame, standing by, was utterly dumbfounded. What had transpired? Why had Mr. Weasel's invincible ocular technique failed? Moreover, it was evident that he had suffered severe backlash. Jiraiya and Naruto wore similarly dazed expressions, particularly Jiraiya, who understood better than anyone that Weasel had undoubtedly utilized the genjutsu of his Mangekyo Sharingan. He had even prepared for Chinfeng's mental collapse, ready to sacrifice himself to ensure Naruto's escape. But the outcome was, Chinfong stood there, unharmed, even stretching as if nothing had transpired. Instead, it was Weasel, the caster, who had collapsed. What is happening? Jiraiya's mind was in utter disarray. A rather pleasant experience for a 72-hour excursion in the spiritual realm, Chinfong commented, stretching his neck with a series of audible cracks. He approached the kneeling weasel, towering over him, a languid yet exquisitely mocking smile gracing his lips. A technique that sacrifices vision for a fleeting divine experience is an intriguing concept. However, the user interface is poorly designed, riddled with bugs. Next time, do remember to optimize it before presenting it again. Chinfeng's voice, though soft, struck like an invisible hammer upon the hearts of all present, especially upon Kisame's. He gazed at Weasel, kneeling, clutching his eye and gasping for breath, his body trembling slightly, his mind blank. The genjutsu had backfired? Mr. Weasel, the genius of the Uchiha clan, who had mastered the Sharingan to its utmost, had his most cherished and seemingly invincible technique, Tsukuyomi, forcibly shattered by this unknown individual? And all in an instant. This was no longer a battle. It was a blatant display of dominance. What have you done to Mr. Weasel? After a brief silence, Kisame finally reacted, his shark-like visage contorted with a mixture of shock and rage. He roared, akin to a beast protecting its master, hefting his samahata and charging fiercely at Chinfong. Kisame, stop. Weasel struggled to lift his head, revealing his bloodied right eye through his fingers. His voice was hoarse and weak. Do not act impulsively. Kisame's footsteps halted abruptly. It was not that he did not wish to advance, but he sensed an unprecedented hint of fear in Weasel's tone. Yes, fear, a word that should never be associated with Uchiha Weasel. Oh, you're recovering quite swiftly, Chinfong remarked, casting a glance at Weasel as though observing an amusing toy. Your willpower is commendable. After such a severe spiritual backlash, you have not succumbed to unconsciousness. However, your mangekyo must be reaching its limit. If you continue to use it, you may indeed lose your sight. Each word from Chinfong felt like a steel needle piercing Weasel's heart. Who was this man? How could he possess such intimate knowledge of everything concerning him? He even understood the side effects of overusing the Mangekyo Sharingan. Retreat, Kisame. Weasel made the most rational and sole choice. Continuing the fight was futile. They were no longer in a position to capture the Ninetales. Their very survival was now at stake. Attempting to escape, Jiraiya's voice rang out at that moment, having emerged from his initial shock, radiating an aura of danger. Today, both of you must remain here. Jiraiya formed hand seals, and his mane of white hair began to grow wildly, resembling countless enormous white pythons, surging toward Itachi and Kisame. The jutsu, Wild Lion's Mane. Mr. Itachi, quickly flee. Kisame bellowed in rage, brandishing his samahata to confront the deluge of white hair. Meanwhile, Itachi, enduring excruciating pain akin to his brain being torn apart and the blurring of his vision, focused all his remaining ocular power into his right eye. He understood clearly that Jiraiya's technique was merely a diversion. The true, lethal threat was the young man, who had been observing the unfolding drama from the very beginning. He had to unleash the most potent physical attack to carve a path. Black flames began to coalesce slowly within the pupil of his right eye. Amaterasu, however, just as he was about to unleash the supreme fire technique, a flash of golden light darted across his field of vision. It was a uniquely shaped, trident-style kunai. It did not target anyone but soared through the air with a whoosh, embedding itself deeply into the writhing flesh wall behind Itachi and Kisame. Did I throw it awry? This thought flickered simultaneously in the minds of both Itachi and Kisame. Yet, in the next moment, they comprehended what true, unfathomable terror meant. Chinfong's figure vanished from sight. Without any forewarning, he simply disappeared into thin air. When he reappeared, he stood at the location of the kunai, behind Itachi and Kisame. In that instant, whether it was Kisame, who was entangled with the Wild Lion's Mane technique, or Itachi, who was poised to unleash Amaterasu, or Jiraiya, who was orchestrating the ninjutsu, all were struck dumb as if by a bolt of lightning. Their movements abruptly halted. An expression of shock, a magnitude greater than when he had witnessed Tsuki no Mi being shattered, overtook Jiraiya's face. His mouth fell open involuntarily, a tremulous sound akin to a dreamlike murmur escaping his throat. Flying Thunder God. It cannot be. This technique belongs to Minato. How could this be? The legendary Sanin, the Toad Sage of Konoha, at this moment, felt his worldview utterly overturned. As for Uchiha Itachi, situated at the epicenter of the attack, he felt a chilling sense of death seep into his very bones. He turned sharply. What met his bleeding Sharingan was a rapidly spinning blue chakra sphere, larger than his own head. The Rasen Shuriken. The game is over. Chinfong's emotionless voice echoed, reminiscent of death's decree. This is bad. Itachi's mind had no time to process, as his body instinctively initiated its final defense. Susanoo, crimson chakra surged forth from his body, swiftly forming a massive ribcage of energy that enveloped both him and Kisame. This was the ultimate defense of the Mangekyo Sharingan. However, boom! The Rasen Shuriken, devoid of any embellishments, collided directly with the red chakra ribcage. The stalemate lasted not even half a second. With a sound akin to shattering glass, the so-called absolute defense of Susanoo's ribcage was forcibly breached, creating a gaping hole. The ferocious, spiraling energy continued unabated, crashing into Kisame's back, who had yet to fully turn. Pift! Kisame was propelled forward, spewing blood, akin to a ruptured sac, colliding heavily with the opposing flesh wall before sliding down, his fate uncertain. The Samahata on his back emitted a heart-wrenching wail, the bindings on its blade having shattered significantly. As for Uchiha Itachi, he too suffered from the violent backlash of Susanoo being forcibly dismantled. He coughed up blood once more, his body unable to withstand any longer, toppling backward. I told you, your bugs are too numerous. Chinfeng's voice resonated softly. He slowly withdrew his hand, gazing at the two he had grievously injured, shaking his head. Too weak. You don't even qualify to warrant my slightest seriousness. These two statements utterly shattered Itachi's final vestige of pride. He struggled to lift his head, his right eye, nearly devoid of light, fixated intently on Chinfong. Amaterasu. He summoned all his remaining strength to launch his final assault. Black flames materialized from thin air upon Chinfong's form. Brother Chinfong, Naruto exclaimed in shock. Yet Chinfong merely frowned in irritation. He was too disinterested to even evade. Ding! Bloodline limit attack Amaterasu detected. Max level fire release activated. Commencing analysis. Analysis complete. Automatic immunity to this attack engaged. And Amaterasu usage rights unlocked. The black flames, capable of incinerating all and never extinguishing, extinguished silently upon contact with Chinfeng's attire as if they had never existed. Uchiha Itachi watched the scene unfold. The last glimmer of light in his eyes extinguished completely. He fell into utter despair. Physical attacks were ineffective. Mental attacks were futile. Even the mightiest eye technique bore no fruit against him. How could one fight? The opponent was not human at all. He was a creature that defied all rational understanding. A veritable monster. Enough, Itachi. Chinfong regarded the exhausted figure before him, losing interest in continuing the game. Take your half-dead fish and scram. Should you dare return, you shan't leave again. With that, he turned away, no longer casting a glance in their direction. Itachi struggled to rise from the ground, staggering to the unconscious Kisame's side, lifting him up. He cast one last glance at Chinfeng's back, then at Jiraiya's face, which was etched with shock and confusion. Gathering the last vestiges of his chakra, he concentrated it in his right eye. The black flames of Amaterasu ignited once more, this time not for an attack, but to incinerate the writhing flesh wall above them. Hiss! The resilient toad's esophagus, under the searing heat of Amaterasu, was finally burned through, creating an opening. Without hesitation, Itachi leaped through the opening, carrying Kisame. As they exited, Jiraiya dispelled the toad mouth binding technique. The surrounding writhing flesh quickly receded. They returned to the ravaged streets. Jiraiya glanced at the forsaken special kunai on the ground, then turned to Chinfong, his lips moving for a long while, yet no words emerged. The only thought echoing in his mind was madness. Capable of Rasen Shuriken, mastering Flying Thunder God, ignoring Tsuki no Me. Even Amaterasu was ineffective against him. This boy, truly a monster. The wind swept through the desolate streets, stirring the dust from the ground and lifting Jiraiya's heart, which had long sunk into the depths of despair. The two members of the Akatsuki organization had already fled. However, Jiraiya stood as if ensnared by a binding jutsu, utterly motionless in place. His gaze was fixed intently upon the peculiar trident-shaped kunai that lay forgotten on the ground. This was no ordinary kunai. It was a unique emblem belonging solely to one individual, the man renowned as the Yellow Flash, who singularly brought an end to the Third Great Ninja War. Minato Namikaze, the Rasengan and the Flying Thunder God technique. These two techniques were once the hallmark jutsu of Minato, celebrated throughout the ninja world. Yet now they had manifested in the hands of another, an obscure genin from the Hidden Leaf Village. Furthermore, this genin had inexplicably shattered Uchiha Itachi's Tsukuyomi and even displayed immunity to Amaterasu in a manner that Jiraiya could not begin to comprehend. Having traversed the world and encountered countless extraordinary individuals, Jiraiya had faced innumerable life and death struggles throughout his life. Yet, the events unfolding before him had transcended the limits of his understanding. His mind felt like a tumultuous mass of gelatin, with a plethora of questions and conjectures swirling within, almost driving him to the brink of explosion. Brother Chinfong, you were absolutely magnificent just now. Naruto's exuberant exclamation shattered the oppressive silence. With eyes gleaming in admiration, he rushed over to Chinfeng's side. That technique you executed with a whoosh, and that Rasengan, which was several times larger than the pervy sage's. It was simply astounding. And that black fire, how could you emerge unscathed? Naruto expressed his awe and admiration in a rapid-fire manner, akin to a machine gun. Chinfong merely yawned, casually picking up the flying thunder god kunai from the ground and weighing it in his hand. It's rather unremarkable, I suppose. Jiraiya's heart raced at this nonchalant appraisal, unable to contain himself any longer. In an instant, he appeared before Chinfong. His eyes locked onto him as if seeking to peer into his very soul. Who on earth are you? Jiraiya's voice was hoarse and deep, trembling with an undeniable urgency. The Rasengan and the flying thunder god technique. What is your connection to Minato? Minato? Chinfong tilted his head thoughtfully. Oh, you mean the fourth Hokage? I don't know him. Don't know him? Jiraiya's voice shot up an octave. Incredulous. How could you not know him yet wield his techniques? This is impossible. The Rasengan was developed by Minato. The flying thunder god was a technique created by the second Hokage. And Minato was the only one to master this space-time ninjutsu. There cannot be a third person who knows it. In response to Jiraiya's near-hysterical inquiry, Chinfong simply dug at his ear. You're too loud, old perv. Didn't I say I learned it just by taking a glance? A glance. Jiraiya felt his blood pressure soaring. Is that what you call a glance? The Rasengan is an A-rank jutsu. The flying thunder god is an S-rank space-time ninjutsu. Is that something you can learn with just a glance? Moreover, no one uses the flying thunder god anymore. What do you think this is? A roadside ramen recipe? Jiraiya was on the verge of madness. For the first time, he began to question his own knowledge and the entire ninja world structure. Oh, Chinfong nodded. I believe I could also learn how to make ramen with just a glance. Jiraiya nearly choked, almost suffering a heart attack. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to regain some composure. One cannot communicate with this boy using conventional logic. Alright, even if you can master the Rasengan and the flying thunder god, what about Tsukuyami? Uchiha Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan Genjutsu is something even I would not dare to confront lightly. How did you break it? An Amaterasu. That is an unquenchable black flame. Why was it ineffective against you? Jiraiya unleashed a barrage of questions, desperate for an answer, any answer, no matter how absurd, to allay the turmoil within his heart that threatened to explode. Chinfong gazed at him, sensing that he would not be allowed to depart without clarification, and sighed wearily. Well, how should I put it? He pondered for a moment, as if organizing his thoughts. Jiraiya and Naruto held their breath, awaiting his explanation. Essentially, his genjutsu was of too low a level to inflict harm upon me. His flames were also of insufficient temperature to ignite my clothing. An oppressive silence enveloped the air once more. Naruto scratched his head, unable to comprehend the notions of level and temperature, only aware that brother Chinfong was extraordinarily formidable. Meanwhile, Jiraiya understood all too well. The chilling realization struck him, sending a wave of dread coursing through him from his feet to the crown of his head. Too low a level? Too low a temperature? What kind of absurd explanation is this? Those are Tsukuyami and Amaterasu, techniques that can only be wielded by the Mangekyo Sharingan. Yet to you, they are reduced to mere levels and temperatures. In that moment, an absurd yet seemingly plausible thought flickered through Jiraiya's mind. Could it be that this boy is not human? Perhaps he is a summoning beast from an ancient era, disguised in human form, or a legendary deity akin to the Sage of Six Paths. Otherwise, none of this could be rationally explained. Sighing deeply, Jiraiya felt as if he had aged a decade in an instant. He realized that further inquiries would yield no answers. Perhaps this boy harbored a secret far more immense than the Nine Tails, the Akatsuki, or even the entire ninja world combined. And if he chose not to divulge it, no one could compel him to speak. This is not a place to linger. Jiraiya forcefully suppressed the tempest within him and regained some semblance of the calm expected of one of the legendary three. We must leave immediately and head to the next town, Showroot Street. Based on my latest intelligence, Tsunade is likely there. The atmosphere on the ensuing journey grew increasingly peculiar. Jiraiya scarcely spoke, occasionally casting furtive glances at Chinfong with the eyes of one observing a prehistoric creature, muttering to himself in hushed tones. Naruto, blissfully oblivious, resumed his incessant inquiries about ninjutsu training after the initial thrill of excitement faded. But Jiraiya's distracted demeanor severely hampered the effectiveness of his instruction. Meanwhile, Chinfong mostly closed his eyes, as if the earth-shattering battle had merely been a tedious afternoon distraction unworthy of his attention. After a half-day of arduous travel, the trio finally arrived at their destination at dusk, a bustling city renowned for its casinos and entertainment, Showroot Street. In stark contrast to the rustic charm of the previous town, this place was alive with the intoxicating allure of vice. The streets were lined with a plethora of taverns, amusement parlors, and grandiose casinos. Even before nightfall, thousands of lanterns illuminated the streets, casting the entire city in a bright glow. The air was thick with the unique scent of alcohol, perfume, and the mingling essence of wealth. "Wow, this place is so lively," Naruto exclaimed, his eyes wide with curiosity as he took in the vibrant spectacle before him. Jiraiya gazed upon the city, his expression growing increasingly complex. Within this metropolis, there existed countless casinos, numbering in the hundreds. He retrieved a map from his pocket, pointing to several locations marked with red circles. Given Tsunade's ill-fated luck with gambling, if we were to visit each establishment, we would surely uncover traces of her substantial debts. What are we waiting for? Let us hasten our search, I urged, as Naruto, brimming with impatience, echoed my sentiments. Patience, Jiraiya replied, suddenly donning a rather lascivious grin. Before we embark on our quest, we must first visit a particular locale to unwind and, gather some intelligence. As he spoke, his gaze drifted toward the far end of the street, where a vibrant district adorned with pink lanterns beckoned alluringly. Chinfong followed his line of sight, his expression remaining inscrutable. Have you contemplated your demise? Merely jesting, merely jesting. Jiraiya chuckled awkwardly, quickly suppressing his thoughts. He understood that in the presence of such a formidable being, it was prudent to maintain a semblance of decorum. Let us secure accommodations first, and we shall commence our endeavors at dawn. Just as Jiraiya was about to turn away, Chinfeng's voice resonated once more. No need for that. I have already located her. Found her. Both Jiraiya and Naruto were taken aback. Chinfong remained silent, merely lifting his gaze toward a grand, five-story castle-like structure not far off. It was the largest casino on Short Book Street. With his heightened sensory perception, he could detect even the faintest unusual chakra fluctuations within the city. Just moments ago, a powerful yet unstable chakra had erupted from the pinnacle of that very castle. Shortly thereafter, the sound of a heated argument drifted on the wind, punctuated by a particularly agitated female voice. Scoundrels! Do you dare to cheat in this casino? Do you take me for a fool? I warn you, if you do not return every last coin I have lost today, along with tenfold interest, I shall raze this wretched place to the ground. Her voice rang clear and melodious, yet it brimmed with indignation and tyranny. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Jiraiya was struck by a jolt, his face a mixture of nostalgia and exasperation. This voice, this chakra. It could not be mistaken. It was Tsunade. At that moment, a farcical scene unfolded within the opulent VIP room at the casino's top floor. Several burly thugs, their faces contorted with fear, surrounded a golden-haired woman at the center. The ground lay strewn with splintered remnants of a gambling table, alongside scattered tiles and dice. A man clad in a suit, presumably the casino manager, stammered with a pallid visage. Please, madam, remain calm. We can discuss this. Discuss what? The golden-haired woman, referred to as the guest, crushed a nearby chair beneath her foot. She appeared to be in her 30s, her figure strikingly voluptuous, yet the ferocity mingled with alcohol-fueled rage in her expression deterred any unseemly thoughts. It was none other than the legendary Sanin, Tsunade. Do you dare to cheat in this casino? Do you take me for a fool? I demand you return every last coin I lost today, along with tenfold interest, or I shall demolish this pitiful establishment. Tsunade's voice was rife with unreasonable indignation and dominance. Tsunade-sama, please, remain calm. A black-haired girl, clutching a small pig, implored from the side, her eyes brimming with tears. It was Shizune, Tsunade's disciple. We truly have no money left. No money? Then silence. Tsunade shot her a glare. In that tense moment, a teasing voice echoed from the doorway. Well, Tsunade, it has been a while. Your temper remains as fiery as ever. The assembly turned their gazes toward the entrance to find a white-haired man accompanied by two youths standing there. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Tsunade's pupils constricted, her wrathful demeanor swiftly transforming into a complex expression laced with surprise and disdain. Jiraiya, you scoundrel, what are you doing here? It's a long story. Jiraiya scratched his head, stepping forward. He first waved a hand dismissively at the nearly tearful casino manager, tossing him a large bill. Consider the losses here and this lady's gambling debts to be charged to my account. Now, take your men and leave. Do not disturb our reunion. The manager, feeling as if he had been granted a reprieve, hastily gathered his subordinates and fled, closing the door behind him. The room was left with only Jiraiya, his companions, and Tsunade and her attendant. Here to see me? Tsunade scoffed. What, has your spying for material left you short of funds, prompting you to seek out this great cash cow for a loan? Ahem. Jiraiya's face flushed crimson. That is not the case. I have pressing matters to discuss. He cleared his throat, adopting a serious expression. Sarutobi-sensei has suffered greatly due to the recent Konoha collapse plan and has decided to resign. The higher-ups have unanimously agreed and hope you will return to assume the role of the 5th Hokage. At this revelation, even Shizen gasped in shock, covering her mouth. Naruto, too, was taken aback, his mouth agape at the sudden announcement. The 5th Hokage, this tempestuous woman before us? Tsunade's expression froze for a moment, but mere seconds later, she erupted into a cacophony of raucous laughter. Ha ha ha, Hokage, you dare to suggest I take on the mantle of Hokage? What a grand jest. Her laughter was so hearty that tears threatened to spill. Jiraiya, have you lost your mind? Only a fool would aspire to such a cursed position. Every individual who ascends to that role meets an untimely end. My brother, Nawaki, my beloved Dan, they both dreamed of becoming Hokage, and where did that lead them? To their graves. For this ridiculous village, for this absurd dream, they sacrificed their lives. With each word, Tsunade's voice grew more impassioned and mournful. I tell you, Jiraiya, I would rather die than return. I will never become that wretched Hokage. Do not speak like that. A furious voice suddenly rang out. It was Naruto, unable to contain himself any longer. His face flushed with indignation as he pointed an accusatory finger at Tsunade. The 3rd and 4th Hokage were both great heroes. Becoming Hokage is my dream. You do not understand what those 2 words represent. You shall not insult it. Tsunade regarded the young boy, his hair and eyes reminiscent of her late brother Nawaki, a sardonic smirk spreading across her face. Ah, another dreaming fool. So, Jiraiya, is this your new disciple? Is this how you instruct him? To court death? Silence. Naruto roared, his patience evaporating. I will make you retract those words. He surged forward, chakra swirling rapidly within his right hand, forming a sphere that spun chaotically. The incomplete Rasengan he had trained tirelessly to master. Naruto, do not act rashly. Jiraiya's expression changed dramatically, desperate to intervene, but it was too late. Oh! Upon witnessing the chakra sphere, Tsunade's eyes momentarily glimmered with astonishment, yet it was swiftly supplanted by a profound disdain. A mere trifle of a technique. She did not so much as shift her stance. As Naruto dashed toward her, she extended a single finger, delicate and adorned with crimson nail polish. With a gentle flick of her fingertip, she struck Naruto's arm. Bang! The Rasengan in Naruto's grasp disintegrated instantaneously. A force, exquisite in its precision, surged through Naruto's arm and enveloped his entire being. He was propelled backward as though struck by a speeding truck, emitting a cry of anguish as he crashed to the ground, rendered incapable of rising for a considerable time. Instant annihilation, a complete and utter obliteration. How dare a half-baked novice challenge me? Tsunade retracted her finger, casting not a glance at the prostrate Naruto, her tone laced with contempt. However, recognizing the audacity of his spirit, I shall grant you an opportunity. Her gaze shifted toward Naruto, a playful smile curling at the corners of her lips. Youngling, let us wager. If you can master that technique flawlessly within a week, I shall concede that you possess some merit. Should you succeed, this necklace shall be yours. She gestured to the priceless relic of the 1st Hokage adorning her neck. Yet, should you fail, your funds will be mine, along with a public admission that all who aspire to be Hokage are fools. Very well, it is settled. Struggling to rise from the ground, Naruto wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and readily acquiesced. Within the room, Jiraiya sighed despondently. Shizen wore a mask of concern. Tsunade exhibited a mocking demeanor, while Naruto brimmed with indignation. A farcical spectacle seemed poised to unfold anew. Enough! A languid voice, unassuming yet distinctly clear, interrupted the proceedings. It was Chinfong. Since his entrance, he had remained an outsider, leaning against the doorframe, observing with a cold detachment. For him, locating Tsunade meant that half his mission was accomplished. As for persuasion, that was a conundrum for Jiraiya to grapple with. Yet now, He perceived the situation spiraling into an exceedingly troublesome and time-wasting direction. He had no desire to wait another week. A sheer waste of time. Chinfong straightened his posture and strolled leisurely toward them. Only then did Tsunade notice the presence of another behind Jiraiya. A seemingly ordinary youth whose gaze emanated an unsettling calmness, as if capable of discerning all. "Who are you?" Tsunade inquired, her brow furrowing. A person eager to conclude the task at hand. Chinfeng's response took Tsunade aback. "Therefore, let us cease this child's play." He approached Tsunade, his dark eyes fixated on her with an unsettling serenity. "As the foremost medical ninja in the shinobi realm, you are acutely aware that both your body and spirit teeter on the brink of collapse. Your autonomic nervous system has become utterly disordered. Upon receiving specific stimuli through sight or smell, such as blood, your brain triggers a potent stress response, resulting in uncontrollable tremors, accelerated heartbeat, and chaotic chakra flow. This phenomenon is medically recognized as post-traumatic stress disorder, specifically hemophobia." Chinfeng's voice bore no tremor, yet each word struck Tsunade's heart like a hammer. Her complexion drained of color in an instant. The deeply concealed secret and scar she took pride in had been laid bare, dissected with dispassionate accuracy by a youth she had never met before. Jiraiya and Shizune were equally astounded. They knew of Tsunade's hemophobia, yet they had never fathomed the underlying principles were thus. "You're speaking nonsense." Tsunade's voice quivered for the first time. "Whether I speak nonsense, only you know best." Chinfeng's gaze fell upon Tsunade's well-maintained hands, which were now trembling slightly. Utilizing alcohol to numb the nerves, gambling to distract oneself, and donning a facade of strength to mask inner fears. How lamentable it is, the legendary Sanin, a medical ninja who dares not confront her own affliction. "What right do you possess to stand here, critiquing the dreams of others?" "Silence." Tsunade finally unraveled. She let out a shrill scream, unleashing a fist imbued with enough force to shatter mountains toward Chinfeng's face. Yet, Chinfong merely extended his palm nonchalantly. Amidst the astonished gazes of all present, he effortlessly deflected Tsunade's strike. Tsunade remained frozen in her punching stance, her entire being resembling an icebound statue. As she beheld her prideful full-force attack being so easily thwarted, her mind went blank. In her beautiful brown eyes, for the first time, there flickered an expression of incredulity reminiscent of Uchiha Itachi. Gripping her fist, Chinfong regarded her with an impassive expression, slowly articulating, "It appears that prolonged indulgence in alcohol has begun to erode your cellular structure. Princess Tsunade, you are truly aging." Time seemed to come to a standstill at that moment. Upon finishing his statement, Chinfong released her hand. He could scarcely muster the energy to look at Tsunade again, merely turning away with a hint of impatience, stifling a yawn. Tsunade felt as though all strength had drained from her. Her body swayed unsteadily, and had it not been for Shizune's timely support, she likely would have collapsed. "Lady Tsunade," Shizune's voice trembled with concern. Jiraiya observed Tsunade, who appeared dazed, as if she had been stripped of her very soul in an instant, then glanced at Chinfong, who bore an expression of utter indifference, seemingly longing to return home to sleep. A wave of unprecedented coldness surged within him. This lad is not merely powerful. He is a creature capable of uttering the most cruel words in the calmest of tones, utterly dismantling a person both mentally and physically. "So, can we now discuss serious matters?" Chinfeng's voice shattered the oppressive silence. "Are you prepared to return to the village with us now? Or do you truly intend to allow that young lad to squander an entire week here?" His tone brimmed with an unmistakable urgency. He genuinely sought to expedite the completion of the mission. Tsunade's lips moved, yet not a single word escaped her mouth. Her gaze was hollow, seemingly ensnared in the aftermath of her complete and unambiguous defeat. The atmosphere in the room grew tense. Just then, a chilling, viscous malevolence, akin to a serpent slithering along the spine, descended upon the room without warning. He. A unique, magnetic rasping laughter resonated within the confines. Jiraiya's expression shifted drastically as he abruptly turned, adopting a combat-ready stance. "That voice, it's you, Orochimaru." Emerging from the shadows of the room were two figures, who had stealthily taken their positions unbeknownst to anyone. The foremost figure possessed long, dark hair, pallid skin, and eyes resembling the golden slit of a serpent. It was none other than Orochimaru, the rogue ninja who had defected from Konoha many years ago, one of the legendary Sanin. Behind him stood his trusted confidant, the bespectacled yet ominously serene apothecary Do. The emergence of Orochimaru instilled an overwhelming sense of dread in both Naruto and Shizune. However, Orochimaru did not regard Jiraiya, who appeared as if facing a formidable adversary, nor did he spare a glance for the one who had thwarted his plans of destruction in Konoha, Chinfong. His full attention was fixated upon Tsunade, who was teetering on the brink of psychological collapse. With a graceful stride, he stepped forward, his countenance adorned with a disingenuous and repugnant sympathy. "My dear old friend, Tsunade, pains me to see you in such disarray." Tsunade lifted her gaze, a flicker of emotion igniting in her hollow eyes. "What brings you here?" "Of course, I am here to assist you." Orochimaru's voice dripped with a beguiling allure. "I have heard of your financial woes, and thus I come bearing gifts." He gestured toward Apothecary Do, who understood the cue and retrieved a scroll from within his robes, placing it upon the ground. "The riches contained within are sufficient to clear all your gambling debts, even enough for you to squander for a century. And I have but a modest request," Orochimaru continued, his visage twisting into a devilish grin. "I wish for you to accompany me." "Dream on," Jiraiya bellowed, fury surging within him. "Orochimaru, you traitor! How dare you show your face before us?" "Patience, Jiraiya," Orochimaru drawled, extending his elongated tongue to caress his lips. "I have yet to finish my words." His gaze returned to Tsunade. "I understand the reasons behind your current plight. Is it not due to your inability to overcome the anguish of losing your brother and your beloved? What if I could bring them back to your side?" Those words struck Tsunade like a thunderclap, reverberating through her mind. Her body trembled violently. "What did you say?" "I said," Orochimaru enunciated each word with deliberate clarity, "I can use the forbidden technique of impure world reincarnation to reunite you with Shinsuke and Dan. I can restore their lives, allow them to speak to you once more, to embrace you again. So, Tsunade, does this deal entice you?" "Silence, Orochimaru." Jiraiya's rage reached its zenith. "You shall not desecrate the souls of the deceased with your vile jutsu." Yet, Tsunade paid Jiraiya's outburst no heed. Her breath quickened, her chest heaving with emotion. At this moment, having just been stripped of her pride by Chinfong, feeling the most desolate and vulnerable she had ever been, Orochimaru's proposal acted as a potent poison, swiftly corroding her rationality. To see them again, to embrace them once more. "What do you require of me?" Tsunade forced the words through gritted teeth. "Quite simply," Orochimaru beamed with renewed radiance, "I need your medical expertise, your unparalleled understanding of cellular regeneration and chakra control. I require your assistance in perfecting a technique, a true reincarnation that allows souls to seamlessly inhabit any vessel." As he continued, his voice dripped with temptation. "Not only can I revive them, but I can also grant them immortal bodies, so they may remain by your side forever." Tsunade's heart waged a fierce battle. Reason cautioned her that this was the whisper of a demon, a forbidden temptation that must not be embraced. Yet, emotionally, the suppressed longing and regret that had festered for decades surged forth like a flood, nearly overwhelming her. In that moment, when the bonds between the three ninjas seemed poised to shatter irreparably, Orochimaru's gaze finally shifted away from Tsunade. He turned his attention to a figure who had stood quietly to the side, seemingly indifferent to the unfolding drama, a young man. His eyes transformed, shedding the previous amusement, sympathy, and deceit, replaced by a glint of avarice, fervor, and uncontainable excitement, akin to that of one who had stumbled upon a priceless treasure. Indeed, Orochimaru's voice trembled with exhilaration. "Before I can complete this monumental research, I require one final, crucial element, a most perfect vessel." He extended his tongue, languidly licking his lips, his gaze fixed intently upon Chinfong. "Chinfong-kun, I have been observing you since the Chunin exams. Your cataclysmic fire techniques during my Konoha collapse plan utterly enthralled me. Your physique, your unfathomable chakra, your apparent ability to instantly analyze and immunize against all techniques. You are, without a doubt, the true objective of my endeavor." The true intentions of Orochimaru were laid bare at that moment. He sought not only Tsunade's skills but also Chinfeng's body. As his words hung in the air, in an instant, Apothecary Do, who had remained behind him, moved. Like a wraith, he appeared behind Tsunade and Shizune. A kunai imbued with chakra's cold glimmer pressed against Shizune's throat, severing their escape routes entirely. "Lady Tsunade, please remain still." Apothecary Do adjusted his glasses, the lenses reflecting a chilling light. "My scalpel is swift." The atmosphere in the room froze to an icy stillness. Jiraiya, Tsunade, Orochimaru, the legendary three ninjas, reunited after many years, yet the focus of their reunion was no longer their past grievances. Instead, it centered on a youth who had, from the very beginning, merely wished to return home early. Chinfong surveyed the tense standoff before him, finally exhaling a sigh. His expression betrayed an unmistakable irritation at the disruption of his tranquility. Alas, how did things become so complicated? His unreserved, exasperated sigh pierced the thick tension that enveloped the VIP room like a needle. How did things become so troublesome? His statement was not a question, but a declaration of a fact that deeply displeased him. Orochimaru's golden serpentine eyes narrowed slightly. He detected no fear or anxiety in the youth's tone, only a pure, unfiltered annoyance. How intriguing. This is truly fascinating. Troublesome? Orochimaru let out his signature raspy laughter. No, Chinfong, this is not trouble. This is destiny. As part of my design, you shall attain eternal life, and together, we shall explore all the truths of this world. His voice was laden with fervent incitement. With Orochimaru's command, the chaotic spectacle destined to be etched into history commenced. He, like a poised venomous serpent, blurred into motion, lunging at the coveted vessel, Chinfong. Meanwhile, Apothecary Do, in perfect synchrony, pressed the kunai against Shizen's neck, endeavoring to fully control the disoriented Tsunade. However, there were those who moved faster. Your adversary is none other than I, Orochimaru, Jiraiya bellowed, his white hair swirling fiercely, resembling a cannonball shot from the barrel, recklessly charging towards Orochimaru. Fire release, great fireball technique. In an instant, Jiraiya formed seals, expelling a copious amount of flammable oil, which he ignited, creating a vast inferno that completely sealed off Orochimaru's escape route. Wind release, great breakthrough. Orochimaru likewise formed seals, and a howling gale collided with the sea of flames, resulting in a thunderous explosion. Boom! The walls and ceiling of the VIP room crumbled under the assault of these two A-rank jutsus, disintegrating as if they were mere paper. The battle, from its very inception, had directly torn off the roof. Beneath the moonlight, on the shattered roof of the casino, the two faced off once more. Seizing the moment, Jiraiya formed hand seals and forcefully pressed down upon the rubble.
Summoning technique.
Boom! A massive cloud of smoke erupted, and a gigantic toad, clutching a pipe in its mouth, materialized from thin air, crashing down upon the already dilapidated roof. Toad boss, Fukasaku, it's you again, Jiraiya. Every time, you summon me to this cramped place. Toad Fukasaku complained with evident dissatisfaction. Enough with the chatter, Fukasaku. Our opponent is Orochimaru. What? The expression in Toad Fukasaku's eyes sharpened instantly. Hehehe, have you summoned reinforcements, Jiraiya? Orochimaru sneered, having completed his own summoning. A purple giant python, longer and more fearsome than Toad Fukasaku, coiled atop the ruins of the casino, its crimson tongue flickering, emitting a nauseating hiss. Manda, the legendary summoning beasts of the two famed Sanin, confronted each other once more after many years. Meanwhile, beside this earth-shattering battle, another smaller-scale conflict escalated to a boiling point. Multiple shadow clone technique. Naruto, witnessing the captivation of Shizune and the dazed Tsunade, charged forward without hesitation, as dozens of shadow clones surrounded Kabuto. A tedious trick. A flicker of disdain crossed Kabuto's face. He made no move, merely twisting his body at an uncanny angle, his hands blurring into afterimages, each strike precisely shattering a shadow clone. His hands were cloaked in a layer of blue chakra, sharp as a scalpel. Chakra scalpel. Naruto's shadow clones burst like bubbles, one after another, punctured. It's you, the real body. A glint of cold light flickered in Kabuto's eyes as he surged forward, bypassing the last shadow clone, delivering a hand strike aimed directly at Naruto's chest. His target was to sever Naruto's heart muscle, ensuring instantaneous death. This is bad. From a distance, Jiraiya noticed the perilous situation but was ensnared by Manda, unable to extricate himself, just as Naruto was about to meet his demise. The sound of flesh being sliced echoed ominously. Tsunade, in that crucial moment, her instincts as a top-tier ninja compelled her to instinctively raise her arm, shielding Naruto with her own flesh and blood. Kabuto's lethal hand strike cut deeply into Tsunade's arm without impediment. Blood gushed forth, staining her light-colored sleeve. Blood. Upon seeing the gruesome wound on her arm, and feeling that familiar, warm liquid spewing forth, Tsunade's body stiffened abruptly. The most terrifying memories, long buried, surged forth like a flood, overwhelming her reason. When her brother, Nawaki, died in her arms, drenched in blood. When her beloved, Dan Kato, succumbed to his ruptured organs, beyond her salvation, leaving a pool of warm blood. Hemophobia struck at the most inopportune moment. Her body began to tremble uncontrollably. Her pupils dilated, nearly losing the strength to stand. Heh, as expected, it does not disappoint Lord Orochimaru. Kabuto seized this opportunity, a cruel smile gracing his face. He offered no further chances to Tsunade, kicking her down to the ground, then bringing his hand down mercilessly towards her slender neck. Stop! Naruto let out a soul-wrenching roar, throwing himself forward recklessly, placing his body in front of Tsunade. Kabuto's hand strike pierced through Naruto's shoulder without obstruction. Blood stained his orange attire. Naruto. This scene struck Tsunade like a heavy hammer, snapping her out of her fear. She gazed at the youth, small yet resolute, shielding her, witnessing the ghastly wound on his shoulder, the familiar, suffocating scent of blood. Her reason triumphed over fear. No, I cannot allow anyone else to die before me. Who am I? I am the granddaughter of the first Hokage. I am the strongest medical ninja in the shinobi world. I am Tsunade. Get away from me. Tsunade unleashed a deafening roar, a vast torrent of green chakra erupting from within her. She forcefully shoved Kabuto away, cradling the fallen Naruto tightly in her arms. Her hands were enveloped in a gentle yet sacred green glow as she pressed them against Naruto's bone-deep wound.
Mystical palme technique.
In the extremity of her fury and protective will, she overcame her fear, unleashing her most cherished medical ninjutsu once more. Ding! Peak-level medical ninjutsu mystical palm technique detected. Forbidden technique in seal chakra fluctuation detected. Core of the creation rebirth theory detected. Max-level medical ninjutsu activated. Commencing analysis. Analyzing. 20, 60, 99. Analysis complete. Congratulations. Host, your medical ninjutsu has reached max level. Creation rebirth and the 100 healings technique usage permissions unlocked. The system's prompt resonated within Chinfeng's mind. However, he merely cast a fleeting glance. His patience had run thin. He finally made his move. His figure vanished from the spot. Kabuto, just pushed away by Tsunade and preparing to launch another attack, suddenly felt a chill creeping up his back. A hand gently rested on his shoulder. Kabuto's pupils constricted to the size of pinpoints. He sought to turn around, to evade, to counterattack. Yet he could do nothing at all, for a hand had swiftly, like a flash of lightning, pressed against his abdomen. It was not a fierce fist but a light, airy palm, gentle fist. Chinfeng's voice echoed in his ear. Bang! A wave of gentle yet overwhelmingly potent power surged into Kabuto's body, precisely severing all his chakra pathways. Kabuto's body stiffened, his expression freezing at that moment. The light in his eyes dimmed rapidly. He could not feel his hands, could not feel his feet, nor could he even sense the existence of chakra. He resembled a puppet from which all strings had been severed, limp and collapsed upon the ground, utterly devoid of any capacity for movement. Do not move. Chinfong retracted his hand, his indifference rendering him too lazy to cast even a fleeting glance in the creature's direction. One strike, merely one strike. The elite medical nin, a stalwart right hand of Orochimaru, was rendered incapacitated. This spectacle momentarily stilled the fierce battle among the three legendary ninjas. Orochimaru gazed at the crumpled figure of the medical nin, who could not even twitch a finger, and for the first time, a grave expression surfaced within his serpentine eyes. Meanwhile, Tsunade, having stabilized Naruto's injuries with her healing technique, gradually rose to her feet. As she regarded the boy who had so effortlessly incapacitated the medical nin, her gaze shifted to the menacing serpent in the distance, and all traces of confusion and weakness vanished from her eyes. What replaced it was an unprecedented, chilling intent to kill. Orochimaru. Her voice resonated, deep and hoarse. How dare you use the one I cherish most to lure me, and nearly extinguish the life of this child who carries their will. The diamond-shaped mark upon her forehead emanated an ominous glow at that moment. Release the Ein sealing. Today, I shall rend you to pieces right here. With a fierce cry, Tsunade unleashed the power contained within the diamond mark, which rapidly extended into countless black lines, enveloping her face and body. A colossal, suffocating chakra erupted from within her being. This was the true form of Tsunadeheim, the legendary Sanin. Today, I shall rend you to pieces right here. Her voice was icy and piercing, imbued with an unparalleled ferocity. Orochimaru observed the transformed Tsunade, a flicker of nostalgia passing through his golden snake eyes, yet more notably, a sense of disdain. Now this is more like it, Tsunade. But tell me, what can you achieve when your emotions cloud your judgment? You shall soon find out. The ground beneath Tsunade shattered with a resounding crash. She became a streak of golden lightning, disregarding the colossal serpent, Manda, entangled with Gamabunta, her target clear, Orochimaru himself. Her speed had multiplied exponentially. Monster strength fist. A single punch. Simple, direct, devoid of any embellishment. Yet within this punch lay a terrifying power. The air compressed beneath her fist, emitting a piercing shriek. However, Orochimaru was, after all, Orochimaru. Faced with this blow, he did not retreat. Instead, a peculiar smile curled at the corners of his mouth. In an astonishing manner, he narrowly evaded Tsunade's fist. Boom! Tsunade's fist grazed his body, crashing violently into the ground behind him. In that instant, the earth trembled, centered around her fist, the foundation of the entire gambling den, along with the streets extending hundreds of meters around, collapsed as if struck by a meteor, forming a terrifying pit over 50 meters in diameter. This was the legendary monster strength. The might of a single punch manifested in such a manner. In the distance, Jiraiya and Naruto gasped at the sight. Your strength remains as brutish as ever, Tsunade. Orochimaru's voice, ghostly and chilling, echoed behind her. Yet, if you cannot land a hit, it is all for naught. His neck elongated unnaturally, reminiscent of a serpent, and from his open mouth, he spat forth a glimmering blade, the Kusanagi sword, aiming straight for Tsunade's back. This move was swift, precise, and merciless. Yet, Tsunade's combat instincts had reached an apex. Without turning her head, she executed a perfectly timed elbow strike that collided with the blade of the Kusanagi. Clang! The crisp sound of metal striking metal rang out. Orochimaru felt an overwhelming force surge from the sword, his grip faltering as the Kusanagi nearly slipped from his grasp. Utilizing this momentum, he retreated, widening the distance between himself and Tsunade. The legendary Sanin, in this moment, revealed their true prowess. The air was filled with the clash of fists and shadows of swords, ninjutsu and taijutsu colliding, transforming the ruins of Showroot Street into their battlefield. However, amidst this earth-shattering conflict, one figure stood apart: Chinfong. He remained rooted in place, utterly disinterested in the grand battle among the Sanin. His gaze was lowered, fixated on the medical nin, now incapacitated on the ground, unable to move. Let me first deal with this nuisance. He raised his foot, aiming for the medical nin's head. With a single step, he could obliterate him entirely. Stop! Orochimaru, engaged in fierce combat, noticed Chinfeng's movement, his expression shifting dramatically. The medical nin was his most capable assistant, a linchpin in many of his experiments. He could not perish here. Without hesitation, he abandoned his skirmish with Tsunade, his figure flickering like a black bolt of lightning, charging straight towards Chinfong. Your opponent is me, Tsunade roared as she pursued. But Orochimaru was swifter. You brat! Anyone who dares touch my people shall die. Orochimaru's eyes blazed with murderous intent, the Kusanagi sword in his hand gleaming with lethal sharpness, aimed directly at Chinfeng's throat. He believed that although this boy was peculiar, should the Kusanagi strike a vital point, he would undoubtedly perish. Facing this lethal thrust, Chinfong did not even bat an eyelid. He simply, slowly, raised his right hand, extending two fingers, his index and middle fingers. Amidst the astonished gazes of all, including Orochimaru himself, he delicately pinched the tip of the Kusanagi sword with those seemingly unremarkable fingers. Ding! A sound, lighter than a mosquito's buzz. Orochimaru's Kusanagi, sharp enough to slice through iron, was effortlessly held in place. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Orochimaru remained poised in his attack, the expression on his face shifting from ferocity to disbelief, and finally to a hint of terror. He exerted all his strength, attempting to advance the sword even a fraction of an inch, yet those two fingers were like the most unyielding of clamps, rendering his indomitable Kusanagi utterly immobile. How is this possible? This brat's strength. However, what filled him with greater dread soon transpired. Crack! The sound of shattering pierced the air. Between Chinfeng's two fingers, a fine crack appeared on the blade of the legendary sword. The Kusanagi, so fragile. Chinfong finally raised his head, his pitch-black eyes calmly meeting the gaze of Orochimaru, mere inches away. Then he flicked his finger. Bang! A force beyond comprehension surged along the blade, instantaneously transferring to Orochimaru. Orochimaru felt as though he had been struck head-on by a mountain, letting out a scream as he was propelled backward at a speed greater than he had approached, shattering all debris in his path, until he was brutally embedded within the remains of a collapsed structure, his fate unknown. The entire arena fell into a profound silence. Whether it was Jiraiya, engaged in a fierce struggle against the myriad of serpents, or Tsunade, poised mid-pursuit with her fists raised, both appeared as if ensnared by an immobilizing jutsu, rendered utterly still. Tsunade gazed at the distant, smoke-emitting humanoid crater, then glanced at the youth who had merely flicked his fingers with an air of nonchalance. Her mind, completely overwhelmed, faltered. That was none other than Orochimaru, a legendary Sanin, renowned alongside herself and Jiraiya, and yet, he had been effortlessly repelled by a mere finger? Just moments ago, her prideful, fully unleashed monstrous strength had been evenly matched against Orochimaru, while this boy had only flicked a finger. The chasm between them was so vast that Tsunade felt her entire worldview shatter in that instant, leaving not even a remnant behind. If Chinfeng's earlier exposure of her hemophobia had shattered her spirit, then now, this single gesture had obliterated her final and most fundamental pride as a ninja, her strength. Chinfong had not invoked any ultimate skill. He had simply exerted a modicum of effort, the pure, unadulterated physical power derived from the pinnacle of the 8 gates. Just then, the myriad serpents, previously subdued by Gamabunta, let out a sudden hiss. The colossal creature thrashed violently, breaking free from its bindings, transforming into a purple shadow that surged toward the spot where Orochimaru had fallen, swallowing him whole before vanishing into the earth without a backward glance. It had directly dispelled the summoning and fled. Hey, trying to escape? Gamabunta had just contemplated an immediate pursuit when Jiraiya, having dispelled the summoning technique, descended from midair. He regarded Chinfong with an expression of profound complexity. The battle had concluded in a manner utterly unforeseen and absurd. Tsunade also released the Yin seal, the dark markings on her face gradually receding. She stared at Chinfong, her lips moving for an eternity, yet not a single word escaped. Chinfong, however, paid them no heed. He lowered his gaze to the ground where Yakushi Kabuto lay, having witnessed the entire spectacle. His eyes now filled solely with unending terror. At last, uninterrupted, he lifted his foot once more. Wait! Tsunade finally regained her composure and instinctively called out to stop him. Taking a deep breath, she declared, "This individual is a vital source of intelligence. He must not be killed. As the future Hokage, I command you to hand him over to me." She invoked the title of Hokage, attempting to impose the weight of authority upon Chinfong, a last resort she could conceive in her moment of desperation. Chinfeng's foot halted in midair. He turned his head, casting a sidelong glance at Tsunade. A command? It seemed he had heard something ludicrous, a faint smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. It was not mockery but rather a pure, icy indifference that emanated from within. You appear to be quite oblivious to the situation. His voice was calm yet carried an undeniable finality. To me, he is not a source of intelligence. With that, he disregarded Tsunade's suddenly pallid visage and slowly lowered his foot, but did not bring it down onto Kabuto. Instead, it gently rested beside the latter's head. Then, amidst the astonished gazes of all present, he turned and strolled leisurely toward the exit of the casino, as if everything here had ceased to concern him. You're not going to kill him? Ino could not help but whisper. Chinfeng's stride remained unbroken. He merely waved his hand dismissively, his voice lazily drifting back from ahead. Killing him would also be a troublesome affair. How to handle it is a dilemma for you Hokage to ponder. Tsunade's body trembled violently as if on the brink of collapse. She understood now. Chinfong had not acquiesced to her command. He had not spared Yakushi Kabuto. He simply found the act of murder and the subsequent disposal of the corpse to be a greater inconvenience. He was not adhering to the rules. He was, in fact, disregarding them entirely. He had cast this hot potato, this discarded remnant of Orochimaru's loyal servant, aside as if it were refuse, imparting to her a message so understated. Your strength, your pride, your rules, your commands hold no value here. You do not even possess the right to make me expend an additional second resolving a nuisance. In that moment, Tsunade's heart, recently reignited by rage and the will to protect, turned entirely cold. She watched the languid figure retreating into the distance, finally surrendering to the inevitable as she slowly closed her eyes. The night wind swept through the ruins of Short Book Street, carrying a scent tinged with blood and dust. The once bustling avenue now lay strewn with shattered walls and massive craters, silently recounting the horror of the recent battle. Tsunade stood amidst the debris, enveloped in silence. The dark markings on her face had vanished, yet her beautiful brown eyes no longer held the confusion and despondency of yore. Instead, they radiated a clarity born from the depths of desolation. Jiraiya approached her side, offering a flask of sake. Tsunade accepted it silently, not drinking, merely holding it and gazing pensively. Has he always been like this? She suddenly queried, her voice hoarse. Jiraiya understood whom she was referring to. I do not know. He replied with a bitter smile, shaking his head. All I know is that from the moment I noticed him, he has always been this way, a true monster beyond the bounds of reason. Tsunade fell silent. Monster. This term she had previously reserved solely for Orochimaru or those legendary tailed beasts. Yet now she realized that, in comparison to that youth, Orochimaru's so-called evil and the tailed beast's supposed brutality seemed utterly laughable, so juvenile. That young man harbored no malevolence, nor did he exhibit savagery. He possessed only a pure, absolute power that transcended all, coupled with a dispassionate, despair-inducing laziness toward everything. He was neither adhering to the rules nor breaking them. He simply existed beyond them, for he himself was the rule. Tsunade suddenly recalled her grandfather, the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, revered as the god of shinobi. She had heard elders in her clan speak of how the first Hokage had demonstrated an overwhelming, absolute power that left enemies devoid of even the thought of resistance during the tumultuous times of war. Would that youth become a figure akin to her grandfather, the first Hokage? Tsunade Baba, are you alright? Naruto approached, his gaze shifting between the unconscious Yakushi Kabuto sprawled on the ground and Tsunade, his face etched with concern. What should we do now? Tsunade's attention snapped back from her reverie. She glanced at Naruto, then at the discarded Yakushi Kabuto, and finally, her gaze turned toward the direction of Konoha. In her once vacant eyes, a glimmer of light reignited, not for dreams, nor for glory, but for an unprecedented weighty sense of responsibility. If, indeed, there exists within the village a figure so formidable that even she and Jiraiya combined cannot contend with, then who shall guide him? Who shall restrain him? Should there come a day when he perceives not merely inconvenience but obstruction, who shall bear the brunt of his wrath? This village requires a sufficiently robust roof, a shelter capable of shielding all, including those monstrous beings, from the storm. Tsunade, she spoke. Yes. Lady Tsunade, Shizune immediately replied. Bring this person. She gestured towards Yakushi Kabuto. We returned to the village. 3 days later, in the Hokage building of Konoha, the atmosphere was solemn and grave. All the elite jonin, along with the high-ranking advisors of Konoha, Tsunade, Nara Shikaku, and the voluntarily retiring third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, gathered in attendance. Tsunade donned a crisp and tidy outfit, standing before everyone. She did not wear the traditional straw hat nor the ceremonial Hokage robe. Instead, she calmly surveyed all present. Hiruzen stood at the back, watching his former student with eyes filled with pride and anticipation. From this day forth, I, Senju Tsunade, officially assume the mantle of the fifth Hokage of Konoha. Her voice, devoid of any hint of excitement, was serene, as though she were stating a mundane fact. There were no impassioned inaugural speeches, nor grand visions for the future. Yet, it was this very calmness that instilled in all present an unprecedented and undeniable authority. This was not the legendary gambler, the gluttonous fool, but the granddaughter of the first Hokage, a member of the fabled Sanin, the new leader poised to bear the weight of the entire village. Lady Tsunade, the gathered jonin knelt on one knee in a show of respect. Thus, as the fifth Hokage, I declare my first appointment. Tsunade's voice resonated once more. All ears perked up, for the new leader's inaugural decree was awaited with bated breath. Effective immediately, I promote the special jonin Chinfong to the rank of jonin. A wave of astonishment swept through the assembly. What? From special jonin to jonin in such a short span? How is this even permissible? Has he not just recently attained the rank of special jonin? This defies protocol. Lady Tsunade, I implore you to reconsider. A seasoned jonin could no longer contain himself, attempting to counsel her. Protocol? Tsunade interrupted, her gaze sweeping over each individual present. Who among you can withstand the tremendous force of Orochimaru's Kusanagi sword without a scratch? Silence enveloped the room. Who can incapacitate Orochimaru's most capable assistant, the elite jonin Yakushi Kabuto, in a single move? Once more, the atmosphere fell into an oppressive hush. Tsunade observed the stunned expressions of the jonin, their incredulity palpable, while her heart grew icy. This was the chasm between her and him. She was still utilizing achievements to validate his worth, while he was utterly indifferent to proving himself to anyone. The power he wielded and the feats he accomplished were more than sufficient to merit this position. Tsunade's voice was resolute. Additionally, she paused, then continued, I bestow upon Jonin Chinfong the title of Konoha Technician. The village shall establish an independent technician dossier to document all ninjutsu he develops and improves, classified as Konoha's highest secret, to be permanently sealed. This decision was even more shocking than the prior promotion. Konoha Technician? This was a title never before bestowed. Yet, All understood the significance of this designation. It was an official recognition of Chinfeng's extraordinary and seemingly boundless ninjutsu talent. This was tantamount to placing him on par with the second Hokage, the creator of countless forbidden techniques. Nara Shikaku and Mido Kaze exchanged glances but ultimately said nothing. They were already well aware of the entirety of the battle from Jiraiya's report. They understood better than anyone that Tsunade's action was not a mere reward for Chinfong, but rather an effort to win him over, to placate him. It was an attempt to keep this untamable dragon as close as possible within the confines of the pond known as Konoha. Thus it was settled. Tsunade's decree was final, leaving no room for opposition. The meeting is adjourned. Simultaneously, in a modest apartment within Konoha, Chinfong lay sprawled on his bed, enjoying a restful slumber. For him, the S-rank mission had been accomplished, and now it was time to relish the blissful tranquility of a carefree life. Knock, knock, knock. A series of urgent knocks jolted him from his dreams. Who is it so early in the morning? Chinfong grumbled, his disheveled hair a testament to his interrupted rest as he opened the door. Standing at the threshold was Shizun, her expression a complex tapestry of emotions. Chinfong Jonin. She gazed at his languid demeanor, momentarily at a loss for words. Huh? Chinfong yawned. Didn't I submit the mission report to Jiraiya? What else could there be? No, it's not that. Shizun took a deep breath and handed him the newly issued appointment document. Lady Tsunade has just officially assumed the role of 5th Hokage. Chinfong nodded, his reaction muted. This was well within his expectations. Then she issued her first appointment. Shizun continued, carefully observing his expression. From today onward, you are now a Jonin of Konoha. Additionally, you have been granted the title of Konoha Technician. Chinfong accepted the appointment letter, casually scanning it before his brow furrowed in displeasure. Shizun's heart raced. Was he dissatisfied? Did he believe this honor insufficient? Jonin? Chinfong's face revealed an unmistakable irritation at being disturbed from his peace. Does this mean I will now be inundated with more troublesome missions directed straight at me? Huh? Shizun was taken aback. And what about this technician title? Chinfong pointed at the designation on the document. It sounds like a hassle. Am I going to have to write reports and analyze ninjutsu from now on? That should be the case, Shizun replied, somewhat uncertainly. TSK. Chinfong clicked his tongue in disdain. With a flick of his wrist, he crumpled the appointment letter, an emblem of unparalleled glory that could incite a considerable uproar in the outside world, like a mere scrap of paper, and tossed it onto the nearby desk. Got it. Is that all? If not, I'm going back to sleep. Without waiting for Shizun to respond, he slammed the door shut, leaving her standing there, clutching her little pig in the wind, utterly bewildered. Inside the room, Chinfong hurled himself back onto the bed. Ding! System cooldown time remaining, 40 hours and 13 minutes. The system's notification flashed through his mind. What a bother, he muttered, rolling over and pulling the blanket over his head. Being a mere slacker, why must it be so arduous? In the Hidden Leaf Village, at the 7th training ground, the piercing cry of a bird reverberated, shattering the tranquility of the evening. A dazzling bolt of lightning coalesced in the palm of Uchiha Sasuke, bursting forth with a thunderous roar before he forcefully pressed it against the trunk of a massive tree. Boom! Wood splintered and flew as a grotesque hole was pierced through the bark, its charred edges still emitting wisps of smoke. This formidable ninjutsu was sufficient to draw the attention of any genin, or even a chunin. Yet, Sasuke remained fixated on that gaping void, his handsome visage devoid of satisfaction, overshadowed instead by an increasingly profound, inescapable gloom. Not enough. Still insufficient. This level of power, when compared to that individual, felt as trivial as a child's plaything. Since Tsunade and Jiraiya returned to the village, details surrounding the legendary battle of the three ninjas had swept through the upper echelons of Konoha like a tempest. As Kakashi's student, Sasuke naturally gleaned fragments of that confrontation's reality from his mentor. The truth was both absurd and utterly despairing. The legendary three ninjas, Orochimaru, the man who had left a cursed mark upon his neck, whom he both revered and feared, and regarded as the ultimate source of power, had been effortlessly shattered by Chinfong, who crushed his proud Kusanagi sword between two fingers and then flicked it away with a single digit. The outcome was unknown. Each time he recalled Kakashi's intricate, bittersweet accounts, Sasuke's heart felt as if it were being gripped by an invisible hand, nearly suffocating him. That was Orochimaru. And Chinfong? That individual of his own age, whom he had always perceived merely as an odd passerby. Sasuke slowly withdrew his hand, the lightning dissipating. Yet the shrill bird call seemed to echo in his mind, mercilessly mocking his weakness. He gasped for breath, his chest heaving violently, as a venomous fire named jealousy and helplessness raged within his innermost being. He recalled the image of that figure who easily repelled Orochimaru in the Forest of Death during the Chunin Exams. He thought of the colossal wall of fire that threatened to rend the heavens during the collapse of Konoha. He had once believed that was Chinfeng's limit. He had told himself that with effort and mastery over the cursed mark's power, he would one day catch up, perhaps even surpass. But now, reality had delivered him a resounding slap to the face. That was not a limit. It might have been merely a leaf casually cast aside by that man. And he was fast losing even the qualification to gaze upon its descent. "Hey, Sasuke!" A vibrant, boisterous voice rang out from a distance. Sasuke frowned and turned to see the very person he least wished to encounter. Naruto Uzumaki. That underachiever was currently drenched in sweat, trailing behind Jiraiya, engaged in some peculiar training, all the while excitedly waving in his direction with that same foolish grin plastered on his face. Yet, Sasuke keenly observed that Naruto's presence had become markedly steadier, his chakra more refined. This underachiever was visibly growing stronger at a discernible pace, under the tutelage of the legendary Sanin, Jiraiya, with the fifth Hokage, Tsunade, backing him. And what of himself? He had only a tardy Kakashi, who preached insipid platitudes and incessantly spoke of camaraderie. A profound sense of abandonment and isolation seized Sasuke's heart in an instant. With a cold huff, he chose to ignore Naruto, turning away and striding towards another direction in the training ground. However, fate seemed to revel in playing cruel tricks at such moments. No sooner had he taken a few steps than a languid figure appeared at the end of the path. It was Chinfong. He was leisurely devouring a skewer of dango he had just purchased, relishing each bite with an air of nonchalance that starkly contrasted with the sweat-soaked, laborious atmosphere of the training ground. Sasuke's footsteps abruptly halted. His body tensed to its utmost, akin to a beast confronted by its nemesis. Instinctively, he yearned to activate his Sharingan. He wanted to see. He wished to witness firsthand the terrifying chakra concealed within this man. Yet, Chinfong merely cast a languid glance in his direction. His gaze was indifferent, apathetic, devoid of any ripple of emotion, much like a human observing a stone by the roadside. "Oh, the little Uchiha. Huh?" he mumbled with a vague tone. Then he brushed past Sasuke, heading straight out of the training ground, never sparing him a second glance, his attention solely fixated on the dango in his hand. "TSK, the red bean paste at this shop seems a tad insufficient today," he remarked with a hint of disdain, the words wafting into Sasuke's ears on the breeze. Sasuke stood frozen in place, motionless. His body trembled slightly, not from fear, but from humiliation, from rage, from the extreme, icy disgrace of being utterly disregarded, lacking even the qualification to be seen as a nuisance. He did not even activate his Sharingan, for he knew it would be futile. In the face of such an absolute disparity, any attempt at scrutiny would only serve to humiliate him further. Crack! Sasuke's fist clenched tightly, the sound of knuckles cracking echoing as his nails dug deeply into his palm. Blood trickled down between his fingers. Nightfall. Before the memorial stone, Kakashi found Sasuke, who stood alone. Under the moonlight, the youth's silhouette appeared particularly desolate and perilous. "Sasuke," Kakashi began, "you have been too impatient lately." Impatient? Sasuke did not turn around, his voice icy. "Compared to certain individuals, I feel I am still far too slow." Kakashi fell silent for a moment, aware of whom Sasuke was alluding to. In truth, not only Sasuke but the entire Konoha, all ninjas who had witnessed or heard whispers of Chinfeng's power, were engulfed in a collective confusion and anxiety regarding strength. One person's existence had upended the very tenets of the shinobi world. "Power is not everything, Sasuke." Kakashi attempted to counsel his student in his usual manner. "Revenge will blind your eyes. You must cherish what you possess now." "Cherish what?" Sasuke spun around abruptly, his ebony eyes swirling with the tomo of his Sharingan, almost hysterically questioning. "Cherish that underachiever's foolish grin? Or perhaps cherish your endless, tiresome rhetoric about comradeship?" "Kakashi, tell me." His voice rose sharply, brimming with an uncontrollable fury. "Is it comradeship that allowed Chinfong to flick Orochimaru away with a mere finger? Is it bonds that earned him the supreme honor of being designated as Konoha's technician by the fifth Hokage herself? No, it is power. It is an absolute, indisputable power, capable of crushing everything. It is you who has never imparted this to me, a force that even you yourself cannot comprehend. Following in the footsteps of someone like you, when shall I acquire the strength to slay that man?" A barrage of inquiries pierced through Kakashi's heart like the sharpest of daggers. Kakashi stood frozen, gazing at his student before him, whose eyes blazed with black flames. For the first time, he realized that his once proud philosophy of life appeared so utterly pale and fragile in the face of such a monstrous reality. Indeed, in the presence of that unreasonable beast, what significance do notions of camaraderie and will hold? Kakashi opened his mouth, yet no words emerged. Observing Kakashi's speechlessness, the last glimmer of light in Sasuke's eyes extinguished completely. He felt a profound disappointment. Disappointment in his teacher, in this village utterly disillusioned. He uttered not another word, merely turned away, step by step disappearing into the darkness. In the deep of night, within the desolate estate of the Uchiha clan, Sasuke sat alone on the cold floor. The darkness enveloped him entirely. He gazed into the mirror, scrutinizing his pale and haggard visage, and the three-tomo curse mark that marred his neck. It pulsed with a subtle heat, as if responding to the desires of its master, mocking him mercilessly. Orochimaru. That man, despite his utter defeat, had at least possessed methods to empower others. He had a complete system capable of mass-producing strength. In contrast, Konoha merely sought to numb you with hollow ideals of the will of fire, urging you to remain complacent, to whittle away your edges and hatred amidst this so-called game of companionship. He was reminded once more of the man who had slaughtered his entire clan, Itachi Uchiha. He recalled the disdainful gaze of Itachi's eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Then, he thought of the indifference with which Chinfong had regarded him during the day, a gaze that seemed to dismiss him entirely. These two pairs of eyes slowly overlapped in his mind. So it is. So, in the eyes of true strength, I, Uchiha Sasuke, do not even possess the qualifications to be acknowledged. An icy, bone-chilling sensation surged from his feet to the crown of his head. This cannot continue. It must not. Sasuke slowly rose, walking towards the table where the photograph of Team 7 once rested. He extended his hand and grasped the frame. In the photograph, Naruto beamed like a fool. Sakura wore an infatuated expression. Kakashi appeared lackadaisical, and he himself maintained a cool, stoic demeanor that had once been his sole warmth after losing everything. Yet now, that warmth had transformed into the most burdensome and feeble of shackles. His fingers tightened slightly. Crack! The glass of the frame shattered in response. Cracks spiderwebbed across the smiles of those captured in the photograph. Sasuke released his grip, allowing the remnants of that shattered bond to fall onto the cold floor. In his eyes, there was no longer any trace of confusion or hesitation, only a cold, steely resolve. Power, at any cost, to acquire the true strength capable of trampling those two men beneath his feet. In the stillness of the night, the streets of Konoha lay shrouded in silence. Yet, in a corner of the village, within the abandoned estate of the Uchiha clan, hurried breaths and the deafening rumble of thunder shattered the stillness. Ah! 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 Sasuke knelt on one knee, his body drenched in sweat, gasping for air. His left hand remained poised in the position of releasing the Chidori, arcs of lightning dancing upon his trembling fingertips, emitting a mournful wail of defiance. The stone wall before him bore the marks of numerous grotesque craters. Yet these did little to provide him with even a shred of solace. Not enough, still not enough. His voice was hoarse and dry, laden with a sense of despairing impotence. The indifferent gaze of Chinfong from earlier, accompanied by the light-hearted remark about the Uchiha brat, reverberated in his mind like the most venomous of curses. Upon closing his eyes, he could envision the scene where that man had effortlessly sent Orochimaru flying with a mere flick of his finger. He did not even need to employ ninjutsu. Sheer strength alone sufficed to shatter a legend. And what about himself? Exhausting every ounce of chakra, he could only leave behind a few pitiful holes in this cold stone. Ugh! The curse mark on his neck suddenly flared with a searing pain, as if responding to his inner desires and frustrations. A chilling and powerful chakra surged uncontrollably through the curse mark and into his body. Sasuke clutched his neck in agony, half kneeling on the ground, his body trembling violently. Do you desire power?
Uchiha brat.
A magnetic voice, laced with a hint of mockery, suddenly emanated from above the wall. Who? Sasuke shot his gaze upwards, his Sharingan, bloodshot from pain, fixated on the source of the voice. Beneath the moonlight, four figures stood like phantoms atop the wall, gazing down at him from above. Each donned attire adorned with musical notes, their waists cinched with the headbands of the Sound Village. One was a portly man with a benevolent smile. Another was a short-haired girl wielding a massive bone flute, her demeanor fierce and filled with foul language. A third, a creature with 6 arms and a spider-like calmness. And finally, a pair of twins with 2 heads, wearing eerie smiles. The sound for Orochimaru's most loyal and formidable guardians. Who are you? Sasuke gritted his teeth against the pain of the curse mark, struggling to rise and assume a battle stance. Who we are is of little importance. The one speaking was a man named Zaku, one of the two-headed twins. What truly matters is whether you, Uchiha Sasuke, have had enough of this cage filled with hypocrisy and complacency? His words struck precisely at Sasuke's most vulnerable spot. Engaging in such childish training in a place like this would never yield true strength. The girl with the bone flute, Jirobo, scoffed dismissively. It will only lead you further away from that man. What did you say? Sasuke's pupils constricted sharply. Stop feigning ignorance, Uchiha brat. Zaku continued, his voice imbued with a captivating allure. We all know what you desire. You wish to surpass your brother, Itachi Uchiha. You yearn for the power to kill him. However, his tone shifted to a razor-sharp edge. Now your aspirations have likely multiplied. Haven't they? 1. A true monster named Chinfong. Chinfong. As the name spilled from the enemy's lips, Sasuke's body trembled uncontrollably once more. That man had defeated Lord Orochimaru with a mere finger. On the visage of Zwajin, a flicker of fervent reverence emerged, a power that transcended the very essence of a ninja. In Konoha, your Hokage, your teacher, merely numbs you with bonds and will, rendering you a complacent wastrel, and you shall forever gaze up at that man's silhouette, never possessing even the qualifications to earn his direct gaze. Silence. Sasuke emitted an anguished roar. He could no longer endure such heart-wrenching words. Chidori. He concentrated every last vestige of chakra within him into his right hand, transforming it into a dazzling bolt of lightning, propelling himself like a released arrow towards the quartet atop the wall. This was his wrathful strike, yet it was too slow. The rotund figure known as Jirobo merely scoffed disdainfully and extended a plump hand. Earth style. Earth resurrection. Boom! A formidable earthen wall surged upward, impeccably obstructing Sasuke's path. Sasuke's Chidori crashed violently against the wall, erupting with a thunderous roar. As the dust settled, only a shallow dent remained upon the wall. What? A look of incredulity marred Sasuke's face. His full-powered strike had resulted in this. The game is over. Zwajin's voice echoed ominously behind him. A surge of terror gripped Sasuke's heart, and just as he turned, a foot slammed brutally into his back. Thud. Blood spewed from Sasuke's mouth, his form crumpling to the ground like a kite severed from its string. The quartet of sound Nin leaped down from the wall, encircling him entirely. Do you see? This is the chasm that lies between you and us. Zwajin trod upon Sasuke's head, pressing his face harshly against the frigid ground. While we merely received a trifling gift from Lord Orochimaru. Come now, Uchiha Sasuke. Join us. Lord Orochimaru can grant you everything your heart desires. He will bestow upon you power that surpasses all comprehension. He will enable you to catch up to, and even devour, that fellow Chinfong. Devour Chinfong. These words resonated like a thunderclap in Sasuke's mind. Indeed. What remains for me here? Merely to watch that underachiever Naruto grow stronger under the tutelage of the Sanin. To be repeatedly humiliated by that monster Chinfong with his indifferent gaze. He could not bear it any longer. Sasuke struggled to articulate a single word through clenched teeth. Just as the darkness of the Uchiha estate threatened to consume the last vestiges of a genius's pride, on the other side of Konoha, within Chinfeng's apartment, Chinfong lay cocooned in his blankets, lost in a deep slumber. Ding. System cooldown remaining. 0 hours, 0 minutes, 1 second. Ding. System cooldown refreshed. New maximum level permissions are now available. The system's notification chimed punctually within his mind. Ugh. Chinfong irritably rolled over, pulling the blankets tighter around himself. How bothersome. I'm trying to sleep. Don't disturb me. He seemed to vaguely sense several sinister and chilling chakras, foreign to Konoha, infiltrating the village. Yet, he thought, what does it matter? They are not here for me. If the sky were to fall, there would be someone tall enough to bear it. Currently, the tallest in the village is Tsunade, the 5th Hokage. It is her dilemma, not mine. The world is vast, but sleep is paramount. With that thought, Chinfong comfortably surrendered himself back into the realm of dreams. I will go with you. Within the Uchiha estate, Sasuke uttered the fateful words that would determine his destiny. The light in his eyes had extinguished entirely, leaving only a pure yet twisted yearning for power. A wise choice. Zwajin grinned with satisfaction. He released his foot and produced a small vial containing pills from his pocket, tossing it before Sasuke. This is the awakening pill, a gift from Lord Orochimaru. Consume it. and you shall enter a state of false death. The curse mark within you will be forcibly elevated to stage 2. At that time you will acquire power equal to ours, no, even greater. Of course, this process is fraught with peril. If you cannot endure this trial, it merely proves that you are unworthy to follow Lord Orochimaru. After speaking, the quartet of sound Nin prepared to depart. Wait, Sasuke called out to them. Why choose me? Why is Lord Orochimaru so fixated on me? Clearly, Chinfong is the more perfect vessel. This was his greatest perplexity. You? Suijin turned back to regard him, as if hearing the grandest of jest. Do you believe Lord Orochimaru truly values your body? Spare yourself the delusions, little Uchiha. Indeed, Lord Orochimaru yearns for Chinfeng's body. However, no one can attain it. We merely wish to make you stronger. Strong enough to create even the slightest inconvenience for that man. Strong enough to compel the indifferent monster to finally engage with seriousness. We merely seek to collect the most complete and authentic battle data concerning that man. You, Uchiha Sasuke, have always been nothing more than a trivial pawn for Lord Orochimaru to test that monster. A pawn. Those two words seared into Sasuke's soul like red-hot iron. So it was. So even Orochimaru had abandoned the notion of acquiring that monster. So, he had lost even the qualifications to become his vessel. His existence was merely to test him? Ah! Sasuke suddenly erupted into a deranged, low chuckle. That laughter brimmed with boundless self-mockery and an icy, towering hatred. He fixed his gaze on the vial on the ground, his Sharingan spinning wildly, as if it would bleed. Good. Very well. Pawn, is it? Then let us see how this pawn steps by step reaches the end of the board, and then overturns the entire board. Chinfong, Orochimaru, Uchiha Itachi, you all wait for me. Without a hint of hesitation, he picked up the vial and swallowed the pill within in one swift motion. The first rays of morning light streamed through the window, illuminating the cold floor of the Uchiha estate. It also cast light upon the shattered picture frame and the abandoned headband inscribed with the Konoha symbol beside it. Sasuke-kun. Haruno Sakura stood at the entrance of the empty room, the color draining from her face. She had searched every conceivable location where Sasuke might be. Training grounds, the memorial stone, even Ichiraku Ramen. None to be found, until she mustered the courage to come here, only to be met with a scene that caused her heart to seize. No, it cannot be. She dashed into the room, trembling as she picked up the headband. Upon it lay a deep gash, reminiscent of a wound that could never heal, severing the bond between the ninja and the village with an unyielding finality. No! The girl's mournful cry echoed through the desolate mansion. Laden with helplessness and fear, she stumbled outside, her mind a blank slate, consumed by a single thought. Find him. Locate the one person who might possibly bring Sasuke back. What? That guy? Sasuke. When Naruto learned of this news from a breathless Sakura, his ever-present smile instantly froze. Sakura, don't cry. He gazed at the girl before him, weeping like a rain-soaked pear blossom, nearly fainting from despair, and clumsily attempted to comfort her. I will definitely bring Sasuke back. This is my lifelong request. Sakura clutched his shirt, exerting all her strength, repeating her plea over and over. Yes. Naruto nodded vigorously, a flame of unwavering determination igniting in his azure eyes. I promise you, in the name of Uzumaki Naruto, I swear, I will undoubtedly bring that rascal back before you. This was a vow, a lifetime commitment made by a man to a woman. In the Hokage's office, the atmosphere was stifling to the extreme. Damn it! Tsunade slammed her fist onto the desk, which was made of a special material, instantly splintering with a spiderweb of cracks. He actually defected to that scoundrel Orochimaru. Anger was etched across her face, but beneath it lay a profound sense of powerlessness. The last scion of the Uchiha clan had betrayed them. For a village that had just endured the collapse of Konoha's plans and was on the brink of rebuilding, this was undoubtedly adding insult to injury. Lady Tsunade, now is not the time for rage, spoke Shikaku, the leader of the Nara clan, calmly. We must organize a pursuit immediately. We cannot allow the Uchiha Sharingan to fall into Orochimaru's hands. I understand. Tsunade inhaled deeply, forcing herself to regain her composure. Her gaze swept over Shikaku and the newly summoned Chunin, Nara Shikamaru. Shikamaru, yes, I appoint you as the captain. Immediately select trustworthy genin to form a pursuit team for an S-rank mission to retrieve Uchiha Sasuke. The mission objective is succinct. Go swiftly and return swiftly. Understood. The usual nonchalance faded from Shikamaru's face, replaced by an unprecedented seriousness. Soon, a pursuit team, centered around rising talents, was swiftly assembled. Captain, Nara Shikamaru. Members: Uzumaki Naruto, Hyuga Niji, Inazuka Kiba, Akimichi Choji. 5 youths, bearing the hopes of the entire village and the tears of that girl, charged forth without hesitation from the gates of Konoha. However, as Tsunade watched their retreating figures, her countenance bore no trace of relief. She understood better than anyone that Orochimaru would undoubtedly send his most elite subordinates to intercept Sasuke. Relying solely on these few genin and recently promoted Chunin, this mission was fraught with peril. This team was her politically correct choice, displayed as the leader of the village. It was a rescue born of the bonds between comrades. Yet, as the village's leader, she required an absolute, fail-safe insurance. Yamato, yes, immediately go summon that scoundrel. Tsunade's voice dripped with barely contained fury. She knew that to enlist the aid of that formidable figure would likely demand a significant toll on her spirit. At Chinfeng's apartment, a series of urgent knocks reverberated, even more frantic than before, akin to the sound of a demolition crew. Chinfong, buried beneath his blankets, furrowed his brow in annoyance. Can't anyone let me sleep? He threw off the covers, and the system's notification chime echoed clearly in his mind. Ding! New maximum level permissions are now available. Oh, the cooldown is over. Chinfong yawned, showing no inclination to check the new permissions. After all, they were of no use to him. He sauntered to the door and yanked it open. What is it now? His tone was laced with the remnants of sleep. If you're here to bother me with another appointment or some useless paperwork. No. Chinfong Jonin. Shizen panted, thrusting a scroll into his hands. The scroll bore a large red seal marked with the word secret. This is Konoha Village's highest priority secret order. It is Lady Tsunade's utmost directive. Chinfeng's brow furrowed even deeper. This was a colossal headache. He snatched the scroll and unfurled it. The contents were few, yet each word resonated with an undeniable commanding tone. Highest priority solo pursuit order. Mission objective: Uchiha Sasuke. Mission content: depart immediately to pursue the rogue ninja Uchiha Sasuke. Ensure interception before he reaches the Sound Ninja Village. All means are permitted. If resistance is encountered or retrieval is impossible, lethal force may be applied on the spot. Furthermore, eliminate any support personnel from the Sound 4. Mission authority: S rank. You are authorized to mobilize all Konoha resources along the mission route and possess the highest freedom of action. No need to report to anyone. The mission outcome is to be directly accountable to the Hokage. Hokage Tsunade seal. Phage. Chinfong clicked his tongue, his expression akin to having ingested a fly. That brat from the Uchiha clan has defected? Yes. Shizun nodded nervously. So, that old hag has tasked me with cleaning up his mess? Chinfeng's voice dripped while his silhouette merely flickered slightly before vanishing into thin air. There were no hand seals, no spatial fluctuations, and no traces of chakra left behind. It was as if a drop of water had seamlessly merged into the vast ocean, silent and untraceable. In the Hokage's office, Tsunade stood by the window, gazing into the distant forest. She sensed that Shikamaru's team was advancing towards their objective with utmost haste. Yet her heart remained in a state of unease. At that moment, a gentle breeze stirred her golden hair. She turned abruptly, only to find the very youth who had been troubling her moments ago, now lazily leaning against her desk, as if he had always been there. Tsunade's heart skipped a beat. Hey, old hag. Chinfong interrupted her, his tone laced with impatience. After the mission, I want a vacation. At least a month. No, 3 months. Don't bother me with any tasks or matters. Did you hear that? Without waiting for Tsunade's response, his figure once again vanished, leaving behind a languid complaint that gradually dissipated in the empty office. What a nuisance! Tsunade stood frozen for a moment, then exhaled a long, drawn-out breath. She slowly returned to her chair, her heart, which had been in turmoil, finally at ease. She understood that this game had come to an end. The moment she dispatched Shikamaru's team, she had been gambling, betting on the will of fire in Konoha and the bonds between comrades. Outside the village of Konoha, within the dense forest, 5 youthful figures darted swiftly between the treetops, creating a symphony of rustling leaves. Everyone, maintain this formation. At the forefront, Nara Shikamaru, with his mind sharp and composed, continuously issued commands. Kiba, have Akamaru scout ahead. Niji, cover the flanks with your Byakugan. Choji, you and I will stay central, ready to support at any moment. Naruto, you're the key to retrieving Sasuke. Conserve your chakra and stay behind me. Understood. The group responded in unison, their faces reflecting a determination that conveyed a willingness to risk everything for success. Woof, the white ninja dog, Akamaru, zipped ahead like a bolt of lightning, relaying the sent information he picked up back to his master. Shikamaru, they're just ahead. Kiba's voice rang out, tinged with excitement and urgency. 5 distinct scents. No mistake about it. Hold on, Kiba. Shikamaru's brow furrowed tightly. The enemy consisted of elites capable of enticing Sasuke to defect. They were anything but ordinary. Judging by the traces they left, it appeared they had no intention of concealing their whereabouts. That's unusual. Niji's voice echoed from the side, laced with caution. Feels like a blatant provocation. What a troublesome bunch. Shikamaru clicked his tongue. He understood fully. This was not a provocation. It was a signal of a trap. The enemy was compelling them to charge headlong into danger. Chakra signatures ahead. Niji's voice rang out again. Halt! At Shikamaru's command, the 5 of them halted atop the branches, alertly scanning the path ahead. They beheld a corpulent sound ninja, Jirobo, lazily leaning against a large tree, as if he had been waiting specifically for their arrival. Ah, so you're the pursuers from Konoha? Jirobo dug at his nose, wearing a look of disdain. You're quicker than I expected. But the game ends here. He straightened, slamming his hands onto the ground. Earth style. Earth prison. Boom! A massive hemispherical prison of rock erupted from the earth, instantly enveloping Shikamaru and his companions. Damn it! It's a trap. Kiba cursed vehemently. This prison absorbs our chakra. Niji activated his Byakugan, quickly discerning the peculiar nature of the technique. Here. You'll slowly turn into human sacrifices. Jirobo's voice drifted from outside, brimming with arrogance. Thus commenced a fierce battle, a struggle for survival that belonged to the youth. Meanwhile, at a cliff several dozen kilometers from Konoha, Chinfeng's figure appeared out of thin air. Dressed in loose pajamas and slippers, he yawned, his expression one of displeasure. He surveyed the horizon, and with his fully developed sensory abilities, he could clearly see 2 groups entangled at different locations. One group comprised those Konoha youngsters, locked in a fierce confrontation with a hefty adversary. The other group consisted of 3 remaining sound ninjas, leisurely transporting a large wooden barrel towards the land of rice. Why am I chasing after those kids? Chinfong muttered to himself. I could just wait at the finish line. A normal person's logic would dictate pursuit. However, Chinfeng's mindset revolved around how to accomplish the task most efficiently and return to sleep. Chasing after others was far too exhausting and also slow. He closed his eyes, sensing the ultimate destination of the 4 sound ninjas, mentally charting the shortest route. Probably in that direction around 300 kilometers. He nodded, considering his pre-battle planning complete. Next, he pondered how to traverse the distance with minimal effort. Walking? Too slow. Utilizing Flying Thunder God? Chinfong shook his head. There were no coordinates of his techniques along the way. He would need to throw kunai while flying, which was cumbersome. Thus, it seemed there was only one option left. Chinfong stretched his wrists and ankles, producing a series of satisfying cracks. Sigh, it's been a while since I exercised. Reluctantly, he assumed a starting position. In the next second, the 8 gates technique within him silently activated. There were no earth-shattering shockwaves, no terrifying chakra eruptions, and not even the slightest change in the color of his skin. For someone like Chinfong, who had fully mastered the 8 gates, opening the first 7 gates was as instinctual as breathing. The so-called side effects and bodily tearing were merely the result of an inadequate user lacking the strength to bear such power. But he, himself, was the embodiment of strength. First gate, the opening of the door, released. Second gate, the rest gate, released. Third gate, the life gate, released. Chinfong silently recited these words in his mind. A perfectly calibrated surge of power coursed through his limbs. That's enough. Opening further would be too fast and might cause me to miss my target. He slightly bent his knees, and the rocky ground beneath him silently crumbled into dust. Then, his figure vanished. There was no sonic boom, no afterimage. He simply evaporated from his original position. In the very next instant, a terrifying shockwave erupted, flattening the entire summit of the cliff. At the border of the land of rice, within a dense forest before the valley of the End, Zaku, Dosu, and Kin were leisurely advancing while carrying the massive wooden barrel. TCH, that fellow Jirobo, has he still not caught up? Truly slow. Doyu, bearing the bone flute, spat impatiently. Fear not. Dealing with a few Konoha brats is well within his capabilities, Kido Maru calmly assessed. Our mission is to swiftly and safely deliver this vessel to Lord Orochimaru. Indeed, it is as you say. Zoken licked his lips, a cruel smile gracing his face, eager to witness just how much surprise this Uchiha brat could bring to that Chinfong when in cursed seal state too. That monster. He must never have imagined that a pawn he disregarded would transform into a venomous serpent striking at his throat. The three spoke, their laughter brimming with pride. They envisioned the ludicrous expression of that arrogant man, Chinfong, as he stood aghast before Sasuke's newfound power. However, at that moment a languid voice, tinged with the nasal tones of someone still half asleep, suddenly resonated before them. "You lot carrying a trash bin, off on a picnic?" Their laughter ceased abruptly. Their steps came to an instant halt. They raised their heads, gazing forward. In the center of the path stood a youth clad in pajamas and slippers, yawning with utter disinterest. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled patterns upon him. His demeanor was harmless, akin to a neighborly boy who had just awoken from slumber. Yet, the moment the sound ninja trio discerned his face, the color drained from their faces in an instant. Their pupils constricted to the size of perilous pinpricks. A chilling fear, emanating from the depths of their souls, gripped their hearts like an invisible hand. Chinfong. Zoken's voice trembled, rife with disbelief and horror. How could this be possible? How could he be here? The pursuing Konoha ninjas were supposed to be detained by Jirobo miles away. Even if they had breached Jirobo's defenses, they could not possibly have arrived here before them. Could it be that he did not follow the path of the pursuers at all? This notion sent a shiver of dread down Zoken's spine.
Trash bin.
Chinfong furrowed his brow, pointing at the wooden barrel they carried. Isn't it rather well coordinated in color? You bastard. The terror that gripped Doyu was swiftly supplanted by humiliation at his words. She raised the bone flute in her hands, shouting fiercely, "Do not think that having defeated Lord Orochimaru makes you invincible. We, the Sound Ninja Quartet, are not." Yet her words fell short. In an instant, Chinfeng's figure vanished from sight. What? The three were struck with terror, just as they sought to react. The next second, Chinfeng's silhouette appeared ghost-like behind Doyu. He extended a finger, gently tapping her nape. "You're too noisy." Thud. Doyu's eyes rolled back, unable to emit even a sound of protest before she collapsed, losing consciousness in an instant. A one-hit kill. She was not even granted the dignity of being called a kill. It was akin to swatting a bothersome fly with ease. Zoken and Kidomaru stood in utter shock. They froze, paralyzed by fear, cold sweat cascading from their brows, soaking their garments. They had not even glimpsed Chinfeng's movements. Was this truly the monster that even Lord Orochimaru could only look up to? Much quieter now, Chinfong remarked, casually brushing off his hands as if he had merely accomplished a trifling task. His gaze fell upon the massive wooden barrel. "So, how shall I deal with this troublesome item? Should I crush it directly, or throw it back to Konoha along with the refuse inside?" He tilted his head, seemingly pondering the significant question of whether it would allow him to return home to sleep earlier. Silence. A stillness so profound that one could hear a pin drop. The sight of Doyu's fallen form struck Zoken and Kidomaru like a statue deprived of its foundation, shattering their last shred of hope. Sweat flowed like a torrent from their brows and backs, soaking their clothes. They dared not move an inch, for they knew that should they make even the slightest motion, they would be the next to fall. That was not a battle. It was the judgment of a deity upon mortals. Chinfong did not even cast a glance at the unconscious girl on the ground. His focus remained steadfast upon the immense wooden barrel, his brow furrowed as if genuinely troubled by a conundrum of a century. To bring it back to Konoha, carrying it for 300 kilometers? What an absurd jest. I am not that brawny, thick-browed fellow. The mission stated that, in the event of resistance, one could eliminate on the spot. Chinfong rubbed his chin, speaking to himself. Killing it would be a hassle. I would then need to write a report explaining where the body went, and I might even be summoned by that old hag for a meeting. With each word he uttered, Zoken and Kidomaru felt their hearts sink further. This man before them viewed them not as adversaries. In his eyes, they, along with the vessel they cherished, were merely a troublesome amalgamation, an obstacle impeding his path. The humiliation of being utterly disregarded, stripped of even the dignity of being considered a foe, was more terrifying than death itself. Bastard, do not underestimate us. At long last, Zoken's tightly wound nerves snapped. Fear, in that moment, was replaced by an overwhelming fury and the pride of being a confidant of Orochimaru. Kidomaru, let us fight. Cursed Seal State 2. With a roar that transcended human speech, terrifying chakra erupted from within Zoken and Kidomaru. Their skin began to darken to deep gray, hair growing wild, and black cross patterns emerging upon their faces. A pair of grotesque horns sprouted from Zoken's back, while another head, right Zoken, fully awakened, emitted a sinister cackle. Kidomaru transformed directly into a spider form, his 6 arms strengthening, and a third eye split open on his forehead, gleaming with ominous red light. This was the Sound Ninja Quartet's most formidable form. Oh, at last, Chinfong lifted his eyelids, casting a glance at them. In his eyes, there was neither surprise nor alarm, but merely a hint of irritation, as though his thoughts had been interrupted. You've become even uglier after transforming. You seek death. Zoken and Right Zoken shouted in unison. Though Doyu had been felled, their coordination remained impeccable. Ninjutsu, Spider's Nest. Kidomaru initiated the assault, opening his maw to unleash countless resilient, chakra-laden threads, instantly forming a net to ensnare Chinfong. Simultaneously, Zoken surged from behind, his body splitting in a bizarre manner, transforming into numerous bloody tendrils, akin to a rain of arrows, striking toward all of Chinfeng's blind spots. This is their most formidable combination technique. One is responsible for containment, while the other is tasked with the final strike. It is enough to give anyone a throbbing headache. However, in the face of this cataclysmic assault, Chinfong merely stifled a yawn. He did not even entertain the notion of evasion. He simply raised his right hand, extending a solitary index finger. Then, with a gentle flick, he dismissed the web capable of ensnaring tailed beasts before him, akin to swatting away an annoying mosquito that had settled too close. There was no violent explosion, no blinding radiance. Only a faint sound, almost imperceptible, like the tremors of space itself. In the next instant, the third eye on Kidomaru's forehead widened in horror, filled with an endless, incomprehensible fear, as his web, composed of the densest chakra, along with the surrounding mass of blood and flesh tendrils, silently disintegrated in midair. They were not severed or incinerated. Rather, they were utterly dismantled and erased from the very elementary particle level, as if they had never existed at all. What? Kidomaru's eyes bulged, nearly popping from their sockets. Nearby, both Suijin and Eugene spewed forth a mouthful of blood, their bodies hurtling backward to crash heavily against a tree. The proud state of their cursed seal, State 2, rapidly deflated like a punctured balloon. The trivial force of the backlash had completely obliterated their internal chakra circulation systems. Well, the flies have been dealt with. Chinfong flicked his finger as if he had merely brushed away a speck of dust. He turned his gaze back to the solitary wooden barrel standing on the ground. Now, no one could disturb his contemplation. He approached the barrel, extending his finger to tap upon its surface. Thud, thud. The sound was muffled. The quality seemed decent. It should be quite sturdy. He nodded in satisfaction. Then, he performed an action that caused Kidomaru, who still retained a flicker of consciousness on the ground, to nearly have his eyes pop out in disbelief. With effortless ease, Chinfong lifted the massive wooden barrel, which weighed several hundred pounds and would typically require 2 strong men to hoist. He weighed it in his hands. The feel is good. He lifted his gaze towards the direction of Konoha, his jet-black eyes seemingly swirling with countless streams of data. Wind speed, humidity, air resistance, parabolic trajectory, gravitational pull in an instant. A flawless throwing formula encapsulating all variables was constructed in his mind. Done. A slight smile curled at the corner of his lips, a relaxed expression that signaled the resolution of his dilemma. He stepped back 2 paces, crouched slightly, and assumed an exceptionally standard shot-put throwing stance with his right hand gripping the barrel. Farewell, he whispered softly. Then his arm surged into action. Whoosh! In an instant, the enormous wooden barrel broke the sound barrier. A white shockwave erupted around it, producing a deafening roar. The barrel transformed into a shadow so swift that the naked eye could scarcely perceive it, soaring into the sky with a piercing wail, accurately following an invisible parabolic arc towards the direction of Konoha. After completing this feat, Chinfong brushed the dust from his hands. Task accomplished, time to go home. His figure once again vanished into thin air, leaving behind the unconscious duo Yu, and the sprawled Kidomaru and Eugene, whose eyes were wide open, filled only with endless blankness and despair. Meanwhile, several dozen kilometers away, the Nara team, panting heavily, was gathered around a massive crater. At the center of the pit lay Akimichi Choji, utterly depleted of chakra and incapable of standing. Beneath him lay the battle-weary Jirubu, who had also completely lost his fighting capability. To defeat this enemy, they had paid a heavy price. Choji was on the brink of death, Niji gravely injured, and Kiba alongside Akamaru were nearly drained of strength. Only Naruto, heavily guarded, retained most of his combat potential. Damn it, we've been delayed far too long. Shikamaru gazed anxiously at the sky, his heart racing. Sasuke must have been taken far away. I must bring him back. Naruto clenched his fists, his eyes filled with determination. However, at that moment, a piercing sound, like something slicing through the air at great speed, approached from above. What is that sound? Kiba raised his head warily. In the sky, Niji's unbloodied Byakugan detected a rapidly enlarging black dot. Be careful. Spread out. Shikamaru shouted hoarsely. The group scrambled in all directions. In the next instant, boom! A colossal object, akin to a meteor, crashed down with unparalleled force upon the very spot they had just occupied. The earth trembled violently. The terrifying shockwave sent nearby trees tumbling in great swathes. Dust and debris filled the sky. After a long while, when everything finally settled, a crater over 20 meters in diameter appeared before them. At the very center of this chasm stood a massive, flawless wooden barrel, quietly upright. Shikamaru, Naruto, Niji, Kiba, all of them stood in stunned silence, their minds blank as they gazed upon this surreal scene. What is happening? A barrel fell from the sky? Naruto rubbed his eyes, and as he recognized the familiar ceiling symbols affixed to the barrel, his pupils constricted in shock. SAS Sasuke? Time seemed to freeze in that moment. The 4 members of Team Nara, battered and weary, stood in a daze at the edge of the steaming crater, their minds utterly bereft of coherent thought. Just moments ago, they had been here, enacting a life-and-death struggle filled with bonds, willpower, and the spirit of protection, a poignant tale of youthful fervor. Choji had ingested a fatal secret remedy to unleash power beyond limits, defeating a formidable foe at the cost of nearly everything. They had triumphed, albeit at a dire cost. They believed they had bought precious time for Naruto to catch up with Sasuke, giving their lives for this purpose. And then a barrel fell from the sky, a barrel containing their ultimate mission objective. What does this mean? Effort? Struggle? Sacrifice? At this moment, all felt like an absurd and ludicrous joke. SAS Sasuke. Naruto was the first to react, scrambling down into the crater, lunging towards the pristine wooden barrel. Hey, Sasuke, are you in there? Answer me. He pounded on the barrel with fervor, his voice rife with urgency and a hint of confusion he himself did not fully comprehend. Why would Sasuke fall from the sky? Did he sprout wings and fly here? Naruto, be careful. Shikamaru's mind finally resumed its operations, and he immediately sensed something amiss. This barrel. There is something wrong with it. No sooner had he uttered these words than a crackling sound echoed. The wooden barrel, adorned with sealing runes meticulously inscribed by Orochimaru, began to shatter inch by inch, and a chilling, malevolent chakra, imbued with an ominous aura, surged forth from the fissures in a frenzied torrent. Boom! With a tremendous explosion, the entire wooden barrel erupted from within. Amidst the flying wood splinters, a figure slowly emerged from the shadows. His skin exhibited an unhealthy deep gray hue, and his long, raven-black hair cascaded down to his waist. His face was marred with bizarre black curse marks, and from his back, 2 massive hands resembling bat wings unfurled slowly. The visage that was once strikingly handsome was now left with nothing but a grotesque and twisted expression. Uchiha Sasuke. Curse mark. State 2 awakening. Where is this place? Sasuke surveyed his surroundings, his voice hoarse and low, imbued with an unfamiliar resonance. His memories were still anchored in the moment he ingested the awakening pill. He had presumed that upon awakening, he would find himself in Orochimaru's secret lair, ready to inherit genuine power. Instead, he found himself in this damned, tree-infested ghostly locale. Then, he spotted Naruto, Shikamaru, the exhausted Choji lying on the ground, and the injured Niji. He paused momentarily, and a surge of overwhelming rage and humiliation flooded his heart. The sound for "they actually lost"? I was brought back by this bunch of Leaf Village trash. Naruto. Sasuke slowly turned his head, his crimson Sharingan locking onto the blonde youth with unwavering intensity. Even you, the straggler, dare to obstruct me? Sasuke. Naruto cried out desperately, witnessing his friend's ghastly appearance. Return with me, Sakura. Everyone is waiting for you. Return. Sasuke laughed, a sound laden with mockery and disdain. To return to that cage which only begets weakness? I have finally broken my shackles to seek true power. Yet you all linger like relentless flies. I shall not return. Bonds will only sever my wings. Here, today, I shall completely sever all ties between us. As his words faded, his right hand ignited with blinding lightning. Yet the lightning was not blue. It was a dark hue, filled with malevolence and the essence of destruction. Chidori. Sasuke. You bastard. The last flicker of hesitation in Naruto's eyes was obliterated by that pitch-black lightning. He too raised his right hand, the blue chakra swirling wildly. Rasengan, two former best friends, two erstwhile comrades, at this moment transformed into two streams of light, irrevocably destined to collide, each carrying the intent to slay the other. Shikamaru and the others could only watch in despair. There was no time. Everything, however, just a second before the dark Chidori and the azure Rasengan were set to collide. A shadowy figure materialized between them without warning. Swiftly, at breakneck speed, all present, including the awakened Sharingan of Sasuke and the Byakugan of Niji, failed to discern his movement. Bang! Bang! Two muffled sounds echoed, akin to the clamping of iron pincers. The momentum of Sasuke and Naruto's charge came to an abrupt halt. They remained poised for attack, yet were as if nailed to the ground, unable to budge. One hand, like iron shackles, firmly gripped Sasuke's arm that held the Chidori. The other hand, equally precise, secured Naruto's wrist that bore the Rasengan. Those two forces capable of annihilating the world continued to howl in chaos, yet could advance not a single inch. Have you two finished your ruckus? A voice, devoid of emotion yet bearing the weight of 1,000 burdens, resonated in their ears. Naruto and Sasuke, as if ensnared by a binding spell, froze in place. They slowly, stiffly turned their heads. There stood Chinfong, clad in wrinkled pajamas and wearing slippers, positioned between the two, his face reflecting unmistakable impatience. Chinfong. Naruto gasped in astonishment. Upon seeing the newcomer, Sasuke's heart, swollen with the exhilaration of newfound power, felt as if gripped by an icy hand. Fear, an uncontrollable terror, originating from the depths of his soul, washed over him once again. How could he be here? Chinfong paid no heed to their astonishment, merely casting a glance at Sasuke's ostentatious appearance, before disdainfully releasing his grip. Noisy and quite the hindrance. As the words left his lips, he casually waved his hand. Clap. A crisp sound reverberated. Sasuke felt an irresistible force strike him, sending him hurtling backward, crashing heavily to the ground and tumbling several times before coming to a stop. The rampant curse mark power that coursed through him was forcibly shattered by that slap. Time once again stood still. Insult. This was a humiliation 1,000 times more potent than any venomous words. Aya! Sasuke's sanity ignited completely. He unleashed a beastly roar, and the massive hands on his back transformed into razor-sharp wings, tearing through the air with a deafening rush aimed directly at Chinfeng's neck. Yet, Chinfong merely tilted his head. Those wings, sharp enough to cleave steel, merely grazed his cheek, striking nothing but air. Is this all you've got? Chinfeng's voice remained flat, yet carried an air of chilling disappointment. This is the power you obtained at the cost of betraying your village and your comrades? As he spoke, he effortlessly parried Sasuke's tempestuous onslaught. Throughout, he remained rooted in place, not shifting an inch. His movements were precise and efficient, each strike perfectly intercepting Sasuke's attacks. Too slow. The force is too weak. The angle is off. What use are those wings other than to show off? To block the sun? Each of his words was like the sharpest blade, piercing directly into Sasuke's proud yet fragile heart. Shut up! Shut up! Shut up! Sasuke roared in madness, channeling the power of the curse mark to its utmost limits, the black Chidori erupting from his body. Chidori stream. Yet, that current potent enough to paralyze any foe vanished without a trace upon contact with Chinfeng's form, as if engulfed by a black hole. Enough! Chinfeng's voice finally bore a hint of icy coldness. He seemed to have completely lost his patience. He extended his hand, grasping Sasuke's face in one swift motion. Quick. So swift that Sasuke's Sharingan could not capture it. Ugh! All of Sasuke's movements ceased. He was suspended in midair by Chinfeng's single hand, his feet flailing helplessly. I ask you, the voice of Chinfong was as frigid as ice. What is it that you truly desire? Is it the power to vanquish Uchiha Itachi? Or perhaps, the audacity to challenge my authority? He fixed his gaze upon Sasuke, whose eyes were filled with both fear and resentment, articulating each word with deliberate precision. Let me enlighten you. The power you seek, akin to a beggar's second-hand trinkets, is unworthy even to scratch my back. You believe you have escaped your confines, yet in truth you have merely leapt from one cage into another, more sordid and pitiable than the last. You are not in pursuit of strength. You are simply evading your own frailty. With that, he released his grip. Thud. Sasuke fell to the ground like a marionette stripped of its strings, collapsing heavily. The cursed seal upon him receded like a tide, revealing a face as pale as parchment, his eyes hollow. Defeated, thoroughly vanquished. All that he had once prided himself on, his talents, his lineage, the formidable power he had just acquired, was rendered nothing more than a farcical, childish jest in the presence of this man. Well, the issue is resolved, Chinfong declared, clapping his hands together as he turned to face the now completely petrified Shikamaru's team. Mission accomplished. This individual is now in your hands. Do remember to inform Tsunade that my 3-month leave must not be shortened by even a single day. With those final words, he prepared to depart. Wait, Naruto instinctively called out. Chinfong turned back, his eyes questioning what further matter required his attention. That? Inoichi. Naruto gestured towards the distance, where the gravely injured Inoichi lay, his voice tinged with a hint of desperation. Chinfong cast a glance. The side effects of the tricolor pill have overwhelmed him. He approached Inoichi, crouched down, and casually tapped him a few times with a finger. A gentle yet immense surge of life energy flowed into Inoichi's body. Before their very eyes, Inoichi's emaciated form, reminiscent of a mummy, rapidly regained its vigor, swelling to an even plumper state than before. His breaths, which had nearly faded away, stabilized and grew robust. All sorted, Chinfong remarked as he stood up, stretching his shoulders. This will count as extra work. So do remember to submit the bill to the Hokage's office, Shikamaru. Without waiting for a response, his figure flickered and vanished from sight, leaving behind a resurrected Inoichi, an unconscious Sasuke, and for Konoha youths whose worldviews had been utterly upended and reshaped. When Shikamaru's team finally appeared at the gates of Konoha, the sentinels could hardly believe their eyes. They had returned. Just when everyone presumed this team of genin and newly promoted Chunin would be a one-way sacrificial squad, they had indeed returned. Quick, medical team. Niji is gravely injured. Choji has exhausted his chakra. Hurry. Shikamaru's voice was hoarse and weary as he practically supported the unconscious Hyuga Niji, painstakingly making his way back. Naruto, in silence, bore the equally unconscious Uchiha Sasuke at the rear of the group. His countenance bore no joy of mission completion, only an indescribable complexity of emotions. The most bizarre of all was Choji. He was not only unscathed but appeared even plumper than before they set out, brimming with vitality. Were it not for the remnants of battle damage on his clothing, one might assume he had merely been on a leisurely outing. The news spread like wildfire, soaring through the entirety of Konoha. When Sakura caught sight of Sasuke being carried on a stretcher in the hospital corridor, she could no longer contain herself, covering her mouth as tears streamed down her face. He had returned. Regardless of how he had changed, at least he was back. In the Hokage's office, the atmosphere was heavier than it had been during Sasuke's defection. Tsunade sat in the principal seat, listening to Shikamaru's report, her brow furrowing into a deep crease. You mean to say that near the Valley of the End you had just defeated the first enemy, and then the barrel containing Sasuke just fell from the sky? Her tone was laced with absurdity. Indeed, Shikamaru nodded, recalling the incident as if it were a dream, the impact having created a crater several meters wide. Yet, the barrel remained unscathed. Then, Chinfong appeared, halting the clash between Sasuke and me. Naruto added, his voice subdued. He subdued Sasuke in his cursed state with a single move, and then healed Choji. I understand. Tsunade rubbed her aching temples. You performed admirably on this mission. Now, you all may rest. I shall handle the subsequent matters. After dismissing the youths, Tsunade slumped wearily in her chair. She could already envision how that brash young man had dealt with the Sound Four in a brutally efficient manner, and how, with an air of impatience, he had discarded Sasuke as if he were mere refuse. Truly, a solution befitting his character, she mused with a bitter smile. Yet soon her expression grew grave once more. For she knew that the real trouble was only just beginning. Summon the elders and the captain of the Umbu for an emergency meeting. Agenda: the handling of the rogue ninja Uchiha Sasuke. Half an hour later, the conference room of the Hokage's office was shrouded in smoke. The highest decision-makers of Konoha had gathered. The 5th Hokage, Tsunade, the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, who had retired yet still wielded significant influence. The elder advisors, Mito Gate and Takuren Korin, and the leader of the Umbu, Danzo Shimura. I have but one opinion regarding Uchiha Sasuke. Danzo was the first to speak, his unbandaged eye glinting with a chilling light. Public execution. He pronounced the most brutal course of action with an undeniable tone. He betrayed the village, allied himself with Orochimaru, and sought forbidden power. From any perspective, he has forfeited his qualification as a Konoha ninja. For the stability of the village, and to prevent the emergence of a second traitor, we must employ the most severe measures to serve as a warning. I concur with Danzo's view. Takuren Korin adjusted her glasses, coldly affirming. The Sharingan of the Uchiha clan is inherently an unstable source of power. Since he has chosen betrayal, we have no reason to bear any risk for this already decayed root. Tsunade, this matter cannot be driven by emotion. Mito Gate fixed his gaze upon Tsunade, his tone somber. I understand the bonds of Team 7, but you are the Hokage now. You must be responsible for the entire village. 3 votes against Tsunade. Hiruzen Sarutobi silently puffed on his pipe, not immediately voicing his stance, yet his furrowed brow clearly indicated his disagreement with such extreme measures. Sasuke is the last scion of the Uchiha clan and a valuable asset. Tsunade attempted to argue. A potential threat lurking behind our backs is better off without. Danzo interjected bluntly. As for the Uchiha bloodline, should the Hokage deem it a loss, his Sharingan could be extracted and utilized to serve the village in its last flickers of light. The knife reveals itself at the end of the map. Tsunade slammed her hand on the table, rising abruptly, her eyes ablaze with fury. Danzo, how dare you? She was acutely aware that this scoundrel had been coveting the Sharingan for quite some time now. I am merely presenting a proposal that would be most advantageous for the village. Danzo leaned back in his chair, unflinching as he locked eyes with Tsunade. The atmosphere in the conference room was palpably tense. Ahem, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, finally broke the silence, tapping his smoking pipe. Danzo, your thoughts are excessively extreme. Sasuke is still a child, momentarily seduced by power. We ought to grant him a chance for redemption, with stringent supervision. You're simply too soft-hearted. Hiruzen, Danzo scoffed. It is your leniency that has birthed a calamity like Orochimaru. Do you wish to foster another Uchiha menace? Just as the meeting threatened to devolve into endless bickering, the door to the conference room creaked open violently. 2 masked Umbu stood awkwardly at the entrance, and behind them, a figure clad in sleepwear strode in with evident impatience. It was none other than Chinfong. Hokage, one of the Umbu attempted to explain. Enough, you may leave. Tsunade waved her hand dismissively, having anticipated this turn of events. Chinfong paid no mind to anyone else, striding directly to Tsunade, placing his hands on the table and looking down at her. I require an explanation. His voice was calm, yet it bore an undercurrent of impending storm. Why send 2 flies buzzing around while I was trying to sleep? My mission is complete. Which is more crucial, the mess left behind or my holiday? His arrival rendered the conference room instantly silent. Tsunade's temples throbbed, but she forcibly quelled her anger. Meanwhile, Danzo, upon seeing Chinfong, momentarily displayed a flicker of deep apprehension and resentment in his solitary eye. Chinfong, this is a high-level meeting. Who permitted your entry? Tsunade's junior, Tsunade Haruno, reprimanded sharply. Chinfong did not spare her a glance, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Tsunade, awaiting her response. The sensation of being utterly disregarded caused Tsunade Haruno's complexion to darken to a shade akin to that of a liver. All right, Elder Haruno. Tsunade finally spoke, recognizing that reasoning with this individual was futile. Chinfong, we are deliberating on how to deal with the young boy you brought back. They insist on executing him. She gestured with her chin towards Danzo and his associates. Chinfong straightened up, finally grasping the reason he had been yanked from his slumber. He scanned the conference room, his gaze lingering on Danzo's face for half a second before he pulled over a chair and seated himself with an air of nonchalance. So, have you reached a conclusion? To kill or not to kill? Make a swift decision. I am eager to return to my slumber. His demeanor, reminiscent of a market-goer bargaining for produce, left the high-ranking officials present at a loss for words. Chinfong, you must endure. Danzo's somber voice resonated. Uchiha Sasuke is a traitor to the village and must be executed. This is to uphold the village's laws. Oh, then kill him. Chinfong replied bluntly. This response left everyone momentarily stunned. Tsunade and the third Hokage displayed expressions of disbelief, while Danzo's eyes glimmered with a sudden spark. Very well, since you concur. But, Danzo began only to be interrupted by Chinfong. Public execution is rather troublesome, isn't it? It requires a platform, announcements, and gathering the villagers. It would take at least a day or two. Too slow. He turned to Tsunade. What about imprisoning him? Just toss him into a cell, seal it, and wouldn't that be settled in 5 minutes? Tsunade hesitated for a moment, instinctively nodding, theoretically, yes. Then let us imprison him. Chinfong decisively concluded. Nonsense. Danzo abruptly stood. Dealing with a rogue ninja is a matter of utmost gravity. It cannot be decided based on convenience. Why not? Chinfong lifted his eyelids, finally meeting Danzo's gaze, which bore the expression of a man confronting an irrational fool. I am the one who retrieved him, he is my trophy. You all squabble over my trophy while wasting my precious rest time. Now, I am uninterested in your plans. I choose the option that allows me to exit here the quickest. He leaned slightly forward, locking onto Danzo's solitary eye, his voice growing icy. Or do you believe you have the right to squander my time? An invisible, terrifying pressure descended upon the entire conference room. Danzo felt as if he were being scrutinized by a primordial behemoth, his breath becoming labored. He yearned to retort, to scold, yet under that unfathomable gaze, he found himself rendered speechless. He had no doubt that should he utter a single dissenting word, his head would explode like a ripe watermelon in the next moment. I have no objections, Danzo finally managed to squeeze out through clenched teeth after a prolonged silence. Excellent. Chinfong nodded in satisfaction, reclining back in his chair as the oppressive atmosphere dissipated. He turned his gaze back to Tsunade, extending 3 fingers. The meeting is adjourned. Now let us discuss my matters. A 3-month paid vacation, not a day less. Also, for this business trip, remember to have the bills for overtime, medical expenses, and compensation for emotional distress delivered to you by Riku's son. Now, immediately, produce my leave of absence. With that, he closed his eyes, adopting the posture of someone who would not leave until his request was granted. Tsunade regarded him, then glanced at the grim-faced Danzo and his associates, and could no longer suppress a barely perceptible smile. The meeting in the Hokage's office concluded on an unpleasant note. Shimura Danzo, his expression darkened, was the first to exit the conference room. He did not exchange pleasantries with anyone. The sunlight outside the corridor was bright and warm, cascading upon him, yet it seemed to be frozen by the cold aura emanating from him, unable to penetrate even a fraction. The 2 elder advisors, Tsunade Haruno and Mito Gate, exchanged glances, their expressions a complex mix of confusion as they trailed behind him, wishing to say something but unsure of where to begin. Everything that transpired today had surpassed their comprehension accumulated over decades. A shinobi, a nominal subordinate, had, in front of all the high-ranking officials, compelled the dark roots of Konoha into submission as if reprimanding a servant. No, it was not even a compromise. It was a blatant, unabashed threat. Or do you believe you have the right to squander my time? That phrase echoed in Danzo's ears, like a searing iron spike driven deep into his proud dignity. He clenched his fists hidden beneath his sleeves, and the transplanted Sharingan in his arms seemed to sense their master's wrath, beginning to swirl restlessly. He traversed the bustling streets in silence, and as he gazed at the ignorant, blissful villagers, the flames of his anger blazed even brighter. These foolish masses. They remained utterly oblivious to the fact that the so-called hero they idolized was a terrifying monster, one capable of upending the entire order of the village. Freedom, laxity, and utter lack of discipline. This transgressed the rules. These were all that Danzo loathed. Ninjas are tools. They are the cornerstone that safeguards the great tree of the village. They may be powerful, yet they must obey. They may possess thoughts, yet they must submit. Yet that Chinfong is a quintessential anomaly. He is unbound by any regulations, disregarding the authority of all. His every action is predicated solely upon a ludicrously absurd rationale. How could such a person possibly serve as a bastion for the protection of Konoha? He is evidently far more perilous than Orochimaru or the Akatsuki, a malignancy that could hollow out the very heart of Konoha from within. An insidious cancer. Sarutobi Hiruzen has grown weary and soft-hearted. Tsunade is too youthful, too naive, blinded by her so-called achievements. They have both erred. Since they cannot discern the truth, it falls upon me to sever this root of calamity, for the future of Konoha, and for the inviolable authority that is rightfully mine. Danzo's footsteps came to a halt in an inconspicuous corner. He turned into a dimly lit alley, twisting and turning until he arrived before an unremarkable wall. He extended his hand, unbound by bandages, and tapped on the wall in a specific rhythm. A hum resonated, and the wall silently revealed a distorted vortex. Danzo, his expression devoid of emotion, stepped inside. Light was instantaneously severed. A chill and damp atmosphere enveloped him, rife with the musty scent of darkness and the metallic tang of blood. A place hidden beneath the pristine facade of Konoha. Lord Danzo, rows of root ninjas, adorned with white masks, knelt on one knee like lifeless statues. Danzo paid them no heed. He strode directly to the innermost sanctum of the base, a chamber that belonged solely to him. At the center of the chamber, a vast cultivation tank housed a grotesque, seemingly still-living arm. It was the cellular tissue of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. It was the pinnacle of his collaboration with Orochimaru, a culmination of years of research. Moreover, it was his greatest trump card for controlling the future. Danzo gazed at the arm, his eyes glimmering with fervor and avarice. Chinfong. He murmured the name. Where does your formidable power truly originate? Piques my curiosity. If he could obtain his body and unravel the secret of his strength. Combined with the cells of the first Hokage and this arm replete with Sharingan. At that juncture, not merely the position of Hokage, but even unifying the entire shinobi world would not be beyond reach. This thought ignited a spark, exploding into a conflagration of ambition within his heart. Come fort, he commanded coldly. Whoosh! Two figures like specters materialized behind him. They too wore masks, but theirs bore the crimson markings of the elite. Yamashiro Aoi and Oil Woman Toryun, the strongest two among Root, as well as his most devoted confidants. Summon all A-rank teams. Danzo's voice was frigid, devoid of any emotion. Prepare to execute the highest level pruning mission. Meanwhile, in a mundane apartment within Konoha, Chinfong was humming a jaunty tune, leisurely stuffing his backpack with various items. A bag of chips, a can of cola, a state-of-the-art travel neck pillow with an automatic inflation feature, and a copy of the most recent Intimate Paradise Special Edition, which he had casually pilfered from Jiraiya. Perfect. Chinfong clapped his hands, surveying his travel gear with satisfaction. This was the entirety of his preparations for the forthcoming 3-month dream vacation. The recent farce in the Hokage's office had long been cast aside. To him, it was hardly a high-level meeting. Rather, it was a futile overtime session sparked by the handling of an inconvenient delivery, resulting in interdepartmental blame-shifting. As the courier of that delivery, his sole demand was to expedite their signing, thus allowing him to clock out. As for that old man named Danzo, Chinfong scoffed, a quintessential control freak who relished drawing grandiose plans for his subordinates. Such a person is beyond the realm of reason. The more you yield, the more he perceives you as malleable. The only way to deal with such individuals is to be even more unreasonable, to turn the tables, to convey in the simplest and most direct manner that he should cease his disturbances. Proved to be remarkably effective. All set, time to embark. Chinfong stretched, slinging his light backpack over his shoulder, ready to commence his long-anticipated journey of leisure. The first destination? The land of hot springs, of course. To soak in the springs, admire the scenery, and sample the famed tricolored dumplings. It was said that the proprietress was particularly warm-hearted. Just as he was delighting in his route planning, a series of knocks echoed at the door. Chinfong's actions halted. The smile faded from his face. Who would dare disturb him at such a pivotal moment of impending liberation? His heightened senses instantly flared to life. Standing outside was someone he least expected, Hyuga Niji. Clad in fresh attire, yet his pallor remained ashen, bandages still adorning his person, evidently freshly discharged from the hospital. Chinfong furrowed his brow. He despised the burden of obligations. He had healed Choji merely out of convenience, not wishing to see his vacation marred by mourning ceremonies or compensation meetings due to the death of a teammate. It seemed this act of convenience had birthed new complications. With a resigned sigh, Chinfong approached and opened the door. What is it? His tone was flat, tinged with a hint of impatience. Niji gazed at the youth before him, clad in pajamas and bearing a small backpack, as if poised for an outing. His eyes filled with a complex mix of emotions. Everything that transpired in the Valley of the End had utterly shattered his worldview. The doctrine of fate he had once held dear was obliterated in the presence of this man. This man demonstrated through action that so-called fate was merely an excuse for the weak. When power reaches a certain magnitude, the so-called rules and fate become but a jest. Niji inhaled deeply, bowing profoundly before Chinfong. Lord Chinfong, thank you for saving us all. Chinfong nodded. Have you finished your thanks? Then you may leave. I am pressed for time. Niji was momentarily taken aback by the abrupt dismissal. He raised his gaze, meeting Chinfeng's pitch-black, inscrutable eyes, summoning the greatest courage of his life. Lord Chinfong, how can one become strong like you? He posed the question that had tormented him for days and nights. This was the sole purpose of his visit today, mustering the courage to inquire. Strong like me? Chinfong appraised him from head to toe, his gaze reminiscent of one assessing a child who wonders how to grow taller without eating. You have posed the wrong question. Huh? Niji was taken aback. The question is not how to become strong. Chinfong shook his finger. The question is, can you become strong? And regrettably, the answer is, you cannot. The 3 words struck Niji's heart like a heavy hammer, rendering his complexion even paler. You people always relish uttering phrases like effort, tenacity, and willpower, to the point where my ears are nearly calloused from it. Chinfong remarked with disdain. Allow me to share a secret. Effort is the most futile endeavor in this world. It merely serves as a consolation prize for those lacking in talent. He gestured towards himself and then towards Niji. You spent a decade honing your gentle fist technique. I merely glance at it, and my proficiency surpasses yours after 10 years of practice. Is that fair? It is not. Yet this is the reality. Do you wish to grow stronger? Then abandon the thought of how to do so and cease your relentless struggle for improvement. Go eat, go sleep. Perhaps one day you shall awaken enlightened. Of course, the greater probability is that you will remain in ignorance for a lifetime. Each of Chinfeng's words pierced Niji's nascent belief that effort could alter destiny, shattering it into fragments. This was more brutal, more despairing than the fate he once subscribed to, for it utterly dismissed the significance of the journey. Strength is not a summit reached through gradual ascent. It is an exclusive club. You are either born within it, or you shall forever remain outside. You are on the outside. Do you understand? Chinfong patted Niji's now petrified shoulder, his tone laced with a hint of pity. Now, cease asking such tedious questions. I have a vacation to attend. With that, he bypassed the still-dazed Niji, locked the door and strode away, leaving Niji alone amidst the chaotic wind. Talent, consolation prize, club. These unfamiliar terms echoed repeatedly in his mind, stirring his worldview into a state of tumult. Nightfall quietly descended. The hidden leaf village lay enveloped in tranquility. Yet beneath this serenity, the deepest darkness began to stir. In the base of Route, 10 ninjas adorned with crimson masks knelt in unison before Danzo. Each one of them had emerged from the abyss of death, the most elite assassins, proficient in assassination, interrogation, infiltration, and death. Have you memorized the target's information? Danzo's voice reverberated in the barren chamber. Yes. The 10 responded in unison, their voices devoid of any human emotion. Excellent. Danzo rose and paced before them. The target is Chinfong, a jonin of the hidden leaf, with unknown capabilities and extremely dangerous. According to all available intelligence, he excels in fire release, lightning release, taijutsu, and the space-time ninjutsu flying thunder god technique. He has single-handedly thwarted the majority of the invaders of the leaf collapse plan. He has also repelled Akatsuki's Itachi Uchiha and Kisame Hashigaki. Moreover, today by unknown means, he instantly killed the Sound Ninja Trio and captured Sasuke Uchiha in Cursed Seal State 2. With each statement, the heads of the 10 elite assassins sank deeper. Even though they were the elite of Root, these accomplishments sounded mythical. However, Danzo's tone shifted ominously. No matter how strong he is but a single individual. Being human, he possesses weaknesses. Being human, he will tire. Being human, he will die. Your mission is not to confront him head-on. Instead, employ every means. Ambush, poison, curses, traps, to deliver a fatal blow at his most vulnerable moment. Even if you cannot kill him, you must severely injure him and bring him back alive. His body, his connection to the village still holds value. Madness flickered in Danzo's eyes. This is a necessary pruning to protect the hidden leaf. Your sacrifice to eradicate the malignant threat to the village is honorable. Depart. Yes. The 10 figures instantly transformed into black smoke, vanishing from sight. They would become blades of darkness aimed at the radiant sun that had shattered all rules. Danzo watched their disappearing forms, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Chinfong, your holiday ends here. The night was as deep as ink. The streets of the hidden leaf village appeared tranquil and harmonious under the moonlight. Yet beneath this tranquility, a deadly intent flowed silently. 10 shadowy figures, like phantoms merged with the night, stealthily surrounded an ordinary apartment from various directions. They were the elite of Root, the sharpest and dirtiest weapon in Danzo's hand. They had forsaken emotions, names, and even their pasts. Their existence bore but one meaning: to execute orders. To eradicate all harmful branches from the great tree of the hidden leaf. And tonight, their target was the most dangerous and uncontrollable towering tree in the history of the village. Chinfong, the lead ninja, codenamed A, made a hand signal. This was the signal to breach. There was no sound of doors being broken, no sound of glass shattering. 10 figures morphed into wisps of blue smoke, slipping through the seams of the door, while others softened like mud, seeping through the gaps of the window frames. They entered the lair of their prey in the most bizarre and silent manner. Upon entry, they found an empty, tidy room. A half-eaten apple and an empty soda can rested on the table. The bed was neatly made, resembling a block of tofu. But where was the person? Alarm bells rang in A's mind. They were certain that the target had not exited this apartment since entering. He immediately signaled for everyone to enter a heightened state of alert, standing back to back, scanning every corner of the room vigilantly. Traps? Genjutsu? Or At that moment, a keen-eyed member of Root noticed a small note pinned beneath the soda can on the table. He refrained from recklessly grabbing it and instead cautiously used chakra threads to draw the note closer. I took the note, unfolded it, and found only a single line of flamboyant script. I've gone on vacation. Please don't worry. Also, remember to turn off the lights. The 10 elite assassins stared at the note, enveloped in a prolonged silence. They could imagine the derisive mood in which the target had penned this note. It was more insulting than any trap or ambush. It implied that their movements had been exposed from the very beginning, and the target could not even be bothered to engage in a game of cat and mouse. He simply disregarded them with an "Oh, I've stepped out, feel free" attitude. Slowly clenched his fist. The note crumbled to dust in his grasp. Mission failed, he squeezed out through gritted teeth. Retreat. The 10 figures transformed into black smoke once more, vanishing from the room as if they had never been there. Only the solitary, still-lit chandelier remained, a testament to the silent and one-sided defeat that had just transpired. In the land of rain, this is a realm perpetually shrouded in dreary rain. The icy droplets cascade down towering spires of cold steel that reach for the heavens. Here lies the stronghold of the Akatsuki. Within a shadowy cavern, obscured from the world, a colossal statue of the outer path looms. Upon its 10 fingers stand ephemeral, flickering silhouettes. They are the most perilous group of rogue ninjas in existence. It appears that Itachi, Uchiha, and Kisame have failed in their mission to capture the Ninetales. A frigid voice, devoid of any emotion yet resonating with divine authority, reverberated through the cavern. It was their leader, Pain. His eyes, imbued with mysterious ripples of the Rinnegan, slowly surveyed each individual present. Yes, Itachi's ethereal figure stepped forward, his voice as steady as ever. We have encountered an obstruction. Oh, is it that brat named Chinfong again? A mocking voice chimed in. It was Deidara, who had mentioned this young man in the previous intel regarding the collapse of Konoha. It seemed he had a penchant for meddling. Indeed, it is more than mere meddling. Kisame grinned, revealing his shark-like teeth as he took over the conversation. His tone laced with both excitement and gravity. He is quite an intriguing individual. Mr. Itachi's Tsukuyomi proved ineffective against him. This statement struck like a boulder cast into a tranquil lake. Every individual present, including the previously silent Sasori and Kakuzu, displayed expressions of astonishment. They understood better than anyone what Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan and his Tsukuyomi signified. It was heralded as the most formidable mental assault, one deemed insurmountable. Illusions ineffective? Deidara's tone now bore genuine surprise. Your eyes are not so formidable after all, Itachi. You let Orochimaru slip through your fingers last time, and now you are thwarted by an unknown rookie. Humph. Ignoring the provocation, Itachi continued to unveil more weighty information. Not only that, he has also mastered the 4th Hokage's technique, the Flying Thunder God technique. The cavern plunged once more into a deathly silence. If the immunity to Tsukuyomi was shocking, the resurgence of the Flying Thunder God technique sent a chill down the spines of all present. Many had experienced the Third Great Ninja War and had lived under the shadow of the man known as the Yellow Flash. Was Konoha giving rise to another such monster? Kakuzu's voice turned gravely serious. He was among the few who had survived a confrontation with the first Hokage and understood the terror of such a caliber of ninja. At that moment, an eerie voice broke through the tension. It was Zetsu. His black and white form emerged slowly from the statue. White Zetsu. The intel requires an update. Just recently, this Chinfong accomplished something significant. Black Zetsu. Uchiha Sasuke defected, escorted by the Sound Four. He single-handedly intercepted them. White Zetsu. Based on the residual traces at the scene and reports from our spies embedded in Konoha, the Sound Four, in Curse Mark Level 2, were all annihilated. Uchiha Sasuke, in Curse Mark Level 2, was captured and scathed. Like a chick being lifted, a cascade of intelligence flowed from Zetsu's lips, adding a sanguine annotation to Itachi and Kisame's report. The atmosphere in the cavern had shifted from playful mockery to unprecedented gravity. A ninja who is immune to supreme genjutsu, masters the Flying Thunder God, possesses devastating fire techniques, and can effortlessly crush opponents in Curse Mark Level 2. This is a being that amalgamates Itachi's mental assault immunity, the mobility of the 4th Hokage, the offensive range of Madara Uchiha, and an unknown, terrifying taijutsu, a veritable monster. Things just got interesting, Sasori rasped. The vessel that Orochimaru had striven so hard to obtain now appeared as a mere toy before this individual. Humph, now that's intriguing. Deidara licked his lips. Such a being is worthy of my ultimate art. Yes. Pain remained silent. His Rinnegan was rapidly calculating every aspect of the situation. The Akatsuki's plan was to gather the tailed beasts and forge an ultimate weapon, allowing the world to experience pain, thus ushering in peace. This plan was intricately interconnected and could not afford any missteps. Initially, they had presumed Chinfong to be merely a formidable newcomer from Konoha, but it was now evident that their assessment had encountered a fatal error. This man was no mere stumbling block. He was a monumental variable capable of overturning the entire chessboard by his singular will. From this day forth, Pain's voice brooked no dissent. All members, update the highest priority intel. Target, Chinfong. Danger level, escalated from S rank to Super S rank. On par with the tailed beasts. Until we have thoroughly analyzed his capabilities, all operations against Konoha and the mission to capture the Ninetails are to be suspended. This command rendered everyone silent. To suspend the capture of tailed beasts? This was unprecedented since the Akatsuki's inception. Leader, are you serious? Kakuzu could not restrain himself from questioning. To postpone the entire plan for one individual. An individual who masters the Flying Thunder God and can appear beside any one of you at will, who disregards genjutsu and can eliminate those in curse mark level 2. Pain's voice was icy. Kakuzu, do you wish for your head to vanish while counting your coins? Kakuzu fell silent. Zetsu. Pain issued a new directive. Your task, effective immediately, is singular. Monitor all of his movements around the clock for 24 hours. No one is to engage him in any form of conflict unless I command it. Until we decipher this variable, he is our greatest enemy. Understood. Zetsu's figure gradually sank back into the statue, then disband. Upon Pain's command, the phantoms of the members vanished in succession. Ultimately, the cavern was left with only Pain. He slowly raised his head, his expression devoid of joy or sorrow, as his Rinnegan seemed to pierce through endless layers of rock, gazing towards Konoha's direction. Chinfong, regardless of who you are or where you hail from, any obstacle to my pursuit of peace must be eradicated. Even the gods are not exempt. At this moment, Chinfong, elevated to the highest alert level by the most dangerous organization in the ninja world and having caused the suspension of their grand plans for his singular self, lay sprawled upon the tatami of a hot spring inn, a visage of ennui. Before him lay an exquisitely crafted menu. A set, kaiseki full course, premium sake unlimited, top-tier geisha performance. B set, exclusive outdoor bath, personalized massage service, secret onsen egg tasting. C set. Chinfong felt the familiar pang of indecision creeping in. Ugh, this is troublesome. So hard to choose. He sighed and turned over. Only children make choices. I want them all, but my wallet seems to disagree. He patted the not-so-bountiful vacation funds he had advanced from Tsunade in his pocket. Ah, forget it. He picked up the menu, closed his eyes, and randomly pointed. This one, I suppose. He opened his eyes. His finger had landed precisely on the bottom of the menu, where there was a line of inconspicuous small print. The establishment's hallmark, deep sleep package, offering an absolutely tranquil environment and the most comfortable bedding. Chinfeng's eyes sparkled with delight. In the land of hot springs, nestled within the hidden village of Tangin, lies a paradise untouched by the turmoil of great nations, renowned worldwide for its healing hot springs. The air is perpetually infused with a delicate hint of sulfur, mingled with the warm, humid vapors, allowing every soul that graces this haven to experience a profound sense of languid relaxation from the depths of their being. A hot spring in named Floating Life rests in the most secluded corner of the mountains. It is not the hot springs, nor the exquisite cuisine, that garners the most acclaim, but rather the proprietor's pride. An unparalleled sleep service. At this moment, Chinfong reclines in the inn's most luxurious silence room, indulging in this very service. The room is constructed from specialized soundproof materials, while outside, a meticulously arranged dry landscape garden beckons. The gentle sound of flowing water has been artfully directed, creating a fixed frequency of sleep-inducing white noise. The tatami beneath him is woven from century-old bulrush, exuding a refreshing aroma of vegetation. The duvet, filled with velvet and the village's specialty, thundercloud cotton, is featherlight yet extraordinarily warm. Chinfong feels akin to a melting marshmallow, on the verge of sinking into an infinite ocean named sleep. Ah, this is life, he sighs contentedly. What of the Hokage, what of the ninja world war? What of the Uchiha? Let them all go to the netherworld. Nothing holds greater significance than the simple act of enjoying a peaceful slumber. System, have there been any new trinkets worthy of a one-click upgrade? He lazily inquires in his mind. Ding. Detection reveals no new skills of value within a 300-kilometer radius of the host. This was to be expected. Chinfong smirked slightly. Indeed, in such a rural locale, what masters could possibly reside? It appears that to expand his skill repertoire, he must venture into the dragon's lairs and tiger's dens. However, that shall be a matter for after the holiday. For now, it is a precious, undisturbed time for sleep. He adjusted the height of his pillow, tucked himself under the duvet, and his consciousness gradually sank into darkness. Yet, just as he was about to successfully rendezvous with the King of Dreams, his maxed-out perception abilities, akin to the most diligent of security alarms, softly chimed in his mind. Guests have arrived. Moreover, there are 12 of them. They are encircling his room from all directions with an extraordinary professionalism and efficiency, closing in silently. Chinfeng's brows subtly furrowed. He opened his eyes, his pitch-black pupils devoid of any hint of drowsiness, replaced instead with a frigid displeasure at the disturbance of his serene dreams. He had paid a substantial sum for the absolute sleep service. It now appeared that this establishment was guilty of false advertising. Poor review was warranted. He could hardly muster the energy to rise. Instead, he merely shifted his body to a more comfortable position, then coalesced his vast and formidable perception into an invisible needle, stealthily probing outward. Outside the inn, upon the rooftop, two figures loomed like statues melded with the night, gazing down at the dimly illuminated room below. Their faces were adorned with blood-red masks, symbolizing the pinnacle of elite status from their clan. They were the personal bodyguards of Danzo, Yamanaka Wind and Aburame Toryun. Behind them, 10 elite members of an A-rank squad had taken their positions, sealing off all potential escape routes for their target. This was the strongest assassination ensemble that Danzo could dispatch. The failure of the last operation had ignited Danzo's fury. He had not anticipated Chinfeng's vigilance to be so heightened. However, this time was different. Away from Konoha, in such a relaxing hot spring locale, humans were at their lowest state of alertness, with defenses considerably lax. The target is within. Yamanaka Wind's voice echoed directly in the minds of all present through a secret technique. According to intelligence, he is currently in the most relaxed vacation state, with mental defenses undoubtedly at their nadir. My mind-turning puppet curse seal technique will be the first wave of attack. If I can invade his psyche, even for a fleeting moment, I can inscribe a curse upon him, rendering him immobile. Meanwhile, Toryun, he glanced at his companion, your nanite bugs will infiltrate through every crevice. Even if he can resist my mental assault, he will be utterly defenseless against the omnipresent nanobugs. The others shall form the 4 purple flames formation outside, sealing the space entirely. The moment he attempts to flee using the flying thunder god technique, we shall detonate it. Mental control, lethal poison erosion, spatial blockade. A triadic fatal formation. I refuse to believe that this can fail. Yamanaka Wind's plan was nothing short of perfect. It fully exploited their advantages while countering the target's potential abilities. Let us commence. Toryun's voice was hoarse and deep. With a wave of his hands, an almost imperceptible black mist escaped from his sleeves, silently spreading toward the room below. Simultaneously, Yamanaka Wind formed hand seals. His eyes instantly became hollow, an intangible mental force, like an arrow released from a bowstring, shot unerringly toward the figure lying on the tatami in the guest room. Yamanaka Wind felt a surge of joy within. He could sense his mental power entering the target's mind without obstruction. Success. He immediately began to activate the secret technique, preparing to inscribe the curse. However, in the next moment, the scene before him abruptly shifted. He found himself no longer on the rooftop of the inn but standing in an endless expanse of pure white space. At the center of this space sat Chinfong, clad in pajamas, reclining on a beach chair, sipping chilled juice, and regarding him with an amused expression. Illusion? When? Yamanaka Wind was taken aback. He swiftly summoned his chakra, attempting to break free. Release. Yet, the surroundings remained unchanged. Futile. Chinfong set down his juice and sighed. Do not waste your efforts. The moment your mental power entered my perceptual range, it was already commandeered by me. This is not the ordinary illusionary realm you presume it to be. This is my mental world. Welcome. By the way, it is quite impolite to invade someone else's home without permission. A chill coursed through Yamanaka Wind from his feet to the crown of his head. To directly pull another's mental power into his own mental world? What a terrifying degree of mental prowess. Even the leader of the Yamanaka clan could not achieve such a feat. You! Just as he was about to speak, he found his body beginning to act beyond his control. His hands began to form seals autonomously. The seal was one he recognized all too well. His own secret technique. The mind confusion body technique. What are you trying to do? Yamanaka Wind was horrified to realize he was casting mental control upon himself. Nothing much, Chinfong yawned. I merely wish to see what delightful secrets your clan's minds conceal. By the way, may I borrow your body for a moment? No sooner had the words left his lips than, in the external realm, the body of Yamashiro Kaze jolted violently. His hollow eyes regained a flicker of vitality. Yet the essence of that gaze was no longer his own. Yamashiro Kaze has spoken. The plan has altered. Lord Danzo has issued a covert directive, instructing me to enter first and subdue him using taijutsu, while you stand by outside. Oil Woman Kigen paused momentarily, a hint of confusion crossing his features. Wasn't Lord Danzo's command for a coordinated assault? Why the sudden change? Nevertheless, he harbored no doubts about his companion, for he believed that Yamashiro Kaze's mental techniques had proven successful. Perhaps the target was weaker than anticipated, prompting Lord Danzo to amend the strategy? Understood. Oil Woman Kigen nodded, retracting the venomous insects that had nearly infiltrated the room. Yamashiro Kaze spoke no further. With a swift motion, he leaped from the rooftop, landing silently in the corridor of the guest room like a stealthy raccoon. He pushed open the shoji door and stepped inside, then closed the door behind him in full view of all the root members outside. Within, Chinfong lay motionless upon the tatami mat, while Yamashiro Kaze stood beside him, resembling a loyal servant in his respectful demeanor. Now, reveal everything you know regarding Danzo. Chinfeng's voice resonated within the chamber. Meanwhile, outside, Oil Woman Kigen and the other root members remained dutifully on standby, anticipating the sounds of combat from within, waiting for their companion to signal success. Yet, all they received was an oppressive silence. Time elapsed, each second stretching into eternity. 10 minutes, 20 minutes, half an hour. Oil Woman Kigen finally sensed something amiss. Even if subdued by taijutsu, such a duration seemed implausible. Moreover, the stillness within was unnaturally excessive. Wind? He attempted to transmit chakra, seeking a response, but received none. Everyone, prepare to breach. Oil Woman Kigen decisively issued the command. However, just as they were poised to act, the tightly shut shoji door creaked open slowly. Yamashiro Kaze emerged from within, his face still obscured by a mask. What is the situation? Oil Woman Kigen inquired immediately. Yamashiro Kaze offered no reply. Instead, he slowly raised his hand. Gripped within it was a bloodied head, still dripping crimson. The head's eyes were wide with disbelief, its expression frozen in shock. That head unmistakably belonged to Chinfong. The target has been eliminated, Yamashiro Kaze announced in a raspy voice, declaring the outcome of the mission. All root members stood stupefied. Had they truly succeeded? Was it this effortless? This man, who had caused Itachi and Kisame to retreat and instilled fear in their leader Pain, had been dispatched so simply, suffocated beneath a mere pillow? No. A warning bell rang fiercely in Oil Woman Kigen's mind. He fixated on the head, and then he noticed it. The corners of the head's mouth were curling upward in a sinister, mocking arc genjutsu. This is a higher-level illusion. Fall back. Oil Woman Kigen unleashed the most anguished scream of his life, but it was already too late. The game was about to reach its conclusion. Chinfeng's true voice seemed to resonate from all directions, echoing within the hearts of every individual present. In the next instant, the scene before Oil Woman Kigen and the other 10 root members shattered into fragments. In terror, they realized they were not outside a hotel at all, but rather trapped within an empty, enclosed, traditional Japanese room. The 12 of them had been standing there, unbeknownst to them, like a troupe of marionettes. Before them, Chinfong leaned leisurely against the doorframe, observing them with keen interest. His hands were devoid of any object. The so-called head was nothing but a figment of their imagination. Meanwhile, the Yamashiro Kaze, who should have been their ally, stood quietly behind Chinfong like a soulless shell. From the very beginning, they had all fallen into the elaborate trap set by their adversary.